Literally starting this vlog as we're about to... Oh fucking hell, I just nearly fell off my finger.
That was a good start.
I'm just starting this vlog literally now as we're literally about to leave, so this is not good timing. However, we are going on a trip and I have a very exciting next like week and... not week, 2.5 weeks. I can't tell you where I'm going after Dubai, but this is going to be the Dubai vlog, and I am vlogging my other trip, but I can't post it yet. But best believe I've got like a whole memory card for it, and I'm going to make like the best possible behind the scenes video because I think you guys will find it really interesting. But yes, I can't say much about that. If it transpires that I can tell you where I'm going whilst I'm doing this vlog, then I'll tell you. But yes, we're going to Dubai, so we're going to Dubai for a holiday, but it is sort of a working holiday. Like, I'm still going to be doing my coaching because Dan wants to move to Dubai. So he's got, I'll probably speak about that a little bit more in this vlog, but yeah, he's got a job interview, so we're going. And to be honest, the seasonal saddies have been kicking in, girls, so I'm very, very grateful. I also feel very lucky that I can travel and work because, I mean, yeah, that's like,
yeah, I can.
It's very, 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 very lucky. So yeah, a working trip. I'm going to vlog it because I've never been to Dubai. The other place I'm going I've also never been, so 2 new places in 2.5 weeks. I'm an excited little girl. I'm an excited little girl. So yeah, come to Dubai with us. This is going to be a vlog.
Let go.
Hello vlog. Hello Daniel. Daniel's in the background. I haven't vlogged since we got here. It's Monday now. We got here on like Saturday at like 4 in the morning, but then we had Halloween plans, which me and Dan went as Barbie and Ken. I'll pop in some photos and clips. If I can put clips in here, I will. I might not be able to because of copyright, because of music, but I'll pop in some pictures. And then yesterday, I'm just going to be honest, we were violently, well, I particularly was violently hungover. I don't drink a lot and I don't drink often, so when I do, I was not a well human yesterday. So we're picking the vlog back up today. Plus, to be honest, because of that, we didn't really do anything yesterday, so there was nothing interesting to show you. But today, Dan's got a job interview, so we're going out and about, and I'm just going to restart my vlog now and actually show you what we're getting up to. But I feel like one of those people that lives in Manchester City Centre that posts on their Instagram story saying, "What a view!" But it's just a building site.
I mean, that's not the best view in the world.
No. Are you excited for your interview?
No, I'm actually a bit nervous. I've had an interview since 2015.
Oh, by the way, we aren't staying in a hotel, we're staying in Dan's friend's apartment. If anyone is curious as to why there's British flags everywhere.
He's a patriotic guy. Yeah, we're staying in Vida Apartments in Emirates Hills. So, quite a good location.
But yeah, I need to put some shoes on. Got my bag, my new bag. Oh, I think that's it.
So
I don't
today,
need anything else on.
what we'll do
Today?
So today what we'll do is we'll go to my informal interview and afterwards we'll go around the marina.
Oh, lovely.
And look.
Lovely. Let's go. This is where we've just been. Well, Dan had his interview and I had a coffee. I was patiently waiting for some food, but alas, no one came. So now I'm very, 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 very hungry. Very hungry. How was your interview?
Yeah, well, like I said, it was a bit more of an informal one.
I think we're going to have to get an Uber. So we're going to get an Uber. To be fair, you did say when you came, because Dan's been here once before, not like here specifically, but to Dubai, and he did say it's quite difficult. You said you basically have to get a taxi everywhere, didn't you?
Yeah,
or
I mean,
drive.
I can't even see a park, can you?
No. These are all the buildings. Those three buildings are like identical. You know those three? What's that one? Is that one being built?
That one there?
Yeah.
That's still being built. Right.
Tall building.
Give me a phone.
We've come to an Irish bar, so I've got a chicken Caesar salad and Dan's got a buffalo wrap. Very short because of the music. But yeah, lunch. Oh, you can't even tell. I don't know if you can see, but there's a sparkly roof in this mall. Which mall is this?
Dubai Marina Mall.
Sparkles. Good morning. We are Tuesday today. We're going to the mall today, like the big mall, the big bitch, the one that's got like the, is it an aquarium? It's got the aquarium, like the big, the mall that everyone goes to. We've actually not been yet. We've just been to the other ones. Yeah, I thought I'd show you a little OOTD. I've just got my plain white Zara top on and then these like waffle print pants that I never really wear, to be honest. I tried to sell them but no one wanted them, so I've kept them. And to be honest, I wore them a lot in Mexico and I really enjoyed wearing them, so we're going with them again. I rewatched my vlog footage from yesterday and I was like, maybe I should consider putting a little bit of slap on my face. So yes, we are going to go to the mall. Dan's got another interview today at like 1. We ordered Chinese takeaway last night, which was actually really good. My sister messaged me yesterday asking what the food's like, and we've not really had a bad meal yet. There's still time, it could happen, but the food's honestly been really good. But yeah, Dan's got an interview at 1, so whilst he's at his interview, he's going to drop me off like a child somewhere so I can sit and have a coffee and do some work. So yeah, another day, another sleigh in the vlog. Does anyone else do this where when you're not staying somewhere longer than like a week, I just can't bring myself to unpack? Also the fact that we're in an apartment, it is a bit different because obviously normally you've got loads of empty room to put your shit, but yeah, I just can't be bothered. I might unpack when I'm in my next location. I still don't know if I'm allowed to say where I'm going. That's going to be a really weird vlog to film actually, because I'm going to be like talking about things, but it's going to feel so illegal because I'm not allowed to talk about it, but I am allowed to talk about it in that video because it can't go up until I'm allowed to talk about it. But it's all gonna feel very illegal. But yeah, we're gonna go to the mall. Not when I've got my camera in my hand. Adam's parked right on the roof. That's the bird. It won't even like fit in the frame. It's very high. For reference, these are all the other tall buildings. It makes them look tiny. really see, guys. I would show you what you want to see, can't really
Come
see.
here, little buddy.
Is the diving person still in the tank? That's what I want to know. There was someone diving in here.
Surely that can't just be a member of the public.
No, I think it's a diver, but look at the top, they've got cages.
Yeah, I mean,
You get in the cage, do cage diving.
most probably, yeah, but like, you couldn't let anyone in there just because they'd try and touch the marine, like, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What?
He was lit.
Whoa. 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 Shark again. Apparently, I don't know when, but at some point this started leaking. But they fixed it, so it's safe. But imagine you just going about your shopping and the screen just cracks and breaks. And all of a sudden you're swimming with sharks.
You already saw my sharks before.
I know, but I'm saying, like, imagine if the glass broke. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm not entirely sure this was good for the animals.
I think one. Look at that.
It looks. Oh my god, it's the big swordfish, guys. Did it? Oh my god, it's huge. Whoa. Yeah, I thought they had whale sharks in here. I swear I've seen them.
I think once they get to a certain size, they sort of have to release them.
Yeah. Oh my god, fish!
How's it feel to know that you swam with a bigger shark?
I swam with all these bitches.
No, you swam with a bigger shark than bigger than any of these.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at this stingray. That's massive.
Is that a stinger or is that a manta ray?
I don't know, but it's huge.
It's a ray. Get away. Sword boy's back.
What is the sword on a swordfish made out of?
It's made out of fish.
So if it hit you, it'd just flop.
I don't know.
Swordfish is a difficult hero.
I mean, I feel like it's probably like some sort of bone.
Anyway, this is the aquarium, guys. Guys, we've changed the align past fabric. It's like more slick. Oh, it's nicer, just saying. That's disappointing.
What did you say?
I like how they do these. I said aura is nicer.
Oh, I said honour.
No, that's for me. No, I said aura. I said aura. Day to jump.
What did you say earlier about the badge?
Then how do they clean the windows?
How do they clear the windows?
It's a good question.
Answer in the comments.
Should we go? Are we getting food?
Yeah, I reckon we go around there.
Me and Dan are just having a... Oh, mine's nearly finished. I just got an Aperol Spritz, but we're just having a drink by... Big bitch. You can't really see it properly. I'm just deciding what to think about perfumes, because I've smelled a few. But I've smelled so many that I'm like nose blind. I really like this one though, and it's Creed, which is the only thing putting me off because it's Creed. Not that I'm against Creed, it's just the fact to get something that you can't get in England easily.
To be fair, I haven't seen it in England yet. Have you?
I haven't, and I just googled it. It says the target market is AE. Does that mean Arab Emirates? Does that mean it's only
UAE, yeah.
I don't know.
Did you say AE or 18?
AE. Target market 18 euros, definitely not for 18-year-olds.
Oh, I love it.
Anyway, it's like a cherry fragrance, but then I've got so many different perfumes on. I've got like I found this, we went into Swiss Arabian and it's called Angels something. If you Google it, it'll come up, but it smells exactly like Angels Share by Killian. However, it's still £110, so you should probably just get Angels Share by Killian. I did want to go into Zerjoff, but it's literally the other end of the mall, and that place is huge.
Yeah, no. Have you got your steps count on your phone?
Yeah.
Go on, get them out. Yeah, get them out.
Because it's not a very walkable place here, guys. That's something I want to say. It's not easy to walk around. Like, obviously, you can walk around the mall with ease, but it's not like the UK where you can just walk everywhere. Sort of reminds me of America in that sense. Well, I'm saying America, I've only ever been to Texas. It reminds me a little bit of Texas in that sense. Like, you can't really walk around everywhere, which surprises me because I feel like we're big on health and fitness here. But I think we're going to go to the news tomorrow. I've done 9,000 steps.
You've done more than that.
Well, probably, but it's my phone, so it's not super accurate. But yeah, I've not bought anything here yet. The Zara here is so good. Everything's laid out so well. UK Zara could never.
Yeah, the men's section, very good.
My nose is so blocked, by the way. My nose looks swollen. It is. I can't breathe through my nose. Anyway, I'll show you the scenery, the setting. Oh, let me knock the brightness down so you can see it a bit better. This is the verge. Look at how tall it is. Like, I feel like objectively, if you're looking this way, these buildings look tall. And then they're literally like half the height of the verge. And then this is like the back of the mall. You can see you've got Nunziaga over there, below Nike. But yeah, it's very, very, very pretty. So out here, finish my drink. Let's do a little unboxing, and it's from Hindal Oud. I don't want to. I mean, I think that's how you say it. If it's not how you say it, it's not how you say it. It's a Saudi Arabian, I believe, like perfume company, and I feel like I've never actually had a nicer perfume experience. Like, I mean, to be fair, as they should, like, it's like definitely up there with the more expensive fragrances, but didn't feel rushed, didn't feel like they were just trying to sell me. Like, they showed us like a mix of things. Some of them were like double the price, some of them were half. Whereas I feel like we went in another shop to look for like cheaper fragrances, and he took me straight, like, these are meant to be, they're like 30 quid in England, and he took me straight to the ones that are like £120. I googled the prices afterwards. So I appreciated that, and it was just very nice in there. Like, they kept being like, you can sit down. They gave us like coffee and stuff to sniff, and he put so many samples in. So we decided to get, because we're actually going to share this, Hindal Oud Horjus. Now, Horjus is what it's called. It's like a honey, I think it's honey, fig and oud. We actually smell, it was called shake something shake, and it's like a pure oud, and I've never smelled pure oud before. I've smelled like Initio, Oud for Greatness, and all these like oud-based fragrances, but I saw a TikTok not that long ago being like, Western people think they like oud, like, come to Dubai and smell oud here. So I was like, I'm intrigued. He was like, this is like a local favourite, but this is like a local favourite. Like, you guys won't like this. We did not like it. It's like a sweet oud. I've got so much perfume on, honestly, I need to shower because it's like making me feel unwell. But yeah, it's like a sweet oud scent, and it's just really, really, really nice. So that was the perfume purchase of the day. And then he gave us some samples. So what samples did he give us? I'll tell you what samples he gave us. He gave us a sample of Emirati musk, which we smelled as well, which is really, really nice. It's a bit more like fresh, a little bit lighter. He gave us a sample of Masai. We didn't smell that one. A sample of You Never Know, which we smell, and I really, really liked it, but it was like ridiculously expensive. And I was like, I'm not about to make a knee-jerk purchase of something that's that expensive. So we got that. He gave me 2 of those because he knew that I liked it. I just didn't want to shell out that much money for it. Deep Masai mosque, which I've heard good things about on TikTok, and Mosque Al Shiok. I probably just butchered all these names, but yeah, very, very, very cool shop. And if you are here, I definitely recommend checking it out, especially if you like oudi fragrances, because a lot of them are very oudi. Okay, I'm gonna leave this here because I need to get ready now, because we're going to Top Golf with Lauren and Adam. But yes, a successful day of shopping, and my foot is killing me. Absolutely killing me. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my god, I'm so tired. It's Wednesday today, and we're going to the water park. I'm very, very, very tired. Do you know what? Let's do a little OOTD. OOTD. I've got my Farai bikini on. I love this bikini. The print is like so nice. And then I've just got my black mesh key cover-up dress on. And this is just a very nice cover-up dress. That's what I was actually going to say, actually. I'm not entirely sure, so I'm not going to speak in facts here, because I'm actually not entirely sure, and I would not like to give someone the wrong information and then they get into serious, serious trouble. I know I will get asked about this, about like what you have to wear and stuff, and there definitely are places where you would need to cover up more. Just like I've been to Italy quite a few times, and all the churches you've got to cover your shoulders and knees, and some of the like religious, like Christian, like art museums and stuff, you've got to cover your shoulders and knees, so that's nothing new. And that is typically over here. Shoulders and knees might need covering at some places, but well, I don't know if we've been anywhere where you would need to, because on Saturday when we went to the Hills Mall, I wore a t-shirt and long cargos just in case, because it did say when I googled it, it's advised, so I thought, let me follow the advice. But then we went to the main mall yesterday when I was googling it, it was saying that you can wear pretty much whatever you want. And also then when we went to the mall at the weekend, there was women walking around in like sports bras and shorts, or like with shoulders and knees out basically. So I was like, maybe I'm okay to do that. So yesterday I was like, I'm just gonna I wore my, well, you saw I did my OOTD, I wore those trousers and a vest top. It is still a lot more covered up than what I'd usually wear on holiday. I was very, very, very hot when we were outside, but then again, walking around the mall yesterday, plenty of people with their shoulders and knees out, so I'm not honestly, I don't know what the rules are. I don't know is the answer to that, and I know I'm going to get asked about it, so that's the answer. I think if you went into like one of Dan's interviews yesterday, I feel like the area we were in, I definitely should have had something else on, because just some of the looks, I feel like I should have had something else on. I said, I'm not sure. And obviously also, like, I am just not one, I'm not going to choose to come to a country where I know they have different rules, etc., and then complain about them. It just doesn't make much sense to me. Like, for example, like I said, in Italy, if you go to a church, you know what you're signing up for. You're going to have to cover your shoulders and knees. But then obviously everyone's got a choice as to whether they're comfortable with that, and then if you're not, you just wouldn't come. So yeah, we're going to go to the water park. Oh my god, my nose is still so blocked.
Water park, I'm obviously not going to show like people sunbathing for obvious reasons, but yeah, that's that building over there is the Atlantis Hotel, and then there's a beach near where we are. We've paid for like some different beds, and then that hotel over there is where Beyonce performed. It's where she did the famous Dubai riff, for any Beyonce fans, aka me. But yeah,
Finally came. So what did you get, Dan?
Nazi green.
And I got a kung pao chicken noodle thing. Some pickles, I think. Some, I want to say it's like a peanut sauce. Did we order fries?
No, we got them for free because it's sick.
Yeah, the food took a while, so they've kindly given us some fries. So we're going to eat this now.
Yummy.
Let's go, baby! Come on, keep going.
Hello, so I need to actually explain a little bit in this vlog because I've not really, basically with the vlog I feel like I always just explain what I'm doing and I don't show it. This time I've tried to just show you what I'm doing, but then in the midst of that I've ended up just filming clips with no context and not actually saying it. So the water park, that's something I wanted to go over first. It was so much fun. If you are gonna go, because I know I will get asked for tips, I would say, me and Dan would say, go in the morning. We went to go and look at one of the clinics he wants to work in on the Palm first, and then we went there, and we got there at maybe like 1. It closes at 5:30 and it's very busy in the afternoon, so I would honestly recommend going in the morning. Also, if you're staying at the Atlantis, I think you do get entry, so if you've got kids and stuff, I'm not sure anyone that's watching this will have kids, but if you do, they would be entertained for days. Get the fast track if you can. We didn't, but we really should have done, because with queues and stuff, especially for like the good slides, honestly some of the queues we were in the queues for like 45-50 minutes, which, I mean, if you've only got a few hours there, you're looking at 3 to 5 slides. So definitely would recommend doing the fast pass, but it was so much fun. We went on a lot of the slides. I didn't go on any of like the big daddy ones. Dan went on the one where the floor drops out from beneath you.
Poseidon's Revenge.
Poseidon's Revenge. I honestly, like, when we were queuing for one of the rafting ones, I think it was called Aquaconda, you could see like the people shooting down the tube, and I was like, I just made me feel sick. Scary, scary. But yeah, the water park was so much fun. Would recommend going. And if you don't like big slides, I don't really like big slides, only if I'm with more than one person. I wouldn't go on a big slide on my own. There's a good mix. Then yesterday we went to Banu, so I will pop those clips in now, so that you can see how the gym was. I also filmed my leg session, so I will pop those clips in here. You're being treated to a lovely voiceover for these gym clips, because the Banu's music, I will get a copyright strike. So I'm just popping in some clips. This was like the leg room. It's all sort of like sectioned off into body parts, which is cool. This was like I think this is like a back room. I was hitting legs, so I don't really know. And then this is the room that you see when you walk into the gym, probably the biggest room as well. But yeah, I hit legs, and I'm just gonna pop my little workout in here. So yeah, I did the booty builder machine first, which was nice. I've never actually used a booty builder machine, but it definitely felt different. It's definitely very, very difficult because it's like a cable, so it's like constant tension in a very weird way. So I actually had to go a lot lighter on these. But yeah, I just wanted to give you like a brief rundown of the gym and sort of a mini gym review. So as I'm going to go over like in the rest of this vlog, it is expensive. It was £40 for the day pass. It's extortionately priced. By the way, this is called a swing squat. I know it's similar to a pendulum squat, but it's so much better. Like, it's honestly one of my new favourite things I've discovered, which is one thing I do love about trying new gyms. So yeah, this gym is very expensive. Look, I get it. I get why it has the name it has for itself, and I think for people that are into like competing, this is a sick gym. But I feel the same way about Ultraflex in the UK. I've been to one of like the newest one of those, and it just feels, something about it just feels off to me. And obviously there's nothing wrong with this gym. Like, it's got all the equipment you could possibly need in the world. I just can't quite put my finger on what I don't like about gyms like this. And I definitely wouldn't pay, like, it works out like £175 a month if you lived here. For me personally, I wouldn't pay that. People weren't re-racking the weights. It actually was quite hard to find plates
in the right place. Things were quite like scattered, and I know that they will try and keep on top of things, but I'm used to going to a gym where people do actually re-rack their weight, so I don't know if it was just the people in the gym on this day, but it was definitely an experience. And just a couple of other things that I wouldn't expect for, you know, a £175 a month gym. Yeah, the equipment is amazing. The equipment is amazing. But I was expecting something a lot more... I don't know, I think I was just expecting it to be a lot, like, tidier and, like, neater and sort of more, like, put together looking. I'm not saying it needs to be, like, white and clinical. I actually quite like the red and, like, the rawness of it. But some of it just looks like it's not actually been finished, which maybe it hasn't. Maybe they're doing renovations at the moment. I don't know, but it's just not what I expect. Like, the gym I go to, obviously it's, like, nowhere near as big, but it's £10 for, like, 4 sessions if you want to try the gym out. And it's, you know, everyone re-racks the weights. There's never mess anywhere. It's, like, incredibly clean. Obviously, it's nowhere near as big as this, but, yeah. All in all, it's a cool experience if you are into the gym, especially if you love your bodybuilding stuff. I definitely recommend checking it out. But I personally, and when I said this on Instagram, I did get a few messages, I was a little disappointed. And I think, you know, if I did live here, which I don't and I won't be, I think I would probably train at another gym and try and get a little bit more bang for my buck in terms of facilities. But the equipment is great.
But yeah, the day pass, because I know I'm going to get asked about this, works out at about the equivalent of £40 for a day. If you are coming here and you're dead into the gym and that's the gym you want to train at, I'd recommend getting a week pass, because I think the day pass was $210 dirhams and the week pass is $399. So if you go more than twice, it's definitely more worth it to get a week pass. But it's very expensive there. Like, I worked out the membership fee is about £175 a month equivalent, so it's very expensive, but a cool experience nonetheless. But yes, it's very, very expensive. We aren't going to be able to have time to try any other gyms whilst we're here, so I can't let you know a review on any other gyms, which I did actually want to, but the way that the week's just planned, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, guys. But today is Friday, so it's our second to last day. We are off for lunch with one of Dan's friends, and then we're going for a meal with more friends this evening, and then tomorrow we fly home. But a new adventure begins for me. A new adventure. I'm not going home. Well, I am going home, but I'm coming away straight away. So yeah, we are going to go for a stroll. I'll take you along with us, show you the outdoors.
One thing I would say is that if you're into the fitness industry and like you're in touch with some of the influencers, the bigger ones, especially the bodybuilding ones, you're going to see people that you know.
Oh yeah, you'll see people that you know. I'm not big into the male bodybuilding. I didn't see any women that I recognised, but there was one guy in there that I did recognise. But that's actually just because I think he knows Christian and they've posted together before. I was like, oh, there's Christian's friend. Yeah. Oh, I also did some washing, because obviously I'm not going home, I'm going to another destination. So, whites wash, can't get enough of me whites, and joggers so I can travel. Travelling comfort. What a view! What a view! Windy, so sorry for shouting so you can hear me, but this is sort of what the walking situation is like. It feels illegal to be walking.
Like Texas.
Yeah, it feels illegal to be walking on, like, so close to such a busy road. But you can walk. There are parts though where you really can't. And also, sometimes for some reason, walking might take you an hour, whereas if you're in a car, it'd be like 10 minutes, so yeah.
If you're staying on the palm and you want to get off the palm, you have to take a car.
Yeah.
You cannot walk off the palm.
No. What, like you literally can't walk off it?
No. I'm like 90% sure to get on and off the bar, you have to be on the road.
Interesting.
But once you're on the palm, you can walk up and down the Gold Mile, but
yeah.
still like.
It's very hot anyway. I'm not really sure you'd want to walk around too much.
No, and there is transport that people don't really talk about. Like there is a tram that can take you from the marina down the Palm all the way to Atlantis and then back. And then there's a metro that will take you it's further than the marina.
Yeah.
All the way to the airport through like the through downtown and the financial districts. So like the Virgin and everything.
Yeah.
So you can walk.
The traffic is also mental here. It doesn't look bad at the moment, but when it's bad, it's bad. Also, I would not want to drive here. Fuck me. They always say if you've learned to drive in Bradford, you can drive anywhere. I would normally agree with that, the exception being here. I'd be dead in like 2.5 seconds, but yeah.
Look, it is now much later in the day, so we went for lunch with Andre, one of Dan's friends earlier, and now we are about to go out. I'm not going to take my camera out just because I feel like where we're going, no, I probably won't film much in there. And also it's our last night, so I don't want to be like, hi guys, do you want to be in the vlog? But yeah, I wanted to show you my outfit and hair and stuff because I feel like I love doing this. To get my hair like this, I use Chris Appleton's messy bun tutorial. You basically do 2 buns, overlap it, and then pin it. Fragrance wise, I've gone with my Pura. I don't know how you say it. It just smells so good. Like this has definitely been my like scent of the trip. My bag, of course, this literally, so it's black, so I feel like it doesn't really go because I've got all white on, but I just feel like I'm just gonna have to roll with it. And then outfit wise, I've got this dress on, which I've not worn really much at all. I've worn it once, but it's this dress from a brand called BBX, the brand. I got it last year and it's so nice. It's a little bit sheer, so I've got covers on, but it's very like dark outside. It's going to be dark in there. Also, people wear sheer stuff all the time over here, so I'm sure I will be fine. Shoe wise, I've just got on some I think these are from Ego. I've got my anklet on that says Amy in Arabic, and then yeah, this is the back of the dress. I just feel like this dress is super pretty, and the way it's tied, you can tie it like multiple different ways. I just feel like it's a very pretty dress, but yeah, am I in the frame? This is the look, so yeah, this is my little OOTN, and I will see you probably in the morning. I will take some like clips and stuff on my phone and try and insert them here, but yeah, I'm hungry. I'm excited for food, to be honest. I'm really excited for food. I feel like I've gone a little bit howl with the lip liner. I might need to turn that down just a smidge. Okay guys, I'm gonna round up this vlog here, and hopefully you're gonna see it tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna aim for. I'm gonna try and get it up tomorrow, so it's up very much in real time. I've got a thing about posting vlogs super late. I just don't like doing it, and I end up not posting them, so I'm gonna try and edit this quick. But yeah, we went to the arts club yesterday, which was nice. The food was really, really good. We went to the Japanese part of it,
Rowan or something like that.
called like Rohan,
Yeah.
and it was really, really, really nice. I think it's like a members only thing. Obviously we're not members, but Dan's friend's fiance Lauren is, so she took us. So I don't know how easy it would be to go there, but if you can go there, I would recommend it. The food was really, really good, and to be honest, like, expensive but not that expensive. Like, it's not the prices you'd expect for somewhere like that, in my opinion.
I think the membership is expensive, and
The
that's
membership
why
is probably expensive.
you can't go without a member.
No. So yeah, and then we went to a couple of bars afterwards. We went to somewhere called Clap. I just feel like that's a very unfortunate name for a bar. But yeah, we are all packed up now, so my case is just behind Dan. And we've pretty much got the full day today, so if I film any more clips today, I will put those clips in here.
Hello, you gorgeous, gorgeous people. I'm in Turkey, but there's something that I didn't mention in this vlog, which I wanted to mention. So I'm just popping this clip in here. I ended up buying my Creed from the airport. We didn't end up going back to the mall in the end, so I just got my Creed from the airport, and I saved a really good chunk of money. Usually with duty free, I feel like it's a bit of a scam. I always pay the same price that I would. It's always a scam. My Creed was like £70 cheaper. So if you see anything that you like in Dubai and it's like a brand that might be in the airport, check and maybe just get it on the way back, because I would have been fuming if I'd bought it at like the normal Dubai price. So yeah, I just wanted to pop that in here, but that's it. I'm currently in Turkey editing this video. It's 25 to 1 in the morning, but I want to get this video up for you guys, so hopefully it will go up today, which is now Tuesday.
We only really had like a week here, and I feel like because it was a holiday, but also not really, like I didn't take it off work, I've still been working, and also Dan did have 2 interviews, that is why we came. So I feel like we only really had like 3 days of actually being able to go and do stuff, so there's definitely stuff that we didn't do that I would like to do. I'd probably want to go to like the gold souk places and venture a little bit out of the like centre part. I just feel like it would be a bit more interesting culturally. I could be wrong, but I just feel like it would probably be a bit more interesting. But yeah, we were a bit short on time, but I hope this vlog has been fun. I'm going to summon Daniel for his pit and peak of the trip. This is what the Kardashians do on Keeping Up with the Kardashians. So, Dan, what is your pit and peak? Oh, look at him. What is your pit and peak of the trip?
I really liked the water park.
So that was your peak?
I just wish there was more time.
Yeah, like I said, go early so you've got like the full thing, or get a fast pass.
I think a bit of both.
Yeah.
I really liked the food last night where we were.
Yeah.
And I liked riding around in the rolls.
Of course you did.
Why are you shaking your head?
I'm not shaking my head, I'm just laughing.
You've got to enjoy these things in life, okay? When was the last time you went in a Rolls Royce?
Never. I didn't even realise I was in one. I'm dumb. What was your pit?
The worst part?
Yeah.
Probably that first interview.
Yeah, his first interview. I mean, it didn't go bad, but like, it just wasn't what you were expecting.
Yeah. No, it didn't. Well, I don't think it went bad from my end. It was just what they offered to their employees.
Yeah,
it was like not what you'd expect from Dubai.
It wasn't like.
I mean, the quote from there was, you know, the takeaway was when she said, "Oh yeah, so when you first come in, you're probably gonna have to surf for 2 months."
Yeah, I don't think anyone moves to Dubai with the intention of surfing for months.
No, habibi. So those are probably my best bits. I did really enjoy actually dressing up. The Halloween celebrations were really big here.
Yeah.
They really know how to do it, don't they? They don't half-ass it.
Yeah, Halloween was fun. My peak was... Actually, I'd probably say the water park as well. Probably the water park, and also just the amount of like perfume shops. I would genuinely say next to like activewear, my next obsession is fragrance. Like I just love it. I think it's great. And Dubai Mall is quite cool. However, it is like, realistically, if you just wanted to like go and like scope around and shop around, it's too big. Like you need to know where you want to go and go there. Does that make sense? Like it's not like Trafford Centre where you can just walk around.
No, and you
like
need to use the boards in there to find where everything is, otherwise you're going to get lost.
Yeah, don't use maps on your phone. We did that and it took us to a Creed store that didn't even exist, so...
Take your walking shoes if you go in there.
Take your walking boots, pits. It's not super... It is... You can walk places, but it's not... I've definitely realised we take for granted in England how easy it is to just walk around. 1 second, I feel like this is so bright. We definitely take for granted how easy it is to just walk around in England. So that would be one pit. Another pit would be, not like a specific incident, but I just feel like, other than the man in the perfume shop in Hindal Oud, who was really, really nice and really, really helpful, I think we've been quite unfortunate with people here that we bumped into, and obviously I'm not saying that everyone that lives here is rude or cold, but quite a lot of rude / cold incidences. I don't know if it's a marketing thing, because I was saying this to Lauren yesterday, like apparently with designer stores and stuff, and I don't know if it's the same here because like it's like everything's quite expensive, but with designer stores apparently it's a marketing tactic that they sort of make you feel a bit shit and aren't super nice to you, so that you sort of feel like your ego gets damaged, so that you want to buy something to prove that you can afford it. And I don't know if it's the same with like service stuff over here, but it's just on me it doesn't work. It just makes me think get me out of this establishment.
Yeah, that was definitely actually one of my pits last night when we tried to go into Sailor V, and
oh my god,
to have like a few drinks and get some nice photos. And she was like, yeah, okay, 4 of you standing at the bar, yeah, 250 dirham minimum spend. Like
Each.
Where are you gonna put that bill, bro? Like, there's no table. What are you gonna do? Just like.
So it was £1,000, not UK, but £1,000 between us in dirhams to stand around minimum spend. Like, there just shouldn't be a minimum spend when you are standing up somewhere. Like, that just makes no sense. What's the minimum? Like, am I taking up? Maybe I am taking up floor space, but it didn't look busy. There was no queue. Actually, there was quite a lot of people outside leaving, so.
There was no queue. Last time I came, there was a queue.
Yeah.
A big queue. And this time there was no queue, and it was just a bit. It was just her demeanour as well at the front there. She was like, yeah, 250 minimum spend sort of thing.
Yeah, it's
like,
very, very, very.
How are you justifying that?
Very expensive.
Because now you're going to get 0.
Yeah. I'd also say actually another peak is, just to end it on a positive note, as being the food. Like, I always get questions when I come away about what I do with diet and stuff, and honestly, like, when I'm away I don't really pay that much attention to my diet, other than trying to make sure I have 3 meals a day. That's all I try and do, because I don't get a huge appetite in the heat, but I do like to try and make sure I'm eating enough. But the food here has been really good. We've not really had like a bad meal since we've been here, so that's another peak as well. But yeah, when I'm away, guys, honestly, I'm eating whatever. Like, I think yesterday I got a salad for my lunch, and that was probably the most micronutrients I've had in a dish in the whole week. I'm not saying that's like healthy or the best thing to do, but yeah, every single meal has been nice. The food has been good. But yeah, we are going to end this vlog here. I am picking up another vlog not immediately, but I've got another memory card packed. I still don't know if I'm allowed to say where I'm going, so because I'm posting this tomorrow, I don't know if I'm allowed to say where I'm going, but I'm going on a very exciting trip. I'm going on my own. I'm flying back to London, and then I'm straight away staying in the airport, and then going somewhere else.
You know, so you're going to Turkey. You can bleep that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to say. I'm assuming I'll be allowed to say where I am. I just can't say what it's for, but it's very, very, very exciting. I won't bore you with it. I'll save that for the vlog, which I don't know when you'll see that next vlog, but this one hopefully tomorrow. I hope you have enjoyed the Dubai vlog. Yeah, let me know what you thought of the vlog, guys. Let me know if you're interested in coming to Dubai. Is it somewhere on your list?
Peace.
And I'm probably going to film like a Q&A whilst I'm in my hotel room in Turkey, so if anyone's got any questions about Dubai or like thoughts and stuff, I can probably answer them in that video, so just leave them in the comments below and I will go over that in my next video. But thank you for watching. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. Give the video a thumbs up because it massively helps me out. And yeah, just a little thank you as well, because if I didn't do the job that I do, I wouldn't be able to like come away abroad for a week whilst Dan's got 2 interviews. Like, if I had a normal job, I probably wouldn't be able to do that. Well, I definitely wouldn't be able to do that. So thank you, because I'm partially only able to do this because of my job, which I'm only able to do my job because of you guys. So thank you. It's been a nice trip, very cool to experience a country and a city that I've never ever been to before, and just something very different to anything I've ever experienced before. So yes, have a gorgeous Sunday evening. Hopefully this goes up tomorrow. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But yeah, I will see you in my next video, which will not be the next vlog, but it's coming. I just don't know when. Hello, welcome back to another YouTube video. This is going to be the first video I'm dropping for Alphalete's Black Friday. I know I've got a lot of people on here that don't have Instagram. I just want to explain because I feel really shit that my actual review haul is going to go up so much later than everyone else's. I've essentially been receiving my stuff 5 days later than everyone else. My amplifier came in 5 days later than everyone else, and I'm still missing over 50% of the stuff I need to do that haul. I'm missing all the new Aura pieces, and the halter bras haven't come in yet either. I'm filming this on Sunday. This video is probably going to go up today. I've got 4 days for my stuff to come and to have time to do the haul, review. I want to be able to test things properly. The good news is I have been able to test the amplify before I do that haul and review, but I just wanted to explain why there is no haul yet and why mine's going up late. I really like being timely with things. You guys know the past 4 years I've tried to be speedy whilst also being thorough, but my stuff is coming in so much later than everyone else's this time. So yeah, I'm really sorry, but you have my words. You are gonna have that video by Tuesday night, Wednesday morning at the latest. I don't care if it means I'm up till 3 AM editing. I want you guys to have ample time because the sale is a bit different this year. If you're an OG, you will remember that the sales used to work like this. It's much simpler. They're not doing what they did last year with the whole week-long spiel. It is starting on Friday, Black Friday, 24th of November at 6 AM UK time. 6 AM, not PM. I've had a lot of people saying, do you mean PM? No, I mean AM because it's starting at midnight in Texas. So 12 PM CST when Thursday goes into Friday. That is when the sale goes live, and it is continuing through till Tuesday, I believe. I will check that and I will put it on the screen. But yeah, the discounts are staying exactly as they are when they go live on Friday through to the end of the sale, and it's just over the weekend this time. It's not like a 1.5 week job. And also, yes, it is a little bit different this year with it starting on actual Black Friday and at midnight, so that means you might need to set alarms to get up, but I don't mind it, to be honest. This is really nostalgic for me. I remember in 2018 buying myself 4 pairs of Revival leggings, set my alarm for 6 AM to get up and get them so that my mum could give me them for Christmas. And my first couple, was it my first 2? I think it was just my first one. Black Friday working with Alphalete was also a 6 AM job, so I love it. We'll be getting up at 5 AM UK time to make sure I've answered any last minute DMs, which reminds me, if you guys have any questions about anything whatsoever regarding the sale, regarding top picks, regarding the new items dropping, you can send me a message on Instagram, and I promise, pinky promise, I will get back to you before that sale goes live. Promise. But that's just an explanation on why this video is coming up. I did this video last year and you guys really liked it. I'm gonna be a little bit more organised this year. I've got myself a rail, so we're gonna try and be a little bit more organised. And for all these items, I have done lookbooks in previous videos to show you exactly how these look on and also colours they go with, but I will signpost how I've been wearing these. And this is essentially, it's a mixture. It is my most worn for the majority items of the past year, in the gym, out of the gym, but it is also going to be some honourable mentions where maybe I haven't worn it a ton in the past year, but I have previously, or it's just not my jam, but I think if it is someone's jam, it's a really good, high quality piece. Couple housekeeping bits to go over before we get into this haul. The first thing is I am doing a giveaway for Black Friday. I've been doing these since I started working with Alphalete, and I like to always try do something a little bit more special for you guys for Black Friday. I save up for these. Every single penny is coming from my bank account. This is not a collaboration with Alphalete. Everything in my giveaways this year, other than one for the birthday sale, it comes out of my bank account. I pay for these myself. So we've got 2 giveaways, and I will leave all the details below. I really don't want to spend too long boring you with it, although I'm sure a lot of you won't find it boring. But essentially we have one giveaway which is going to be, yes, for people shopping over Black Friday, but my other giveaway, and this is something I think is so important and it's something I always do because it is firmly what I believe in. This has not changed. Is having a giveaway for you guys. That means you don't have to be shopping the Black Friday sale to enter. So if you've used my code at any point from the start of this year up until the end of November, you are eligible to enter that giveaway, and then I have my Black Friday giveaway as well. So those are the two giveaways, and details will be down below on how you can enter. We are also doing a massive charity give back this month. This month is November. My grand's birthday was in November, and every single November, pretty much since I started my YouTube channel, I've always donated every single penny of AdSense to an Alzheimer's or dementia related charity, and that is not changing this year. We will be doing the exact same thing again. Last April we started our socials donations, where we are essentially donating money every single month, a portion of everything that comes through my social media, AdSense. Obviously this month all my AdSense is going to Alzheimer's, so that's out, but AdSense usually every month, a bit of my retainer from Alphalete, a bit of my commission earned through Alphalete, and anything else that comes through my social media, a portion of that has been donated to various charities since last April. Last November I really wanted to do something bigger and make a bigger commitment to that, and so we are doing that again. And I say we because it's us. This is us giving back as a community. It's not just me, because I wouldn't be able to give back if it wasn't for you guys. So it's something that we all do together, and I've picked out 4 charities that are going to benefit from this. They all deal with the cost of living in the UK and helping people who are really in need. This time of year is a very difficult time of year for a lot of people, and I'm in an incredibly privileged position, so whatever we can do as a community to help out, I want to make sure that we are doing that, and it's really important to me. So yes, we've picked out 4 charities which I will pop on the screen, and these are going to be benefiting from taking a cut of commission. I'm also going to be donating just under half of my retainer from Alphalete for this month, and yeah, we're just going to have a big Christmas spirit giveaway to you guys, but also making sure we're putting stuff back into the community as well. Second housekeeping thing is my product guide, my amplify guide, and maybe a third guide if I've got time. I keep just piling stuff on myself. Will be linked down below in a Google Drive when it's ready. If it's not linked down below this evening, it's because things aren't ready yet. My amplify guide needs updating. I've just finished my product guide. It goes over every single item that is on the website with a review of each item, and yeah, it's very lengthy, but I've given you a contents and all that stuff so you can skip to exactly where you want to go. It's organised by category, so like sports bras, leggings, shorts, and then within categories it's organised by collection. So with leggings you might have surface, alpha luxe, seamless, etc, etc. But yeah, I know my reviews are long. I don't expect people to be watching like 50 hours worth of content in the build up to Black Friday. I feel like making that guide with how long my reviews are, quite frankly, is the least I can do to try and help people out. And I like to round up each of the reviews, so I go over sizing and all that stuff, but I also round it up with worth it, as in would I spend money on it. So for my personal preference, yes or no, and then also worth it as in quality for price, because to be honest, I'm a dumb bitch. Sometimes there's stuff that's really not worth the quality for the price, but I would still buy it. And equally, sometimes there's stuff that's really good quality for the price. It's just not my personal preference, so I wouldn't buy it. So I like to distinguish between the two for you guys. And yes, other guides are coming, but they will be updated. And like I said, if it's not linked below, it's because it's not ready yet, but it will be ready this evening. The product guide should be ready this evening. The Amplify guide might need a little bit more time, but all those resources and everything will be below for you guys. Pricing will be linked below. The document with all the new items that's launching will also be linked down below. There'll just be a lot of links down below, so you can go and find exactly what you need. Final thing I wanted to say, and this is a disclaimer I give every single year, there's so many tips that I can give you for Black Friday and sale periods and not getting overwhelmed. And those are also going to be in my product guide. They're going in the start. I'm going to put some tips in there. Shopping tips for making sure you get what you want, yes. Also tips for making sure that you're not getting caught up in the Black Friday shenanigans, because some of us do. I did last year, and trust me, I bought things in the sale and a year later I've used them once. It was just not worth it. So there's a lot of tips, but the one thing I always want to remind people is, first of all, do not feel pressured to buy, whether it's you want to have the chance to win someone's giveaway. I'm telling you, a lot of people will enter, like especially bigger people, a lot of people enter the giveaways. There's a lot of entries. It's not worth you spending X amount of money on the off chance you might win. So please don't buy something that you don't want just to try and win a giveaway, because the thought of that makes me really, really sad. I hate the thought of anyone doing that. I don't think many people would, but the other thing is, which I don't even want to like patronise you guys, I'm sure you guys know, there's bigger fish to fry than a sale period, and they also do a sale period in February, which isn't actually that long away, and to be honest, some of the stuff, if it survives through this, might be even more heavily discounted in February. So if you're not in a position to shop right now, please don't feel like you need to. And the number one tip, which I got from Garth, King Garth gave me this tip, was if you were not planning on buying something anyway and you buy it just because it's on sale, you didn't save any money. It doesn't matter if the item was £60 and now it's £10. You didn't save £50 because you weren't going to buy it anyway. You spent £10. And ever since my dad explained it like that to me, I'm like, do you know what, Garth? That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that no one is feeling any sort of way, any sort of pressures to buy. This lighting is really annoying, but we're going to have to roll with it, guys, because like I said, we haven't got long until the sale. We are really having to just roll with things. So yeah, I will leave everything linked below. Another thing to note is, yes, we have athlete codes, which are discount codes, which will get you 10% off. Just to clarify, because this happens every single year, the 10% off is not a further 10% off the RRP. It is a 10% off the sale price. So if you see people saying that an item with 10% off is 20% off with their code, it's not. It works out about maybe 17, 18% off. And to be honest, it's about a 50p difference if it's a small order of like one item. But if you are ordering a lot of stuff, it does add up. So do keep in mind, it does get you a further discount of 10%, but it's off the sale price, not the RRP, so keep that in mind. Something else to note is Alphalete do not have a wish list system. Things are not held in your cart. They are not guaranteed in your cart until you have bought them. They don't do cart holds. If it's in your cart, it can sell out at any given moment. Paying with PayPal will always get you through the checkout quicker, PayPal or Apple Pay, because then you don't have to manually type in your address and card details. They're already pre-saved, so I would massively recommend PayPal or Apple Pay. Or having an account with Alphalete so it recognises your address is another way to make sure that you get things that you want. Another thing to note is I asked Dylan, and the website is going to go down on Thursday morning at midnight, so like 1 minute past 12, so that they can prep it for the sale. So if you want to browse the website and make a list, please do so before that time. For my UK ladies, that's about 6 AM Thursday morning. That is when the website is going to be taken down. I also know that not all of you are able to afford to shop Alphalete, and I always feel really, really bad that if you haven't been able to afford to shop Alphalete, you can't enter giveaways, whether it's a monthly one or I'm doing it over the span of a year. I understand that even in the span of a year, some people might have fallen on hard times and not been able to buy, or some people just might have never been able to buy at all, full stop. So in the comments below, I am going to pick 2 to 3 people to give vouchers to that have never bought Alphalete before, and giving them vouchers so that they can shop the sale. And with it being a sale period, you'll be able to make that money stretch a little bit further. Another thing to note is if you are in the US, anything that is 30% off or more is final sale, meaning you cannot return it. However, Alphalete always seem to forget that people outside America exist. If you are ordering from the UK website, so you're from the UK or you're in Europe, all those people order from the UK website. That does not apply to us. It's illegal over here. They are an online only retailer, and so by law they are not allowed to do final sale. They have to give you the chance to return things. So if you are in the UK or the EU, that does not apply to you. It only applies to the US store. So please keep that in mind. Don't let the final sale thing scare you if you're in the UK or EU, because it doesn't apply. If you are in the US, unfortunately, it does apply. So guys, consumer rights just they're not as good. They're not as stringent, and I'm very, very sorry, because I think it's quite insane to have a final sale policy as an online retailer, but each to their own. So I want to start with sports bras. These are, and I've got 2 hangers because I couldn't fit them all on one, my top picks for sports bras. So we have got the Aura Strappy Bra. Yes, this only launched last month, but I meant what I said when I said that this is my favourite sports bra that Alphalete has ever done. It is the only sports bra I have worn since Aura dropped. I'm not joking, like this is the only sports bra I have worn and trained in since Aura dropped. I love this sports bra. It's so minimal, it's so pretty, it's so just beautiful. It does not work for large natural chests, let me make that super, super clear. Alphalete say this is for A to B cups. I would say this is for, I would say A to C cups can get away with it naturally, and then if you have implants you can get away with things a little bit more. I'm a 32DD, but they are implants, and a size small fits me well. Sizing advice for this, I would say these are pretty true to size. If you are between sizes, I would recommend you size up, not down, but they are super minimal bras, darts underneath to really like help cup the boobs. They make the boobs look incredible, incredibly flattering on, like I said, smaller chests, yes, but also like medium-sized natural chests and implants as well. And then at the back, super strappy, super open, and they have adjustable straps, which I tend to wear on the loosest. Now, in terms of any digging in, I find these uncomfortable after about 4 hours wear, so it's nothing crazy, it's nothing like the Wonder Bra, and I honestly find these really, really comfortable, and so far I've had very good feedback from girls who have bought these. These definitely do not work for naturally big boobs. I've had a few messages about that, and if you have a wider back, you may want to consider sizing up. I did have a few messages about that as well, so yeah, true to size, but if you have a wider back or you are between sizes, I would definitely say to go with the size up. The only thing to note is these do not come with padding, and there are no padding slits, so keep that in mind. But I always remove the padding anyway, so for me it's really not a problem, and I love these. I actually bought them in every single colour when they dropped, so I've got the white, I've got the black, I've got cashmere, I've got pewter, I've got sand, and I've got porcelain now. So some may say she is truly obsessed. Yeah, I am absolutely obsessed with these sports bras. Moving on to the next, we've got the Pulse Balance Bra. Now, these aren't available in like a ton of sizes, but some of the colours do still have sizes available. I have checked so that I've not included things that are no longer available. I wear a size small in these. I would say if you are between sizes, definitely size up, but these are definitely true to size. The first time they dropped, they were definitely running super snug, whereas now I would say true to size, but again they do lean a little on the snug side, so if you are between sizes, sizing up would be a good option. But yeah, these are insanely flattering. Support-wise, obviously a lot more supportive than the strappy bra. That is no support. Not even, I wouldn't even say low support. It's no support. The balance bra I would put down as a medium support for me. It's really like, it's just nice. It's compressive. It's tight. The fabric is more of a slick performance fabric as opposed to the Auras, which are like a brushed cotton, super comfortable fabric. Both comfortable, but yeah, these also do come with padding, and they do come with slits for padding as well. I just take them out. And my most worn colours is lilac and luxury green. I love this green. It goes really, really nicely with the new Sage Amplify that's dropping. And I've worn these a lot. I wear them for weight training, I wear them for cardio. When I was doing classes where I was doing running, I was also choosing these as my sports bra of choice. It's honestly one of the nicest sports bras that Alphalete does. Really good quality and very flattering on the chest as well. They're sort of like a square neckline. I absolutely love these, and I really do feel like the Pulse bras in particular, because the kinetic bra is really nice as well. I feel like the Pulse bras are really slept on, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like they are. I'm definitely gonna mess up these hangers as I'm putting things back on. So, moving on, we have then got the Tri bras. These are just a tried and true bra for me, and this year I've obviously worn the white and black a lot, but Alphalete have actually done a lot of very pretty colour drops this year, and so a neutral girly has been venturing out, and the sports bras that I've found paired with most things, Maybe not the Rapids one, to be honest, but I just think this is such a beautiful colour, so that's why I included it. And if you are a blue girl, this is an insanely beautiful colour. But the Thundercloud colour, of course, white, black, of course, it's always staples. But the Ivy colour and Pink Sands, which is sadly no longer available, but if you can find this on resale, please do, because I've been in my pink and green era, like Starburst vibes, like drumstick vibes. I love this sort of pink and green together. So this green I've been loving with Cotton Candy, and to be honest, all the pinks that they've dropped this year. I really think that Ivy Bra is one of the most versatile colours for a colourful colour from Alphalete. In terms of the sports bra itself, I wear these in a size small. Again, I am a size small, so these are true to size. They are not as minimal as the Aura bras, but they are more on the minimal side. The branding is on the front in raised silicone. They sort of have like a scoop neckline, it comes around here, and then it's called a tri-bra because it has the 3 straps at the back. Very comfortable. I would say low to medium support. Medium support, like, it sneaks into medium support for implants, in my opinion. Natural boobs, probably not, but for implants, these honestly aren't that bad. I can do like pretty decent cardio in these. Yeah, I really like these. And if you can snag that Ivy colour and you've got a lot of greens, a lot of pinks, even like greys in your wardrobe, definitely snag it in the Ivy colour. Beautiful. Again, they do come with padding. I always take mine out, but they obviously have the slits for it. I do love the Rapids colour though, guys. It's not as easy to pair, but it looks really good with black. It gives a nice pop of colour to grey, and of course it goes with blues as well. And it's a very vibrant blue colour. So yeah, these are my top 3 most worn tri-bra colours. And yeah, the tri-bra is, again, one of my most worn bras of the year. We have got the Surface Wrap Bra on one side. Let me hang it back on so I can just pull one off. And I've got these in mocha and whale blue, and I've got it in the grey. I would say I've worn the mocha the most, but these sports bras, again, are really good, and I found myself reaching for these a lot since they dropped last Black Friday. Sizing wise, I would say, honestly, you can size down in these. I'm rarely an extra small in Alphalete sports bras anymore, since they sort of fixed the sizing and made them more true to size now. They used to fit really big, but like over the past year, that's kind of changed, and I'm pretty much a small in pretty much all their sports bras. But in the wrap bra, I got smalls and extra smalls, and I just feel more secure in an extra small. I feel like I have less sort of gaping in the front here. So I would say if you are ever sort of teetering between sizes with Alphalete, you can definitely go with a size down. And also, if you are someone who has a flat chest or you're very narrow around the titty region, I would definitely recommend that you go with a size down. Incredibly flattering from the front, also very flattering from the back with the racer back. And yeah, I didn't think I was going to reach for these a lot, but I definitely have. And again, they do come with padding. I just take mine out and remove them. And yeah, my most worn in that is probably the mocha colour, but the whale blue and the grey is incredible as well. Moving on to our final sports bra. You might be shocked to see this, because when I reviewed the Amplify Contour bras, I said that I wasn't, that impressed with these. And what I meant by that was they're not bad, they're just not anything groundbreaking. And I still stand by the fact, these being priced full price at I think they were about £48. They were like £2 cheaper than a short. Is insanity. It is not worth it at full price, but I believe these are quite decently discounted. I need to check, but I'm pretty sure these might be 30% off, and for 30% off, definitely would pick one up, because I have been wearing them a lot. But what I have to keep in mind is I might wear something a lot, but if I wasn't getting sent it for free, would I be paying £48 for it? Absolutely not. And to be honest, if I paid £48 for this, I would have been it's not bad, it's just why is that £48? But in the sale, it's going to be discounted, so yeah, they can get away with it. This has been one of my most worn sports bras again since it dropped. It's now been replaced by the strappy bra, but until those dropped, again, I was pretty much exclusively wearing these between the contour drop and the aura drop. This is in the sand colour. I've also got it here in the mocha colour as well, and the pewter colour, and these are definitely like the most versatile colours in this bra and the ones I would recommend the most, especially with pewter being a sort of greyish brown. It goes with all browns, it goes with all greys, and then these two pair beautifully with any neutral you've got from Alphalete. Hazelnut, linen, chai, mocha, all the neutrals from the contour they go with, they match with really well. You can mix and match. You can match it with the aura bottoms if you want to have like more of a comfort legging with a seamless bra. Honestly, like incredible matching options if you are a neutral girl. In terms of the actual bra itself, obviously it's seamless, these are super stretchy, and they are very minimal. Not as minimal as the strappy bra, of course, but they are very minimal in the boob region, so a lot of itty bitty chitty comedy girls love these. If you have naturally very big boobs, you can go and watch my Amplify Contour on multiple sizes video. These do not work on naturally big boobs. Like, they do not, like she had to keep a t-shirt on. It does not work if you've got naturally very big boobs. But if you are sort of smaller in the chest, medium sized in the chest, or if you've got implants, you will be completely fine in this bra. But yeah, it's very minimal in the front and then racer back with a cutout at the back. And to be honest, sand and mocha I've worn an awful lot. Sizing wise for these, I wear a size small. I probably could do an extra small, but a small fits my boobs in them very nicely because, as you can see, there isn't a ton of like space for your boobs, so a small is fine for me. But I did see everyone else's reviews, and I know that if you have a smaller chest, 100% size down in these. Everyone with a smaller chest was saying to size down in these, so definitely do. If you are between sizes with Alphalete, I would also say to size down and take your smaller size. But if you are pretty much always one size in Alphalete, I would honestly say you can just go true to size, especially if you have boobs. If you don't have boobs, size down, but if you've got boobies, go your normal size and you'll be fine. But obviously the naturally very blessed girls, I would avoid this bra. It's a low support bra, but it's been absolutely perfect for me for training in, doing my weights and stuff. Cardio, I wouldn't touch it, but weights, we've been completely fine. I've enjoyed it. Okay, we are now moving on to shorts, and the shorts that I'm going to show you first are all with the updated fit. So the ones I'm going to go through first is the contour short, which I will go through in a second, and these are the brights. Now, if you watch my review of these, essentially what they did was they just made the whole short fit a lot smaller. They said that they loosened the waistband. I don't think they did. This drop was pretty snug for me. There was a lot less excess fabric over the hips, which was really good for me because I've got quite narrow hips, so I was very happy about that. But I've got quite a my torso is long by like an inch, but my belly button sits quite high, and I don't like having my belly button out, so I was not, I'm going to be honest, it's not like my absolute favourite fit in terms of the rise. I wish that I understand that short people were really having to roll the waistband, but I really wish that they would like not just tweak things for short people. Let's also acknowledge the fact that, okay, this might not work for short people. Maybe we should offer another rise option for short people rather than just tweaking the whole thing to fit short people, because I know a lot of taller girls don't like the new fit because it sits at them and cuts into them at a very strange point on their stomach, so do keep that in mind. However, having said that, I went up to a medium in the shorts, and the medium in the shorts is a lot better. So if you are someone who is conscious of rolling, or you want to try and get a little bit of extra rise and length, because these are a 4.5 inch inseam short, however they fit like a 3.5 because the rolling is really severe and the whole like rise was dropped by about an inch, which is quite a big difference, to be honest. you can definitely consider sizing up in these shorts. They're very, very short. They do roll a lot, etc, etc. However, these are going in my top picks because one of the things I love about these is they shorten the scrunch in the back, and they shorten the whole situation in the back, which means the scrunch was a lot, not a lot, but like it did look considerably better than, for example, the birthday launch. It wasn't like so far up the lower back region, so I do really like that about these shorts. And cotton candy, it's very thin, it's very sheer, I'm just being honest, but have I worn it a lot? Yes, I've probably worn this. It's probably one of, well, the reason why it's included is because it's one of my most worn colours of the year. So as much as like the fabric isn't the best, they're quite sheer. On sale, the shorts are really, really cute, and they're not that badly priced either. And also, if you've not given the updated fit a go because you were worried, now might be a good time to try and give it a go, with it being a little bit cheaper. But something about this colour, because it's so light, and then the updated fit in the back, my glutes look really, really good in these. So yeah, if you are between sizes in the shorts, I would definitely recommend that you go with a size up. You can stay true to size if you are not bothered about rolling and you're on the shorter side, but if you are on the taller side, don't panic about getting a size up. Like, I'm not a medium in anything. My measurements, other than I think my glutes might be a medium, I'm not entirely sure. Probably not at the moment. I've not been training that great. But my waist isn't a medium, but this is not loose on me. It's still a decent level of compression, and yeah, I'm being honest, the fabric isn't great. They're quite sheer, but I can get away with it in my gym's lighting, and I've worn them a lot. And like, I really have worn them a lot. Emerald green, I've also reached for a lot. This colour is beautiful. Like, it's so unique, and I don't have anything like this in my wardrobe. And then Galactic Ocean, I have not worn this a lot. However, I'm giving it an honourable mention because this fabric is one of the thickest fabrics Alphalete has dropped this year. It's a really, like, much more compressive through the leg and not as tight, like super sheer, very thin fabric. So if you are in the US, I believe Galactic Ocean has good stock still, and I would definitely recommend trying to pick up the leggings in particular. I really wish I'd got the leggings in these, but these do fit very snug, so I would definitely say to size up in this colourway. But yeah, I've not worn these a lot, but these are an honourable mention because the fabric on these is a lot more durable, shall we say, than the other colours that were in this drop. And to be honest, then, it's more durable than most colours that have dropped this year. Moving on to, honestly, this is probably, next to the bikers, this is the most flattering short Alphalete have ever done. It makes the bunda bunda. Like, it will make you wonder at how much the bunda can bunda. Like, it is so good. And it is the contour short. The colours I've picked to show you are Sand. The Discord girls know, when Sand came out, I was so obsessed with this colour, and I still am. I'm like, y equals MC squared? No, y equals Sand. Any question anyone asks you, the answer is Sand, because it's just such a nice, warm, mild, beautiful brown. I genuinely prefer it to mocha. Like, I think it's a stunning brown, original mocha I mean. And then you've got contour mocha, which is a little bit more grey sort of toned than Sand, and then original mocha. But yeah, if you are picking up one colour in the contour stuff, Sand is like the best colour. It's so good. But Sand, mocha and porcelain, because these are the lightest shades, they make your arse look incredible, they make the bunda, and they are incredibly flattering. And to be honest, in the shorts, the leggings I don't like, but in the shorts, these aren't actually that bad for squat proofness, surprisingly, because the fabric feels quite thin, but for whatever reason, these are actually okay on me for squat proofness. They're not awful. Porcelain isn't great, but honestly, Sand and mocha are okay. I wear them with a nude thong and I'm completely fine. Sizing wise for these, I wear a size small. I would recommend you stay true to size, and if you are between sizes, you can try a size up if you wish to, but do keep in mind, I find the contour bands stretch out a lot more than the normal Amplify ones do, and they don't really retain their shape as well. Like, I've got medium cotton candy shorts that still fit me with good compression. I got medium contour shorts in pewter, and they've just sort of stretched out and they don't really fit me or give me any compression. So I would say generally to stay true to size, but if you are between sizes with Amplify always, I would recommend that you try the size up instead of going with the size down. Unless of course you like a super like suffocating fit. I just personally don't, and especially with the shorts, you get less rolling when you go up. These are a 5-inch inseam, but to be honest, they fit very, 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 very similar to the 4.5. It's only half an inch difference. These are also the updated fit, but I do find that these sit a little higher on me than the cotton candy drop. And of course the scrunch is like the updated scrunch, so it's shorter in the back. These make your arse look incredible. Like I said, they've got a slightly thicker bottom band than normal Amplify shorts do, which really just like, it rolls up a little bit and then it just pushes the glutes up and they look phenomenal. They also have really subtle glute contouring as well, which just sort of scoops around. It's not compressive, it doesn't like actually lift your glutes, but it really adds a nice subtle flattering contour. Now you might be surprised that I'm including these because, well, to be honest, you shouldn't be, because if you follow me on Instagram, like, I've worn these. These have pretty much been the only gym short I've worn since they dropped. Like, I've just been obsessed with these, especially the sand colour. However, I did say in my haul, this fabric is very fluffy. They pilled very quickly. After one day, my mocha shorts looked like someone had thrown me into a bush and I'd only been to the gym. You cannot sit on the gym floor in these. You need to be careful with gym bags. It will pill the material. The material isn't great and it's not durable, and I've had a lot of messages about the leggings waffle ripping. I would honestly avoid the leggings, even at 30% off. I think it's ridiculous that so many people have had issues with them. However, with the shorts, you don't have the waffle, so you don't have that, but you do have the pilling issue. However, at 30% off, I do think these are worth a little bit of a go. If you've not tried them and you were intrigued, I would say they're worth a go. And I'm just being honest, like, they might not be worth the full price considering the fabric and how like delicate they are and how non-durable they are, but do I think they are worth, like, really worth a try at 30% off? Yeah, I do. And I'm pretty confident in saying most people will love these. Very flattering on the glutes. Next to the bikers, my second most glute flattering short that Alphalete does. On to a few more shorts. I just want to show you some of my favourite colours that I have loved this year. So we have got on the right hand side over here, we've got linen and hazelnut. They are very similar colours. Linen is slightly more creamy and less yellow. Hazelnut has a little bit more yellow in it. They do pill, as you can see, my linen have like very much bobbled on the butt. They look a little funky, and yes, you can have issues with sheerness, but with nude underwear, with my skin tone, I have been finding these. And if you follow me on Instagram, you know hazelnut, when it came out, was one of my most worn colours, and when linen came out, it overtook hazelnut, but I've still gone between the two wearing them. They are a 4.5-inch inseam short, and they are the old fit, so they are much taller. They're about an inch taller at the front. They cover your belly button. They're much more high-waisted, so if you're taller or you like more high-waisted, less of a sort of mid to high rise, you will prefer the old fit. Anything before June is the old fit on the Alphalete website. Very, very, very beautiful neutral colours. They go with pretty much anything. It's been a running joke. Even like the brights that launched go with linen. Like every single thing that they have dropped pretty much goes with linen. Hazelnut can be a little bit funky because it's got a bit more yellow in it, but linen, I have to put it in my top picks because I've worn it to death since it dropped in February. In the linen and the hazelnut, I wear a size small. They fit true to size. I would honestly say to just go true to size. If you are between sizes, you can definitely go with a size up. Then moving on, we've got the 6.5-inch bikers. I have got these to show you in sapphire and chai because these are my most worn colours in the bikers. Chai is actually like, again, it will pill, but this is definitely a slightly sturdier fabric than, you know, this drop. wasn't very sturdy. My sapphire are pretty sturdy, to be honest, but the other colours like jade and magenta and stuff are very, 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 very soft. Mystic blue is incredibly soft and like just bobbles. My sapphire came in a bit thicker. I know some people's didn't, but mine is a little thicker and it's not as brushed. So my sapphire has held up very well, and I've not actually, I have a like fabric shaver. I've not fabric shaved these, and I've worn them quite a lot and they still look pretty brand new. So I'm pretty impressed with those. Chai I have fabric shaved, but yeah, chai in particular is one of my most worn colours this year. I'm not sure if these bikers are still in stock, but if they are across any of the sites, these would be my two top picks for colours in the bikers. They don't roll as bad as a 4.5, but they do still roll slightly, so keep that in mind. Sizing wise in the bikers, I can do an extra small or a small because the bikers, since they relaunched in February, they're not as tapered as the 4.5 inch shorts are. So I can do extra small or a small in the bikers. I probably prefer an extra small, to be honest, whereas in the 4.5 shorts, I'm always a size small in those now, but with the bikers, I can do extra small or small. It's not a huge difference. If I had to pick, I would go with a size extra small. So if you are between sizes, I would say with the bikers, you can size down because the waist isn't as tapered, but otherwise, I would stay true to size. I wouldn't say if you're a whole size up, you need to size down. They don't run huge, but if you're between, and you can go between, I would go with the size down. Then finally, we have two colours which dropped last year, so these are going to be very discounted, but we've got Digital Violet and Pixel Pink. Again, these are very beautiful brights, but not too bright. They go really well with greys, they go really well with creamy sort of tones, especially Digital Violet. I love it with like creamy tones. They go with a lot of things, and Digital Violet for me is one of the better fabrics that Alphalete has put out since Amplify went weird in June 2021. My Digital Violet are a lot thicker. They have pilled a little bit, but they're not quite as fluffy as some of my other Amplifies. Pixel Pink, again, same again, to be honest. It's a little bit rougher in texture. It's not super soft, so it doesn't pill as bad, but it is quite sheer, so do keep that in mind. If I was picking one of these, I'd go with Digital Violet over Pixel Pink, but these are some of my most worn Amplify colours of the year. Yeah, these are all the old fit, so this was before they dropped the rise. So if you prefer a more high-waisted fit, you want anything on the side that is before June, just keep in mind the scrunch looks a little long on these, but if you've got a big enough arse, it won't make a difference. If you don't, you might notice it a little bit more. But yeah, these are some of my most worn favourite Amplify short colours, just standard shorts before they updated things. Final honourable mention for shorts, which I just wanted to mention, which I have actually worn quite a bit over the past few months. I don't know what's come over me, but I've been wearing my Wonder shorts a little bit more. Sometimes I just don't want the compression from Amplify. These are a slightly more compressive, non-seamless short, but they're not super compressive. They just fit a little bit snug. Yeah, they're very, 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 very comfortable to wear. They don't have a front seam. They've got like a dipped seam in the back, which is very flattering on the glutes without needing a scrunch. Alphalete in the raised silicone rubber logo, and they are like a 5-inch inseam, I believe. These do roll, but they don't roll up over your arse cheek. They make your glutes look really, really good, and if you are in the market for a non-seamless, more comfortable short, the Wonder short or the Aura short would be a really, really good option. It's not a personal top pick, like, oh my god, most worn, because like, it's not like one of my most worn items. However, I do think if you're in the market for a non-seamless, more comfortable short for training in, the Wonder short and the Aura are pretty good. Only thing to be aware of is these do pill, and sizing wise for the Wonder short, I would recommend if you are between sizes, you go with the size up. Otherwise, stay true to size. I wear a size small, and these are completely fine on me. With the Aura, I would say you can stay true to size or size down. They're not compressive at all. These are a bit more compressive, and they're very, 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 very very buttery soft and stretchy. These are a little bit more slick. They both will peel over time, so keep that in mind. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that as a non-seamless option. Okay, moving on to leggings really quickly. These are actually my most worn. These ones are sort of like a last minute entry, but I've got them on in black right now, and I just know that in the next year I'm going to wear these a lot as my errand leggings. So leggings wise, I'm not a huge fan of leggings because I don't like wearing them for training in. I tend to train more in shorts, which is why I've given you a lot more short recommendations than I have leggings. For me, leggings are more errands, which does drive my colour choice, my preferences, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to explain why there's so many more shorts compared to leggings. But if I had to pick my top 3 most worn leggings for the gym, but also for errands, for the gym, for upper body days, I have actually been wearing my electric purple Amplify quite a bit. They're a little bit thicker than the other colours that were in that drop. Not super thick, they're not as thick as Galactic Ocean, but they're a little bit thicker. And I just think it's a really beautiful colour. Purple isn't something I wear much, but every single time I wear purple, everyone says, that's your colour, you should wear it more. So I'm trying to wear more purple, and it looks really crisp with like a white bandeau or anything like that. So electric purple Amplify leggings I have worn. It's probably it is my most worn colourful Amplify legging of the year. By the way, I'm trying to keep this to things that are still in stock on the website. Honestly, I wear my OG Amplify leggings a lot more than I do the new ones, but they're not in that, they don't sell them anymore, so there's no point in me including them in this video. So these are like my second best. Here I've got a black legging. This is the contour black legging, however, I do prefer normal black Amplify. The updated fit black in particular is pretty thick, to be honest. With that being said, I would say, even though I'm wearing a size small in both of these, I would say with the black, if you are between sizes, size up, black fits quite tight. A size small is okay on me, but honestly I could probably wear a medium and it would still give me some compression, but a size small is fine. So I would say to stay true to size or size up in the black because it can fit snug. The black is also a lot thicker than other colours. The fabric feels nicer, it's not quite as soft, and it feels a bit more sturdy. I wear black Amplify for running errands and stuff like that, so a pair of black Amplify you cannot go wrong with, and I think they've still got quite a lot in the updated fit, but if they don't, they do have the contour option, but just be like wary of the fact that a lot of people have had issues with the waffle ripping, so do keep that in mind. But yeah, these are the contour ones. Then we have got the Aura legging. Now these only dropped a month ago, but as you can see I bought new colours. I only got sand and pewter, and I ordered cashmere and black because I know that these are replacing my essential leggings, which Alphalete don't sell anymore. Otherwise, trust me, they'd be in this video. They are an incredible legging, but they don't sell them anymore. This is a new fabric. It's thinner, it's less compressive, it's a lot more brushed. It's like Lulu Align pants, and it's perfect for running errands in. For me personally, I have trained in the Aura leggings, and to be honest, I wasn't mad at it. I did like them, but I do have to readjust a lot, which I don't with Amplify. And also just the brushed cotton, it doesn't feel that weight training appropriate. It feels like, you know, these will pill over time anyway. I don't want to speed that process up by dragging barbells across them. They're more of like a low impact workout legging, like Pilates, yoga, which I don't do any of, or an errand legging for me. So I wanted to mention those as well. And if you're in the market for a comfortable legging, I cannot recommend these enough. Only thing to note is I would recommend you get one of the colours from the past drop, not the new drop, because the logoing on these is a lot nicer. It says Alphalete on the back. The new ones have got Alphalete on the leg, following like a curved seam, and I don't like it on anyone I've seen it on. I think it looks better on the back. So yeah, those are my top 3 leggings: a black Amplify, my electric purple Amplify, and my Aura leggings. Okay, we're going to venture into tops now, and I've only got 2 like gym top favourites from this year because, to be honest, Alphalete really haven't been dropping much heat when it comes to, honestly, when it comes to actual like gym attire. They're starting to pick back up now, but over summer it was pump covers and pyjamas. So we've not had a ton of like really cute designs or like fresh designs. However, my top two like cover up gym tops that are a bit cuter and not pump covers, which we'll go on to in a second, is the Aura Shrug. Now this surprised me because when these came out, I even said in my video, I'm not sure how much use I'm going to get out of these. It's not really my thing. The more I wear these, the more I really like them. That being said, even at sale price, because these are only going to be like 10% off and then 10% off the sale price with an athlete code, not going to be a huge discount. So if a shrug is not your thing, definitely don't bother picking one up because it's going to be a waste of money if you're not going to get your use out of them. They are like scary looking, they are funky looking, but I've really enjoyed wearing these and I've been reaching for them quite a lot, both in the gym and also if I want like a cute errands fit. I have actually been wearing these. It is getting a lot colder, so these will probably be retired for me now until spring because hello, like there's not much fabric to it, but for in the gym I will definitely be wearing these over winter. It's nice to sort of have like your armpits out so they can breathe but have a bit more coverage on your arms. It's really nice and I wasn't expecting to like them. And then sizing wise for these, I would say to stay true to size, or if you are like tiny arms, tiny everything, you can definitely size down. But if you have a like bigger chest, which I do, and my implants sit quite high, I actually prefer a medium in the shrug because the small like digs in here funny. So keep that in mind. But generally they are true to size, or you can size down because they're super stretchy. But if you have bigger boobs or boobs that sit a bit higher up, or you store like a lot of like body fat around this region, you might want to consider taking a size up potentially. My other top that I have really liked that they've dropped this year is the Stratus tank. I actually prefer these to the Amplify tanks because I prefer the fact that it's just very plain on the front and there's no branding. The branding is on the back on these. And I don't know, I've really preferred these two, the Amplify ones. They are not quite as giving as the Amplify ones. Like the wrist cuffs on these are a little bit snug, so if you are between sizes, I would recommend that you size up in the Stratus long sleeves. But these are really cute. They're quite thin, they're quite breathable, they are not sweat proof, they will show sweat, but I've been wearing these honestly quite a lot. This is in the colour Shadow, which goes with quite a lot of things, especially deep neutrals, but they've got some brighter colours on the website. They've got like magenta, jade, sapphire, and I think of any others. They've got quite a few different colours of these. I'm not sure which are still in stock, but definitely worth checking out if you are interested in like a crop long sleeve. And like I said, they're very like thin and very breathable material. So yeah, this year for Alphalete was really the year of the t-shirt. They dropped so many fucking t-shirts. I literally like saw a girl in my gym wearing an Alphalete pump cover once and plucked up the courage to say to her, would you like some more pump covers? And I gave her like a bag full. Like that is how many t-shirts they have released this year. I have had way too many and I've, as a consequence, given a lot away. However, I do have some favourites and I do have some most worns, and especially with quite a few of the t-shirts being a really good discount. I think Alphalete t-shirts are good quality anyway, to be honest, and so does my dad. He has a heavy cotton pump cover and he thinks it's bloody good quality cotton, in his words. But like at a sale price, honestly, these are quite a steal, and they've got plenty of t-shirts that they've launched this year. So I'm just gonna like run through these quick. I'm trying not to review the pieces as I go because otherwise this video is going to be way too long. I've already been filming for an hour and I've still not finished. I've still got more stuff. I need to change the rack. This is the Crest tee. If you have seen the new Align tees that are dropping for Black Friday, it's the exact same fabric. These are a brushed cotton t-shirt. They're brushed on the outside. If you have the Skims Boyfriend tee, similar to that but thicker. Very nice, comfortable t-shirt. These are definitely made more with lounging in mind. These do not wick sweat quick at all. They take a while to dry. I still trade in them, but I do believe these are more of a lounging t-shirt. but I still like them as a pump cover. This is in the heather grey colour, which obviously goes with anything. The desert taupe colour also goes really, really well with linen, chai, mocha, all the V2 shades that came out, the contour. So yeah, but grey obviously goes with anything, and then Alphalete is on a sticker logo at the back. Obviously do keep in mind, if you took this, you can't see that, but yeah, this t-shirt is really, 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 really comfortable. One of my top 3 fabrics from Alphalete, full stop, period, point blank. And sizing wise for these, I wear a medium, and it's perfectly oversized for me, no issues whatsoever. Sizing for all the t-shirts just depends how you like it to fit. They all fit oversized, so you can size up, you can size down, you can go true to size. If you want it less oversized, you can size down. If you want it huge, you can size up. If you want it oversized, you can stay true to size. Honestly, the sizing is very interchangeable with the t-shirts. Next up, we've got the colligate tee and also the wolf head paisley print tee. On some of the websites, these are out of stock, but some of the sites when I looked yesterday do still have these in stock. So this fabric is more of a sort of slick. If you've had the performance tees, it's pretty much the same as that. It's like the slick to touch, cold to touch, bouncy fabric, which is much more gym appropriate than the crest tee. But like I said, I still wear it to the gym. I still wear it as a pump cover. I don't really care. But yeah, the difference is just mainly, the fit is honestly pretty much the exact same, other than the fact that the colligate tee is a little longer, but the fabric is the same. In the colligate tees, I got these in a medium, and to be honest, a small would have been better. These fit like really, really big, and I've got this tee in a size large. To be honest, again, medium or small is fine. I really don't need it in a large. It's comfortable, but I definitely don't need it in a large. But yeah, keep in mind the colligate ones are a bit longer, the paisley ones are a little bit shorter, but the overall fit around like sizing is very, very similar. And then yeah, the paisley one's got the paisley wolf head logo print at the front. And yeah, this is in the seashell colour. Seashell is one of my favourite colours they've dropped this year. Again, it goes with all the neutrals, and it also looks really pretty with like the cotton candy pink, mystic blue, greeny tones. It just looks really pretty because it's sort of creamy. And in the paisley tee, my favourite is actually the yellow, but it's in the wash, well, in the washing basket, like it's really dirty, so I won't show you that. But my favourite is actually the yellow, and that goes really well with the electric purple leggings, or galactic ocean, or midnight, any of the blue tones, because the wolf logo here is blue on that t-shirt. But yeah, these are a lot more sweat wicking and a lot more of a performance tee. Very comfortable, but yeah, that cold to touch, bouncy sort of fabric, easy to throw on. And I typically wear those tucked in all around or tucked into the back. Another honourable mention, and this is actually a women's tee. This is a signature tee. It's a very, 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 very similar fit to the previous 2 t-shirts I showed you, and the fabric is the same. It's the cold to touch sort of slick, bouncy fabric. Alphalete is written tiny in cursive at the front, and then on the back as well. I've enjoyed this a lot more than I thought I would when it dropped. When it dropped, I said I don't really like the logo being in cursive, but having said that, I've worn it a lot with mocha, with chai, with linen, sort of tucked in as a really nice gym pump cover, and it's a nice sort of oversized. I also really like with the neckline on these and the 2 I just showed you, I like that it's sort of more scooped, so you can see a bit of your sports bra here. It looks a little bit more feminine than the heavy cotton pump covers, which come up very high, and they fit quite like, not like tight and uncomfortable, but they're quite snug around the neckline. This is much more like wider cut, and it looks very cute and feminine, almost like an off, well, it's not off the shoulder, but you will know what I mean. And in this t-shirt, I got it in a size medium, and that would be my preferred size. Again, with t-shirts, you can go up, you can go down. It completely depends how you want these things to fit. But yeah, that would be another top pick for t-shirts if you can find it still available on your site. Then finally, I couldn't do this haul without including the heavy cotton pump covers. They have churned these out this year like there is no fucking tomorrow. Like I said, I had been inundated with pump covers. However, if I had to pick two of my favourites, it would be the claw tee, because it's like an off-whitey sort of colour, and I love this design at the back. I think it's really cool, and it goes with all the neutrals: linen, chai, all the V2 contour colours, all the aura colours in the neutral shades. Looks so good if you've got clay or you've got mandarin. The orange ties in really nice. And then the other one is clove, this sort of muted brown. Again, you can see I really like my neutrals when it comes to a pump cover. And then it says Alphalete on the back, and then you've got the wolf head logo at the front. The only thing to note with the heavy cotton tees is I do find these run a little bit smaller than the other ones I just showed you. For example, in those I can do a medium and it's oversized fine. With the heavy cotton ones, I do find I need a large to be able to have it a good length and be able to tuck it properly, especially if I'm tucking it in the back. A medium just sort of hikes really funny in the front. If I'm tucking all the way around, a medium is better because I've got less excess fabric, but for a truly oversized fit in the heavy cotton, I do go with a size large. And if you want a like long, big, oversized fit, I would recommend going... Yeah, if you like them to fit big, probably 2 sizes up from your normal size. You can try 1 size up, but it won't be like big, and in your true to size it will be a relaxed fit, not an oversized fit. So yeah, those are my pump cover top picks. Okay, final thing for like my gym stuff, then we're moving on to lounge stuff. This is my miscellaneous rail which I have created here. This is items which I maybe haven't worn the most in the past year, but these are fucking good quality items and I would really recommend, if these are your cup of tea, you go snag them up. I really need water because I am literally losing my voice right now. So, starting from the outside, this was in last year's top picks, and it's still an incredible product from Alphalete. It's the Pulse Full Zip Crop Jacket in Obscure Grey. I think this one is sold out, but they still have the really pretty teal colour in most sizes, which would look banging with colours like Ocean, Galactic Ocean, Midnight, any sort of blue shade. It would look really pretty with the new Stillwater as well. That's available in more sizes, and the bright pink is as well. Granted, that's a bit more difficult to pair with things, but I checked, and the like velvet teal, I think it's called, is still on the website. So it's a crop zip-up jacket. It comes with thumb holes. The thumb holes, granted, are very tight on these. I find them quite stiff, but it's a very nice fitting jacket. Sizing wise, let me check what size I have this in. I have got this jacket in a size extra small, so yeah, I would say with these jackets, stay true to size or go with the size down if you tend to be between sizes in jackets. Especially in zip-ups, I have quite like a narrow sort of stomach region and I like things to fit me really snug, so that's why I go with an extra small. But if you don't like a snugger fit, you can just stay true to size, or even you can size up in this if you don't want a tight fit. I just went down because I wanted it to fit tight. The reason this has ended up on the miscellaneous rack this year is just because I have been preferring a slightly longer crop jacket. So I'm going to be honest, I do have crop jackets from other brands that I've been wearing a bit more than this one. So I don't want to say that this is one of my most worn, but it's still a product I really recommend from Alphalete. And I hope to see them doing some more jackets next year, because we need more jackets, to be honest. Like, we don't have nice zip-up jackets anymore. I don't think they've released one since this one, and this one is now like, what, 1.5 years old. It's very, very old. But yeah, really recommend this. Under here, we have got the Surface Path cross-waist leggings. These are insanely flattering and a really fucking good legging. Sizing-wise, I would say, honestly, stay true to size, or if you are between sizes, I would recommend that you go with a size down in these leggings, because they do have a lot of stretch and they can be quite slippy and slide down, so sizing down can help a little bit with that. The reason why this is miscellaneous is because if you know me, you know I hate the cross front waist on me. It's really unflattering on me, but these are so flattering on the glutes, and these are so flattering on shorter people, or just people that are like
a different sort of build to me. These look incredible, and I don't think it's a product to be slept on. These are also going to have a big juicy discount on them, so definitely 100%. If you like a cross front waist, I would really recommend that you try these out. For me, they just don't work. My torso is too tall, my belly button's out, and the camel toe situation as a result of all those things combined is not it. But for my shorter queens or people built different, people that like a cross front waist, you are going to really enjoy these if you've not tried them already. And like I said, I think these are like 50% off. They're going to be really fucking cheap, so definitely go for it. Then moving on, I've put 2 Ozone products here. The Ozone Racer Tank, which I will show you. It's just this tank like here, and it's very thick, and it comes with padding, and it's very sort of sturdy. Sizing wise on these, I would honestly say to stay true to size. I used to wear an extra small in these, but a small is honestly fine now. You can definitely get away with going either way with the sizing, but honestly, I would just say to stay true to size. Unless you've got a tiny chest, you might be able to size down, but these are really good quality. Like, they're not sheer at all. They hold up really well because they're like a recycled material. They're a racer back, and they're honestly quite supportive if you get them in the right size. So honourable mention to that. I just don't wear it a lot because there's other things that I wear over them. But yeah, a very, very, very cute sort of crop tank with pads that's sort of supportive. And then the final thing is this Ozone tank. Now, if you have seen the new seamless tanks dropping for Black Friday being spoken about as BBL tanks, they are not. They are incredibly thin, there's no shape to them, there's no compression. If you want like a super comfortable vest top, have at it, you might enjoy them. But if you are looking for a BBL tank from Alphalete, the Ozone one is what you are going to want to be looking for. Let me just put this down so I can actually properly show you. Like, it's a much thicker fabric, it has a lot more shaping to it. It's got panels like here, and it's like thick and compressive, and it actually does something. It also has a really nice like curved seam at the bottom, whereas the new Amplify one is just not it. Sizing wise on these, if you want it to snatch you, I would recommend sizing down. An extra small on me is giving, like someone in my Discord group said, like Disney mom, Pixar mom vibes, and it really is. Like, these are incredibly flattering. The reason it goes on my miscellaneous rack is just because, I don't even know if that's how you say that word. The reason why it's going on that rack is just because it's not an item I reach for frequently, so I can't in good faith put it in this video, but it's an incredible high quality piece from Alphalete, and in the sale these are an absolute steal. Very flattering, very form figure hugging, and just really nice. 10 out of 10 recommend. Just not something I've worn a lot. Okay, I was going to change the rail, but I've just decided I'm just going to pick things up from the floor because this actually looks quite pretty, so we're going to keep it like that. But that is all my sort of like gym wear stuff. I now want to just move on to like loungy pieces, basically joggers and hoodies is what I'm going to be moving on to. So we have 2 joggers to include for my most worn of the past year. Very big fat juicy disclaimer, I am including the Earth Dye joggers in here, which if you watched my haul, I roasted these slightly, and to be honest, I still agree, quite rightly so. These were not worth £52 or whatever ridiculous price they were. They're incredibly thin, like very thin. The pockets are honestly like criminal. Like, what is this? This pocket is, I'm not really selling it to you right now, but I'm gonna get to the point. I'm getting to, the pockets are like criminal. They're just not great, but the fit on these is so good. They're a high-waisted oversized jogger. I love the graphic on the leg, and the length is really good. They're a 31-inch inseam, which with the Academy joggers, they're just so short, and I just hate how they fit. They're like mid-rise and just weird. This is a silver colour, and this is my favourite colour. It goes with every single neutral from Alphalete that I have got. It even goes with the brights, like it looks quite nice with cotton candy. and other sort of pinky tones, but it goes with linen, chai, mocha, sand, every single neutral you can think of, and all greys as well because it's silver. It goes really, really nicely. The reason I'm including this is because, and I said this when I got them, I said to people, you will see me in these a lot. I'm telling you that they are not worth £52, but I know I'm going to wear these a lot, and I have. I've worn them to the gym, over my shorts. Most times I've been to the gym since these dropped. However, they were not worth, and are still not worth £52. Like, they feel cheap. I wouldn't say that these are worth a lot of money. However, some people like a thinner jogger, so I am including them, and also it is one of my most worn pieces. I'm telling you, I don't think these are worth the money, but I've worn them an obscene amount since I got them. They are going to be a pretty decent discount. I believe these are like 30% off in the sale, which brings them down to a slightly more reasonable price. If I'm being honest, I still think it's overpriced, but if you like thin joggers, I would say it's a much more reasonable price in the sale than £52 or whatever crackhead pricing we were using on these, because it's not worth 52, like it's not, it feels cheap. I said this in my video, but I've worn these a lot, and they are good to train in because they are thin. But if you want a heavy duty jogger, do not even bother with Alphalete. They don't do heavy duty joggers. The other jogger that I have worn a lot is my Here Comes the Sun jogger. Again, I got these in a size small. For both joggers, stay true to size. If you want them less oversized, size down. If you want them baggier, size up. But a size small in both of these on me fits oversized. I don't need a medium. I'm completely fine with the small. The Here Comes the Sun joggers have got the same sort of texture on the inside as the Earth Dye joggers, but mine are a bit thicker. Granted, I do now have a hole in these, but in the pocket, but they are now 2 years old. And I think if these are still left on the website, which there are on some countries, because like I said, I checked, these are going to be like a big, big, big discount. So if you can find these, I would recommend picking them up. I would recommend them over the Earth Dye joggers because these are thicker in my opinion. They just feel thicker and they don't feel quite as like thin and cheap as the other ones. In terms of pockets as well, the pockets are like actually the same fabric as the rest of the jogger. So these don't feel as cheap. But yeah, a very similar sort of fit. I would say these are slightly less high-rise. These are sort of mid to high-rise. The other ones are very high-rise. They cover my belly button, but they're still oversized in the leg and definitely long enough. They're a very similar length, so if you're taller, I would recommend these or the Earth Dye joggers, but if you can find these are better, and it's the Here Comes the Sun jogger. Okay, moving on to hoodies, I'm going to start with two cropped options. We have got the Elements crop zip. This is in like the vanilla cream shade. This goes with so many colours. It goes with pretty much every single colour they've dropped. This colour looks really good with like rose, autumn, the birthday sale colours. It also looks so good with greens. Like the creaminess in it, it just looks so good with greens. I love this colour, and of course it goes with all the neutrals. Looks really pretty with colours like rose, and it goes with all the new colours that are dropping as well, which is obviously great. The Elements range is more of like a scuba feel. It's not fluffy on the inside. It's like the exact same fabric on the outside as the inside. It's like a scuba cotton is how I would describe it, and it's a really decent like cropped length. The sleeves are long enough. They've even got like pockets in the sleeve, which granted I never use, but these are very, very, very nice. These feel really good quality, and I do actually really, really like these. I think sometimes, not always, sometimes Alphalete does hoodies well. Not always. I think over the past few years they've started to drop thinner and thinner ones. I don't know if it's just because they're in Texas, but hello. I'm in the UK, I would love something a bit more heavy duty over here. It's fucking cold. But the Elements one is a really nice piece. It's not super thick, but it's definitely higher quality feeling than some of their other hoodies. And this colour would be my top pick. It goes with literally anything and everything. So yeah, I really, really, really like this cropped hoodie. Moving on, the other crop that I really like, which actually dropped this year, is the classic crop zip full. So they've got the capital crop zip, which is a quarter zip, which comes down to like here, and then in February they dropped this one, which is a full zip, and I love these. By the way, my sizing for the Elements jacket is a small, and I would say, yeah, you can stay true to size. Of course, you can size up or size down in hoodies depending on how you want it to fit, but it's a nice oversized crop fit in a size small. These are just super cute. I definitely prefer these to the quarter zips. I just like the full zip a lot more. It's got the sort of crinkled bottom around here, wrist cuffs. These are super fluffy on the inside, and they do wash pretty well, to be honest. Like, this is still pretty fluffy, and I've washed it quite a few times. This is in the linen colour. Linen and ocean would be my top colours for this crop zip, if they are still available where you are. I've got it in a size small, and again, true to size, you can size based off your preference, but for a normal oversized fit, a size small is a nice oversized fit, and it's a good crop length. Linen goes with a lot. Ocean obviously goes better with blues, but linen does go with a lot. It's a little bit darker than, for example, the actual like linen colour short. As you can see, it's a little bit darker, but it goes with a lot. Super comfy on the inside. And yeah, the only thing about it, which I find when I wear this, sometimes I'm going like this, there's no pockets on it, so do keep that in mind. But yeah, I actually really do like this hoodie, and I've used it quite a lot when I've wanted to reach for a crop hoodie this year. It's been this one or the Elements one. Moving on, this is a stencil hoodie, and this may have only dropped 2 months ago, but I've very rarely had this off my back since it dropped. This is what me and the Discord girls call the Alphalete hoodie, and that's because it's got this wolf logo bubble situation on the front and also on the back, but I didn't realise this down here was an E, so it looked like it just said Alphalete, but it does say Alphalete. I'm just blind. And then it also says it on the back. This hoodie is the best hoodie that Alphalete have ever done in terms of quality. It feels really good quality without having to be terry. Like, a lot of upmarket brands will only do terry hoodies, and terry is a very high quality feeling fabric, but it's not comfortable. Especially, I just feel like it's more of a male fabric than a female fabric. It's just not comfortable. Like, I've got a Pangea, however you say it, hoodie. It's cute, but it's not comfortable. It feels like cardboard, whereas this feels high quality whilst being brushed on the inside. So it's not cotton, it is the brushed. I mean, it's typical like hoodie. It will mold, you need to wash these a few times before it stops doing that, but this hoodie is just so nice. So nice. It's got a big kangaroo pocket. It's a nice oversized fit as well. I got this in a medium, and it fits me really good for an oversized fit. In full length hoodies, I tend to go for a medium for an oversized fit. There are exceptions, the next two I'm going to talk about, but the medium in this fits really, really, really good for me. Whilst I'm here, I will actually talk to you about the Unity and Core hoodie. My Core hoodie is in the wash, so I don't have it right now, but the fit of the Core and the Unity is the exact same. So in the Unity and Core hoodies, I wear a size small, and a size small in these is equivalent to a medium in a stencil hoodie. So if you like how your Core and Unity hoodies fit, go up one size in the stencil hoodie for the same sort of fit. The only thing to note is a stencil hoodie doesn't like cinch in as much at the bottom. It does have a hem, but it just sort of like floats. It doesn't really like cinching around your hips, which I don't really mind, but something to keep in mind. But this is much thicker than the Unity hoodie, which is a lot more thin. And honestly, just the quality on this is really, really fucking nice. I would definitely recommend picking one of these up. It's probably one of my top picks for the sale, point blank period. And then just to touch on the Unity and Core hoodies a bit more, Unity, it's the same fabric as Core, but I find the Unity hoodies a little bit thinner and the Core hoodies are a little bit thicker. I don't know why, I don't know if it's just me, that's just how I find it to be. My Unity hoodies are perfect for training in. They are thinner, they're not as thick as the stencil hoodie. I can't train in the stencil hoodie, it's too warm. It's very, very, very thick. But the Unity hoodie, I can, because it's a bit thinner, I can tuck it quite nicely, so I can wear it cropped, and it's also not too thick for training in. These are like a perfect hoodie pump cover, and there are still some sizes available in some colours across the store, so I would definitely recommend checking this out. Like I said, these fit quite big, so if you usually have to size it up a lot for your hoodies, you can go true to sizing these and it'll still be oversized. Mine are in a size small and they still fit me nicely oversized with enough length. So I would stay true to size for these. But yeah, just keep in mind with the Unity hoodies are a little bit thinner, but they are good for training in. I've worn these a shit ton. Like the start of this year, I changed gyms to like a warehouse gym and it's a lot colder in there. I was wearing these, my black one and this one, pretty much religiously to train in for like the first few months of me being at that gym when it was colder months. So I really recommend these and I love the branding on the back. I just think it's really, 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 really cool. Core hoodies as well, I love. Those are another one of my most worn hoodies. I tend to wear those more as a layering piece because they're a bit thicker for me. Like I said, I get a bit too warm training in them, but really good quality, really nice and soft, brushed on the inside, they wash well, mine haven't bobbled, and again, sizing is the same as the Unity hoodie, so you can stay true to size and it will fit you. Okay, that is it for my top picks / most worn gym fits of the year. I'm losing my voice, evidently, so I'm going to leave this video here, but if anyone has got any questions, please just comment them down below. Again, I would like to apologise for how late my Alphalete haul video is going up because I know it's going up insanely late, especially compared to other people's, but I don't have over half my stuff yet. This video was actually meant to come after the review, but I was like, I need to put something out for people to help them prepare, so I hope this video is okay to tide you over, especially if you were like not interested in the new drop and you're just looking for top sale picks. Hopefully it is a helpful video. Like I said, all my documents and stuff are going to be linked down below. Giveaway details will be linked down below, and I just want to re-emphasize again, there is absolutely no pressure to shop whatsoever. It's really not that deep. Black Friday is a great time to pick up pieces you've had your eye on for a while, but it's not like you must buy something just because it's on sale. You don't have to buy anything. Make a list, have a look at your wardrobe, look at things that you haven't worn at all. Do not buy more of that in the sale just because it's cheap, because in a year's time you're going to be looking at your wardrobe thinking, I've not worn that at all. Look for gaps in your wardrobe. If there's anything you need, this could be a good time to pick things up whilst they are on a discount. Equally, if you've got things that you love and you wear a lot, you might be wanting to treat yourself to another one of those. Just have a look at your wardrobe and sort of think about any gaps you have, but also think about things you really don't need. I promise you, if you've already got 10 pump covers, you probably don't need 12. Like, you will always gravitate towards the same like 5 to 10 items. Anything more than that is probably surplus. For a lot of people, to be honest, 5 to 10 is probably too much, but I know what we're like. We're gym wear fiends and we love gym wear, so I get it. But yeah, if you've already got a lot of an item, you probably don't need more. Of course, if you want it, you can buy it. I'm not here to lecture you. I'm just here to remind you guys that yes, it's a sale period, and yes, it's a good time to buy things that you need or that you've had your eye on or that you really want, but it's not a reason to like mindlessly spend or like go absolutely crazy. We've all got Christmas coming up, everyone's bills are through the roof at the moment, and a lot of people have just got other priorities other than shopping for activewear, and that's completely fine. This video is just to help those who maybe do want to know what my top picks are, or they're in the market for some new gym gear and they want to know what I like. And hopefully I've been able to help you guys with making some decisions on anything you might want. But yeah, I'm going to leave this video here. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. And yeah, comment down below anything you're planning to pick up in the sale. Don't forget, if you've never shopped from Alphalete before, please leave a comment below and I will pick a couple of you to give vouchers to before the sale goes live, because I know it's very expensive and I want Alphalete in as many people's hands as possible. And I will see you in my next video, which should be my haul / review, and it should go up in a couple days time. I promise you I'm gonna like work my ass off to make sure that that video goes up in time, and hopefully with like good time to spare, because I know my American people, you guys have got Thanksgiving on Thursday, so I know that you're not gonna want to sit down and watch a 2-hour video from me on Thanksgiving, so I really want to get it up before then for you guys. That is important to me, and just my hands are tied. I'm missing over half my stuff. So yeah, have an amazing time shopping if you are picking up anything. And yeah, if you do use my code, please, please, please message me so I can say thank you. It's the only reason I get to keep working with the brand. It's the only reason I get to keep doing these videos, and it means so much to me. So please, 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 I always respond to everyone. If you are shopping with my code, please message me so I can say thank you. Obviously you can enter the giveaway as well, but please know, if you want me to like respond, which I would love to, please send it on Instagram. That won't enter you for the giveaway, but it will mean that we can have a conversation. I can thank you personally. I can look at what you've got. Just with my giveaway entries, it's just to enter the giveaway. I don't like go through and reply to every single person, especially when I get multiple entries. So yeah, have an amazing week, guys, and I will see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, welcome back to another video. I am so excited to be doing this video. It is my Black Friday haul review, everything you need to know. I've already done sort of part 1 to this, which I will leave linked below, about Alphalete's Black Friday. Black Friday begins this year. Listen to me closely, UK people, because I don't want you to miss it, okay? And I've already had questions saying, do you mean 6 PM? No, I mean 6 AM. Setting those alarms. I'm going to be up at 5 AM, by the way. If anyone's got any final last minute questions, I will be able to answer it for you. I'm going to set my alarm for 5 AM, okay? The sale is beginning at 12 PM CST, 24th of November. So midnight, Thursday going into Friday. So Friday morning, midnight CST is when the sale begins. That is 6 AM UK time. And the sale ends 6 AM UK time on Tuesday the 28th, or midnight from Monday going into Tuesday. Yeah, midnight on the 28th, but it's the morning of, not the evening. With midnight it gets really confusing, like very confusing. Let's say 12:01 Tuesday, 6 AM UK time Tuesday. Basically, unless you're going to be up through the night shopping in the UK, this sale basically ends on Monday night for us. But that is how long the sale is running for. They are not doing what they did last year. It's a much simpler sale this year. They are not doing the whole, ooh, we're going to have things at a different discount rate every single day. It was too much. They want to do it simple this year, and I'm all for it, because last year, very stressful for you guys, like very, very stressful. And this, honestly, this is really nostalgic for me, because this is the sort of Black Friday that got me into Alphalete. I was buying from them before Black Fridays, but I specifically remember 2018 Black Friday, set my alarm 10 to 6 in the morning, because that's how they always used to do Black Friday. I'm setting my alarm, buy myself 4 pairs of Revival leggings to send to my mum so that she could send me the money and then give me them for Christmas. So this is really nostalgic for me, and it reminds me of my first ever Black Friday with Alphalete, which was when Amplify first dropped, which is crazy. I remember getting up at 5 AM to like answer last minute questions, so I'm going to be doing the same thing again. But yes, it's 6 AM UK ladies on Friday morning, not 6 PM, it's 6 AM in the morning. I have a lot more sale information to give you, but the first thing I want to say is I am so sorry for how close to the sale this video is going up. I did try to offset it by posting my most worn gym fits earlier than this. It was meant to be posted the other way around, but essentially what's been happening is, for Black Friday I've been getting my stuff 5 days later than everyone else. So my Aura came in yesterday, and there's actually quite a few changes to Aura, so it was important that I had that stuff before I sat down and filmed this. We're on daylight savings in the UK, so I've done this, trust me, I've done this as quickly as I can with all the stuff I got, but I'm really sorry for how close to the sale this is going up, because I know that for my American guys, you've got Thanksgiving on Thursday. This is probably going to go up tomorrow morning. So I know it's cutting it fine, but please know I'm not taking the piss. I've not got too big for my boots and just think I can post a review whenever. Who does she think she is? It's not that. My stuff has come in so late, like so late. Also, just to signpost, I'll signpost it again in this video, but I do not have the Amplify halter bras yet. They are coming tomorrow, but this video, because it's going to be a long one, will probably take me 12 hours to upload, so I cannot wait until tomorrow for those bras to come in, because then the whole video would go up on Thursday and it's just too late. So I'm going to do a full story review of those when they come in on my Instagram. My Instagram is just amyrookes, AMYROOKES. Even if you don't want to like follow me, if you just want to stalk my stories tomorrow to see what the halter bras are like, I will be posting them. I did small and medium. If I'm looking to the side, it's because I've made notes, because this video is going to be a long one, but I mean, I know my videos are long anyway, guys, but I feel like with this one, I've got all the Black Friday information on top of having to review the items, so it is going to be a bit of a longer video. Please bear with me. I'm going to put timestamps down below as detailed as possible so that you can go to exactly where you want, because I know we are on a tight time crunch until the launch. Trust me, I can feel it. I can feel it in my chest. In the description box below, you are going to find everything that you need to know about this sale. I have a link below that is going to take you to a Google Drive, and this Google Drive contains all my Instagram stories in a folder for Black Friday for anyone who doesn't have Instagram, because a lot of the ladies that watch me on here don't have Instagram. So all my Black Friday stories, my colour wheels, my comparisons, my measurements, everything is being uploaded into that folder. We then have the pricing guide, which was given to us from Alphalete, the new launch PDF, which covers everything that is in this video. We then have my Alphalete product guide, which is now updated. She's long, she is 73 pages, but it is a mini review of every single item I have tried on the website, and this year I have updated it to add every single product that has dropped up till now, and I have also added a unisex section because there's been a lot of pump covers and t-shirts this year, joggers as well, and I have also added an accessories section to go over lifting belt, dad hats, socks, all that sort of stuff. So those two sections are new. There's a contents page. I've got shopping tips to help you get what you want. I've got conscious shopping tips to make sure that you're not feeling the pressure to buy on Black Friday. Take it as a gift from me. I know my videos are long and you guys don't have the time to be sifting back through, you know, 70 hours of hauls. So please take that as my gift to you. It's a mini review. It goes over everything, sizing, fabric, fit, and then the review is sorted by if it's worth the money, like as in would I spend money on it, and then also if it's worth the money as in quality for price, because those two things are not the same. There's certain stuff, I'm dumb, okay? I'm a little bit dummy. I'm a dummy. There are things I would spend money on that I know are not worth the quality for price. Equally, there are things I would never spend money on because it's just not my cup of tea that are actually really good quality. So it's important for me to distinguish the two. So that will be linked below in the Google Drive. And then we also have my Amplify guide, which goes over every single Amplify colour. There's been a lot of inconsistencies with sizing, with fabric, and it basically aims to try and help you, first of all, get the right size in an Amplify colour, but also know what you're getting yourself into in terms of durability, pilling, fabric feel, stretchiness, waistband fit, everything. I have also now added to that a list at the end. So there's two columns. One column which is full of colours I think might work better for people that prefer super soft, super stretchy, thinner leggings, and one column full of colours that I think will work for people who maybe want something a little bit thicker or a little bit less soft. There are obviously differences between colours within that list, but if I was to try and make a list for every single thing, there would probably be like 50 lists. So yeah, I try to be concise. There's obviously a huge disclaimer in there because Amplify is inherently inconsistent, so take it with a pinch of salt, but hopefully it can be some form of guide. And again, take it as a gift from me. I've spent hours talking about Amplify fabric since June 2021 when things started going a little bit dodgy. And I know, again, people do not have the time. You guys have got jobs, okay? You're employed. You do not have the time to sift back through all my reviews. And I will also have, for anyone who does have time, a playlist of every single Alphalete haul I have ever done. Every single Alphalete haul I have ever done also has timestamps, so then within that haul, you can jump to wherever you want to be. I am doing a giveaway. You guys know, ever since 2020, ever since my first Black Friday with Alphalete, I have always done a bigger giveaway for Black Friday, and I'm going to be honest, I'm just going to speak frankly from the heart. I have felt a lot, and I've loved doing the giveaways I've done this year, but the past 2 months I pulled back on them a little bit more because I'm going to be honest, it just felt too much. I felt really, I don't want to say I felt forced to do the giveaways because I still love doing them, but I felt like I needed to be doing more and more and more every single month, and you know, like the giveaways just seem to get bigger and bigger, when really I've always preferred doing a bigger giveaway a couple of times a year, and I still do my monthly vouchers, but I'm not trying to do a huge giveaway every single month. First of all, it's just too much. So yeah, I want to keep the bigger giveaways to be a bit more special and to be able to save up more for them, to be honest, so that they can be better for you guys. Something that is really important to me and has always been important to me is making sure that I'm not adding to any pressure to shop, especially over sale periods. So my giveaway is basically split into two for Black Friday, and there's technically actually more available for people that aren't necessarily shopping on Black Friday, so I'm going to read it from my phone so I don't give you the wrong information. So we've got two giveaways. So for any order through the 1st of November to the 30th of November, including that Black Friday weekend, so one £250 cash giveaway winner. I love doing cash giveaways, especially for Black Friday, because I feel like it's so close to Christmas. It's a really stressful time, and that way you guys can put the money anywhere you want it to go. It doesn't have to be, you know, towards Alphalete. You guys can use £250 to put in your savings account. You can pay something off if you've got something you need to pay off. You can then do whatever you want with it rather than it just being a voucher. I've always liked doing that, especially close to Christmas, so I hope you guys are happy with that. £5 £50 voucher or cash, so you can choose. Do you want a voucher for a shop, and you can let me know what shop you want? It can be Alphalete, it can be something else, or you can have it in cash. Two aura sets. The aura set is a cashmere legging, a sand bra, and a cashmere shrug. So the full set, and I'm giving away two of those, and one hamper which is going to be personalised to you, but also with some of my favourites. For example, I'm a massive perfume head of scents, and I'm going to pop in some samples of my favourite scents and some other bits, but it's going to be pretty much personalised to you. I'm going to ask you what you want. And then my other side of the giveaway, which is, again, so important for me to be doing because I really don't want people to feel like they have to shop through Black Friday. And this is a give back to anyone who has supported me this year, because I genuinely would not be able to do what I do without your support. Like, I know that you guys also get 10% off on that code now, so it does give you guys something as well, but I mean it when I say, like, I would be dropped. I wouldn't be able to keep working with the brand if you guys weren't using my code. So genuinely, thank you so much, and I want to make sure that if you've used my code at any point this year, you are able to enter the giveaway as well. So for that, again, we've got 1 times £250 cash, £550 voucher or cash, completely up to you, 2 aura sets, a hamper again, and then also a Cult Beauty advent calendar. I thought that would be nice to add in with it being close to Christmas time. Another thing to add is that every single person who wins my giveaway will also have the opportunity to let me know a charity of their choice to have a small donation to Made by Me, but in their name, so that I can give back to you guys, yes, but also give back to causes that you guys care about as well. I love doing things like that, so I hope that is okay with you guys. And the entry details will be in the description box below. It's like the least I can do, trust me. No amount of giveaway, no amount of crying, no amount of thank you so much, no amount of coffee vouchers, no amount of guides I make, like there is no amount of anything that I could do that could truly thank you guys. So this is, honestly, it feels like the least I could do. Genuinely, thank you so much. I get to do something that I love doing. I'm weirdly emotional. I can feel things tingling in my throat. I get to do something that I love doing, and I am incredibly lucky to be able to do something that I love doing. Like, I've literally spent the last 2 days trying things on, measuring things, testing things, pulling colours out that look good together. Like, this is a dream. I am incredibly lucky, and I'm only able to do it because of you guys. So genuinely thank you so much. If you get ads on this video, please watch them, because all my AdSense through November is being donated to Alzheimer's Society or another dementia related charity. I've not decided yet, because I would rather give it to a smaller charity, to be honest. If anyone's got any suggestions, please let me know. November was my grand's birthday. I say was because she's no longer with us. She hasn't been for a few years. RIP to a real one. I don't know why I'm talking about it like that. But she struggled with Alzheimer's, as have pretty much all my grandparents. It's a horrible disease, and every single year I give all my AdSense in November to charity that helps either with people who are struggling with the disease, so for research, or for people who are caring for people with Alzheimer's. I've seen firsthand how much stress it puts on a family. My gran lived with us. We had an extension built for her. I know how stressful that is. So yeah, it's really important to me that we do that. And every single month since last April, we started doing social donations, which means a portion of my commission, usually my AdSense, but that is out for this month because that's all going to an Alzheimer's related charity. My retainer, anything that comes through my social media, we have been donating, and I say we because it's us guys together. Like, if this is like a circle thing, like it works in a circle. You know, if you guys fall out, then this, like, you know, it's we. It's not me doing it, it's we, and it's really important to me. I don't know, my grandparents were like this, and they were always my mum is the same way as well, to be honest. It's just like, once you're good, you should then be helping others, and I really do believe in that. So we've been doing that since last April, but this time of year, I did this last year for the first time, and I want to do it again this year. Really difficult time of year for a lot of people, and I am in an incredibly privileged and lucky position, so it's important to me that we make sure that we are giving back. Our charities, I will pop them on the screen. These are all UK based, and they are helping people who are struggling with the cost of living in the UK. Really important. So yeah, Jesus Christ, I've been talking for 19 minutes and I've not even properly got into it yet. So following on from giveaways, let's talk about code uses and the discount with the sale, because I want to make sure that I've really cleared that up for you guys if you were confused at all, because it is confusing, because the messaging always comes out a little bit differently. To clarify, you can use an athlete code. My code is Amy, and that will also mean that you are able to enter the giveaway. 10% off your order. However, the 10% is off the sale price. It's not off the RRP. So using my code on something that's 10% off, my code is 10%, but that doesn't mean it's 20%. It works out more like 17-18%. To be honest, on a small order, it's literally like a 40p difference, but if you're doing a huge order, which a lot of people do on Black Friday, it can add up if you've not realised that it's 10% off the sale price, not the RRP. So yeah, just to clarify, you can use the codes and it will get you extra discount. It's still helpful. If you want to use it, please do, and also please message me if you do use it so I can say thank you. But yeah, that is how the code works. So you just put it in at the checkout and it will give you 10% off the total of your basket. I really like to thank you guys personally, and I make it my mission to reply to every single person that uses my code so I can thank you personally, because I like the thought of not thanking everyone personally blows my mind, because the only reason I'm able to do this is because of you guys, and so I don't care how much or how little, you know, I don't know how this Black Friday is gonna go. I don't care how much of my time it takes up. I will always take time to, first of all, answer all your questions, but second of all, you know, even if I've answered the question 50 times already, I'm gonna answer the question again. Secondly, it's really important for me to just make sure that I am thanking you guys. So if you want me to thank you, and I would love to thank you, please message me the code use on Instagram. It won't enter you for the giveaway, but it will
mean that I get to, first of all, see what you picked up, but second of all, I get to thank you personally. The email is just for giveaway entries. I don't like go through and reply to them. I just want to make that clear. I don't want anyone to think I'm being rude if I don't respond to the email. I reply on Instagram. Okay, time for a bit of a disclaimer. In my product guide, there is conscious shopping tips, and also the disclaimer is in there too. So if you've already seen that, you've probably seen this, but please, 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 please remember, these are just clothes. It's not that deep. It's really, really not that deep. They do another huge sale, the birthday sale in February, which is always, to be honest, pretty similar discounts. And anything that survives this sale, and I'm not going to make guesses on what will survive this sale because I'm just not doing that, will probably be even higher discounted in February when they do the birthday sale. So please keep that in mind. This is not the only sale of the year. And also remember, Black Friday is not some kind of gratuitous event for the consumer to give back to them. It is essentially an excuse to shift stock that they've been trying to shift, which is why typically when you go through that PDF, the older the product, the higher the discount will be. So yeah, I have a ton of conscious shopping tips which I'm gonna pop here, but the one thing, like the main thing, and it's something my dad, King Garth, we love King Garth, gave to me, is if you buy something just because it's on sale but you were not planning to buy that item, you didn't save any money, you just spent money. It doesn't matter if it's £60 down to 10, you haven't saved £50, you've spent 10 because you were never going to buy it in the first place. And ever since that man told me that, my buying decisions have drastically changed, especially with sale periods. It's so easy to think, oh, it's such a good deal, but is it? Do you need it? Were you going to buy that anyway? In a year, are you going to have even used it? The stuff I bought last year that I've not touched. I impulse bought it because I was like, that's such a steal. It might be a steal, but is it a good idea? Just because it's cheap, it doesn't mean it's a good idea. A lot of people have a lot more priorities this time of year, let's just be honest, than activewear. It's not that deep. Please don't stress yourself out about this. This brand, any other brand, I know people have been really stressed about like Honor Actives, Black Friday sale. Please, 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 please don't stress. It's just activewear. It's not that deep. Everyone's got bigger fish to fry, quite frankly, than a pair of gym leggings, and it's never ever worth getting yourself anxious, getting yourself worked up about. And Black Friday is inherently FOMO-ish in its marketing, fear of missing out-ish, and I hate it. And I'm about to go on to some tips which kind of slightly feed into it, but that's for the people who know they want to buy things and it's not stressing them out, but they want to make sure that they get what they want. Please, 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 please do not stress. It's not worth it. I promise you, it is not worth it. Okay, key sale information. Let's get into it. We've already gone over when the sale starts, when the sale ends. The discounts are going to be steady throughout the weekend. They're not going to change. They're not going to drop or like increase to a massive hike like the day after, like they were doing last year. They're not doing that. It's the same discounts the whole time. I believe the website is like 10 to 70% off. Like I said, the PDF will be linked below. With Amplify, I know that some of them are 50% off. I believe that's only from last year, from what Dylan has said. It sounds like that's the old colours, like if there's any scarlet left, if there's any whale blue left, digital violet and stuff like that, I think might be 50% off. We don't have an exact list, but I believe all the Amplify from this year is going to be 30% off, other than the new drop. So everything in this haul and everything from the last Aura drop is going to be 10% off. Anything older, it starts going higher and higher, but check out the pricing sheet so you can how much the things that you want are. Guys, it's me from later in the video. I forgot to mention, I want to clarify on final sale. Anything that's 30% off or more on the site, like marked 30% off or more, is going to be final sale in the US. If you are shopping from the UK store, this does not apply to you. They're not allowed to do it over here. We've got better consumer laws, no offence, but we do. They are not allowed to do that over here because they only sell online, and it's illegal to do that as an online retailer, to have a final sale policy. So they're not allowed to do that over here. So if you are in the UK or shopping from the UK website, ignore that because it's not true. But they never seem to clarify on this because I think maybe they just forget that anything outside America exists. But yeah, that only applies to the US store. But if you are in the US, 30% off or more is final sale. You cannot return it. If you're in the UK or ordering from the UK website, that does not apply. And if you were wondering what my top picks are across the whole of the website, I have given you top picks of Amplify colours in my Amplify guide, and I have given you top picks of products in my product guide. They're both right at the end, but they are there, and those are my top picks. I also did my video of my most worn gym fits and top picks for this year. There will be no restocks before the sale goes live. Like I said, the purpose of a sale is to shift stock, which I know sounds contradictory because they're launching new stuff, but they always do this. But typically the purpose of a sale is to shift old stock. They are not restocking anything. If something is not on the website now, it will not be on the website. Another thing is, if you are wanting to browse the website is going to close at midnight tonight. So midnight Wednesday night, the website is closing. So do all your website browsing today and make a list if you want to. Alphalete say the official line is that they don't save carts for when the website goes back up live from when it was closed down before. However, they say this every year, and I get a split of messages. I get some people saying it didn't work, like it just didn't work, it wiped, and I get some people saying, oh my god, my stuff was still in my cart when I went on the website. Therefore, do not expect for your cart to be there when you go on the website when the sale goes live. However, if you can do a cart if you want to, and you can accept that it might be there, it also might not be there when the sale goes live, and don't get flustered or stressed by it. I think it's a no-lose situation. Worst case scenario is it's not there, but it wasn't definitely going to be there anyway. Best case scenario is, for some unknown reason, it's still there and you can check out super quick. Nothing is yours until you have paid for it. Alphalete do not do cart holds, they never have. So if something sells out before you've bought it, that's it, it's gone. They do not hold things when they're in your cart. You need to check out in order to have that item. And the final thing would be, and this is more of a tip, is yes, of course, don't stress out that it's just activewear, but if there are things you really want, I always recommend that you pay with either Apple Pay, PayPal, or if you have an Alphalete account, you log into it, because then your card details, or even the Apple keychain, you know, where you can save your card details are saved, address is saved, everything is saved, and it can sort of autofill, and it will go through a lot quicker. It just means, you know, if you're wanting an in-demand item, you are more likely to be able to 100% get it. And if there is anything that you really want, and you know that you definitely want it, I would recommend, especially, you know, if you are somewhere where you're having to set an alarm, that you do set an alarm, because things can move quick in a sale. They don't always sell out, and Alphalete has done better with stock recently, but things move quicker in a sale. So if there is something you know you want, please set an alarm and make sure that you are up for it. If you really want it and you know you want it, because it might sell out. It's hard to tell what will sell best, so I'm not going to try and make any predictions, but just know if you really want something, please set an alarm and make sure that you are up when the sale goes live. Do not panic if the site glitches. Usually it does, usually it's a little bit crashy. Just keep refreshing. Try using like multiple screens at the same time if you can, but it's very normal for it to be a little bit crashy with the amount of traffic on the website, so do expect for this to be some kind of like delay with the website. But I think that's everything for the key sale information that I needed to give you. If I've missed anything, I'm sure I will have inserted it on the screen, or I will comment it below, but all my resources will be linked down below. Everything that I'm about to show you in this video is going to be 10% off. Absolutely everything in this video is 10% off, and then another 10% off the sale price, not the RRP, with my code Amy or any athlete code. We all massively appreciate it. I massively appreciate it. And like I said, if you do shop with my code, please message me so that I can thank you. The only reason I'm on my 4th Black Friday with Alphalete is because of you guys. And yeah, I am the luckiest little girl in the world, and I love what I do. So thank you so much in advance to anyone who is going to be shopping with my code. But let's get into it. So this is the PDF. I'm going to pop it here, and I'm also going to pop my measurements here. This is everything that's dropping. There are certain things on the PDF that I don't have, and I'm just going to do a really quick fire round list of everything that I don't have. There's 3 things that I'm going to give you more details on, but I'm just going to work those into the review where it makes sense to go over them. But very quickly, the things I don't have: halter bra. I do not have the Amplify halter bra because they haven't sent me it yet, so I will be reviewing that on Instagram as soon as it comes in. I don't have the Origin mock neck, but from everything I've seen, it's the same sizing as the crew neck. It's just got a higher neckline. So yeah, I will pop pictures in of every single colour that is coming in and what that looks like, so you guys can see how that's going to look. But that is the Origin mock neck. Fabric and stuff is the same, and if you're wondering, it's the same as the classic crews, the classic full zips. It's the same, the branding is just a little bit different. And obviously I do not have the wolf head stringer or the brushed wolf head tank, and I will pop those in here. So the brushed wolf head tank is the Align fabric, aka the brushed cotton tee. So this is the crest tee. If you had one of these or anything from this drop, it's going to be that fabric. The wolf head stringer is going to be more of the performance fabrics. If you've got a colligate tee, a signature tee, a paisley tee, it's that sort of cold to touch, less brushed, more slick feeling bouncy fabric. Then got the gradient wolf head long sleeve. I also don't have that, but again, the fabric on that is like the signature tee, the colligate tee, the paisley tees. That is how that fabric is. So yeah, that is that on that. The performance fabric feel, cold to touch, slick, bouncy, not brushed. We then have the Republic crop tee. This is coming in 3 new colourways, but we never got to pick these, so I don't think they'd come in yet, but I did get one last time. The fabric on this is 100% cotton, but it's not like the heavy cotton, it's much lighter, and I will leave down below my full review of this crop so you guys can see it on with a timestamp of exactly where this is. That's going to be in the description. Alphalete in like the raised sort of bubble writing, and then it says proud but never satisfied is stitched, and that's not a stitch, but this is a crop. This is a Turkish coffee colour, by the way. Yeah, I wear a size small, and these are true to size for an oversized nice crop fit, but if you want to see it on, go and check out the link in the description. You've got the Republic tee, which is the exact same as this in terms of fabric, in terms of the details. It's just a full tee. So obviously with it not being a crop, it's based more off sort of men's / unisex sizing. I don't have one, but based off all my pump covers from Alphalete, I would say I would highly likely be a medium in that for an oversized baggy fit that's like long enough, cozy enough, but also that I can tuck in the back without having a weird situation at the front. Highly likely a medium in that. And the Radial Blur tee / Gradient Learn Be Dream More tee. They're slightly different designs, so I'll put them in. This is the heavy cotton pump cover, guys. If you've got any of those, go with the same size. In those, I wear a size large for reference. Signature mesh short. You've got the men's and you've got the women's. It's just coming in black. I didn't pick these up because I've already got plenty of the mesh shorts, and to be honest, I wear them for lounging in, but they're definitely not my favourite thing in the world. I wear a size small in both, and yeah, that is, if you want again a full review on those, I'm going to leave it linked below and timestamp so you guys have got a full review. But I wear a size small in those. I would recommend staying true to size or sizing up if you want a really oversized fit. They're more of a relaxed fit. Crew socks, these are coming in white, grey and black. Genuinely one of the best, random, but genuinely one of the best products that Alphalete does. 100% pick up some crew socks. They are like, do I have them on now? No, I don't have them on at the moment, but they are the best length sock, really good quality, nice and thick, nice and plush. They hold up really well, so 10 out of 10 recommend that Alphalete crew socks. Again, we didn't get to pick any, otherwise I would, because I actually need more socks. Then got the Hometown Vintage cap, which I will pop in what that design looks like. It's just another one of the dad hats, guys. So this is an old dad hat from a previous drop from this year, but that's what they look like. They're more shallow, they're not like a baseball cap. Yeah, I wear these for like errands, I wear them when I've got greasy hair. I do wear them to training sometimes, but I don't like it because I feel like I can't see what's going on around me. I tend to use these more for errands or when I'm on holiday. I like wearing these to keep my face out of the sun. Not a bad product at all, and I actually do recommend them, but I've just got way too many hats. But I do like the look of the ones coming. I just couldn't justify using up a pick for a hat when I've got so many. So yeah, do I recommend them? Yeah. Out of everything I've just mentioned, I would definitely recommend the Republic tees. Crop if you like a crop, full length if you like a full length. They're really good quality, and it's one of my favourite fabrics that Alphalete has brought out. I really, really like it. They feel really nice quality, and if you like the feel of 100% cotton but you don't like how stiff the heavy cotton pump covers are, you will really, really like them. The dad hats as well, I would definitely recommend if you're into them, and the crew socks are another thing that I would definitely recommend if you are into those. The remaining three things that I don't have is the Aura Bandeau, the Aura 5-inch short, and the Origin crop, but I'm going to go over those a little bit more as I get into the sections that they pertain to. So, in theme with my conscious shopping tips and not making people feel like they need to buy a whole new set and all that good stuff, I have done a full lookbook for this drop for you guys. We've done sweats, we've done Aura, we've done Amplify, so there are 3 options that I have put together with each item that I have for this drop, basically to give you ideas of how to style these up with things that you might already have in your wardrobe. Some of these items are quite old. Some of them, I think one of the bras isn't on the website anymore, but the others I tried to make sure were still on the website so that you can get, because these are going to be like over 50% off most of the bras I've paired them with, and they're really good bras as well. They're not just like there for colour, they're actually good bras. So yeah, this is going to be my lookbook, and I hope you find this helpful. Took me quite a while to do this today, but it was really, really fun. A lot of good fun.
Oh, Christmas tree. Okay, Cypress with tartan red. It's giving Christmas, but I like it. Cypress Aura with luxury green pulse. Cypress Aura with candy apple surface. Don't know why, but I like it. Tuxedo blue with Aura ink. Love, pretty close. Ink with victory blue. Honestly, ink only really goes with other blue tones, to be honest. And then ink bottoms with a French blue bra. Cran with candy apple. I really, really like this. Cran with porcelain. I really like this, and it looks good with the cran shrug. Smoke with cran aura. Aster Aura with a misty lilac surface bra. Lavender ozone bra with Aster. Aster with the grey pebble surface bra. New Sage Amplify with candy apple surface. Pink Sands Pink Sands bra with Sage. Love pink and green, as you can tell. And obviously the Ivy bra. Duh. The Ivy bra with Sage. I love Sage with other greens and pinks. Dusty Rose with the gingerbread. Ozone Tank. I really like this. I put it with linen. I feel like it goes quite nice with linen. And I also put it with porcelain. Porcelain goes quite nice with a few of these colours. Pewter looks really, really good with the new Dove colour. So this is a new Dove Amplify with pewter. New Dove with lavender ozone. Again and again. The Misty Lilac Surface Pebble Print with Dove. Then we have got Stillwater with the same bra as before. Stillwater with French Blue, so as you can see it's not the exact same. And then I like it with Porcelain. Porcelain goes with quite a few of these colours. It's giving cute baby doll vibes. Moving on to the sweats. Iceberg Sweater looks really good with the new Stillwater Amplify and Porcelain. Also goes really well with Whale Blue because they're both sort of dull blues, just different sort of shades. I also really like it with Blossom. It's giving like baby doll vibes. I also like Blossom with the new Rose Water colour. I feel like this is quite cute. Also looks really good with Purple Dove Amplify and also with grey tones like the titanium as shown here. Then with the joggers, Sterling joggers even with titanium and porcelain. Mocha with sterling and porcelain bra again. And then I wanted to show you that it goes quite nice with smoke as well. And then the Overcast with the mocha and porcelain. The Overcast with mocha and a grey pebble print bar, and also with the linen bra because it goes quite nicely. But yeah,
I just wanted to mention I forgot to do my sea salt tea.
Wow,
when I was doing my clips earlier, and then it just got really dark, and it was going to annoy me having a clip in the dark, and the rest of my lookbook is in natural lighting. So just to show you, this is the sea salt tea, the Align tea, and I will pop in the colour wheel when I go over this t-shirt properly, but my top 3 colours to pair this with would be colours like linen and hazelnut for like a full nude look, colours like ivy and sage or jade for like a green. I love greens with like creamy tones, and this is really creamy. I feel like it looks really good. And then any of the V2 colours, it's also going to look really, really good with. So yeah, just popping that in here because I forgot to do the clip like an idiot. Okay, so let's get into the haul. I want to go over Amplify first because I'm going to try and work it in the order of the PDF. So Amplify first. Like I've already mentioned, I don't have the halter bras. Full review of that will go up on my Instagram as soon as I get them, hopefully before the launch. I'm hoping they come tomorrow. But yeah, I don't have the halter bras, so they are sadly not going to be a part of this review. As I always like to do, I like to go over the colours with you guys first, and then we will work through product, sizing, everything. So I'm going to scooch over here so I can put my colour comparisons and colour wheels in here. The colour comparisons are to show you how these show up next to other previous Amplify colours, especially with some of these being very similar to old colours. And then the colour wheels are to give you guys inspiration on what other colours these can go with. First of all, so that you can make sure that you're buying colours that are going to match with most of your wardrobe. You know, you're not buying a random colour and then thinking, shit, I actually have nothing that this goes with. But second of all, just to give you a little bit of inspo as to what you can pair it with if you don't like wearing a full matching set, because I don't really like a full matching set. So yeah, there are 4 colours in this Amplify drop, and there is also black as well, but I didn't get black because we weren't able to pick it. The first colour that we have is Dusty Rose. It's very dark outside now, it's pitch black, and I'm using a ring light. The pictures that I'm putting in here are all taken in natural lighting. My try-on clips are all in natural lighting, so that is the accurate colour, what you're seeing on these pictures and what you're seeing in the try-on clips. The Dusty Rose colour is, the clue is in the name, it's a Dusty Rose colour. It is basically if the Marl of Rose had a baby with the colour of Autumn, it is the exact same colour. If you have Autumn, you really don't need this, like, seriously, like, don't bother, especially because of the fabric, which we'll get onto. But you really don't need this if you have Autumn from the birthday sale. It's way too similar. Definitely not my favourite, but if you don't have Autumn, it's a nice Dusty Rose colour, but if you've got Autumn, you definitely don't need it. Like I mentioned, you might not be able to see here, but this does have a marl in it. It's not a solid colour, it does have a marl in it. Moving on, we have got Sage, which, as you can see, has like a dark green / black marl running through it. This is the closest colour to Ivy that Alphalete have dropped, however, it's not the exact same. I would say it's definitely not worth having both, but if someone said I could only keep one, I do prefer Ivy. There's just something about Ivy that's more like jewelish. Like, it looks jewel-ish. Like, it reminds me of like a jewel. It's just a really unique colour. And with this having the darker marl through it, some people might prefer it, but I think I could change my mind on this. I just think I prefer Ivy. But yeah, it's sort of like it's like a light forest green sort of colour. But yeah, it's more similar to Ivy from Alphalete, but it doesn't hold a candle to that fabric because that's an OG colour. But then we have got Stillwater, which is a like bluey grey shade. If you put it next to a bright blue, it looks grey. If you put it next to a really grey shade, it looks blue. It's like a chameleon. It's a bluey grey shade, and this also has a marl through it. This one is sort of like a darker blue. This is probably, is it? I think this, yeah, no, I think it is. I think this is my favourite colour in this drop. The colours it's most similar to is French blue, but to be honest, I do think this is different to French blue. From a distance, it looks similar, but one second, I've actually got a French blue bra here. From a distance, it looks similar, but they're actually not the same. It sort of reminds me of if French blue and wash denim had a baby. I feel like this would be the outcome, but I don't think they're the same. I mean, if you're trying to like whittle down your collection, you probably don't need both, but if you really like these sorts of tones, I personally would say it is different enough if you want both, but it's definitely not a need if you've got French blue and you're trying to have a smaller collection. And then finally we have got Dove, which is this really pretty sort of plain, like muted purple shade. To me, this is the purple equivalent of whale blue. I'm not a huge fan of whale blue, but I know that people loved it. So if you loved whale blue and you want a purple version of it, this is it. Like, this is it. It does, if you look close enough, it does have a marl through it, but it's a lot more solid than the other colours in this drop. Yeah, it's a very sort of muted purple, and to be honest, it is different to anything else that Alphalete has done. Like, it's definitely not the same. It definitely is different. But yeah, if I had to pick my favourite colours of this drop, and I know that people are probably shouting at me through the screen because apparently purple really suits me, but I don't know. I think maybe I'm being guided also by how sheer this is on me, which we'll get onto, but I think my favourites, even though I do prefer Ivy, I still really like this colour because I love Ivy and it is close. I still really like this colour. These are definitely my two favourite colours in this drop. I absolutely love them. Okay, let's get into the products now, guys. So we've got the Amplify Bra. This is making a comeback. I don't think this has dropped since the birthday sale drop. I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm not wrong. I feel like that was the last time this dropped. They've not dropped it in a while. I will pop in a clip here comparing the birthday sale one to this one so that you guys can see. So this is a birthday sale strappy bra behind and the new Dusty Rose strappy bra. These are These are both a size small. Now, even though this looks like it's running smaller, honestly when it's on, it feels less tight than this one, just because this fabric is so soft and stretchy in comparison to my linen one, which feels a little stiffer. The straps are like ever so slightly shorter, not by a ton, but they are a little bit shorter. But again, honestly, like, I put the linen one on today obviously to compare, and this one's comfier even though the straps are shorter, because it's just not as stiff. It's got a lot more give to it, it's got a lot more stretch, and it's just softer. Honestly, literally everything is the exact same. You've got the little block that the logo goes on, you've got the little block that the logo goes on. It's literally the exact same. The feature here with the little detail line and panel, it's all the exact same. Just these ones, even though they look like they fit a little bit smaller, these ones feel stretchier. But yeah, honestly a very, 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 very similar fit in terms of coverage and support and all that jazz. It's the same thing. But yeah, it is pretty much the exact same bra. Like I said, I know it looks smaller and the straps look shorter, but honestly, like, this is a lot more stretchy than the linen one is. So this is actually feels like I have more room in it than the other one. Not to the point where I need to change sizes, but I just don't want anyone to look at that and think, shit, I need to size up in that, because I really, really, really don't think that you do. Just to go over the details really quick, you've got the halter neck straps, which are thick, and they have the seams on the side here. You have then got the scrunch in the middle. Like, full disclaimer, this comes looking a lot more scrunched, and then over time, the more you wear it, this ends up just being a line. Like, it doesn't stay scrunched very well. A ribbed bottom band, you have removable padding and also inserts for that, and then at the back, Forever Stitching logo with sort of paneling details, and the straps of course cross over at the back. One thing to note about the Amplify bras in comparison to the Stratus bras and the Amplify leggings is the Stratus Amplify bras, the fabric on those is like the same as the legging, whereas with the Amplify bras the fabric is a bit more of a sort of knitted texture. Like, these feel more of like a knitted seamless. The other ones feel more like a tie, if that makes sense. So the Amplify bras by default are a little bit thicker than the Stratus bras or the leggings. They are thicker. In terms of showing sweat, this fabric does show sweat, so yeah, you are going to see sweat. If you are sweating in this bra, it will show. It's not completely sweat proof, especially with the fabric. Like, this doesn't feel as sort of stiff as the OG Amplify ones, which I did find to be a bit more sweat proof. This is the sort of like newer, more soft, more like stretchy fabric, which has been on, like, if you got a digital Violet Amplify bra, it feels the exact same as that. But these do show sweat. In terms of support, I would say low to medium, and the medium is really only for like medium-sized natural chests and implants. This is not a high-impact bra. There just isn't enough compression or enough support for it to be that. So I would say this is a low to medium impact bra. Sizing-wise, I wear this in a size small, and I would say that these fit true to size. Or if you are smaller in the chest and you really want to pick this up because you like the design, I would say you can size down if you've got a small chest. But if you've got a similar chest to me, I would say to stay true to size, because I have tried sizing up to a medium before and it's just too loose. Like, it just feels like it's just sitting on my boobs, and I don't like how that feels. So I definitely prefer a size small. However, I don't like this bra anymore. This used to be one of my favourite bras that Alphalete did, but over time they just took more and more fabric away from this part, to the point where now the tip mole test, I've still not got it checked. Hopefully it's nothing sinister, but as you'll see in the try on clip, you can see like the little mole that I have on my boob, and you never used to be able to see that in the old like 2020 Amplify bras. I feel like they just tweaked this on people that are really like narrow or have implants that sit more like here. My implants sit a little wider, got a bit more side boob, and so this just looks like I'm spilling out of the side, and I just don't like how this fits around the side of my boob, especially with the straps being so stretchy. It can almost feel like I've got like a nipple strip holding my boobs in place. I'm not a huge fan of this anymore. It's not a bad quality bra. I just think the sizing on this is really, really off. But yeah, if you like it, it's not bad quality. Just be aware that with the new fabric, it will pill. So it will catch on things and it will pill, so you need to be careful with gym bags. It's not one of my favourite bras anymore, and it's definitely not something I would be in a rush to pick up from Alphalete, unless you know you love this bra, in which case go snag her, because I feel like the old colours are going to be really discounted on the website. Like I said, I don't have the halter bras, but they are coming in all the colours, and also white and black, all the colours that I just showed you. However, I do know that they do come with removable padding, because it seems Alphalete are moving in the direction of not putting padding in there. They do come with removable padding, and they also have an adjustable strap. So the strap that comes around here is adjustable, but like I said, full review on my Instagram tomorrow. I'll wear test it. I will keep it on for hours and see how uncomfortable it is, because your girl has got traps. So if anyone's going to find it jigging in, it's going to be me. Also, do you like my top? What do we think? Do we like it? I like it a lot. A lot. It's not perfect, but I like it. Details wise, the details are the exact same on the shorts and leggings, but if you've never bought Amplify before, you've got a 3-tier waistband. It moves from lower compression to higher compression to sort of sculpt you in. The front is very plain. You have a mesh like jacquard panel down the side, which is on the shorts. You've got a bottom band, and then you have a bum scrunch at the back, and the branding on these is forever stitched in forever stitching, and it just says Alphalete on the back, and the leggings are the exact same, just a legging version. Alright, nitty-gritty committee commence. We are about to get into the leggings and the shorts, the fabric, the fit, everything that you want to know about Amplify. We're going to go through it, because you know, since June 2021, and I would like the record to show that since June 2021, I have been saying there's something different about Amplify. So we're going to go over any differences that there are in this drop, and I will let you know everything that you need to know about the bottoms for this Amplify. So these are only coming in the leggings and the 4.5-inch shorts. There's no bikers. I do, however, know that next year bikers are going to be more of a frequent thing in drops. Might not be normal Amplify bikers, but having another inseam option in at least one of the styles is going to be a thing from next year. So if you are a biker's girl, fear not, I have really pushed this request through. But yeah, it's only 4.5-inch shorts and leggings in this drop. So just to tell you everything that I got on in what size, I got the Stillwater shorts in a size small, I got the Sage shorts in a medium, the Dove shorts in a small, the leggings in Sage in a small, and the Dusty Rose leggings in an extra small. Reason being is, with the new updated fit short, the 4.5, I go between a small and a medium, and with the leggings I tend to be between an extra small and a small. I wouldn't be between a small and a medium, but some of my older amplifies an extra small and it fits really good. But newer ones, typically I am a size small across the board, but I always like to get an extra small in a leggings to check, but I would never do that in the 4.5 shorts. They fit way too tight in an extra small, which would make sense because that would be me sizing down, because I'm a size small. Fit on these is the new updated fit from the June drop, so where they dropped the rise a little bit. So these on me are like mid to high rise. My belly button is out a little bit. They dropped the distance between the top of the gusset and the bottom of the waistband. They shortened the scrunch at the back, and they just made a few tweaks to the fit. I'm going to pop in some flat lay clips here just because in case you've missed anything, because I know it can be really confusing with Amplify. They've had 2 updated fit drops. February they updated the fit to make things bigger, and then June they updated the fit to make things less compressive and less high-waisted, but they were actually more compressive but less high-waisted. So there's been 2 updated fits, so I want to make sure I'm explaining that, so I will pop those flat lay clips in here. This one's just for anyone that's thinking, what the hell is this crazy bitch talking about? If you've not shopped Amplify in a while or since June, this was the old fit, so it was a lot more higher rise. This distance is a lot bigger, and I will pop some measurements and stuff on the screen. Now this has been shortened, this has been shortened, so you get less overall rise. So these on me, and I've got a longer torso, hit more like mid to high rise rather than high rise. Like my belly button is out in these. I can pull it over because it's so stretchy, but it does naturally want to sit just below or like halfway up my belly button. But yeah, you can see here, like, that is the difference. This is the old fit, this is the new fit. As you can see, they sort of, even though the inseam is the same, the whole short sort of fits shorter. And these new ones, because this has been shortened, if I show you, if I just flip this one over, because like the scrunch region has been shortened on the new ones, you can see that these ones sort of hike at the back a little bit, along the back seam. Like you can see that it's very hard to get these to lie flat. Like this back bit sort of comes up, it's like they fit shorter at the back, and that's because the rise at the back is actually lower than at the front, and it's because this is much shorter at the back as opposed to at the front. So yeah, just a little update for anyone, because I know that not everyone watches every single haul. Just an update on how these are fitting compared to the old ones if you've not bought in a while. Everybody loves a bit of scrunch chat, so I just wanted to confirm for you guys that the scrunch on all the new Amplify is the exact same as the updated fit and the V2 scrunch. So it's the new thicker scrunch, but it was shortened for the updated fit, and it's still shortened now. Now the one thing I wanted to just go over, which I'll also go over in the video, to clarify if this one's looking a little bit longer to you on camera and this one's looking shorter, they are both, when you get them, 3 inches. Like this is 3 inches, this is 3 inches. It's just that with wear, and I've worn cotton candy a lot, it does stretch out ½ an inch. So as you can see, it's still shorter than how it used to be, but it does stretch out a little bit. So yeah, they've not shortened it even more. It's just that this does stretch out a bit with wear. So keep that in mind. It is the exact same shorter scrunch from the updated fit. So if you like that scrunch, you like this one, but it is the thicker one. So this was before they changed the updated fit. It was a lot longer, and this is an original scrunch. So the original scrunch was not as long as this, probably more similar to this, to be honest, maybe a little bit longer, but it was also skinnier. So you can see here, it was a much skinnier scrunch compared to this one. It was a little skinnier, and we miss her, but people complained that it popped, so that's what happened there. But yeah, old OG, old updated fit, new updated fit, and then this drop, it's the exact same. Just to show you all the scrunches lined up: small legging, extra small legging,
Small short, medium short, they are all consistent. It's the new, thicker, shorter scrunch, but just for anyone that was wondering, peace of mind, it's the exact same.
So yeah, this is the new updated fit. It's not my favourite thing in the world, but I will say, with how stretchy these leggings are, other than still water, with how stretchy these leggings and shorts are, you can pull them up quite a lot. It's not like Galactic Ocean where it was really just sort of sitting that way, and Electric Purple was a bit that way as well. It reminds me of Cotton Candy where it's incredibly stretchy. So if you are on the taller side, let it be known, you can pull it up. However, it naturally wants to sit on me just below my belly button. So if you're shorter, you will like this fit, but if you are on the taller side, you might not like it as much as the fits from February and prior. Something that I think Alphalete really need to work on, and I have passed this on to them, is making sure that when they get complaints from one demographic, they don't completely change a product to then suit one specific demographic. They consider having another option, for example, having 2 rise options, because I know it's more expensive, but as someone who isn't even tall, I'm 5'6", like it's average height-ish, maybe like an inch over in the UK for women. It's really frustrating to see my favourite products slowly but surely just being tweaked to fit shorter people. And that doesn't mean I don't think shorter people should have item, they absolutely should, but let's have 2 options rather than tweaking everything to fit one demographic and taking it away from the other. It's the same with sports bras. The new design team are incredible, like absolutely incredible, and I have full faith that they are going to properly follow through with these things, but it is incredibly frustrating that they kept doing that. So I'm glad that they've got a new team in now who understand the importance of having options. I cannot sing their praises enough. I love them. Other thing that I wanted to clarify on the bottoms is the scrunch. This was one of my most frequently asked questions, and I think it's just because I got my Amplify, like I said, about 4 days later than everyone else did. But yeah, people were asking me if this scrunch is even shorter than the updated fit or the V2. The answer to that question is no. Now, when I first got these, I put them next to my Cotton Candy and I was like, shit, it is shorter. But then I was looking at my Cotton Candy and I was like, I don't remember Cotton Candy's scrunch ever being that long. I mean, it's not long, but I was like, I remember it looking short. Like, gut instinct sometimes is to just whack me measuring tape out. You guys know I love a measurement. There's so many measurements in this video, you're going to be sick of seeing numbers. But that's my instinct, is to measure, but I was like, there's something not quite right about this because my Cotton Candy didn't look like this when I got it. So I went back to my June highlight, and on my June highlight, I measured my scrunch. The old fit, so like linen, was 4 inches. This little section here was 4 inches, and my Cotton Candy was 3 inches. My Cotton Candy is now 3.5 inches, which means it's just stretched out with wear over time. So if you ever wanted proof that the scrunch does stretch over time, there it is. I really hope that they reinforce it, because I feel like over time that's not helping with the lower back issue, which a lot of people do have. I feel like let's try and reinforce it so it's really not stretching out over time, because it is really unflattering when it does that and it just works its way up your back. These out of the bag are also 3 inches, so it is the exact same. These will highly likely over time stretch to be 3.5 inches as well. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify, it is the exact same, it's just that they stretch out over time. So that's why my Cotton Candy are 3.5, I checked in June they were 3, and the new ones are also 3. So this shorter scrunch, essentially the rise at the back is shorter, and you will have seen in like the flat lay clip, the short sort of hikes at the back as a result, because the back rise is shorter, which basically just means that the scrunch sits in your crack quite nicer. It does mean that this bit here, you know, this bit where it's sort of like ribbed, I do find on all of the updated fit ever since June, this is a lot more noticeable than it used to be. It's not changed, I've checked, it's literally not changed. I just think because the scrunch is sort of shorter and it's pulling the whole of the back rise down a little bit when it's on, I feel like it stretches that V out as a result and makes it more obvious. I think that's why that's happening, that's my hypothesis, because measurement wise it hasn't changed. But yeah, it sort of just sits in your crack a little nicer, and yeah, It does look nicer than the old scrunch. It is more flattering, but it is still the new thicker scrunch. I wish it was a thinner one. RIP to that. Another thing to note is this scrunch is incredibly shiny. It doesn't look it, but when it's on, and you will see in like the try-on clips, the scrunch is shiny. So if you're not a fan of a shiny scrunch, you won't like this. It is still shiny like it was on the contour. I found it really shiny on, like really shiny. Okay, let's move on to everyone's favourite topic. We're going to go over fabric. Before I get into this, before I get into fabric and sizing, I want to give a quick disclaimer. Amplify is notoriously known for being inconsistent, so it could be, please take everything I'm saying with a pinch of salt. You might order them and get something that feels different. You might order them and get something that fits different. I know with the updated fit, one of the girls in my Discord ordered 2 mediums and they were completely different in the way that they fit. So please keep in mind there are still variances with Amplify and they're still quite inconsistent. This is going to be fixed, but for now they are still quite inconsistent. So take everything I'm saying about fabric and as a guide, not gospel. You could have a different experience, and also this doesn't mean if someone's had a different experience to me they're lying, and vice versa. If someone else has had a different experience to me, it doesn't mean I'm lying. We might have just had very different Amplifies, but I hope to be helpful in what I'm about to go through with you all. We're going to go over fabric. Before I get into this, let's do my punch through test, which I filmed earlier. Quick disclaimer for anyone who's not familiar with this, I do this to show the thickness or thinness of a fabric. It is not a replacement for squat proof tests, those are coming as well. Jump scare. I look slightly different, a little bit more haggard, but let's do my punch through test whilst it's light, because I'm going to have to probably in the dark. Thank you, daylight savings. But yeah, this fabric, other than my still water, which is a bit stiffer, obviously I'll hear about that in this video, a little bit stiffer. I don't know if it's a fluke. I've ordered the leggings and they should come tomorrow, so I will update you on Instagram if it's a fluke or if it's the real deal. I'll also update pinned comment for anyone who doesn't have Instagram, because I don't want to mislead people. But my still water is a bit stiffer and it's not as soft and it's a little bit thicker, but they're all on the thinner side. The rest of them are literally like tights, aka pantyhose if you are in America. So this is the Dove colour, literally like tights, guys. Like, no, I'm just insanely thin. Like yes, I am stretching this fabric to its absolute limit, but yeah, the punch through test on OG did not quite do this. Like, it's like, it is like insanely thin, like very thin, literally like tights, which if you like that, you will love these, but I would definitely not size down in any of these colours for this reason, because they're insanely thin. Dove feels the thinnest, but this is also really thin, and when you put it on, it's just so, they're so like soft and slippy. Yeah, we're in focus. It's super thin. My sage feels slightly thicker, but they're all very thin. My still water, so again, it is very thin, but I don't know, this one does feel a little bit thicker for me, but like I said, it could be a fluke. I've got to wait until I get the shorts, but this one isn't as soft. Yeah. The fabric is incredibly thin on this drop, and I haven't done this in a while, because usually with the drops recently the colours have all felt very similar, but I do have to separate my still water from the rest of these colours, because, right, I have also ordered a still water legging in a size small to come with my halter bras. I sacrificed the white bra I wanted to get this in a legging, and I'm going to update you on Instagram. I really wanted to have it for this haul to be able to fully check the fabric, but Parcel Force didn't want to be with me today, so I will update you on Instagram. So please, if you have Instagram, check my Instagram tomorrow, because I will be updating you. However, my still water fabric feels quite different, and it fits quite different to my other Amplify colours in this drop. It's still thin. I'm not going to say it's like the thickest thing in the world, completely Scott proof, amazing, it's giving Viola, but it's not quite as soft as the other colours in this drop, which some people would think is a bad thing. I personally don't, because I know this level of softness equals massive, massive, massive durability issue. For me personally, I don't mind sacrifice. They're still soft. They're not like, oh my god, it feels like cardboard, but they're not quite as like soft and slick and fluffy, and they also are a little bit stiffer, which does impact the fit, but I'm not going over that now, I'm going over fabric. So I hit legs in these, and I sat on the gym floor, I sat on the turf, I did my hip thrust, I used my gym bag, I did everything I've done with the past 2 Amplify drops, which have, like, honestly, the V2 drop was so delicate for me. It felt like if I burped, sneezed, farted or shit myself, there was just pilling on the arse. I don't know what they put in that, but the pilling was obscene, and I've had a lot of messages about it. Some of you have been fine, which I'm really happy for you, but a lot of people had issues with that fabric pilling. I have not been able to sit on a gym floor in Amplify in at least a year without pilling until this colour. Like, I hit legs in this, and like, I will pop a picture in of what my V2 looked like after hitting legs once. Like, and I do believe it's because it's not as soft. Now, I'm not saying this is going to be the case for everyone, because I've not seen anyone else say this, so maybe I just got a dud batch, but I will update you on what my Stillwater leggings feel like when they come tomorrow. But yeah, my Stillwater fabric is a little bit sturdier, it's a little stiffer, a little less soft, and it is a little bit thicker as well. I do still think over time this will probably pill, because it is still on the softer side, but it's nowhere near as soft as these in the ones that I got anyway. The rest of them are like insanely soft tights. They're like a low denier. Which way do tights work? Which one's the sheerest? A low denier, if that's the right way, tight. They're like pantyhose. They are incredibly soft, incredibly delicate leggings and shorts. I do not like how this fabric feels. Some people love it. If you like the really, really, really soft, if you liked how contour fell, especially in colours like mocha, jade fell, if you liked how colours like cotton candy fell, that super soft, slick, tight, like brushed feel, if you like that, you're gonna love these. For me, I just hate this fabric. It pills so easy, and for me, like, I'm getting these for free. These are 54 Great British Pounds. It is just not worth 54 Great British Pounds. Like, it's just not, especially when I compare it to my old ones, which still look brand new. I just cannot with this fabric. I don't like it. So if you like the super soft, really thin, delicate Amplify fabric that's like tights, you will love these colours and you will love this fabric. But for me personally, I don't, and I've not been able to trade in these just because I've actually been a bit sick. I don't know if you can tell, but like, I'm actually not well. My throat is incredibly sore. However, I did my measuring of some garments that I needed to do. I was measuring the joggers, and I had these shorts on, my Sage ones. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh or cry when I show you the arse on these. I don't know if you can tell on the camera. If it's not picking it up because of my ring light, then I'm going to show you, don't mind. You can literally see where my finger marks have been from trying to show people this. It's like fully like fluffy on one arse cheek from sitting on the rug. I haven't even been to the gym in these. This fabric is not going to last a minute in the gym unless you are being completely careful. You cannot rub a barbell against this fabric. You cannot sit on the gym floor in this fabric. You need to sit on a mat. You cannot sit on the turf in this fabric. You need to be sitting on something. You cannot wear fabrics that feel very different. You cannot wear terry over this. Anything with a rough texture over this, you cannot. Do not put Velcro anywhere near this, although that's a given, to be honest. That would cause issues for most fabrics. Gym bag rubbing against your leg, it's gonna pill, it's gonna bubble, and it's not gonna stay looking new for long. So if you are getting these, just be aware of that, because like £54 is so expensive for a pair of leggings, like in the UK anyway. I know that Alphalete is perceived a bit cheaper in the US, but in the UK that is expensive, and people are incredibly price conscious at the moment. And I feel like you want to really be getting your quality for money, and for me, I just don't think this fabric is worth the value for money. I just don't. Still water, I'm actually really impressed with, but again, this could be a fluke. I will try and let you know, but these ones just pill way too much. Like, these are not going to last a second in the gym. You're going to have to be incredibly careful with these. Another thing is these all, even Stillwater, although Stillwater is slightly more matte, these all have a sheen to them, like the tight-like sheen. And they all also have that weird thing that I found on V2. Please let me know the contour. Sorry, I keep saying V2, I mean contour. Please let me know if anyone else had this. Did anyone else have it where when you're pulling the leggings up, your fingerprints then leave marks in the fabric, and you can see it in some of the try-on clips, like the... yeah, you can see it in some of the try-on clips. My fingers have like left marks in the fabric from like where it's like really sort of like fluffy and brushed, and it happened with the contour as well, but it's just weird. It's like really weird. It just leaves weird marks on it, which... honestly, until the contour, I'd not had that. Yeah, if you like the contour fabric or the jade fabric, stuff like that, you'll love these. But for me personally, no. Other than Stillwater, but again, it could be a fluke. And like I've said, you can get a very different feeling amplified depending on what sort of a batch you get. So please don't take this as gospel, but just generally speaking, my thickest to thinnest from this drop is, which I haven't had for a few drops, because it's been a bit more consistent, but my Stillwater is definitely my thickest colour. It just is. It's thicker and it's stiffer. And then Sage, I would say, is my second thickest colour, because even in the leggings, like, it's not awful, whereas like my Dove small short looks worse and feels a lot thinner. And then I would say Dove and Dusty Rose are equally as thin. Like, they are very thin, so that would be my sort of list. Also, if you do like the very thin, very pilling, very soft, very stretchy fabric, you might want to stock up. Just saying, you might want to stock up on that. Wash it out. I am going to put in my squat tests and talk you through sheerness. So yeah, on the left hand side I've got a nude thong on the right hand side I've got a black brief. No one would wear a black brief with Amplify, I'm well aware of that, but this is to help for people with different skin tones to me, and also to help for people who might have tattoos, or people who might want to wear a brief under their Amplify. It's also really helpful because a lot of people were saying to me for a long time, that's not your skin, that's just sheen. It's very clear what's sheen and what's skin when you've got a black brief on, if you can see the black brief or not. We're able to hide very well sheerness behind sheen for a while, but doing this definitely helps to show what's sheen and actually no, that's skin. But something I always like to clarify with a squat test is shorts will always do better than leggings because the fabric has less to stretch over. I always find shorts, even in the same colour and size, do better than leggings. So having said that, I would be terrified to see how Dove would do in a squat test for me, because shorts are normally better and these were like quite sheer, so I would definitely not even be interested in these in a legging personally. Dusty Rose, I do want to be fair, these are an extra small, and you have to be conscious of the fact that if you are sizing down, you're going to get more sheerness because that fabric has to stretch more over your glutes, so please keep that in mind. I do think that's making it look worse than it is, but again, I wouldn't train in any of these colours in leggings. I don't know about Stillwater yet, because I was actually quite impressed with the short. I need to try the legging and I'll let you know on Instagram. Like tights, and in my gym's lighting, you are gonna see like the strip of my skin when I'm doing RDLs, when I'm doing squats. So for me, these are not, especially in leggings, these are not okay to be hitting legs in. Even for like errands, definitely in the extra small as well, which by the way, it is a size down. Like, it's, I wouldn't recommend sizing down for this reason. It like stretches over my leg and you can literally see my quad. Like, you can see the skin on my quad and on my thigh through it when I'm like sitting down. So yeah, the leggings are like a hard pass from me. The shorts, so the medium in Sage, I would hit legs in, I would do all my sort of leg days in. And the shorts in Stillwater, again, I would also train in these in a nude thong. But yeah, the Dove, I'm sort of on the fence about. I think it depends on your gym's lighting. But the ones that work best for me were these. Also keep in mind skin tone does matter, so the bigger the contrast between the colour and your skin tone, obviously no one's blue or green, but I mean like how light or dark the colour is will impact things. So for me, dark colours tend to look worse because I'm a Caucasian lady, so don't know why I did that. So dark colours tend to look worse because the contrast is stronger, whereas someone with dark skin might find that they have more issues with the light colours, so do keep that in mind. And that's also why it's so important that Alphalete make sure that they've got athletes with actual dark skin. If we could get some dark-skinned women on the team, that would be great. We still don't have any. I mean actual like dark skin, like deep skin tone women. Also, they just make colours look way better than I ever could. Like the contrast with deep skin tones always makes colours look so good. So they're just shooting themselves in the foot really, to be honest. All of these, however, were stand-up proof, so that was good. None of them were like sheer standing up, they were all stand-up proof. But if you're ever in doubt and you want to try them, I would always recommend shorts over leggings, and I would recommend that you stick with nude underwear only. But let's touch on sizing now. So I'm going to do shorts and then I'm going to do leggings. So I will pop a clip in here of a flat lay showing you comparing these to the cotton candy medium for my Sage medium, and also just showing you how these waistbands sort of lay, and also I will pop the measurements in for each colourway. To show you flat lay, this is the cotton candy medium 4.5 inch short compared to the new Sage 4.5 inch short. They are pretty much the exact same. The new ones look a tiny little bit more like stretched out and maybe a little bit extra here, but the waistband and stuff is honestly like, it's the exact same. The shorts, so Stillwater is a small, Dove is a small, and Sage is a medium. I will pop measurements here. Based off how snug this colour fits, but it's also to do with the fabric, which I'll get onto in the video, but I really feel like Stillwater is running a little bit small. So these are both a size small, but the Dove size small feels like my sort of like a cotton candy medium, which I actually really like. I like the shorts in a cotton candy medium, so yeah, I feel like for Stillwater I would probably like to try a medium, to be honest, because this is very, very snug, like very snug. Reminds me of how a size small was fitting in cotton candy but less stretchy. Like mine just came in quite stiff, I don't know why. In the Dove, yeah, a size small is fine, but I don't know if I just got a Dove that's running a little bit bigger, because then there isn't really a big difference between my Dove and my Sage medium. So yeah, I will pop measurements on the screen. I'll get more into sizing in the video, but I just wanted to show you visually a flat lay, and then as you can see, going up to a medium, you do get like more overall length to the short, and with these rolling so much and coming up really short because they are the updated fit from June, I would recommend that if you like a bit more length to your short, obviously it's still a 4.5 inch inseam, but it does help. So if you are on the taller side, you can definitely try going up, especially if you've, you know, got the glutes and stuff to fill it out. So my Stillwater fits notably tighter than my other colours. It reminds me sort of, to be honest, it really reminds me of like my Galactic Ocean and Electric Purple, where it just fits a little tighter, and it comes in tighter. Like when I first got my package, it was like a lot smaller, like it was really, really small compared to my Dove small. However, it's not even that, like the waistband on mine has just come in really stiff. Like it's not as like soft and stretchy as my other waistbands. Like I can still stretch it, but it's stiffer. It doesn't have as much give. I'm not going to go as far as to say it reminds me of washed denim, but like in terms of how stiff the waistband is, it does. It's not as soft as the other ones. Like it's almost like the other ones are almost brushed and this one isn't. It's stiffer. In Stillwater, a small fits, but it is quite snug, and I know in the updated fit, going up to a medium, I get a bit more length so I can cover my belly button more, and it's not as big as like an old fit medium would be. So for me personally, I do prefer a size medium in the shorts, and in the still water I would 100% want a size medium. In the Sage I got a medium and I'm really happy with this. The only thing I would say is, even though flat lay, this looks the same as cotton candy, this fabric is even stretchier and even softer than cotton candy was, which I feel like, even though they measure the same, I get a bit more excess fabric in the crotch. But I really like how this is just like a comfortable, still, it's not hanging off me, the waistband isn't hanging off me, it still fits me, but it's a lower compression fit, more length throughout the short as well, especially being a bit more longer in the torso. It's a little bit better, so I'm happy with a medium in my Sage. Just keep in mind, if you got like a medium in the cotton candy, you can get a little bit more excess fabric in these. And then my Dove small fits not too dissimilar to my Sage medium. So honestly, the small in Dove is fine because it's fitting like my Sage, but I do think that's just an inconsistency. And considering this drop like measures up the same as the cotton candy drop, I'm going to say whatever size you got in that drop, go with that size again, and don't be scared to size up to get a little bit more like overall rise to the short if you need to, because this is the only sort of fit that I can do a medium in shorts in without feeling like it's not doing anything. I would say if you are a true size always in Amplify shorts, go with that size again, but if you are between sizes, I would recommend that you size up. I don't think you need to size down in this. It's already a snugger fit than the February drop was, so I really don't think that you need to size down in these. Yeah, if you are between, I would definitely recommend that you size up. And if you really don't like compression, you've never bought Amplify before, and you want a little bit more length too and a bit more room just in general, you can go with a size up. But generally, true to size, and if you are between sizes, take a size up. It's also worth noting, your personal preference for how you like things to fit plays a big role in what size you will like. For reference, I do not like being squeezed because I'm narrow in the stomach, but I have softness to it. I'm not shredded through my midsection, which means someone could have the same measurements, but the same size would make me look like a busted can of biscuits because my stomach isn't like hard. So I really don't like being squashed in. I like shaping and I like a bit of compression, but I don't like anything crazy, so that does drive my preference, so keep that in mind as well. But yeah, if you bought from the cotton candy drop, just go with whatever size you got in that drop again. Rolling, the shorts do roll and they roll badly, and to be honest, sizing up doesn't really help. Usually sizing up does help, but there's something about the fabric with these, because it's so soft and so slippy, they just roll up anyway. My cotton candy medium roll up just as much as my size small do. When I put them on, yeah, they give me a bit more length, but when I'm training and when I'm hitting legs and when I'm, you know, doing a lot of pressing movements with my legs, RDLs, they roll just as much as my size small ones do, so it doesn't make too much of a difference, to be honest. And if you are considering sizing up to help with just with the rolling, I wouldn't recommend it because it doesn't really help a ton. It doesn't make much of a difference at all, to be honest, on me anyway. The new scrunch from the updated fit is a lot more flattering on the glutes, and there's something about the rolling that really does make your glutes look really good, I'm not gonna lie. It's annoying that they roll so bad, but it does make your glutes look good at the same time, so how mad can you really be at it? Do you know what I mean? In terms of digging in as well, my size small still water shorts do dig in a little bit, but my size small Dove and my medium Sage don't dig in at all. Like, they are completely comfortable on my leg. Even though they're a 4.5 inch inseam, because it's the new updated fit and the whole thing fits about an inch shorter than the old fit from like before June, these fit more like a 3.5 as a result, and they roll quite hard. Okay, moving on to leggings. I will pop in a flat lay here showing you the waistband's flat lay and measurements as well. I will pop measurements on the screen here, but as you can see, this is extra small Dusty Rose and then a small Sage legging. I just wanted to show you for comparison the difference between an extra small and a small, so you can see obviously you get more room in the leg, they're a little bit longer, and obviously a little bit more in the waistband. But this is like a very, like, this is the difference it should sort of be. I feel anyway. So yeah, that is an extra small and a small in the leggings, and the difference. This one is a lot more straightforward. Leggings is always more straightforward for me than shorts. I just feel like the shorts have a lot more inconsistencies and just weird things about them. In the leggings, to their spec, I am a size small, and a size small fits me perfectly. I wouldn't size up or size down unless you have a really specific preference. I really, honestly, I wouldn't mess around with the sizing on these. I would say stay true to size in the leggings, and if you are between sizes, size up. And like I said, the fit of these is the same as the cotton candy drop. So yeah, whatever size you got in that drop or whatever size you got in the contour drop, you can definitely go with the same size again for these leggings, true to size. And if you are between sizes, take the size up, unless you really like a snug fit, in which case if you are between sizes you can take a size down, but just keep in mind the sheerness is going to be a lot worse, and it's really quite bad in the leggings this time, so keep that in mind. Okay, are these cellulite friendly? I always find it really uncomfortable going over this, because I understand that we all have insecurities, right? I get it, trust me. I've had like 2 surgeries. I get it. I get that we've all got insecurities, but I don't want to push the messaging that like we need things to hide cellulite. But I'm going over this for anyone who does want to know. These will not be cellulite friendly due to the fabric. It's incredibly thin. The darker colours, like especially the sage and dove, will be a lot more forgiving in terms of what you can see, but the dusty rose and the still water, you are going to see cellulites if that's something that concerns you. That is the answer to that, but yeah, please don't let it concern you too much, guys. Cellulite is completely normal and most of us do have it. So yeah, sweat proof. These are not sweat proof, and I always find that the fluffier, like softer, more brush material is not sweat wicking. Like when I go to the toilet in the gym in this sort of fabric, it feels like it's just gathering sweat and just staying damp. So I don't find this fabric to be that sweat wicking either, but these are not sweat proof. Obviously the darker colours will be more forgiving. I personally don't give a shit. I'm there to sweat. Darren's there to sweat and he's glorified for it. I'm there to sweat and it's the most gross thing people could have possibly ever seen. I don't care about sweat. But yeah, these are not sweat proof, these will show sweat. I did find that my still water didn't show as much sweat as my contour ones did, but I think that's just because the fabric is a little less brushed on these for me. But the rest of them feel like my contour stuff and like the fluffier, really soft, like tights fabric, so those will show sweat. Camel toe wise, with this being the like thinner fabric, you're gonna see that hoof. Do you know what I mean? It's gonna be hoofing. People tend to get more Barbie crotch with this than they do camel toe, but the thinner the fabric, the more likely camel toe is. Jiv Athletics underwear always comes up as a solution for this, so maybe check that out. I find G-strings work really well with Amplify. Seamless, in my opinion, doesn't work well with Amplify if you're concerned about camel toe, because that moulds to whatever mould you've got going on there, and then the legging moulds to whatever mould you've got going on there on top of the mould that's been made by seamless underwear. Not the vibes, to be honest, so I tend to do G-strings, but I'm going to check out the Jiv underwear and I'll let you know if that helps. But yeah, also always keep in mind that your anatomy will impact camel toe. I always have an issue with camel toe, so I don't know what that means, but if anyone's gonna have an issue, trust me, it's gonna be me. So yeah, to summarise, I go size small in the leggings, I would skip on the Amplify bra, and with the shorts I would say I would do a medium in the shorts, although in the dove colour, like I can get away with the small because it fits like the medium, and I would always recommend the shorts over the leggings. First of all, for sheerness it's a lot better, but second of all, it's just what I wear more, so that's what I would recommend. But obviously if you're more of a leggings person, you can go for the leggings. But the shorts, especially with the updated scrunch and like even the rolling, I feel like it really makes the bunda, just makes the glutes look really, really good. So how mad can I really be at the rolling? You know, it helps me out a little bit. I feel like it makes my bunda look really quite sensational, so I'm not too mad at it. But yeah, do be aware the shorts do roll quite severely, but I feel like it does flatter the glutes. Okay, seamless tank, this is new, but they have done like an amplify tank before, but this one is different, and I don't have my amplify tanks anymore, so I'm going to instead compare it to the ozone tank, so I will pop that clip in here. I wanted to show you sort of flat lay, and I will put in measurements for the new seamless tank, but I just wanted to show you the ozone tank to this new seamless tank. This fabric is a lot thicker, which I'll go over in this video. This one also has like a dipped seam at the bottom, whereas the new one is straight across, and this one has sort of built-in shaping, like it really does shape you. I would definitely recommend this one over the new seamless one. I don't like the new seamless one. This one is very, 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 very blocky. This is an extra small and this is a small, but I've seen other girls saying that sizing down, it's just not thick enough to compress you, so it doesn't fit the same as this one. So, details wise, it is just like a scoop neck at the front. I feel like you can even see like how thin this is. It's crazy. It's like the jacquard texture, like mesh texture that's on the leggings starts here, and then
no,
at the back
she
you've got
didn't,
sort of really thin mesh.
I watched
This portion of the racer back and the rest of it is all just very thin,
nowhere in the
amplified
entire
material.
Ironheart
The logo is in a sticker at the bottom. This is just a sticker logo left on the side, and you've got some paneling as well. I got this in a size small. Sizing wise for these, you can 100% size down if you want to. You can stay true to size or size down. Honestly, if you want it to be really snug, I would say to size down. Just keep in mind, this isn't as long as the ozone tank, and it's not as form-fitting either. So, yeah, you can definitely size down, but do keep in mind that it's not as long as the ozone tank. Honest, for me personally, and again, just my opinion, this feels like, I feel like did they have like some extra amplify material and they were like, what shall we do with it? Like, can you guys see me? Because I can see you. This is incredibly thin. The paneling is like lip service, like as in like it's there, but it's not really doing anything. It's not compressive. I mean, if you want a really comfortable tank, like kind of form fitting, but if you've got like a smaller waist, it kind of won't be. If you want a really comfortable, really thin, really stretchy tank, this would be great, but for me, this just does nothing. And any day of the week, I would pick the ozone tank over this one. It's very, very thin. It's very lightweight. I don't think this is worth the price that they are charging for it personally. It feels like something that you could pick up in H&M for like a third of the price probably. Again, the fabric is incredibly soft and incredibly delicate, so you're going to need to be careful with this. It's going to pill. Yeah, sweat proof, it won't be sweat proof. In terms of sheerness, with the ozone, it's thicker, so I can get away with wearing this without a bra. I need a bra with this. Like in the try-on clip, I had to put pads in because you could see my nipples. So yeah, you need to wear a bra underneath this, in my opinion. I really wouldn't recommend that you go braless. It's way too thin to be going braless, whereas with the ozone, you definitely can get away with not having a bra on. But yeah, I would pass on this and get this any day of the week, unless you want a really thin, super stretchy, and you're not bothered about it being compressive or doing anything. You just sort of want it to sit there. Then you love this. Yeah, sizing wise, true to size or size down. To be honest, if you want it really form fitting, size down. Just be conscious as well with this being a racer back. Think about the sort of bra that you would be able to wear with this. So you're going to need something that's either got a racer back or that sort of comes in the middle. Yeah, I have to take a quick break because my throat is getting too sore. But we're going to move on to Aura now. So if you have not checked out my Aura review from last month, I'm going to leave it linked down below. Anything that I need to signpost, it will be linked with a timestamp as to what I'm talking about in that video that you need, that I might mention. So in the description box, that will be below. If I mention anything and I'm like, link below, it'll be in the description box. So we have 4 new colours that I want to show you, and just really quickly before I show you, I just want to show you them next to the Amplify colours. So this is Aura Cran and this is Dusty Rose Amplify, because they're sort of launching like similar-ish tones. This is Aura Aster, and this is Amplified Dove. This is Sage Amplify, this is Cypress Aura. And then, to be honest, these two really aren't similar at all, but they're both kind of blue. This is Still Water, and this is Aura Ink. But this is the colour palette for Aura, completely different to the last drop. I'm gonna be honest, I way preferred the colour palette for the last drop. It was right up my street, and it's so easy to pair with things. This colour palette is quite difficult to pair with things. I don't know if it's just because these are such solid colours with no marlin whatsoever. They are, like, some more so than others, but to be honest, they're quite, like, stark colours. I don't know, there's just something about it. They're quite difficult to pair. So even if you find a colour really, really pretty, please consider what you have in your wardrobe that it's actually going to go with. Hopefully this will help you, because I've done colour wheels and colour comparisons. So this is the colour Cran. This is most similar, I would say, to Alphalete's Alphalux Black Cherry, but it's not the exact same, it is a little bit different. The Alphalux Black Cherry, not the Amplify. It is a nice colour, and to be honest, this is probably one of the easier colours to pair with things from what I did with, like, my colour wheels and stuff. Next up we've got Aster, which is this, like, not bright purple, I would say, like, it's a medium purple. Again, quite different to anything else that Alphalete has ever put out, to be honest. They don't do many purples, so you wouldn't really be able to find a matching set between this and another collection, but like I said, I will have given you ideas in the lookbook at the start, and then also here. But yeah, this is a cute purple, but I'm not gonna lie, this is quite hard to pair with things unless you've already got a lot of things in your wardrobe that are gonna go with this. It's quite hard to pair with things, so just keep that in mind. Then we've got Cypress, which is this gorgeous, like, forest green colour. I saw Ashley mention that this is, like, closest to Darkest Pine, which I've never actually had in Amplify, but having looked at her picture, I do think this is very similar to Darkest Pine. It's like a rich forest green sort of colour. It's a very, very, very pretty colour, and it's more on the neutral side for this drop, because it is quite dark. It's not, like, super vibrant in person, although I will say on some pictures it looks a lot darker than it is in real life. But yeah, this is like a deep forest green. And then you've got Ink, which is a true navy blue. Now, because I've got a ring light on, this is showing up a bit more vibrant than it is in real life, but these pictures are, like, true to colour and very, 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 very accurate. This is more similar to, like, most similar to sort of tuxedo blue, I would say, in terms of amplified colours, and it's not quite as rich and vibrant as Honor Active's Timeless Midnight, in case anyone was wondering about that. It's a little bit more on the dull side. However, this colour is a fucking chameleon. Every single time I see this posted, I'm like, is that ink? It looks really, really light on some people's pictures, but it's not light. It is a true, not rich navy, it's just a true navy blue. That is the best way I can describe it. Again, if you've got a lot of blues in your wardrobe, easy to pair with, but other than that, again, I actually weirdly found this one a little bit hard to pair things with. Which sounds stupid because it's just navy, but I feel like I had the same issue with whale blue. It doesn't, for me, it didn't go with a lot, but I guess it depends. What have you got in your wardrobe? So if you missed my last video, I'm trying to cut this video down to be as short as it possibly can be. So I really don't want to waste time going over things I've already gone over in such depth. But for a brief description of this material is like a brushed cotton, similar to, like, Buff Bunny, Newbury, but more brushed and less compressive. It's way stretchier than the Newbury fabric. Like, that's compressive. This is not compressive. I got asked to compare this to the Buff Bunny Butter fabric, which I did buy. I got the aggressive scrunch leggings in the Butter fabric. The Butter fabric is a lot more nylon-y. It's a lot more slick, a lot more performance feel. This is, again, more brushed. It's more along the Lululemon Align pant feel, if you were curious. And yeah, out of Alphalux and Surface, it's more similar to Alphalux, but it's way softer, it's way stretchier, it's way more brushed. So yeah, that is the fabric on this collection. But if you want a full in-depth comparison to, like, 8 different leggings I did I did the full fabric composition. That is in my last video, and I will link and timestamp exactly where that point is below for you guys, so you can go and watch that. But buttery soft, I hate to be that person, but it really is buttery soft. Buttery soft, incredibly stretchy, brushed cotton fabric, but like, look at the stretch on this bitch. It's really, really stretchy. The only thing I would say, which I did notice with this drop, is my ink bra feels slightly less brushed than my ink bottoms do. Don't know why, just something I picked up on. And also the cypress colour and the cran colour, they're still brushed, don't get me wrong. This is more brushed than Slick Performance. The fabric hasn't completely changed, and most people will not notice this. I've just noticed it because I'm like, I've got sensory issues, I think. I don't know what's wrong with me. These feel slightly less brushed. Still brushed, but just slightly less brushed, basically, and they feel a little bit thicker and a bit denser, whereas the Aster colour feels quite thin, to be honest, in comparison to the others, and incredibly brushed. Like, out of all the colours I have here, this is really, really, really brushed. Like, really brushed. I don't know if it's something to do with the dye, with the purple being different, but yeah, my Aster is like notably more brushed than my other colours. But yeah, if anyone was curious about fabric, all in all, it's pretty much the same as the last drop. Some colours just feel a little different. But I noticed even with the last drop, my black felt less brushed. So my black, if you got black, felt like cypress and cran. The rest of my colours felt more like ink, and then probably like sand and porcelain I found really soft and like thin and super stretchy. That's probably more like Aster. In terms of the fabric, in terms of pilling, this fabric does pill. It's very, very, very prone to pilling, and I've already had quite a few messages about people's aura pilling. It's a brushed cotton fabric, and for that reason, I recommend this range more for errands. I recommend it more for low impact things like Pilates or yoga, things where you're not brushing up against rough fabrics. You're not going to catch it on a barbell, you're not going to catch it on a dumbbell, you're not going to be sitting on like rough surfaces. I really wouldn't recommend it for like heavy duty lifting, because it is a delicate fabric and it will pill. It's in the nature of the fabric. Lululemon pills, and it's like double the price of what these are. So yeah, I wouldn't say it impacts whether it's worth it for me or not, because with brushed fabrics you are always going to get pilling. When it comes to like a brushed cotton legging, like an aligned pant for example, you will always get that pilling. The only way to get rid of that would be to completely change how this legging feels, and I don't want them to do that. I'd rather them just bring out another more slick, you know, nylon-y performance fabric. I think leave this as it is, and let's just keep it as like an errand or a low impact legging. Another issue that has come up actually is the seams as well. I've had 3 messages now about people's seams on Aura unraveling, so I do think there's still quality issues to be like ironed out with these. I'm not sure the construction on the seams is great, so please keep that in mind as well. Okay, let's get into Aura. So I didn't pick up any of the bandos, however there is a big change with all of the bras, even with the sculpt bra and the bando, which is relaunching with slight changes because I got Gio to send me some pictures. Thank you, Queen Gio, British Queens Unite, Gio Oaks Fitness on Instagram. She has the bando, so if you guys have any questions, please go and ask her, because she will be more than happy to help you. But the bando, the sculpt bra and the long line bra in this drop all have inserts, so you can put padding in them. I've shown you like when I've gone over the bras properly anyway, but they've all got inserts this time. They still don't come with padding. The padding doesn't come with the bra, but there is an insert in there for you to put padding in, and you want oval pads. I tried this. You want oval pads. For the bando, you would want an oval pad. For the sculpt bra, you would want an oval pad, not a triangle one because it sits weird. Oval ones work a lot better with these bras. The long line bra, you want an oval pad. So if you are buying any of last launch's colours, they are not updated. They still don't have inserts, but if you're buying any of the new colours dropping in this launch, they have little slits for you to put inserts in. They just don't have the actual pads themselves, but you would want an oval pad. But I got Gio to send me some pictures of the bando, because this is the bando and I just didn't bother getting it again. Like, this is one of the worst products Alphalete has ever put out for me. Like, and I think this is the last time this bando is dropping. So if you liked it, stock up on it, because I don't think that they're dropping it again after this time. Sort of curves at the top. It's got a silicone grip on the inside that does absolutely nothing. My full review will be linked below, the timestamp, and then it's narrower in the back. The branding on the old ones is smaller, but the new branding is what is on the new ones, so it's bigger. So it's this branding that's going to be on the new ones. Gio did send me some pictures and it looks like the bandos are bigger this time. So honestly, I've not tried the new ones, so I don't really know what that means. Please message her on Instagram if you've got any questions. But those are the pictures of the old compared to the new. The brown one is the old one and the red one is the new one. And that's the differences. It looks wider. It's definitely wider, but the back is narrower, which the back is already very narrow, so I don't know why that is. But yeah, if you like the bando, you can get the new colours and they come with slits for you to insert things. But if you want to see it on someone, check out her Instagram, Gio Oaks Fitness, like I said. Okay, moving on to the sculpt bra, which I'm actually really excited about this time. I wasn't so much last time, but they have updated it. So I got this in the Aster colour in a medium and in the ink in a size small. I'm going to insert some clips here going over sizing, flat lays, comparing you to old details, all that good stuff. Okay, just to show you the differences flat lay between the old one and the new one, because I feel like it's easy to show you. So the old one has slightly less coverage across the boob region, whereas the new one has a little bit more. You also have darts now under the bust region to help you with sort of shaping underneath the boobs. And then if we flip her over, you've also got the updated branding, which is on all the new aura. So this is the old. It's a lot more subtle because it's smaller and it's flat sticker, which I'm not a huge fan of because I feel like it just looks a little bit cheaper. I do prefer raised silicone, however now she is a lot bigger and a lot more noticeable, but it is like more of a raised silicone. So yeah, I just sort of wish they'd done raised silicone, but like smaller. I don't know, I do prefer the smaller branding and not the bigger one. Another huge change is obviously you now have inserts for padding, which you didn't have before. The old ones don't have any inserts for padding, so yeah, inserts for padding in the new ones do not come with pads, but you do now have an insert cut in there for you to put padding in. Also, if you're having inserts for padding, they've also added this so that your pads can't slip through to either side. So there's like a seam on the inside here, and it's like a mesh on the inside, but there's a seam here so that your pads won't like flip through to the other side to keep them in place better. An old fit medium compared to the new sculpt bra medium, and I will pop measurements here so you can see exactly what the differences are. Just to clarify, this is the center point that I measure, and then this part here is where I measure for the sort of either side of this bit. The overall sort of drop is about ½ an inch shorter, but it's really like very confusing. The straps are a little bit thicker as well. Yeah, I've tried to like line them up best as I can at the back to give you a more like accurate representation, but it's about ½ an inch shorter. So yeah, keep that in mind. And then this is an old fit small behind and new fit small in front, and I will again pop the measurements on the screen so you know the differences between the old fit in a small and the new fit in a small. I'll show you the new sculpt bra. So this is in size small compared to a medium, and I will pop measurements on the screen here so you can see exactly what the differences are. But yeah, this is a small and a medium. But yeah, essentially the changes are that there is more coverage now. The like whole rise of the bra and the strap in general is about ½ an inch shorter. There is more coverage over the boobs. The middle part is ½ an inch wider, and you also have these darts now which sort of sit a lot better under the boobs. The straps are a little bit thicker, and then the branding at the back is also now the new bigger branding silicone. Inside you have the inserts for pads, and then you have sewn in bits here so that the pads can't slip through to the other side. Talk about why I prefer this one to the old one. The old one, I just couldn't get the right size for the old one. I mentioned it, the small felt so much better on my chest, but the medium had more coverage but then wasn't tight enough, so it was moving up and down. And I just, the small didn't fit me perfectly, the medium didn't fit me perfectly, and I signed it off as like I would lounge in this bra but I wouldn't train in this bra for that reason, because the sizing just wasn't quite right for me and it wasn't staying in place. The new fit, I've not trained in this, but I wore it all day yesterday. I was doing a lot yesterday. I was like doing measurements, I was moving around a lot, like I may as well have been doing training, to be honest, and it didn't move anywhere near as much. It still moved a tiny bit, but not to the point where like you can see my whole incision scars and everything just looks a little bit awry. And the beauty of this one is now that there is extra coverage and the darts to help it sit properly under my boob, I can do the size small because now fits better here, so I can do the size small to feel more supported around here. I will say the medium doesn't fit me bad either.
Okay, I'm actually updating this. I'm just editing my haul, and even though the small does feel more comfortable, I'm looking at the try-on clips and I feel like the size small at the back where my armpit is, at the side, I feel like it's digging in a lot more, so I'm not like a big fan of that. So I've actually ended up cutting quite a few of the things in this haul that I've said out because I don't stand by it anymore, because the small looks it just looks really funky from the back on me, like it is digging in more than the other one was. I feel like it just feels a little bit more snug, so I would actually still go with a medium, but the medium now doesn't feel like as loose across my chest and it stays in place better. So yeah, I prefer a medium, just to clarify.
This is a low support bra, like this will never be a high support bra just because of how it fits, but with these new updates and how this fits now, I prefer this to the Crop Shop Boutique one, which in my previous haul I preferred the Crop Shop Boutique one. Now I prefer this because it fits a lot better, it just sits a lot better, it stays in place better, and it's more comfortable because the fabric on this is a lot more comfortable than the Crop Shop Boutique Isla. So I am honestly really happy they changed the fit of this, and the darts do something. These are on the short line strappy bra as well from the last drop, and they help a lot with keeping the bra in place for me.
I just wanted to add here as well, because I forgot to mention it, but it's actually really important. On the old Sculpt bra, the bit in the middle that's like between the titties was like I could stick a finger up it, like at the bottom it wasn't tight because it just wasn't fitting like slam to my chest properly, which also meant it moved a lot more. I think it's the darts, because I checked and they've not like changed the bottom seam, like the bottom seam is the same on this, but I think because the darts help to pull it to cup it under my boobs, that now lies a lot flatter to my chest. So if you found with the old one you could like stick a finger up through the bottom, with the new one it doesn't do that as much on me, so it just fits a lot better, and that's also a very big point about this bra for me.
And sort of cupping perfectly under my boob. Sweatproof, these are not going to be sweatproof, so forget it. It's a brushed cotton fabric, these are going to show sweat, and they don't dry quick either. This is like the slowest sweat drying fabric that Alphalete have ever done, to be honest. Like it takes a long time to dry, it doesn't wick quickly at all. Please be aware I can also do a medium, so if you have a similar chest to me and you need to size up still, you can. I do think it's worth saying that with these bras, yes, it's improved, but this is still a teeny tiny bra. If you are naturally very blessed, you've got naturally very big boobs, this bra will not work for you. I still don't think this is going to work for you. I think you'll be slipping out at the bottom. I don't think it's going to work well on natural very big chests, but I would say up to like a natural C cup, you can get away with this. And if you've got implants like me, you can stay true to size, or you can go a size up if you want to. There isn't a ton of difference between the small and the medium.
Again, I've had to like chop and change this because I have changed how I feel about the sizing rewatching these clips. My updated sizing advice, concise down. If you've got big natural boobs, still I would just forget this bra. I don't think it's going to work. If you are between sizes or you have a slightly larger bust like I do, I would actually recommend that you go with a size up if you've got bigger boobs in this bra, because the way that the darts work, it does make the size up fit better than it did last time. So if you do have boobs and you want to try this bra, I would honestly recommend that you try a size up. But if you are super tiny in the chest, I would just recommend that you stay true to size. I don't think you need to size up or down.
You are naturally very blessed with the breast, definitely just skip on this bra. Like, just skip on this bra, and instead you should get the new long line strappy bra. So this is, like straight away, this is not a high support bra, this is not a heavy duty bra. You can tell by the straps she's not heavy duty. However, she is a long line bra, and I'm going to pop in a clip here comparing it to the short line strappy bra so you can see just how long it is in comparison. I just wanted to show you the strappy long line flat lay so that I can pop measurements in about this bra so you know what the sizing is like. This is a size small, and then if we flip her over onto the back, you've got a nice cross back, and then these straps here which sort of grade up. Like this one's shorter and then they get longer, which it's very hard to get it to sort of lay flat, but it's really good because it sort of accommodates for lats, and if you've got a bit of a wider back. I don't know if this was intentional or an error, but either way it works quite well. And just to show you the differences between the short line strappy and the long line strappy. Short line, these straps are adjustable, this one they are not. And then the short line as well, these are both a size small. This one appears to fit bigger, and also these straps are also wider than, you know, these ones. They are actually longer. However, I don't know why, like I can't quite work out why, even though flat lay this is wider, this feels tighter on than this one does. Not to the point where you need to size down, like I'm still a size small in this, but if you found that with this one you really needed to size up, I really don't think with this one that you do. I know it's confusing because this one looks wider, but I am telling you, this fits way tighter, especially across these straps, than this one does. Details wise, again, this has inserts for padding, so you can put your own padding in here, and with this being such like a big space for padding, you can do triangle or oval, it doesn't matter. Again, it has the sewing feature here to stop the pads shifting from side to side, so they'll stay in place better. You won't put it in the wash and it'll end up at the other side. It can't. They're like compartmentalized. Yeah, details wise, this again has the new branding update on it, so it's got the new bigger raised silicone logo. It's not the smaller one, so this is the smaller one, just so I can show you, and it's more like a sticker, whereas this one is much more of an obvious raised silicone and it's a lot bigger. I've already gone over this in Eclipse. I do prefer the subtlety of how small it was before, but I do prefer the sturdiness of a raised silicone over a really flat sticker. Like Sculpt bras, bandos, these bras, they are all double lined, so these are not sheer, they're not transparent, they're not see-through. They are very thick, to be honest. In the boob region, and again, the fabric is the incredibly soft brushed cotton fabric, same on the outside as it is on the inside. Details wise, these sort of come around like a halter neck, and then it's very strappy at the bra, and strappy at the back, and these straps move up to be wider. So if you've got like lats, which most, like obviously it's a gym brand, they're building it for people with lats. I love that they did this because help it not be giving pork, ham joint, ham hock, bit of roast beef, which I was worried about. When I saw this was coming, I was like, that's 4 straps horizontal. I'm gonna look like they've just rolled me out of a butcher's, but I actually don't. It actually fits me really nicely, and it doesn't dig in at all. Like, it's not uncomfortable at all. I will say that the straps can get snug after a little bit, and especially with them not being adjustable, they can get a little bit snug, but they've got a lot of give to them. Like, they're bouncy, you know? They've got a lot of stretch, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. But yeah, after like 4 hours, it's the same as like the standard strappy bra. I do find that it will dig in after about 4 hours, but I don't tend to keep things on for that long anyway. When you put this on, and I was honestly really shocked about this, like these sit like perfectly when you put it on. I thought it was going to be a mess and they were going to be like up, down, everywhere clinging together, but they really don't. When you move around, they can move a little bit, so do keep that in mind, but they don't like all roll together and look weird. They actually sit suspiciously well, which I really wasn't expecting. Moving around, especially because this is brushed cotton, and it, like, especially when you get hot, it just sticks to you. This is not going to move. It doesn't budge, it doesn't move. It's very form-fitting. Sweat-proof, again, this is not going to be sweat-proof. This will show sweat. This is a long line bra, so it's a lot more suitable for bigger cup sizes. Again, this is not a high support bra. It just has more coverage, so it's a lot more suitable if you've got bigger boobs. It comes to nowhere near my belly button, to be honest, on me. But it is a lot longer than, obviously, the short line strappy bra, which is tiny. So if you've got bigger boobs, you'll be fine. Just don't expect it to be a high support bra, especially with the straps being so thin, the weight of the chest. Put it down a little bit. But yeah, this is a low impact bra. Like, this is not a medium impact bra. I know that we might look at it and think it's got more coverage, therefore it's medium impact. That's not really how it works. It's like there's no support under bust to make it a higher impact bra, and the straps are incredibly thin, and also these straps at the back aren't tight, so there's a lot of give in the bra. It's a low support bra, but it's really nice. In terms of sizing, a size small fits me absolutely perfectly. I've got no issues with how a size small fits me at all, so I would say to stay true to size. If you are between sizes, I would probably, just because of like the halter neck straps, I would probably go with a size up if you are between, but it fits really good. And even though, like I've shown you, flat lay, this is smaller, this doesn't fit as tight as a strappy bra, so if you felt like you had to go up the size for this, you can definitely just go with your normal size in there. In terms of my overall thoughts, I was not excited for this bra, which is why I only got one, because and to be honest, I'm still not sure how I feel about 4 straps at the back. I'm not sure it's very me, but I like it a lot more than I thought I would, and it feels nice. It feels really nice quality, really nice quality. So I'm very happy with this. The quality feels good, and it's definitely worth picking up if you like this design. Just have a think about if you like the design, because I'm still not sure how I feel about the 4 straps at the back, but it's a really decently made bra and I like it. Just keep in mind, long line doesn't equal high support. It's more coverage for bigger chested girls, but it's still a pretty low support bra. You wouldn't want to be doing like a marathon in this. It's still low support. Shrug, I got this in one colour and I got it in cran. I really like this colour, especially on like my skin tone and with dark hair. I've seen this on Bailey and she's blonde and it looks really good on her, but I love deep like berry tones on dark hair, and especially on like deeper skin tones. I know I'm white, but like on deeper skin tones I really like this sort of colour. So yeah, the shrug, details wise, very quickly, it's sort of, it's not like what do they call it, a bolero, where a bolero is more, it comes around the back, a shrug goes over the front. Yeah, and then they're really long in the sleeve, but like in a good way, so it's very cozy vibes with the hands. And they also have a thumb hole, and then at the back it comes down a little bit lower than it does at the front. And again, the branding is the new branding, the Alphalete branding, which is bigger, and it's more raised silicone now. So I will pop in a comparison here, comparing this medium to the old medium. Show you shrugs. This is a shrug from the last drop in a size medium in the black, and then this is the new shrug in a size medium in cran. These ones, I mean, I've only got one to go off, so I don't know if maybe cran is just an off colour, but these shrugs definitely run a little bit bigger for me. I went up to a medium in them last time just because this bit here was sort of cutting into my boobs, but I feel like with these ones I don't really need a medium. I should have done a small. The sleeves are a little bit wider on the new ones, and yeah, I will pop measurements on the screen so you can see exactly what the differences are. For reference, the like armpit to shoulder drop is this part, this is the
bottom of the chest, like the chest opening. So yeah, there isn't a huge difference in the actual measurements, but it does, like, this is very loose. You'll see it in the haul. It's a lot looser than the old medium was. And then, of course, in true new aura fashion, this is the old logo on the back of the neck, the smaller sticker logo, and then this one is a more raised silicone, bigger, more sort of spaced out logo. I do prefer the subtlety and size of this, but I prefer how much sturdier this one feels. So yeah,
I don't know if my black medium just ran tight and that's why I was a medium in it. I don't have any other mediums to compare it to, but the neck on this is a bit wider, and this bit here is just like really loose, like it's just really coming away from my chest in a way that's not flattering, like it just doesn't fit me quite right. So I would definitely go with a size small in these. I don't know if it's just this colour, but yeah, I'm going to err on the side of caution and just say go true to size with these. Or if you've got particularly thin arms, you can definitely size down because these are incredibly stretchy. But other than that, I would say to stay true to size. I wish I'd got this in a size small, but obviously I wasn't to know that it was going to fit bigger. Sweatproof? No, these are not sweatproof. In terms of like armpit ventilation, these don't cover the armpit. If you want to see this compared to the crop shop one, that's in my last video and I will link it below. But really good like armpit ventilation because it doesn't cover the armpit. In terms of like staying in place, when you're doing anything overhead, this is not going to stay in place. Like the middle bit will come up, but that you're always going to get that. If you've got fabric in the middle, it's unavoidable. That is always going to happen. The only way to avoid that would be to maybe have something that just goes around the back and nothing around the front. See that next year, that might be nice. Yeah, it's unavoidable when you've got something in the front, but I do think the medium this time round is doing it a lot worse on me, so I would definitely just stay true to size. I do find, to be honest, from training in the shrugs, you don't have to adjust them a lot. Like, they move when you move and they look a little bit funky if you're doing a certain movement, but you put your arms back down and they are back in place. I don't have to adjust them a ton, so yeah. And my updated thoughts on this is, like I've just said, I would stay true to size now. Like the medium this time around is just too big up here. Like it's very loose across the clavicle. And the other thing is, I actually have worn these a lot more than I thought I would. I said in my last video, probably not worth it for me because it's not really my thing. But since then, I've worn my cashmere one and my black one quite a lot. So now I would actually really recommend these, but of course only if it's your thing, because these are only going to be 10% off. They're not going to be like a huge discount because they are new. Even the old ones are only going to be 10% off, I believe. They're really nice quality, they feel nice, and it's nice to have like a little bit of coverage on your arms whilst not having to be super hot everywhere else. I feel like I'm converting. I kind of get it. It looks nice. I've been wearing it. At this point, I just want to signpost you guys to my last month's review where I literally tried these on side by side, compared them to Wonder, Surface, Align Pants, Honours Timeless. Like that is all in the last video. Ooh, I feel like I'm getting shivers. So I just want to signpost you guys to that, and I will again leave that link below with a dedicated timestamp so that you guys can go and watch that to see how these bottoms compare to other bottoms. But these really are quite similar to Align Pants. Like even the glute seam is quite similar. Like it's quite long and all that good stuff. So the first thing I want to go over is the 5-inch short. I didn't get any of these because like it just felt like a weight. We didn't get a ton of pics this time anyway compared to normal. I prefer the leggings to the shorts anyway, but just to explain, these are the shorts. They're a 5-inch inseam. True to size. If you are between sizes, I would say to go with the size down, or you can even size down full stop. This fabric is incredibly stretchy. I can do a size small or an extra small. I like both. I'm not like, I feel like when I filmed the first review, I was like, no, extra small, and now I'm just like extra small or small. There really isn't much difference in it, but if you are someone who is really fussy about like any excess fabric, definitely go with a size down. They don't dig in at all. They're like very like soft, smooth. The details are the exact same. This is just an old pair. there is one difference which I'm going to go over. So you've got the seams which start here on the waistband and they curve around the side to curve around the side of your glute, and then at the back, no bum scrunch, just a glute seam. This is 6 inches, so it's quite long. The Amplify one is 3 inches for comparison. But the main difference, and this is a difference on all the bottoms, they have taken the logo from the back here. It's no longer on the back. It is now, I don't know why they did this. It's such a weird move. The logo is now, let me show you on my legging. The logo is now on the leg. Okay, so the logo sits at the front of the curved seam now. This is upside down, so I need to tip it. But yeah, it sits along the seam with like the bottom of the logo facing the seam, the bigger logo. And again, I will have showed you this and I'll show you it further on in the haul, like more flat lay, but it's on the curved seam and it's bigger and it's raised silicone. It's no longer a flat sticker, and that goes for the leggings, the shorts and the flares. That is the change there. But other than that, if you want the full review on these, you can go and watch my last haul. Again, link down below with timestamp when I reviewed these and when I tried these on side by side with like Wonder Shorts, Honor Active's Timeless. But yeah, low compression. If between sizes, size down. Otherwise, you really can stay true to size. If you like a particularly snug fit, you can definitely get away with sizing down in these. They do roll, but it's not to the point where your arse cheeks out. Sweat proof, no. Camel toe, quite severe to be honest. Squat proof, the shorts tend to be pretty good regardless of colour. But yeah, just very, very quickly, but I didn't pick up any of the new ones. I just wanted to let you know they are doing the short again. I just didn't pick any of them up. And I'm also going to pop in my inserts here about flat lays with sizing and stuff. A flat lay of my Cran small to my Asta extra small legging, and I will pop the measurements here. So yeah, this is pretty standard for the difference between an extra small and a small. Ignore this side because I've not done it properly. This side is properly pulled down. The thing I just wanted to highlight with the Asta colour is it's very like, I'll go over it in the video in terms of like fabric and stretchiness, but like I would have said, very stretchy, very, feels a lot more giving. And also my Asta extra small, so this is a cashmere extra small and this is like brand new. It's running like ½ an inch big through the leg, and I can feel it when it's on. It feels more like a size small to me, but it is an extra small, like I've triple checked. So that's something to be aware of. I would say you can definitely go true to size in these things or size down, but in Asta I would definitely size down, especially if you are between sizes. I would take a size down because I feel like this colour runs big and also just has a lot of give and a lot of stretch to it. So yeah, if you were checking out this colour, something to keep in mind. So yeah, that is really like the main difference, is honestly just the logo being on the leg. Just to some people, it's going to be so fussy that I don't like the fact that the logo's on the leg, but things like that do matter to me. Like, as stupid as it might be to some people, it does matter to me. I've never wanted a legging logo on the leg. To be honest, these logos look wonky on a good day. The fact that it's now against like a curved seam, I just don't like it. Let me know what you guys think. Am I being fussy? Probably, but like I said, things like that do matter to me and I don't like it. I don't want to walk around with branding on the leggings. Go over the details quick. Again, it's the exact same as last time. So you've got the waistband, you have got the seams start here, they curve round to the side. Again, I said this last time, people were worried it will accentuate the hip dip. I don't think it does. I've got hip dips and I don't think it accentuates anything about them. I think this looks, to be honest, I actually find it quite flattering, especially like side on. I feel like this makes your glutes look really, really good. I'll pop a picture of me in pewter. I feel like these are actually quite flattering, to be honest. And they are a full length legging. I will have put the inseam and stuff in the flat lay clips with all the measurements, but yeah, I got Asta in a size extra small and Cran in a size small. Sizing wise for these, you can stay true to size or size down. So my true size is a size small and the Cran fits me really, really good. I have no issues with it. And it was the exact same last time. Like, my pewter fit me fine. I had no issues with it whatsoever. However, I do believe if I had gotten the Asta colour in a size small, I would have needed a size down, because the extra small fits like half an inch bigger through the leg compared to my cashmere extra small, and this fabric is also like very stretchy and a lot more brushed than the other colours. So just something to know, Asta in my opinion runs a little bit bigger, and I actually would 100% recommend that you size down in this colour. Like, it fits bigger, and if I got this in a small I would have had quite bad excess fabric. It would have bagged around my knees, I think. Like, I genuinely think it would have done that in a size small, so just something to note. But generally in other colours with the last drop, I can do a small or an extra small. It really doesn't make a difference. My small crayon fit me fine. I just find that Asta runs a little bit on the big side through the leg anyway. The waist is still completely fine. Something to note as well is the waist measurements on these are going to be tiny. Do not panic. Like, it's insanely stretchy, it's not compressive, so don't panic that it's a smaller measurement than seamless. Don't panic about that, they fit completely differently. Camel toe, yes, you're going to get a camel toe with these. The fabric is very thin and it just sort of like rides on up there. Sweat proof, these are not sweat proof, these show sweat, and like I said, these do not dry quick. So for me, these are more of an errand legging. I did train in my pewter, and to be honest, I actually quite liked how I looked. I feel like my quads looked really good and my glutes looked really good. Like, I felt really strong, but I wouldn't want to train them on a day where I'm like body conscious, because they are not compressive at all. Like, they offer no compression. They're a second skin legging, so that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, they are not sweat proof. In terms of staying in place, you do need to readjust them quite a bit, so keep that in mind as well. Squat proofness, I will pop in all the squat tests here. I would wear all of these on a leg day. My Asta is a little sheer, so I would definitely stick with nude underwear with this, but with nude underwear, I would wear all these colours on a leg day. Shorts or leggings or flares, doesn't matter. I would wear all of these colours on a leg day. They fare a lot better than the seamless colours. In terms of glute flatteriness, obviously the glute seam on these, like that region, is double what it is on Amplify, and Amplify is now 3 inches, this is 6 inches. It's a lot longer, but something I have found is if you hike this up your arse crack, it looks awful. Like, the seam like then goes like jagged and it just looks awful. When I trained in these, I like pulled them out of my glutes, which feels foreign to me because I'm normally I hike things in there. I pulled them out of my glutes, and I did this in my last haul as well, which again I will signpost below. It looks a lot better with these if you wear them pulled out of your arse crack. So again, if you are someone who doesn't like wearing leggings in your arse crack, you will love these, because not only do they not really go up there, but also they're not really meant to look a lot better not doing that. So you will probably actually really like these. And yeah, like, I love a scrunch bum. I love something that's really glute accentuating, but I find these flattering on the glutes without being a scrunch bum. And if you are not a scrunch bum person, this is one of my, like, errand wise, this is my new errand legging, and I actually really do like this legging. But if I was picking between these ones and the old drop, I would get the old drop. First of all, they're in neutral colours, so if you're getting them for errands, they go with more. Second of all, even if you're getting them for the gym, they go with more. You are going to struggle to pair these colours, I'm telling you. But the third thing is the branding. Like, it sounds so stupid, but I cannot with that branding. I really, 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 really don't like it. So yeah, I don't like it. I just don't like it. These will pill over time, so please be mindful of that. They are a delicate legging, it's a delicate fabric. I'd recommend these more for low impact activities, walking, yoga, Pilates and running errands. I wouldn't recommend this for like heavy weightlifting. You can if you want, there's nothing stopping you, I'm not going to stop you, but the pilling will, like, you know, it will speed up the process of the pilling. So yeah, these are a perfect errand legging. Low compression, like, there is no compression in these whatsoever. So if you like compression, you won't like these, but if you like a high comfort brushed cotton legging, these are definitely worth a go, and especially because they're going to be on sale, definitely would recommend. Okay, we are going to move on to the flares. So here I'm going to pop in flat lays of my extra small to small, my Buff Bunny flat lays and all that good stuff, and compare to the regular, because we now have these in tall. My extra small tall flare in Cyprus compared to my small flare in ink. I will pop the exact measurements of everything here so you can see. Obviously small is a little bit wider. Also, don't panic with any of the Aura measurements. They measure absolutely tiny, like they measure smaller and seamless, but they are way more stretchy, so like don't panic about them being like 8 inches. Like, you do not need to size up in these. They've got an insane amount of stretch. But yeah, it's sort of wider through the leg, and I definitely notice on the small the flare sort of starts earlier, and it's like a lot looser around my knee, which I'm not a huge fan of. And then just to show you, I do have a little discrepancy here. So my small ink is 33 inches, which is what these are meant to be. However, my Cyprus extra small is 33.5. I'm not sure what happened there. I know that they do have a ½ an inch tolerance, but I know it's only ½ an inch, but it does make a difference for me, and I honestly really prefer the 33.5. If anyone's watching, can we make it like a permanent 33.5? Although I suppose with a 0.5 inch tolerance you would then still sometimes get 33 inches, but I love how my Cyprus ones fit, and I like how the flare looks, and I'm glad that with the tall ones I can get an extra small and get how I prefer the flare to look, and have it be long enough. Popped my extra small cashmere flares on the top so you can see those compared. These are the regular length, and I'll show you the bottom. I will also pop measurements on the screen comparing extra small tall new to extra small old regular. But if I just walk down, yeah, these are a 31 inch inseam, so this is the difference between the regular and the tall. So 31, and then these are meant to be 33. So the blue is 33, the green is 33.5. Yeah, that is the difference between the regular and the tall. I'm going to show you really quick how, and I will obviously put in a side-by-side try-on as well, but flat lay. The Buff Bunny Foxy Flare in an extra small, this is black, and the new tall Cypress in an extra small, just so you can see sort of the Buff Bunny ones, obviously flat lay, and you'll see it when I try them on anyway. It's more of like a disco flare bottom, and these are also like a 34 inch inseam, mine measure. These are 33.5. They're meant to be 33, but mine are ½ an inch over, and I'm really not mad at it. Like, I much prefer it. And also you can see how much sort of nipped in the knee is on the Buff Bunny ones, and then it just flares a lot wider than the Alphalete one. Like, the flare just, it's wider. So yeah, if you've got the Buff Bunny ones, that is the differences. Just in case you missed my last haul, the details on these are the exact same as the leggings. So you've got the seam that starts on the waistband, curves around the side. Again, you've got the updating branding, so it's on the leg, on the flares, and then they come down and they flare. These are not like a fuck off flare like the Buff Bunny ones are. They are like yeehaw, disco stew, like let's go dancing sort of vibes. These are a lot more, they still flare, but it's not like as, like, they are very like in the flare, and they're very like tight and fitted, and then they flare. These are a lot more kind of subtle, but they're obviously still a flare. Like, they're not like tight to the ankle, it's still a flare. Difference is, I got extra small Cypress and I got a small in ink. I will have already showed you about the differences, so just Alphalete, I believe, for seamless anyway, I know they have a ½ an inch tolerance, so this would still fit within that, but I don't know if it's the same for cut and sew. But yeah, this is 33 inch inseam, this is 33.5, but 33.5 is the outlier, because the inseam is meant to be 33 inches up to a medium for the tall, and then medium plus is meant to be 34. For the regular, it's 31 inches, I believe, based off what I've got. And then after a medium, it's 32. Mine is 32, but I think Alphalete's at 32.5. So yeah, the length on these is much better for me. Like, the inseam of my leg to the floor is 31 inches, but I always wear a chunky shoe, and so this is a lot better. I will say, the 33.5 makes a little bit of a difference, and I much prefer this, so I'm really crossing my fingers for anyone who's similar to me to get the 33.5 little discrepancy, because it works a lot better for me. I don't know if it's just this colour, it just works better for me. and it's a much better height. Like you'll see when I've got the shoe on and stuff, it looks a lot better. And even hiking it up, this one is completely fine. Like it looks good on my shoe. This one, I'm hiking it up on me. I feel like with a chunky shoe, and I've got New Balance 9060s on for reference, I feel like it's really starting to slightly ride up a little bit too much. And this is what the inseam is meant to be. So I still think if you've got really long legs, like very long legs, I've got like legs but not really long legs. If you've got really long legs and you're also really slim, so you would be like an extra small, you might still have issues if you want to wear these with a chunky shoe. They're not like long. Obviously they're going to be long on most of the athletes because most of them are like 5'3", 5'4", but just keep in mind they're not like going to drown tall people. So yeah, I would always recommend for the flares, measure your inseam, and that will help you decide whether you need regular or whether you need tall. They are doing regular and tall for this drop, which I'm really, really happy about. They've not just tweaked it for tall people, they've also kept the regular option. Although I do find it really funny that within the space of 2 weeks, they're like, we listened to the feedback, because the way things work, you can't add an extra length in 2 weeks. I think they already knew that they were doing an extra length, but for some reason they didn't want to say, because I don't think you could have a turnaround that quick within 2 weeks. I'm like, thank you for listening to the feedback, but also, was it the feedback or was this already planned? I don't know. But yeah, the extra small tall works for me, but I also think that extra ½ inch that I get in the Cypress helps a lot. But yeah, if you don't wear chunky shoes and you're like a 31, 32 inch inseam, you will be completely fine and have no issues. Obviously, if you're short, don't get the tall option. Do not get the tall option. It's going to be too long. It's not meant for you. It's meant for taller people. But yeah, if you had any issues with the last length and you didn't like it and you needed something a little bit longer, definitely would recommend picking up the tall option. And yeah, the tall option works really, really well for me, and with this colour I can hike it a bit, you know, I can hike it and it still fits good, so I can wear it how I want to wear it. Sweatproof? No, but for me I don't care, because one, I don't care if I'm sweating anyway, but two, I don't train in flares, it's not really my thing. Staying in place? No, these do sort of move around a bit more. Sizing down will help with that, but they do around a bit more. I know Bailey went down to a double extra small, which blows my mind, because how is she fitting the wagon in the double extra small? But she just does. It blows my mind, but I know that she said in a double extra small it really stayed in place for her, so if that's going to bother you, you can size down, especially now with it being a tall length, you can get away with sizing down. And sizing wise for these, I would say to stay true to size or go with a size down. The small on me, I just don't like how the flare looks, and I also find they don't stay in place as well, so I prefer an extra small. So yeah, true to size or size down if you have a specific preference for flare but also a bit of a snugger fit and you want them to move around a little bit less. You're still going to get low compression, like you're not going to get high compression out of this fabric. It's a low compression fabric, but yeah, worth keeping in mind. And again, I would definitely recommend measuring your actual inseam. Don't just go off height, because you could be short with really long legs, you could also be tall with really short legs, so go off your inseam, measure your inseam crotch to the floor, see what that is, and then pick your regular or your tall based off of that. Okay, moving on to t-shirts and sweats. We're getting towards the end now. So this is the Align tee, and I am going to pop in here the colour wheel that I did. You can see in this colour, which is sea salt, this is a new colour, and I will also compare it to seashell, so you can see this is less yellow, this is a bit more creamy. I prefer this. I still really, really like seashell, but I do prefer this colour. And yeah, as you can see, it goes with a lot of different colours, especially if you've got a neutral wardrobe. I would definitely recommend picking this up. This is the brushed Align short sleeve tee, and I'm going to pop in here a comparison of this to the Crest tee. Fit is also very, very similar through the body. And lengthwise it's also very similar. I would say the Align one, so the one that's behind, is slightly longer. The only difference is, and I noticed this when I put this on today, is the sleeves are longer. They start at the same sort of point, like this distance is the same. These are both a medium, but the sleeves are slightly longer. I would still go for a medium in both, but just something to be aware of. If you don't like long sleeves, you might want to take a size down in the new Align tee, but
other than that, they're very, 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 very similar. Both are medium, but this definitely fits a little bigger and the sleeves are a little bit longer. So details wise on this, you have got the little wolf logo and it's all tonal, which I love. I love that they've done so much tonal branding on this drop. And then the Alphalete Athletics actually goes down the middle of the top on this. And the top half where it says Alphalete is filled in, and the bottom half is more of an outline. Filled in outline. Something to keep in mind if you were choosing between this and the Crest tee is if you're wanting to tuck it but you want the branding to be seen from the back, this one might be a better option because you could probably tuck it up to Alphalete and it would still have the branding. If you took the other one, you can't see the brand at the bottom at all, so that's something to consider. But yeah, these run slightly bigger, but I wouldn't change my sizing on it. I still prefer a medium, but long sleeves don't bother me. If that does bother you and you don't like the sleeve being a bit longer, you might want to take a size down. But yeah, this fabric is incredible. This is definitely more for, and I've done a full fabric breakdown of this before, which I will leave link below with a proper timestamp. But this is definitely more intended for lounging. I do use these for pump covers. Like, I do use these for pump covers, even though it's more brushed on the surface. But they don't dry quick at all, and they get very hot. Even though they're very lightweight and thin, they get very hot because it's brushed. It's quite like insulating, so it's definitely not the perfect pump cover, but I do like training in mine. But these are definitely made for more lounging purposes. They are incredibly soft, incredibly stretchy. If you've tried like the Skims boyfriend tees, they're sort of similar to that but better. Like, these are a bit thicker. They feel nicer quality. I really like this fabric. It's one of my favourite fabrics for tees that Alphalete does. I really, really, really like these tees, and this would actually probably also be my favourite colour in this tee because it's a bit different to white, but it's not so yellow that it doesn't always go with everything. It's a really beautiful neutral creamy colour, so I'm really, really happy with this. I love this t-shirt. I have no complaints about it whatsoever. The only thing to be cautious of is because it is brushed, like if you do catch it on things, it will pull the fabric because it is very like soft and brushed. Sizing for the t-shirts, same with everything else I'm about to go over. It just depends on how you want it to fit. If you want it super oversized, like big oversized, like I like quite an oversized fit for t-shirts, go up a size. I wouldn't say you need to go up 2, you can just go up 1 and you'll be good. If you want less of an oversized fit but still oversized, you can stay true to size. If you want it even less oversized, you can go down a size. Like, it really doesn't matter, and these are based off men's sizing, so I'm a happy girl. This is one of my favourite products that Alphalete does. I'm very, very, very happy with these t-shirts. This is also coming in a cropped version, and I will pop here what like colours it's coming in, but it is pretty much yeah, it's pretty much, yeah, no, it's the exact same colours. It's just a cropped version of that top. And in all of Alphalete's cropped oversized tees, I wear a size small, so I would go a size small, and I would recommend you stay true to size. You can size up or down depending on how oversized you want it, and sizing up you will get a little bit more length. Some of their crops tend to be a little bit cropped, but size small always worked really, really well for me, so I would go with a size small in that. Now we are on the home stretch. We're moving on to the sweat set. So these are the Origin sweat sets. So the Origin crew neck, and this is in the rose water colour. So I will pop here what sort of colours it goes with, so you can see and get some outfit inspo for what you might want to pair this with. And I will also pop in here a comparison of this to the women's crew neck. This is the new Origin crew compared to last year's women's fudge brown crew. Something to keep in mind is that this is a size small. The reason I got a size small is because in the men's stuff, which unisex stuff tends to be just men's, but women can wear it as well, the women's one is a medium, so keep that in mind, but women's medium will fit similar to a men's small, so that's why I got this in a small, because I knew in a medium it might be a bit too big. There are a few differences, so as you can see, the women's crew is a little bit longer. Again, it could be because it's a medium, but I do just think these are a little bit shorter. Another thing to note is up here, very, 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 very slight difference, but I did notice that the ribbed neck on this sort of scoops down a little bit more, whereas on this one it's a little bit more tight, and also this is a little bit thicker. So it's got a sort of tighter neckline on it compared to the women's one, but this is very similar to the men's one from last year. So if you've got the men's one, it's very similar to that, but women's, they always do more of like a wider or deeper cut neckline. Distance here is longer on these, it's got more of a dropped shoulder. The sleeves, again, it could be because the women's one is a medium, but the sleeves are a bit more sort of balloony on the women's one. However, the sleeves on this one are a lot longer, and also this portion here, the sort of cuff for the sleeve, is longer on the Origin ones compared to the women's Classic Crew. So you do get extra sleeve length, but the sleeves seem to be a little bit more, I mean, they're still oversized, they're not fitted, but they're not like balloony. Obviously, design-wise, the Classic Crew, which is back here, has the raised silicone Alphalete. This one's got the Wolf logo, and then this one also has detailing on the back. It says Alphalete Athletics and 15 because they launched in 2015. This being men's, you do have the higher neckline. It's not quite as scooped, so it sits a bit higher. You don't see as much of like the clavicle, which is typical for men's sizing versus women's. If you've got the men's Classic Crew, it's the same as that. And then you've got raised silicone little Alphalete Wolf at the front. I love that they're using this on more stuff. I really like it. And then at the back, the branding says Alphalete Athletics, again filled in, and then Athletics is more of an outline, and then 15 because came out in 2015. The inside, this fabric is the exact same as the Classic Crews, the Classic Zips, everything. Like, it is the exact same as that. It's no different. The fabric blend is 55% cotton, 45% polyester. It's the exact same. So it's a super brushed cotton. Yeah, and I went back and checked, and all my crew necks, all my zip ups were all this fabric when they came. It's just that when you wash them, this is like you can see, there's like fluff coming off it. Hopefully you can see, like these, like you can see already where I've done that. This all has to come off, like this isn't permanent, like it's literally balling up right now. So you want to wash these a few times, otherwise it's going to go all over your clothes, so do keep that in mind. Sizing wise for these, I went with a size small because last Black Friday I got things in a medium and they were just huge. And especially with this technically being, I feel like Alphalete just make men's stuff and say it's unisex. Like, this is a men's fit. You can tell by the neckline this is a men's fit. I don't know how they define what's men's and what's unisex, but the sleeves are a little bit longer, and to be honest, a size medium wouldn't drown me, and I'd probably get a little bit extra length, but a size small isn't bad on me either. So honestly, you can go true to size and it will be oversized. Just if you are taller and you want a little bit more length, you might want to size up. If in the women's crew necks you got a certain size, you can definitely take a size down to get a similar fit in this one, and whatever size you get in the men's crew necks, get the same size in this because it's gonna fit pretty bloody similar. They're not super thick. You wouldn't want to go out in the dark depths of winter in this with no coat on over it. I said this last year. They're not like heavyweight, but because they're so fluffy on the inside, there's still fluff going everywhere now. Because they're so fluffy on the inside, they do like catch heat and they do keep you warm. Yeah, it's not my favourite, and I don't, to be honest, I don't wear the crew necks a ton, so I'm not going to say this is a top pick, but if this is your thing, it's not a bad quality product. It's just not heavyweight, and I tend to prefer something that's a little bit more heavyweight. This is more light to medium. It's nothing like super heavy. Moving on, I want to show you guys the Origin zip up, and again, I will pop in here the classic crew, not the Classic Crew, the classic zip up comparison. Okay, so this is the new Origin zip compared to the old classic zip from last Black Friday and also the birthday sale. The brown one is a medium. I got this one in a small just because when I ordered these in a medium, they are quite big. Like, I really don't think you need to size up in the zip ups unless you want it huge. Like, they are oversized. Sizing up, you do get a little bit of extra length. My mocha one is slightly longer, but it's not a crazy difference. But yeah, these are the exact same. Like, the exact same. One thing I want to clear up really quick, because it does look different, is this fabric on the inside. My classic crew looks like it's different, it looks like it's less brushed. This was like this when I got it. I've just washed it a lot of times, and to be honest, not been particularly careful with my washing options. The exact same, they've got the exact same zip, they've got the wax dipped drawstrings, branding on the inside like this, same hood. Honestly, literally, it is the exact same thing. The branding is slightly different on this, and I do prefer it. They've done it tonal, which looks really, really good, and it's smaller, which I love. On the old one, it was just big and white. But yeah, I do definitely prefer this, and it's the raised silicone. And then in terms of fit, I would say that these are going to fit the exact same. Obviously, this one's a medium. This is a small, which is why it's different, but this is a standard difference between a small and a medium for hoodies, in my experience. So I genuinely think whatever size you get in the classic zip up, you can go for the same size again. They literally are the exact same, even down to the cuffs. So just remember, these cuffs are looser than like the hoodie cuffs usually are. They don't like cling to you, so just keep that in mind. Yeah, you get a little bit of extra sleeve length if you size up, and a little bit of extra length in the body. And it's obviously bigger, but do factor in, these do shrink a little bit in the wash. My medium definitely isn't as big as it was when I got it. But yeah, other than the branding, it is the exact same thing. Like, it is the exact same thing. There is no difference. It's still got like the less cuffed sleeves on it. It's the exact same thing. These in a small this time because I got medium last year and they were really, really big. I wished I'd got a small, and I'm glad I went with a small. The small is like a really good oversized fit without feeling like it's drowning me, and I'm pretty happy with it. And I got it in the iceberg colour, so I will scooch over and show you how this looks with other colours. Again, this is going to be a lot more accurate than this is because I've got a ring light on and it's making things look a bit more vibrant, but this is accurate to how this colour looks. It's a dull muted blue. It looks really pretty with the new still watercolour. You've got the Alphalete branding all around the inside of the neck. You've got a full zip, so it zips all the way down, pocket either side, wax dipped drawstrings, Alphalete Athletics, raised silicone logo on the side here, and then the cuffs are not like ribbed, and they're not like, let me just show you, compared to the crew neck I just showed you, they're a lot wider. So these are both a size small, they're a lot wider, so they don't sort of cinch in, and the bottom also doesn't cinch in, like it's not ribbed, and it just sort of lies flat. In terms of like the weight on these, again, these are like a lightweight hoodie, like a layering piece for sure. Again, you do not want to go out in the dark depths of winter in these without a coat on over it. You will be cold, but for training in, they're good, and I do use them to train in. I trained in this last week and it was a nice little cover up whilst I warmed up, and then I took it off. But yeah, they're like a lightweight hoodie, nothing heavy duty, nothing super, super warm. Very comfortable on the inside. The fabric is the same again, the super brushed fabric. The only thing I would say about this, which is actually feedback from my dad doesn't like the zip, and to be honest, I do agree, it's not the best quality. I just feel like with the zips on stuff, they could elevate it a bit. I don't know, it just never looks like expensive. Like my Nikki Studios is like metal all the way up, and it looks really expensive as a result. I mean, I do like that the zip is tonal, so it's not super, one second, it's not super obvious when it's zipped up, but I feel like metal zips all the way up sometimes look a lot more bougie and sleek and expensive. But if you're expecting something like insane quality, like it's gonna blow your socks off, super heavyweight, like this is not that. You can even tell by the way that like the fabric wrinkles. This is not like an expensive hoodie. Like this isn't an expensive hoodie, and to be honest, you could probably get something that's similar quality for a lot cheaper. The branding on this is cute, like I'm not mad at it, but you can definitely get something somewhere else very similar for a lot cheaper. I'm just saying, I don't think this is like groundbreaking quality, but they're okay, they're nice, they're not bad, they're just okay, they're not groundbreaking. Sizing wise for these, I would say depends on how you like it to fit. You can size up if you want it super oversized, but you don't need to size up for it to be oversized. I am a size small, I got a size small and it's oversized. Only thing is, if you're a little bit taller, you might want to size up for a little bit of extra length, but these are honestly like
oversized anyway. If you want it less oversized, you can take a size down. Completely depends how you want it to fit. Bob's your uncle, fun is your aunt. Okay, we're moving on to our last item, which is the Origin pan. The wide leg sweats, well, straight leg sweats more so, to be honest, that everyone has been waiting for. And I want to just show you really quickly how these look compared to, so this is the new Overcast colour, and this is silver. Overcast is definitely like a bit of a darker, I don't know, it's more like, I feel like this is more creamy grey and this is more grey, if that makes sense. It's a slight difference, but they're not the exact same. But, however, having said that, if you wanted to get a zip up to match your Earth Dye joggers in silver, Overcast isn't too far off and it could look good. And then I wanted to show you, this is Ash in the Earth Dye jogger, and this is Sterling. Again, not the exact same, but if you wanted to get something a little bit closer, because these didn't come with matching like tops, this could be a cute tonal look. It's not the exact same, but that's the difference. Ash is definitely more brown. Sterling is more of like a true grey, almost with like a slightly khaki-ish undertone. I will pop in some clips here comparing these to the Academy joggers, talking about the fabric, small versus small, and all that good stuff. I will pop those clips in here. Okay, let's talk about fabric feel for the joggers and hoodies. I'm using the joggers here, but this goes for the hoodies and the shoes and all that sort of stuff, because it's the exact same fabric inside all of them. So these are like the classic what you would expect inside a jogger, the super like brushed fleecy cotton line, most similar to, again, when you originally get them. The Academy joggers are pretty similar. These are also down on the website as a medium weight, as are these. I wouldn't say they're medium weight, I would say they're light to medium at a push. Yeah, I mean, maybe medium by Alphalete standards. If this is thin, then yeah, this is medium, but I would still say it's on the thinner side. But yeah, this just looks less brushed now because obviously it's been washed, and you do lose a little bit of the, you know, brushness. Obviously this has to come off. You have to keep in mind as well, with all the joggers, all the hoodies, everything in this drop, they will leave shit all over your clothes like there's no tomorrow. It takes a good few washes for that to stop happening. So yeah, I just wanted to signpost that. But yeah, it's a super like brushed fleece inside, basically what you'd expect from a jogger. It's nothing like the Terry collection, which is terry. This is like rough, it feels like a towel, but it is a more expensive luxury fabric. But for me, I do like softness, so I do prefer how this feels, but this definitely does feel more expensive, and it's also thicker. And then just to show you it compared to the Earth Dye joggers, this is also how the Here Comes the Sun joggers wear on the inside. They've got that sort of like matted, almost fluffy texture, whereas this one is just a soft brushing. And these ones do feel a little bit thicker than these ones, but they're both on the thin side. I've tried to line these up as best as I can to show you the differences, but I will pop measurements on the screen so that you know the exact differences. But I thought I would compare the Academy to the new Origin. This is a straight leg sweatpant Alphalete. I've never done one before, to the Earth Dye graphic joggers that they dropped. So if you look at the top here, and again I'll pop measurements in, the Earth Dye definitely has the longest this part, but these are still pretty high-waisted, to be honest, if you want them to be. Again, if you are short, you'll probably love the Academy joggers, but these are so short on me, I can't wear them. These are all in a size small as well. The size small is a 32-inch inseam. These joggers were a 31-inch inseam. The size extra small in the new ones is a 31-inch inseam. So I don't know if you go up past a small, they keep getting longer, but keep in mind that these are all unisex joggers. So they are comparable because they are all based on unisex sizing. In my opinion, I feel like unisex sizing is based on men, and they just say, but ladies, you can wear it as well. This one is more like definite mid-rise and high waters on me. This one is more mid to high rise, and obviously not high waters. The small is my preferred size and length, and these ones are high rise and not high waters either. Obviously the leg is a little crunkled up, but if I pull her down, that is very, very, very
very similar length. These are the most tall girl friendly, these are more short girl friendly, but these two have definitely got the most oversized fit, and I love how these fit. Like, love the fit of these. Don't love the quality. I just don't like the Academy joggers, but that is how they look, all in a size small, lined up. Details wise, you've got a waistband which you can cinch, and it's got a drawstring on the inside with the wax dipped ends. The pockets are cheap. I don't like that Alphalete do these pockets on joggers. Like, it's a little thing, and maybe I am just being too fussy, but I just feel like this on a £50 pair of joggers is like, what is this pocket? Not great. But yeah, you do have two front pockets, and then there is nothing on the back, like no pockets on the back. And then you've got on the right hand side a raised silicone little wolf head, and then Alphalete Athletics in like the smaller branding, which is on the hoodies down the side of the left hand leg. And then they are completely plain, and they go into like, they're a straight leg pant basically. The extra small is a 31-inch inseam, the small is a 32-inch inseam. Sorry, I've got a lozenge in because my throat is just... Personally prefer a size small. Your sizing on this is going to completely depend on your height, kind of, because the more you size up, I think you get more length. But also, it's going to depend on how you like things to fit. I like a really oversized jogger, and an extra small is oversized, but a small is like the perfect level of oversized for me. So staying true to size in the jogger works out well for me, but if you want it less oversized, you can size down, and if you want it more oversized, you can size up, but staying true to size will get you a nice oversized fit, and I really like how a size small fits. In terms of where these sit on you, they can be worn high-waisted, but in my opinion, these look a lot better worn sort of mid-rise, and especially the extra small, like I'll have shown you, with a trainer on, if I try and wear this high-rise, it does impact the length on me. So I wouldn't really recommend wearing these high-rise, especially if you've got longer legs, but you can wear them high-rise if you want to. The option is there. You can roll the waistband down if you want to. So many different options. You've got a lot of different options, but fabric on the inside is the exact same as all the other stuff I've just shown you, but Alphalete themselves are saying this is a medium weight warm brushed fleece on the inside. I agree with warm brushed fleece. I don't agree with medium weight. I would say these are light to medium weight. Groundbreaking sweats. Like, these are nice. They're not awful, but they do not make groundbreaking sweats. These are thicker than the earth dye, but like the bar was on the floor for these are like paper thin. Yeah, like the bar was literally on the floor for these ones. These are like paper thin, the earth dye ones. So these are like a little bit thicker, but I honestly feel like it's just the brushed fleece that's making it feel thicker. I feel like if you take this away, they're still very thin. Like, I can see through the fabric holding it up. I can see the ring light through the fabric. So I would say these are light to medium weight at a push, but that's basing it off comparing to these. Compared to pretty much any other jogger I own, Alphalete is not heavyweight and it's not insanely thick, and these are soft and they're very comfortable on the inside, don't get me wrong, and the fit is nice. Like, they look cool. I've been wearing them a lot. They're comfortable. I know I'm going to get a lot of wear out of these, but do I think these reflect, especially when you think about the pockets and like the little details as well, do I think these reflect something that is worth, like, what, full price? I think these are like 50 something pounds. No, you can definitely get higher quality joggers for even less money, to be honest, in the UK. Yeah, and also Alphalete joggers have a terrible reputation for pilling. These are gonna bobble. Like, the outside feels the exact same as the Academy jogger, which mine have pilled and I don't even really wear them, so I don't know how that's happened. I wear them very sparingly, but this is gonna pill, this is gonna bobble. They're not gonna stay looking fresh for long. So do keep that in mind. Obviously they're going to be 10% off in the sale, and then an extra 10% off the sale price with an athlete code, so you will be able to get a discount on them. If you think that something like this is worth that money for you, then go for it. It's not like a bad product. I just think for what I look for in a jogger and for what I know is available on the market, I really need Alphalete to step up their sweats game, because I just don't think they do joggers
well, and I'm really waiting. Like, the performance stuff was really good. I'm really waiting for them to bring some heavyweight stuff out. Like, imagine a terry, but like a brushed terry, so it's still soft and comfortable, but it's heavyweight like that. That would be incredible for Alphalete to do, and there's not much of that on the market. So yeah, I like these, but I don't think they're anything groundbreaking in terms of quality or anything like that. Sizing wise, to summarise, completely depends how you want them to fit. You can size down if you want them less oversized. If you go true to size, they will be oversized. If you want them really oversized, you can go up a size, but it completely depends how you want them to fit. I'm a true size small in most my Amplify and all that good stuff, and I wear a size small in these, and they fit me really nicely. Like, I'm very happy with them, and the length is good of a chunky trainer. If you are shorter, these are going to be too long on you. Shorter in the leg, these are going to be too long on you. Like, they should have, again, just like I said with the flares, let me not be one-sided, I said with the flares they should have dropped a tall option because it was quite short in the leg for a lot of people. Let me fight the fight for the short girls. Again, if you're going to do a straight leg pant, you should probably do length options. It makes sense to have a shorter length option because these are incredibly long, especially if you're shorter but you need a bigger size. Like, imagine you're like 5 foot but you wear a size medium. These are going to be like really long on you. So again, let me not be biased. Like, let's make sure that we've got options for the short queens as well. If we're dropping, I think if we're dropping a lot of things, we should drop multiple length options, but especially if you're dropping a flare or a straight leg pant, there does need to be more than one length option. But yeah, these are nothing groundbreaking. They're okay, I'm probably going to wear them a lot, but they're not groundbreaking for the price that they are, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. But they are incredibly comfortable. I just need them to work on, yeah, a few things. I've already gone over it. Okay guys, that is it for this video. I'm going to try and wrap this up quick because my camera battery has died 5 times now. 4 times? 5 times. 5 times now whilst I've been filming this video, so I really want to just wrap this up. But that is everything. I hope I have covered everything that you guys wanted to know. If you've got any questions, message me on Instagram. I promise I will get back to every single person before the launch. Comment any questions that you guys have below, and I will get back to you before the launch. Like, no questions asked. If you are shopping with my code, please message me on Instagram so I can say thank you. It means the world to me. It's the only reason why I get to keep doing this, and I am insanely grateful to be experiencing another Black Friday with Alphalete. Genuinely, thank you so much. I am so sorry for how late this video is. I have been insanely stressed about it because I'm just going to speak completely frankly. Time is of the essence and people appreciate timeliness, and I know that my shit's been going up like a week later than everyone else's. So if you do still choose to support me on this launch, please know it means a lot to me. I hope that this video has been truly helpful. Guys, my camera battery just died again. You actually could not write this video. If I had to pick up only 4 things, I would say to get a sculpt bra, and I would probably get the sculpt bra in ink. I really like that colour in a sports bra. I would get an Align tee, and I would go for that in the sea salt colour. I would get an Amplify short, and I would get that in still water. And in terms of the 4th item, I'll probably go with an Aura legging. I really like them as an Aura legging. They're incredibly comfortable, and the only reason why I'm going legging over flare is because I'm not super into my flares yet. I'm sure I'll get there the more I wear them, but I always like tend to gravitate towards a legging. But yeah, those would be my top 4 for this drop. Thank you so much for watching this video. I just know it's going to have been a long one. But yeah, like I said, let me know if you've got any questions. Happy shopping. Again, please don't feel any pressure to shop. There will be another sale in February, so if you can't shop right now, it really is no drama. There will be another sale in literally 3 months' time. Yeah, if you've got any queries, any questions, please just let me know and I'll get back to you. But yeah, thank you for watching. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next video, guys. Oh, I bought a ring light. Bye. And also, if you're using my code, obviously giveaway, but please, like, I mean it when I say message me so I can thank you. I want to make sure I'm thanking people, okay? Okay, goodbye.
Miles has about 16 different story missions throughout the main campaign of the game, whereas Peter has 23. By definition, you do play the majority of the game as Peter Parker. He's not shoved off to the side or treated as the butt of the joke whatsoever here. He's still the main character of his own game, just as he was before.
Considering the high expectations,
Doesn't actually change
No,
anything.
I'm just
to
saying,
characters and
you're
stories
a
that they provide
pussy-ass
feedback on
bitch-ass
in the game.
motherfuckers.
It doesn't sound like they're trying to push activism for the quote-unquote modern audience, as you're saying here. This just seems like one big conspiracy theory, if anything. You don't know that guy. Thought we did.
when Insomniac came out,
You know Deadpool's pansexual,
a
dude.
lot of people were put off by the fact
Now-
that they shoved crap like rainbow flags all over in the game, which could not be removed. It was a reminder of real-world stuff plastered all over your escapism.
Oh, right, because clearly Marvel and Spider-Man have never dealt real-world things. Never happened. Even funnier when you actually look at the list that Dr. Disaster has pinned at the top of his feed here. Stuff like Ukulele and Ratchet and Clank and Ripped Apart are currently considered woke propaganda by him. Oh yeah, clearly the activism is just oozing off of a bat and a lizard there. The jokes just write themselves with the kinds of games these guys consider quote-unquote woke propaganda.
And on that platform is Dr. Disaster 1. Anyhow, let's take a look at what these game journalists are saying about this Wolverine game that's supposedly about to be shown off at the next State of Play. And of course, keep in mind that, as we discussed the other day, this is another...
Well, I took a month off training and pretty much focusing on my diet at all. Oh, welcome back to another video. Today's video is something a little bit different, but I honestly am a little bit grateful, well, very grateful that this has come at the time that it has, because we're heading into the holiday season, we're heading into Christmas time, and I feel like this is a time where a lot of people need to skip the gym or they might get poorly. As we can tell, I've been poorly, and they might need to skip the gym for health reasons or just for spending time with family, being out of town, traveling. And I'm really hoping that this video can put some minds at ease and also help anyone out who has recently had to take time out of the gym, take time off training. So I have had about a month off training properly. I've trained twice, but they weren't proper training sessions in the past month. It's actually been just over a month now. My diet has also not been usual. I haven't been focusing on protein. I haven't tracked full stop. I've just been sort of intuitive eating, but I will admit the past 2 weeks my diet has not even been intuitive. It's just been awful. I've been so busy. I've been neglecting myself the past 2 weeks for sure. I've just been working a lot and I've had takeaways. I spent an obscene amount of money on takeaways last week and just not really on it with my diet. So the reason I've ended up taking a month off training and my diet was a complete accident. I didn't plan to do this, but I'm so glad that it happened. And like I said, I'm glad it happened when it did, because I'm hoping this can help people through the holiday season. So the reason why I have not been to the gym properly or trained properly in a month is I had a week in Dubai and then I flew to Turkey for a work trip. My diet there was like, I don't know if I ate less or more, because I was eating like 2 meals a day, but the meals were also quite big, so God knows what my diet was like there. But Turkish food is incredible and I loved every second. And because I was there to work, I'm not used to doing hours like the hours that we were doing. I'm just going to be honest, I'm not used to it. I know it's the norm for some people, but like getting up at like 7 AM and getting back at like 10 PM is not something I'm used to. So I wanted to make sure that I could be fully present with the people that I was with, so I wasn't setting alarms to get up and go and train at the crack of dawn. So I didn't train that week, and then I came back to Black Friday and I trained once since I got back, but it wasn't a proper session and I was starting to get poorly at that point, so it wasn't the best session and I only did a few things and then I pretty much left. And yeah, then the past 2 weeks it's just been Black Friday work, no time for the gym, diet, like I said, has been awful, and so all in all I've ended up taking a month off the gym. And I have been training for years and years and years now. Like, I don't know, I started going to the gym, not training properly, but I started going to the gym when I was in like year 10, and I'm now 24, going on 25 this coming June, and I have never, just dawned on me, I have never taken a month off training the entire time I've trained. When I've had surgeries after my boobs, I was cleared to go back after 2 weeks for light cardio and machines, so I did. After I got my nose done, I went back after about 3 weeks, and I have never taken this amount of time off training, paying attention to my food before in my entire fitness journey. And like I said, it's happened by accident, but I am so glad it happened. So this video is basically going to be me speaking a little bit about some things that I've learned through taking this unexpected time off training and focusing on my diet. Also a little bit of the science behind these things, how I'm feeling at the moment, and I'm also going to take you through my first proper gym session back. One thing I want to note really quickly is I sound nasally, but I promise you I wouldn't be going to the gym if I didn't feel well enough to train. It's just congestion now, and I have a rule where if I feel like I can have a productive session and I also feel like I'm not contagious anymore, which I really don't think I am, I've been poorly for like well over a week now, going on a week and a half, I wouldn't go, trust me. Like, I am the biggest advocate of listening to your body, and I really have, in terms of not training. Work, maybe not, so please don't worry about that. If I wasn't well enough to be going back to the gym today, I promise you guys I wouldn't be. So let's talk about what actually happens when you take time off the gym, because this is something that I think a lot of influencers misrepresent sometimes without necessarily realising they're doing it, and I understand why they do it, because they might not know, or they might feel like they have to always keep up a certain appearance. But it's very common for you to see influencers taking a week off the gym, 2 weeks off the gym, and they'll give you this big update and they're like, I've lost muscle but I'm so ready to get back on it. The truth is, you do not lose muscle that quick. I'm gonna pop in a clip of how I'm looking at the moment, and it's different, but it's really not that different. I'm looking a little bit flatter, but it's nothing crazy. And in myself, other than, honestly, I don't feel very fit at the moment, but I think that's probably due to the fact I've been poorly as well. I don't feel that different in myself, and that's me being completely honest. I feel a little bit on the flat side, but I don't feel all that different. And the reason being is because when you take time off the gym, your inflammation within your muscles comes down, the glycogen stores within your muscles deplete, you don't have as much of a pump in your muscles, so your muscles are appearing smaller. But I promise you, within like a week or 2 weeks off training, provided that you're not bed bound, you are not actually atrophying, aka losing your muscle mass. The size may look smaller due to lack of pump, lack of inflammation, lack of glycogen, but you are not actually losing muscle mass. It's much more to do with lack of pump. So it looks smaller, but the actual size of your muscle fibers has not shrunk. You've not lost any muscle mass. You've not lost mass, you just look a little bit smaller. So that's why you might see people saying that, but you don't lose muscle that quick. Like I said, if you've been bed bound, a lot of the research shows 2 weeks before you start losing muscle mass, but most people are not bed bound unless they've been really poorly. Most people can do some light activity, walking around, moving around, you know, they're not completely bedridden. And then in terms of actual muscle loss, it can take around, they don't know exactly, because it's very hard with these studies to know what's, you know, actual muscle mass being lost and what is the actual pump being lost, because when you're measuring like the cross-sectional size of your muscle, it's hard to tell whether it's actual muscle mass loss or the cross-sectional size is just smaller for the reasons I just mentioned. Lack of pump, your muscles aren't as inflamed, and you don't have those same full glycogen stores in your muscles. However, if you ask most people or look into most research, it points towards 3 to 4 weeks of training before you start atrophying. Now, the really important thing to note is all these things will be impacted by, like I said, your activity levels. If you are still doing some training, you're unlikely to lose much, if any. And after 3 to 4 weeks, you're not going to start like losing it, you know, rapidly, unless you are completely, you know, bed bound. And also diet does play a role as well. The less you are eating, the less protein you are eating, that can impact how quickly you lose muscle mass, but again, not really that much. And they've done studies where they've had people on a slightly lower protein diet whilst they were taking time off training. Didn't make that much of an impact. So those things can influence it, but not a crazy amount. Now, the good news is, I know that when we have spent so long building muscle, we stress, we panic about how long it took us to build muscle, and it's easy to think that to get that muscle back that you may have lost, if you've taken a significant amount of time off training, you might be thinking, shit, it's going to take me that long again to gain it back. And that's not true. So let's explain that one a little bit. So don't panic, because it's a lot easier to regain anything you have lost than it is to gain it in the first place. So you have a thing called muscle memory, and they've done a few studies on this. The one that jumps out to me is the one where they had people training consistently, and then they had another group training and taking 3-week breaks. And at the end of the period of the study, both groups had gained pretty much the same amount of muscle mass, even though some people were taking 3 weeks off at a time, which just shows muscle memory is very much real. After a few weeks back to training, you will have rebuilt most of your muscle mass, obviously depending how long you've taken off. But if it's just, you know, 4 or 5 weeks, a few weeks back in the gym, and I promise you, you will have regained any muscle mass that you lost, and it won't have been that much that you lost anyway. Even if you've taken a week off and you think you've lost muscle mass, like I said, after a few days back in the gym, you would be surprised how similar you look to how you did a week prior before you took all that time off, because you will have regained that inflammation in your muscles, glycogen stores will be fuller, and you'll have that pump back again, so your muscles will be looking nice and full again. It's not as easy to lose muscle mass as we think. It takes a lot longer than you might think. The losses are not that significant for short time periods of training, and if you do lose muscle mass, it comes back a lot quicker than you think it is. And also, take what influencers say with a pinch of salt when it comes to, oh, I've taken a week off the gym and I've lost so much muscle mass. It appears they may have, but they actually haven't. It's just they don't have the pump there as much, so they're looking a little bit flatter. So please always take that with a pinch of salt, and it's something I'm always conscious of now, not sort of pushing that narrative. Now, in terms of me, myself and I just want to say before I get into this, my thoughts on this are not perfect. My thoughts on this are a little bit messy. My thoughts on this might be a bit contradictory. That's life. They might not necessarily be the most perfectly articulated thoughts, but this has 100% been such a learning curve for me over the past month. If you'd have asked me a year ago if I thought I had a healthy relationship with training, I would have told you yes, 100%. I'm so healthy with my relationship to training, my diet, I'm so healthy with it. I've got a really healthy mindset towards it. I definitely didn't. Because every single time I've been away and I've had to take time off training, it hasn't stressed me out taking time off training. It hasn't caused me, you know, distress and like ruined my holidays. It's not been like that for a few years. I have been better with it, but it has been in the back of my mind thinking, oh my god, like I need to get back in the gym, or like body checking a little bit is something that I was really bad for. I'd be on holiday and I'd be like, oh, my glutes are looking a little bit flatter. This past month, I can honestly say it is the first time I've taken time off training, not been paying attention to my diet, and genuinely not thought about it too much. The only essence in which I've thought about it really is how much my mindset has changed, because last year I would have been thinking about it a lot more. Now, I don't know if it's just because, for example, when I was in Turkey, I had lots going on, I was busy, I wasn't thinking about it, and then since I've come back, I've been so busy with work, I've not had time to think about it. But it's really not stressed me out or caused me any sort of, oh, I need to make sure I'm getting back in the gym, or like the body checking stuff. I haven't been doing that. I've just been like, I've got to take this time off training, because training has just not been a priority for me for the past month. I've had a lot going on, I've had other things that have been more important, and that's perfectly okay. And the same with my diet. I have never paid this little attention to my protein intake in my life, and I'm not saying that's necessarily the best thing, because like I said, my diet has not been good. Like, it's not been healthy, full stop. Whilst I was away, it was a little bit better, but I've like, even my micronutrients have been down, which is probably why I've been so poorly. I haven't thought about it really at all, which is so different for me. And I genuinely, hand on heart, thought I had a healthy relationship with training and food before, but I really feel like I'm starting to realise there is a lot more to life than the gym, diet, protein, the size of my muscles. And that doesn't mean I'm sacking off the gym, that doesn't mean I'm doing a 180 and I'm going to start doing just yoga, I'm never touching a weight again. But also, like, I've never felt this in years. I have probably never felt so smooth within my body, and that doesn't mean like size wise or like bulk, oh, I'm not as bulky as I was. I just mean like, I don't have a pain anywhere other than when I've been poorly and I've had a sore throat. Like, my muscles feel so well rested in a way that I have not felt this well rested in years in terms of my actual muscles, which is something I do want to be more cautious of now I'm heading back into training again. I want to make sure that I'm actually staying on top of things, and recovery is something I've always been good with for the past few years. I don't mind taking rest days, I don't overtrain, but I don't do that extra work. Recovery is more than just taking a rest day. It's actually making sure that I'm doing things like getting massages, getting things checked if I've got like a bit of a niggle, which I'm awful for. I don't get it checked. So that's something that has been, yeah, made acutely aware to me of something that I want to make sure that I'm staying on top of, because if I can be training properly and also feeling as good as I do in my body at the moment, that would be amazing. That would be game changing. Sorry, I've just had to move the camera because the lighting was driving me insane, but like I was saying, that is something which I've not felt this like, just like I've got like nowhere is sore or painful, and I've not felt that in years. So that's another thing that's been really exciting. And then from like a diet point of view, I have taken time off tracking definitely for extended periods of time in the past few years, because I have quite a good idea of sort of what's in what food now, and I don't feel like I need to track as consistently as I did when I first started getting into the gym. But I do definitely feel like I've not focused as much on protein in my diet for the past month, which again, I'm not saying it's like the best thing in the world, but has it been nice to take so much pressure off always trying to hit like 130 or 140 grams of protein, eating things that, to be honest, sometimes I don't necessarily want to have a protein shake, I don't want to have a protein yogurt, sometimes I just want to go to bed on like 110 grams of protein, and I've not thought about that for the past like month. Now I do want to get my protein back up because it is really, really important for me, so that's not me saying I'm going to like a 50 grams of protein a day diet, but has it been nice to take a break from it? Yes, it's been amazing to take a break from it. And I just feel like this video is such good timing because of, like I said at the start of this video, the time of year that we are approaching. A lot of people are going to be having to take time off training or not be as strict or as stringent with their diet, and this is something that hasn't changed for me with my coaching clients. I've always put out the same messaging every single year, but I promise you guys that one, not only, as I've just said, is it not going to make a huge difference. Like, your girl has taken a month off pretty much anything fitness related, bar 2 sessions. I've not tracked a single thing. My diet has not been awful, and if you look at me, I really don't look that different. Realistically, it's not made much of a difference, and anything I have lost, half of it is probably just a lack of pump from not training. The other half will be back within a few weeks because muscle memory is so real. That aside, there is so much more to life. Like, the experiences I've had in the past 4 weeks, to be honest, the past 2 weeks we won't talk about, because the experience has been going to bed at 2 AM, getting up at 5 AM to get my Black Friday stuff sorted, so we won't talk about that. But Turkey, an incredible experience. Dubai, amazing to experience a new place. Memories that I will remember forever. I will remember forever, you know, the opportunities that I had in Turkey. I'm pretty sure when I get to 80, if I'm lucky enough to live that long, that will be such a cool story to tell grandchildren if I have them. That will be such a good memory for me, and I'm not, on the other hand, and neither are you. You are not going to get to 80 years old and be like, oh my god, that 4-week period that I took off training and tracking to make memories, or, you know, when I was poorly, oh, it really messed me up for life, that did. Whereas if you are saying no to things this holiday season, and I hope this doesn't upset anyone, but like, if you still have grandparents alive, you are so lucky. I've got no grandparents left, and there is no, to be honest, even age aside, there is no telling if this is going to be anyone's last Christmas or not. Life is very unpredictable, and you may very well get to 70, 80, 90, sat in a care home, and these are the things that you will regret. You will regret skipping out on memories with friends and family in order to go and kill yourself in the gym, even though you didn't really want to go, because you felt guilty. And this is not me saying sack the gym off completely, go and do whatever you want, whenever you want. You can still make all the, you know, all the progress in the world. You can have it all. There has to be a fine balance of things, but balance is not sacking everything off and missing out on all these opportunities at this time of year, or any time of year, full stop. I love the gym, and the gym is an amazing place, and it's given me a lot of confidence, a lot of boosts, a lot of strength, a lot of opportunities even. Like, my job came from going to the gym. Like, the gym has given me a lot of amazing things, but there is also so much more to life, and to be honest, so much more to me as a person than the gym or the size of my muscles. So even if you do lose a little bit of muscle mass, like I say, first of all, it's going to come back so quick, but second of all, there is just more important stuff in life. And I really hope that my unplanned month off training can not inspire you guys, but just take the pressure off a little bit, because like I said, I don't think this would have happened if I'd have like planned it out. Like, I wouldn't plan to take a month off training. It's just sort of the way the cookies crumbled, and for both myself and my own mental well-being and how I view training, how I view myself, I'm glad it happened. But also for you guys as well, I'm glad it happened, because that means I get to make this video and hopefully put some minds at ease. And I just feel like I've got a very different outlook on training. Like, I'm excited to go to the gym today. I'm excited to be more healthy with my diet again, and I'm excited to obviously get stronger and build back up. But I'm not going back thinking, oh my god, like I've got to get all this stuff back super quick. I'm just excited to get back in the gym, and that isn't necessarily a mindset I have had before. And I know that this isn't like perfect thoughts or, you know, the cleanest delivery. Like I said, it was going to be a little bit messy, it was going to be a little bit maybe conflicting, but it is also completely honest. And just like in the past I've said, I had a really healthy relationship with training. I really felt I did at the time, but I now feel like it's at a new level. And if this hadn't happened, I probably would have gone through life thinking that my view on training and diet and stuff was completely healthy, and I don't think it was that bad, but I do think this is like a new level of like acceptance and finding like a truer balance for me. So that really excites me. I was going to go yesterday and I didn't feel up to it, so I didn't go, but I am going to go today because I do feel well enough. I'm going to do it mic'd up. I'm going to show you guys how I approach getting back into the gym after a month off, because I've never done this before. We'll see. We'll see how much my strength has been impacted. We'll see how I get on. I'm going to take it easy because, like I said, I don't want to make anything worse or be obscenely sore, but just a nice little ease back in session. And yeah, I'm going to take you guys through it, mic it up, and yeah, but first I need to take some pre-workout and repack my gym bag because she is not packed and she hasn't been for a month. Okay, let's pack my gym bag. She is empty other than Pugolina, who is a permanent feature of the gym bag. People that watch my vlogs know. I basically, if you don't know the backstory on Pugolina, she was in Tesco in the reduced aisle with a yellow sticker on her for like 20p, and I just felt bad because it was just her and then like food that was going mouldy, so I didn't want to leave her. Do you know what I mean? I just felt bad. So then I'm going to pack my barbell pad, which is from Upper Gear. Love this barbell pad. My Alphalete one I love, but I left her in the gym and then I thought I'd lost her, and then I saw her a few weeks ago and she's been like ripped sort of in half. So RIP, but also I'm not mad because it's my own fault. Like, I did leave it clearly in the gym. And if you leave things in the gym, it is sort of just fair game. Obviously, if it's something like a credit card, probably not fair game, but I feel like accessories and stuff, people would then just assume it's the gym, so they use it, and that's fine. I'm not really too bothered. My ankle strap I'm going to take as well. My other accessories that I use are lifting straps and a lifting belt. However, Mama is definitely not going heavy enough today to warrant lifting straps or a lifting belt, so I'm not going to pack them, but this is what they look like. I really need to wash my lifting straps. My lifting straps are from Upper because they are pink. They're covered in fake tan, essentially. So I need to wash these, but those are my lifting straps, and then my lifting belt is, there's a theme here, we've got pink again, but it's like dusty pink. It's the Alphalete one, and I really enjoy her a lot, but we don't need to pack her today because I'm not going to be going heavy, to be honest. So OOTD, I've got on my white shrug from Alphalete. I've got one of the new seamless halters on. Size small, still water shorts, size small, silver, earth dye, joggers, size small. Everything is a size small. And my pre-workout of choice is going to be the Ghost Pump Power Strips. I'm so glad I bought 2 of these when they launched. I don't know if they're sold out, but I know that these things tend to be limited edition, and I'm obsessed with the pump pre-workout, and I'm obsessed with this flavour, so still on my first tub, but I'm going to take some of this. I'm not going to do caffeine today because I've already had 2 coffees, so I'm not doing more caffeine today. But yeah, I will probably put this in my Stanley. I've actually just remembered I forgot to tell you the most important thing I've got on, which is my Alphalete socks. I've just pulled something in my hip. My Alphalete socks are like the best thing ever, and I bought so many on Black Friday, so I've got the grey ones on today. Let's go to the gym. I'm going to put a hoodie on as well, actually. Perfect.
Please set it down.
It's giving point. Okay, let's make a pre-workout and let's get to the gym. I feel like this looks really weird, but we move. It's fine. Okay, so I've got to the gym. Obviously, with being poorly, I want to make sure that I'm doing a proper warm-up, which I always do anyway, but my standard warm-up for leg days is literally really boring. I do leg swings, forward, side, some hip openers, and that's pretty much it. I do a very simple leg day, but today, because I've had a little bit more time off and because I've been poorly, I'm probably going to do a few more rounds of it, so I might do like 3 or 4 rounds as opposed to my usual like 2 when I'm in the groove of things. Okay, so first proper movement of my session, I'm just going to do barbell hip thrust. I was going to do RDLs first, but the platforms are a little busy, so I'm starting with these. Like I mentioned, I'm going to try and knock like 20%-ish off my weights. I've knocked a little bit more of this just because I really don't want to tire myself out. So I've got 100 kg, I've got 4 20s, which is 20, 40, 60, 80, and then the bar, which is 20. I do also get asked sometimes if you should count the bar in your weights. The answer is yes, because you are lifting the bar with the weight on it, so it does count towards whatever you are lifting. But I've taken like 20%-ish off. Usually I would be hitting like 140, so I've gone down to 100, which is like 25% off my weights. Even if I feel like I can do more, I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to push myself too much, because if there is still like little chance that doing this could make me more poorly, I want to avoid that. So I'm gonna stick with 100, 8 to 12 reps. I'm not gonna be doing anything like low rep. Equally, I'm not going to be doing anything super high rep today either. But yeah, Dan is just there. He's got his new Alphalete vest on. Oh my god, you're like a gremlin. Have you got anything to say? Have you got anything to say?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, but yeah, nothing super high rep, nothing super low rep either. I'm just gonna breeze through this session basically. It's just a getting back into the gym one, and I'm not putting pressure on lifting heavy. I really don't want to get poorly again, so yeah. In terms of form, I've gone over this like 1,000,001 times, so I don't feel like I need to, but feet far enough out but not too far in, so that when you're at the top of the movement you've got a 90-degree angle with your shins. I'm not training 4 weeks, so this might be a little bit off. Properly looking out of the top, making sure I'm not really curving my back on the way down, all that good stuff, and making sure I'm actually using my glutes to lift the weight and not just relying on momentum, which sometimes dropping the weights can help you focus on that a little bit more. But yeah. Also, in terms of my proximity for failure, I'm going to push myself a little bit, but I'm not going to go like balls to the wall. Probably leaving 4 or 5 reps in the tank. And also, obviously I've just done that set, I feel like people can look at having to lift lighter in just a negative way, but it's not just a negative, because when you are lifting a bit lighter, like if you've had to take time off, or you've been poorly, or for whatever reason you're just not as strong that day, because your strength will be impacted quicker than your muscle mass when you take time off. It's also an opportunity when you are going lighter to really hone in on your form and your mind to muscle connection, and making sure you're lifting using the target muscles, not just swinging with momentum. So as much as it might feel shit to have to lift like 40 kilos lighter than usual, it's also an opportunity to really work on your form and your intention with your lifting. So yeah, as you can tell, I'm definitely experiencing a lot more breathlessness than normal, which is always to be expected. I always find that this is a thing I notice most when I come back after time off, is my breathing is like, I get really breathless really quickly. But also I definitely am a little bit weaker, because 100 kilos is usually like a warm-up weight, and that did actually feel quite difficult. Could be from having time off, but I also think it is being impacted by me being poorly. So yeah, I'm going to do 2 more sets of this. Okay, so I'm going to do RDLs now. I'm going to do them a lot lighter than I usually would. First of all, they're not my first movement of the day, but second of all, I just know my grip strength is something I find goes very, very quick. So yeah, maybe I should have bought my lifting straps, but I'm not intending on going heavy. And to be honest, I'm not really bothered about pushing my muscles to absolute failure today. I just want to move my body and have my first session back and get back into the swing of things. I'm not bothered about pushing super hard today, so I'm going to go quite a bit lighter. I'm going to try 50 kilos. I might try 55, 60, but yeah, I'm going to go a lot lighter. And like I said, it's a good time after you've been poorly to focus on form and technique and all that sort of stuff that you might, yeah, you'll probably work on it when you're pushing for progressive overload, but it's not all doom and gloom. Like, there are other things that you can focus on. And also, when you've been training for as long as I have, the progress with weights can be so slow. So it's actually nice when you've taken a bit of time off to come back and like be able to build it up quite quickly again, because you don't really get that the longer you've been training. But yeah, I'm gonna do my RDLs. I have 100% lost strength, because usually 50 kilos would be like a light up that I could go for reps and reps, a light up, a warm up weight I could go for like reps and reps. That was hard to get like 8 to 10. So I've definitely lost strength on this, but again, I do think that is, yes, time off, but also the fact that I've been poorly, and like I mentioned, my grip strength is always bad when I come back, but also that was really burning my hamstrings. So yeah, this is definitely feeling a lot heavier than my hip thrust did, but my strength will come back. It's just Oh my god, 50 hasn't felt that heavy in a very long time.
What for? No, I'm serious. What more are you talking about? You motherfuckers so quick to go to war. I'm like, what war? We didn't want this war. No one wanted this war. You crap ass motherfuckers are the most crucified motherfuckers know a man.
So I'm going to move on to my third movement, and I'm going to do single leg press. If you've got my program that I shared for free, you will notice this is not in my program. The session I'm doing is not in my program. I just don't want the pressure of following a program first session back. Also, I've got quite a lot of low rep stuff and also quite a bit of unilateral stuff in my program, which is fine, and obviously this is unilateral, but I don't want to be doing anything that requires balance with me being a bit more breathless and just not feeling great. I don't want to be doing anything where I have to focus on balancing, so that's why instead of doing a step up or a split squat or a lunge, I know this isn't the exact same, but instead of doing that for a unilateral movement, that's why I'm doing single leg press, because it gives me a bit more time to catch my breath. Not to be a lazy bitch, but I don't have to stand up to do it. I can sit down. It's a lot more stable. To be honest, I just feel like I'm going to feel... This feels more doable than the thought of doing like Bulgarians right now. That is just not even an option. Like, that's not even on the menu, so... So much for taking it easy. I forgot how heavy this leg press is. So single leg is like, even without weight, 8 reps right now. I'm going to finish up my session with some cable abduction work and leg extensions. Cable abductions, honestly, purely because they give me quite a nice pump and I'm feeling a little bit flat. I told you this video would be a little bit messy. Like, I don't think my body's changed that much, but I get very, very, very in my head and I am feeling flat. I just tried to take some selfies and I'm like, I feel flat. Like I said, I just want to be honest and open. This video is not, you know, the beacon of body positivity, maybe, but I just want to be honest about how I'm feeling. So, cable abductions always give me a nice little shelf pump, so I'm going to do those, and then leg extensions, and I'm going to call it a day. Okay, so let me pause my music so I can actually hear what I'm saying. 1 second. By the way, if you've not listened to You Broke My Heart by Drake, that is the gym banger for the remainder of this year. That and Bad Bunny is pretty much all I've listened to today. Oh my god, Drake's album was so bad the first time he dropped it, and then he's dropped it again with like 6 new songs. Those 6 songs alone are better than like 90% of the original album. There's another song that's really good as well. I think it's like If the Shoe Fits or something. That's a really good song as well. It's more like storytelling, but You Broke My Heart. And I said the first time I listened to it, I was like, this is going to be like a viral song. It's going viral on TikTok, so. But yeah, that aside, I'm doing my last movement of the day, which is leg extensions. I'm going to go light, high rep, because it's a stable movement, so it's not going to make me feel dizzy. Again, not pushing right to failure, just getting back in the swing of things. Okay, so that is 1 second. Can I prop you up with a little... Oh, stunning. We've propped you up with a little furry friend. This is who you propped up with, if you were wondering. That's why, to be honest, I'm just baiting myself out here for having too many cuddly little toys. I'm going to pick my microphone up because testing, 1 2 1 2. I finished my gym session and it actually wasn't that bad. I feel better for going. I was weaker, which I'll have obviously spoken to you about, but I tried to pick movements that weren't going to completely take it out of me. So like no Bulgarians, no B-stand stuff, nothing like that. Trying to stick with like bilateral movements and anything unilateral, cable work or something where I'm sat down only, just to make sure that I'm not just to make sure that I'm not making myself feel dizzy or unwell at all. Oh, that would be my phone's music. But yeah, I hope this video has been helpful. I hope I've been able to give you guys some tips on getting back into the gym after taking some time off during my session. Hopefully putting you guys at ease if you've recently had to take time off and you're panicking about strength. I've lost quite a bit of strength on some movements, like the RDLs actually shocked me. I wasn't expecting to be that much weaker on them, but it will come back so much quicker than it takes you to build it up in the first place. If you've lost muscle, it comes back so much quicker than it took you to build it in the first place. And please remember, if you've only taken like 1-2 weeks off training, it's so unlikely that you've lost actual muscle mass. You've probably just not got like a pump going on through your muscles, less inflammation in your muscles, so you look smaller. A few days back in the gym and you'll be fine. Any longer, you know, if you have lost a little bit of muscle mass, like I said, it comes back in a fraction of the time it took you to build it in the first place, so please don't panic. This Christmas season, let's make it all about the memories. This isn't me saying, by the way, obviously you cannot take a month off every other month. It will impact your progress, but a month here and there, or if you're poorly or something happens, it's not the end of the world. I don't want this video to be taken out of context. If you have goals to hit, you cannot take every other month off. I mean, you can, but it'll take you twice as long to hit your goals. But yeah, I just hope it's been able to put some minds at ease, and I'm glad, even though I didn't intend to do it, I am glad I took the time off. My body felt really weirdly well rested. Obviously my strength has taken a hit, but the movements felt smooth. My muscle contractions felt really, really good. It was all in all a pretty good session. A little bit annoying that I'm weaker, but it's going to happen when you've taken time off, and like I said, it's going to come back so quick. But yeah, if you enjoyed this style of video and like mic'd up workouts, let me know and I can definitely film some more for you. Let me know what other videos you want to see. If you want me to get back on my vlogging grind, I can. I've got a few videos planned, and I also want to do something vlogmas-y, but not proper vlogmas, because I can't film every single day. First of all, my life's not that interesting. Second of all, I will not have the time, so I don't want to commit to that. But if anyone has any vlogmas ideas for me, that would be fun. But yeah, give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I will see you in my next video. Daniel, any final words for the vlog?
Get your boyfriend a brushed cotton Alphalete vest.
Oh yes, Daniel has on the Align tee. By the way, this hoodie, I don't know when. I got it in Turkey. It's Turkish goods. Yeah, I'll leave my outfit details and stuff below. See you in my next video. Goodbye, Merry Chrysler.
Knowing that she just lost her sight for a reason that they don't yet know. I mean, I get it. That randomly happening would be a cause for a lot of concern, and you blowing it off would look kind of weird.
I'm okay. Where are you going? If I leave now, I can still catch my flight.
Denise finally concedes to get tested for what might be the issue, as long as it's done quickly, and she can get back to whatever the hell is going on in Dallas that she really needs to get to. In one of the other storylines, there are a bunch of cis people dealing with pregnancy issues who refuse to get an ultrasound because they believe the sound waves are harmful to the fetus.
I mean, unless they were some known fat hipsters, but that's not.
My sister miscarried after an amnio.
Actually kind of bizarre how often the trans storyline in these medical shows gets tied into the same storyline as a pregnancy storyline. Like, I don't know if that's a requirement for the writers or something, some kind of balancing act of like, here's the trans thing, quick,
Think of the most cis thing we can think of. A cis couple who are having a child. That's the most cis thing. Put that in too. But the fact it's happened more than twice by this point on my channel does raise a few questions. We've also got
another vlog video, huh, Amy?
Hello, I am doing Vlogmas, well my own version of Vlogmas. I want to give you guys 3 videos a week because traditional Vlogmas, you guys will be bored stiff. Life is really not that interesting, but I just feel like I want to put out more content on YouTube. It is my favourite platform, so I'm doing my own version of Vlogmas. This is going to be episode 1, and I feel like episode 1 I just need to catch everyone up to date. So this is going to be a sort of life updates video, and also I just wanted to do a chatty sit down video because, to be fair, my Alphalete ones are chatty sit down videos, but you guys seem to like it when I do like chatty videos, and I feel like I like the discussions that these videos bring, because I really like listening to different points of view. Life updates, let's just get into the life update. So a big fat disclaimer before I get into this topic. Me and Dan are still together, we have not broken up. However, things are going to be changing next year, and I'm going to be completely honest, I've not been doing good recently. I've not been doing good for a while, and it's not Dan's fault. It's the situation which I have been struggling with, and it is okay for me to say that I have struggled with this situation. And I'm honestly, I spoke about this on Instagram, and I'm so glad I did. The number of messages that I got from people who have been in similar situations or are about to be in a similar situation and were just grateful for me being open about how I feel about it, but also just being open about the fact that it is something that's going on in my life at the moment. I feel like I'm talking in riddles right now, but I won't be in a second. I am going to cut to the chase. I am glad that I'm like speaking about it, and to be honest, I can't hide it. I do share a big chunk of my life online. As you will know, I did a Dubai vlog the other week because Dan had some job interviews. He has now signed a job contract, so he is leaving April 1st. Dan has his own reasons for wanting to move to Dubai, and I am so supportive. I don't think he should stay somewhere where he's not enjoying himself just for me, and vice versa. I should also not be moving somewhere that is just not for me. It's not somewhere I can see myself living for, I don't want to say just for a relationship, because it sounds like I'm putting down the relationship, but for a relationship, full stop. I truly feel like with things like this, the only instance in which you are going to have no regrets, even if it doesn't work out, is a place where you are going to be moving to for a partner is also somewhere where you want to live. And Dubai is just not somewhere I want to live. It's not somewhere that I feel I can see myself living. I don't want to rag on a place I've only been to once, because it's not fair, and I'm sure there's many pluses, but for me there's a lot more here in the UK keeping me here, and the UK has its own issues. It's definitely not perfect, but I've got older parents. My dad is 78, my mum's in her mid-60s, and you know, there's no amount of bougie restaurants or, you know, not paying tax that can outweigh that for me. And I have a really close relationship with my mum and dad and the rest of my family, so I will not be moving to Dubai basically. So come April 1st, Dan is moving to Dubai and I am staying here. So what does that mean? Because I'm currently living with Dan, that means I'm going to be moving back home. Dan owns his apartment, but his plan is to rent it out, and he's not been like, I need to rent this out so you need to get out. It's not been like that at all. I don't actually want to live here on my own. I just don't want to live here on my own. I would rather be back at home, and also the fact that I don't have my own property yet. I feel like it would just be, you know, a big expense every single month living here on my own when I'm lucky enough to have parents that haven't downsized yet and will have me back. I don't know why I'm crossing my fingers. They've told me I can move back home, so I'm going to be moving back home. And this is also a little bit of a taboo topic because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like when you've moved out, it can sometimes feel a little bit weird moving back home, but more and more now it's becoming more and more common for people to have to do that because, especially like post uni and stuff, it's so expensive to try and get on the property ladder. Rent prices are through the roof, and I personally just don't think there's any shame in moving back home. You know, I don't need to pay, you know, the extortionate rent prices that are going on at the moment. I can just move back in with my mum and dad, and so I'm not bothered about how that might look or how that might seem like a step back. It just doesn't bother me because it's actually a huge step forward. There's so many pluses to it. I'm going to get to spend more time with my mum and dad, which, like I said, they are older, and that has been a huge huge anxiety for me. I can't like shake this feeling that my life is on like, and their lives are on like a sand timer, and it's been like a crushing, it sounds so dramatic, but I know that other people struggle with this. It's like a crushing sense of, oh my god, like time is running out, like I don't feel like I've spent enough time with them. So that will help with that because I'll be able to spend more time with them. As my mum and dad are older, they don't have a mortgage on the house they live in, so I will just need to contribute towards bills, which will be a lot cheaper than if I was paying somewhere for rent, then having to pay all my own bills, council tax, service, whatever else. So it just makes more sense to move back home. And if anyone else is in the same boat of, regardless of situation, you're needed to move back in with your parents, please don't feel any kind of way about it. It's just one of those things, and like I said, this is my choice. If I wanted to, I could go and rent an apartment in Leeds or rent a house, but I don't want to do that. I want to get my foot on the property ladder, and that was something I wanted to do this year. It was one of my goals, but the price has not been right anywhere I've looked. I nearly bought a house earlier this year, which I've already spoken about before, but that just fell through. There was a huge issue with it, so that one fell through, and I've been looking ever since, and there's just not been anything that's quite right, and definitely not for the right price. So I'm not in a rush, and I'm not going to rush into a knee-jerk decision just because I feel like I should be. And I'm only 24, like I feel like I'm saying I feel like I should be. I'm only 24. We have been so brainwashed to think that by 21, because of all the social media influencers, that you should have a really nice car, you should have a city centre apartment with views, paying £1,500 a month in Manchester. Not ragging on anyone who lives in Manchester, by the way. It just so happens that a lot of influencers live in Manchester and they're about 21, and those apartments are expensive. Trust me, I've looked. So we feel like that's normal, or even like buying a house at 21 years old is normal, and it's so not normal. Like, it's not normal at all. We are so young in the grand scheme of things. We've got time to figure it out, and we will. So yes, Dan will be moving to Dubai. I will be staying here. Like I said, family is really important for me, and to be honest, this has been, I spoke about this on Instagram, and I want to make sure before I go into this that I am giving the biggest, fattest disclaimer. When I'm talking about how I am in romantic relationships, I'm not talking about specifics, I'm talking about generally, I'm talking about a repeated pattern for me, so please don't think I'm, you know, talking about Dan when I'm talking about this. But making a decision like this, making a decision to leave for him, making a decision to stay for me, and I'm only going to speak about my decision because this is my YouTube, I can only speak about my feelings, and this was probably the biggest dilemma I've ever been faced with in a relationship. Like, the biggest, you really need to make a decision on this, and this is a big decision to make. This is without a doubt the biggest thing I've ever had to deal with or make a decision on in a romantic relationship. And I spoke about this on Instagram, but my entire life, and I'm really going to try not to get emotional, I've always been someone who in romantic relationships can be a little bit insecure. I will bend to fit what people want, whether that's altering my personality slightly so that I'm less opinionated in particular has been a huge one in previous relationships. Gone any way the wind blows, basically, because I just wanted to be desired. I just wanted to be desirable. I wanted to be like the really easy to deal with person, the cool girl. The cool girl. I wanted to be that. I just wanted to be so easy to deal with, so there could not possibly be any issue because I'm just going with whatever. And in doing that, you end up completely sacrificing and compromising on everything that matters to you and also who you are as a person. And I have made that mistake so many times, even not in like full-blown relationships, in situationships I have done the exact same thing. And so when this topic came up last year, for me, therapy has been really, 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 really helpful. And there was so much that went into me starting therapy, but I also knew I really needed to work on myself because I was scared that I was going to end up making a decision that wasn't right for me because I was scared of losing someone, and in this situation that being Dan, and I really, really, really didn't want to do that. I don't know if it's maybe an age thing and I'm just getting older and I don't want to do that anymore, or if it's because it was such a big dilemma of like, I don't know what to do and I don't know if this is going to work out if I don't go with this decision. Therapy has been incredible for me in making sure that I make a decision, yes, in helping me to make a decision, but also helping me make the decision that is right for me. And ultimately, what is right for Dan is moving to Dubai, and what is right for me is staying here in the UK, and so that is what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be staying in the UK, and I saw a quote somewhere when I was like looking stuff up about this. I think it might have actually been on Reddit, and it said it's much better to miss someone than to resent them, and in this scenario that works both ways. I would much rather Dan move to Dubai because he really wants to go and miss me than stay here where he's not happy and not doing what he really, really, really wants to do and end up resenting me, and vice versa. I would much rather stay here and miss Dan than move to Dubai, move to somewhere that I don't want to live for him and end up resenting him for it. This is honestly probably the first time I've ever made such a big decision where I've said, actually, no, in a romantic relationship. Obviously, I'm not talking about my current relationship at the moment, but like previous relationships, I've never ended a relationship other than one. And I think that took him ending it multiple times, and then eventually I was like, no, this is really, really stupid, and I ended it. But that went on for years. I really struggle to make those big decisions. I would just much rather them be made for me. But those situations, I've ended up being so unhappy for months, even for years in some situations, because I'm just waiting for someone else to put me out of my misery because I don't want to do it because I'm scared of hurting the other person. This isn't a decision to end a relationship, but it is something where it was important that I made a decision for myself. I didn't just go with the flow of it, if you know what I mean, because I know it's not right for me. Like, I know in my gut it's not right for me. And this is the thing, just because you've made a right decision, and I know I've made the right decision, it doesn't make it easy. Like, I think often we feel like we've made the wrong decision because we regret things or because we struggle with it, and this has really, really taught me, like, I know in my gut I've made the right decision in not moving to Dubai, but it's not fucking easy. It's so hard, and it's going to be such a, like, adjustment, and it's going to be a lot to sort of adapt to, but I know I've made the right decision, if that makes sense. And also, it's just, there's a lot of, and I'm speaking broadly now, when I've looked this up and when I spoke to people on Instagram, I'm speaking broadly. I'm not speaking about this current specific situation for me, but I do definitely feel that there is a pressure in relationships still for women to just still go along with whatever their partner wants. I have no doubt that people probably think I'm being selfish and wanting to stay here, but I do wonder if people who hold those opinions think the same way the other way around, because ultimately, in my opinion, it's a selfish decision for me to stay, but just because it's a selfish decision, it doesn't mean it's the wrong one. And it's also a selfish decision for him to leave and go and do that, because both our decisions have an impact on our relationship and also on each other, and it might not necessarily be in the most positive way, but it's still the right decision, and it's a prime example of something can be selfish and still be the right thing to do. So that is my big bloody life update. Dan's moving to Dubai, I'm not. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. I will be moving back home, and that's why I've been a little bit of a sad girly. And this has all been something that, whilst it's been like an ongoing conversation for like a year, it's really sort of picked up momentum in the past month, and I've also been incredibly busy with work, so it's only really the past 2 weeks where I've really been able to sort of feel and breathe and actually think about things, and I have been quite sad, like I've been quite sad about it. So yeah, if my energy has been off in any of my recent videos, an underpinning of sadness perhaps, that could be why. I don't know if my energy has been off, but other news, I guess, seasonal saddies have been kicking in. I don't think it's been helped by everything that's gone on in the past month, but seasonal saddies are kicking my ass. But I did get asked for like a few tips and stuff on this, and something that I find really, really helps me is, it sounds stupid, but like leaning into the seasonal saddies almost. Well, not leaning into it, but leaning into the things that are unique to this time of year. So for example, in summer, you're not going to want to cozy up under blankets with loads of like thick clothes and fluffy shit, because you'll be sweating your tits off and you'll be really fucking uncomfortable. However, in the winter, you might want to lean into that. Enjoy, whilst it's so cold outside, enjoy cozying up inside. You know, leaning into things like that. Candles, getting some really nice festive, Christmassy, winter scent candles. You know, you probably wouldn't want to burn sugar cookie pie through the summer or pumpkin pie through the summer, but you might want to bloody burn it whilst it's cold outside. Little things like that really do help me. Having a proper like nighttime routine as well, which I am definitely gonna do for Vlogmas. I'm gonna do like a cozy evening routine, and we can spend the night together, not in that way, but spend an evening together. I'm definitely gonna do that, but those will probably be my main tips. And also an alarm clock, one of the ones that lights up like the sunrises, really, really helps. I actually don't have it here at Dan's, but I do have it at home. It's a Philips one. It's not the like £300 one. It was like £60, I think, when my mum got it for me. Life changing. Really, no, seriously, like genuinely, it is life changing. I'd recommend that, especially if you struggle with dark mornings. But yeah, I'm not the best with it, and I find myself really, really impacted by seasonal changes. But those are just some little things that I do that help me out a little bit, and I hope everyone is doing okay with the seasonal saddies. Okay, next thing people were asking me about on Instagram was everything I have had done cosmetically, and just to talk about cosmetic surgery in general, which I always find a very interesting topic. So I've always been very, very, very open about everything I've had done. I have mentioned everything. There is going to be nothing here that will be new, but for anyone that is new, I will talk you through. So we'll go in chronological order. I started getting my lips filled when I was about 18. If I'm honest, I do regret starting it then, and I regret how much filler I put in my lips. If you go back and watch my early YouTube videos, my lips are like so overfilled. And over the course of like a few years, I got about 8 mil in my lips before I dissolved it. I've dissolved my lips twice now, so I dissolved it the first time, refilled, then I got another mil, and she used the Russian lip technique on me. It works for some people, okay? It works for some people, but on me, it migrates like a mother. And I hated how it looked. Like, my lips looked so sharp and like aggressive, and I just didn't like it on my face. It was way too much. Like I said, love it on other people, but it wasn't for me, and it migrated awfully. So I then had to have them dissolved again, and then I had just under a mil put back in, and then I had a top up of just under a mil, so I've maybe got like 1.5 mil in my lips. So that's that. I got my boobs done when I was 19. They are under the muscle. I have had Botox in my forehead, but it's now worn off, but my Botox was here and here, because I actually frown really, really badly. Like you can see it's like all fully worn off, but I actually frown really badly to the point where when I go on holiday, I was actually starting to get a tan line in the middle of my forehead, and that was my 13th reason. That was why I started getting Botox here. So yeah, I've had that. That's why I started getting Botox, but I don't keep up with it. I probably will get it done again. I'm not going to say that I won't, but I'm not like a religious Botoxer. It takes me a while for it to bother me again, and then when it's bothering me, I get it redone. I know that might be bad. Maybe it's not how you're meant to do it, but I don't feel the need to get Botox like every like 2 months, 3 months. If I don't feel like I need it. So that's worn off, but it's not bothering me at the moment, so I've just left it. I'm very like relaxed about that. And then teeth, I've had Invisalign, so my teeth were really, really crooked before, and I got Invisalign to straighten them out, and then I ended up having to have composite bonding on my teeth, edge bonding, to straighten out the edges because I had some chips, and also basically, honestly, be very, very, very careful where you get your Invisalign from, because if I could go back in time, I would redo my teeth completely differently. I don't hate them, but I do think the dentist bullshitted me. I'm just going to put it out there. I think he bullshitted me. The gaps that he put in my teeth to have room for my teeth to move, and I've spoken to other dentists about this, I personally feel like they were too big. I feel like the gaps that were put in were too big, and it meant that when I finished my Invisalign straightening stuff, I still had gaps between my teeth that weren't closing, so I got edge bonding to sort of fix any of the little gaps that were still left, and also neaten up the edges, and they're not bad, I don't hate them, but I really didn't go into my teeth straightening experience wanting to need to have a lot of teeth with edge bonding. I expected to have a couple teeth that might want edge bonding, but I didn't expect to actually have to need, and obviously you don't need it, there's nothing wrong with having gaps in your teeth, but I never had gaps in my teeth before, so I was like, I don't really like how this looks on me, and I wanted to fix it. So in trading off one issue, I ended up with another, which I've then had to get composite edge bonding for, and like it's chipped, it discolours, it drives me insane that I can't whiten my teeth properly. That is like one of the biggest drawbacks in my opinion. It drives me insane that I can't whiten my teeth properly anymore. Like teeth were a lot whiter before, which annoys me, but I am just nitpicking. My teeth honestly aren't bad, but if I could go back in time, I would do it differently. Yeah, it's edge bonding, so it's not veneers. These are all my real teeth. It's the edges that are like straightened out. Okay. That's edge bonding, but it's my real teeth. I don't have veneers or anything like that. I ain't got like pegs under my thing. Like I've got full-size teeth with just edge bonding on. And then the final thing, which was the most recent like actual proper procedure, is my rhinoplasty. I got my nose done over 2 years ago now. Not filler, like proper surgical rhinoplasty. If you want to know why I got that done, I won't bore you with it. I won't bore you with the long story. I just wasn't happy with my nose, and so I got a nose job. The one thing I would note on that though is, and that by the way is the best cosmetic procedure I have had done in terms of the change it's made to me, and I just know that when anyone gets a cosmetic procedure, it almost feels like everyone around you is waiting for you to admit that it didn't make a difference, or that you don't feel any different. And with my boobs, that definitely did happen. I do regret getting those done at 19. I've spoken about that before. I wish I'd waited. But with my nose, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say that I regret touching it, because I really, really don't. It has had a really positive, largely very positive impact on my confidence, and especially because a lot of my work is to do with taking photos and videos. It just helps a lot. It's not something I hyperfixate on anymore. I just don't really have to think about it anymore. Yeah, like I said, it feels like everyone's just waiting for you to admit that it's not made a change and that you regret it, but So far so good, 2 years on, and I really don't have any regrets about it whatsoever. Everyone says that you end up wishing you'd gone a bit more extreme with it. I personally don't. I'm really, really, really happy with how it looks. Maybe I'll change my mind, but I like it. I didn't want like a super scooped out nose. I wanted one that was a bit more straight. I literally just wanted the bump taken off, and then I wanted it so that my tip wouldn't pull down so much when I laughed and smiled, because I didn't like it. And that was it. Like, that was it. And by the way, when I'm talking about cosmetic procedures, I'm talking about me specifically. I've said this before. I know so many people. I've seen so many people with my previous nose, and I love it on them. I never, and I'm not just saying this to bullshit you, I genuinely mean it. I never look at anyone's nose, anyone's lips, anyone's tits, and think, oh my god, like they need that done. My brain doesn't work like that. I love my old nose on other people. I just did not like it on my face. And yeah, some people will find it really, really, really sad that I've had that many things done at 24, but I'm just being completely honest. That is everything I've had done. Like I said, I do regret my boobs, getting them done when I did. I wish I'd have waited, but my nose I'm very happy with. My lips, yeah, I wish I'd not messed around with them so much, but at the moment I'm happy with them. What I find so interesting about cosmetic procedures is how, for women, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with critical thinking, my mum and dad were very critical of me having things done, and I'm actually not resentful of that. I would rather have parents that force me to stop and think about these things, because as much as people say it's a minor procedure, it's a life-changing procedure. A nose job, for example, that goes wrong could change your life drastically in the worst possible way. It's the centre of your face. Like, these are not minor procedures, so I'm really glad that my mum and dad are like pretty much against plastic surgery. It really forces me to stop and think about things, and currently I don't want anything else done, and I can't see myself wanting anything else doing until maybe I'm a bit older, but at the moment I'm perfectly happy with it. So yeah, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with critical thinking, but I do find it very interesting how women's cosmetic surgery is viewed so differently to men's. Like, for women to want to get a different nose, or to want a bit of filler in the lip, or to get Botox, it has to be this like really deep rooted, like really, they must be deeply insecure, they must be deeply, you know, upset and sad about something, and they must like, there must be like this deep root cause, and it's like we have to analyse why we really, really, really want these things done. And then for men, you know, nose jobs are very popular, hair transplants are very popular. It's never viewed in the same way. A hair transplant is a cosmetic procedure. It's a cosmetic procedure, but you don't get the same level of analysis on their decisions, and I've always found that really interesting. And I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong that people, you know, should analyse their own decisions. I think we should analyse our own decisions, not necessarily other people's. But men aren't like asked the same questions, and it is very interesting to me the way that that works, because they're both cosmetic procedures, and like I said, nose jobs are actually very popular for men. So it's very interesting to me how differently those things are viewed, and my views on plastic surgery in general, I'm very 50-50. I wouldn't say I'm for it, I'm also not against it. I sort of sit like slap bang in the middle. The one argument that I really, really, really like anymore, and I used to believe in this argument, is the argument about, you know, when someone says that they're doing it for themselves, and then people will say, well, no, you're not, because if you were locked in a room on your own, no access to social media, other people, comments from others, you know, no access to the outside world, you wouldn't think there's anything wrong with, for example, a bump in the nose. So it's not just for you. And I understand the point of it, like I get what people are getting at, because I used to think that way too. But the more I've thought about it over the years, the more I'm like, that makes no sense, because it's a great analogy, but no one lives in a concrete room between four walls with no access to the outside world. Like, no one lives like that. And so, as much as it might be sad that people feel like they need to or want to do these things to make going through life easier for them, as much as that might be sad, and there's an argument to be had about that, there's nothing wrong with it, because people do not live in isolated rooms with no access to the outside world. That's a great analogy, but it doesn't work because that is not how we live. That's not how people live. So I understand the point, like I said, and I've literally said it before, but it is lacking in logic slightly, and I do feel like people judge people very, 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 very harshly, women in particular, for getting plastic surgery, but you are very much damned if you do, damned if you don't, because people will also, I mean, look at the way that like the media, social media and everyone rips up female celebrities, and also men too, but I'm a woman, I'm speaking about women. They rip up their appearance like there is no tomorrow, but they would also be the first persons to absolutely roast them if they then go and do something to change their appearance. So to me, I feel like if you really want a society where there's less plastic surgery and there's less cosmetic treatments, you need to stop contributing towards people wanting to have these things done and think a little more carefully about what you say. And I will always say to people, be very, 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 very careful about the comments that you make about people's appearances, because what might seem like a tiny little comment to you could honestly change someone's view of themselves for the next 10 years. Another thing that people always ask me about, and I've never actually spoken about it, but it's a very boring answer, but I'm going to give you it anyway, is thoughts on Ozempic. And my honest thoughts are, I don't care. Not I don't care if these things are being misused. Obviously, it is concerning how easy it is to get these products, because Ozempic is just one sort of version of it. There's multiple different versions of it. It's like a branding thing. Obviously, it's a whole different conversation. People use an Ozempic when, you know, to fuel an eating disorder further, when they're already super slim, or people that don't need it. Obviously, that's a whole different conversation, but I'm not going to sit and like rag on people who need Ozempic, or feel like they need Ozempic, or feel like it's really helping them to lose weight and move towards a healthier weight if they are currently unhealthy. I'm not going to rag on them for it. Like, it's not cheating by any means. You still have to put in the work. If you are on Ozempic and you still overeat your food, you are not going to lose weight. It's not a magic injection, a magic solution by any means, and it actually has a lot of really, really nasty side effects. It's definitely not easy, but all it does essentially is curb people's appetites. It makes it a lot harder to do the overeating, and I don't see an issue with it as long as it's being prescribed properly by doctors to people who actually need it. I personally don't have an issue with it. Other life updates, I'm trying to think of what I haven't filled you in on since my last life update video, which was just after I went to see Beyonce. I went to see the Beyonce film. Oh my god, what is it with me filming these after Beyonce? And in the UK, like, we went to the Odeon near Thornbury in Bradford, near us, and there was like 10 of us in the screening. So it actually was a little bit awkward to watch, because you're like, y'all sing! And I'm like, maybe in America, but we're not going to be doing that over here. But yeah, I loved it. And what she was saying about being a people pleaser, I just loved it. She was like, because so many people think, I'm kind of going off onto a different tangent now, but when it comes to people pleasing, and I definitely do and have struggled with people pleasing before, but I'm definitely getting better with it now. However, people seem to think that if you're not people pleasing anymore, you can't be empathetic and kind. And she was basically saying, I spent my entire life a people pleaser. Now I don't give a fuck, and I can just give my energy to what is worthy of my energy while still being me and still being sensitive, sympathetic and empathetic. And I was like, that's perfect. I love that. Get on a bloody t-shirt, because I feel like so many people think if you don't want to be a people pleaser anymore, you're going to turn into this grade A arsehole. And to be honest, sometimes when you stop people pleasing, you can swing too far the other way, but you will usually balance out back into the middle. But you can still be like a kind, empathetic person who does things for others without being like a chronic people pleaser to your detriment. Oh my god, I've not spoken to you guys since I re-signed my Alphalete contract. So in September, I re-signed for the fourth time, re-signed. I made a spelling mistake on my Instagram post, and I forgot to put the hyphen in, so it said I resigned. when I meant to say I resigned. The sentiment of the post was still there. That was in September, but I've not actually sat down and spoken to you guys since then. So yeah, I resigned to stay exclusive for Alphalete, to Alphalete in September for a few more months. That actually ends in January. There's like a big change coming in January and we don't know what it is, so we will, I think, have the option to re-sign or not again, but we will see what it is. In terms of like exclusivity, for me, it's a no-brainer. In terms of exclusivity, it's a really easy decision to make, because who else am I going to want to be exclusive to? Like, Christian found me when I had like 10k followers, tiny account, and he has, like, I'm not even being dramatic when I say this, genuinely, he has changed my life, and for that, I am forever indebted, and I really don't think I could ever be exclusive to another activewear brand for that reason, because it would feel like a huge stab in the back. Obviously, if they went bust, I don't know, hopefully they don't go bust. For that reason, I would really struggle to ever be exclusive to another activewear brand. So in terms of exclusivity, it's always a very easy decision in terms of being exclusive to this brand or another brand that might offer me, in some instances, even more money, but for me it doesn't matter. Like I said, I feel like I really am forever indebted. Like, it genuinely changed my life, and I would never want to, like, it would just feel disrespectful. I always get asked about like non-exclusivity, and there's pros and cons to both, to be honest. There's pros and cons to being non-exclusive, there's pros and cons to being exclusive. It just comes down to what is the right decision for you and your situation. And for me, being exclusive makes the most sense, so that is why I resigned. But I don't know what's happening in January, so we shall wait and see what's happening in January. Also, that reminds me, the biggest fattest thank you, because they would not want to re-sign me if it wasn't for you guys being so insanely supportive over the years. They wouldn't bother re-signing me any of the times that my contract has been up for renewal. So genuinely, thank you so much, because as much as I'm forever indebted to Christian, I am triply, quadruply, fifthuply, sixthuply forever indebted to you guys, because you guys are the driving force behind me continuing or being able to continue working with them, and I cannot thank you enough. Like, I am still, I think the entire time I've been with them, I have been like the smallest in terms of follower numbers on the team, and I therefore do feel that I can't bring the brand as much brand awareness from like a marketing point of view, because my reach isn't as big as like people who have 100k, 200k, 500k, a million even. Like, my reach isn't going to be as big as that, so I feel like I really need to work on providing like value for you guys and like quality content, and, you know, trying to get support, because if I didn't have the support, it wouldn't make sense for them to have me, because I don't have a huge reach. So yeah, just thank you to you guys for being so receptive of all the work I put out, and so supportive with my relationship with Alphalete. Like, it genuinely means a lot to me, and no matter what happens in the future, I will always try and put out the best content for you guys, always. Like, it just, yeah, it means a lot to me, and you guys play probably like an 80% role in the relationship being renewed, so thank you to you guys again.
Mama's Day,
you are
mommy.
the best always. Quite a few people, and this is my own fault, and honestly, like, I get so pissed off with myself. Like, I went and rewatched, not the whole thing, but I rewatched parts of like my goal setting video for the year, which I filmed about a year ago, and oh my god, like, getting to the end of the year, and I've done some really fun shit this year. Like, I've done some really cool work and made some amazing memories this year, but there are so many things on my goals list that I have not done, and it's so frustrating to go back and watch that video and be like, I've still not done it, because one of the main questions that kept coming up was sort of future plans, would I ever do my own brand, and all that sort of stuff. And this is something I've been thinking about a lot recently, because I love so much of what I do. I am so lucky to do what I do, and especially when it comes to Alphalete, There's a lot of that I love. When it comes to my coaching, there's a lot of that I love. But in terms of influencing, it has a shelf life. As awful as it sounds to say, it has a shelf life. There are a handful of people who make who make a career out of it with true longevity, and their following grows with them, and they're able to do it for like 10 plus years. Most people, that is not the case. And I will always post content online, like my YouTube in particular, because I love doing it. Like, I really enjoy making the videos, I enjoy editing, I enjoy filming, I enjoy coming up with ideas, I enjoy vlogging, I enjoy doing my reviews, I enjoy a lot of what I do on YouTube. Instagram, I'm going to be honest, I don't really enjoy it as a platform. I enjoy it for stories and keeping up with you guys, but I don't enjoy it for posting. There's something about Instagram, and I know a lot of people feel the same way, it just feels too curated. I much prefer YouTube. I know I can't do this forever, and nor do I want to do it forever in the capacity that I currently do. So recently I have been thinking more about future career paths. Turkey, my trip with Alphalete to Turkey was particularly eye-opening for me. It made me realise a lot of areas that I have an interest in that I hadn't even realised. It made me realise even like job roles, like real job roles that I could actually be okay at, like I could actually do okay at, that I hadn't even considered. I didn't even know they were a thing. That was very eye-opening. And and again, this really bugs me because I set it on my goals list and I've still not done it. I still really want my own product line. I really, really, really would love to do it, but I just go back and forth so much on what I want to do, how I want to do it, and everything like that. And if you've watched my Alphalete reviews, you guys know what I'm like. I am so fussy, and I just feel like I would not want to put something out unless it was completely right. But I also know perfectionism, procrastination almost in that, because then I end up just being like, well, I'm not going to do anything because I don't think I could do it right. So I'm just not going to do anything. But I know that I really, really, really would like to have a try at it. I have ideas. I have things that I think are very much me. Very much up my street, shall we say. Let's just say in Turkey, I felt some fabrics that could be good. I learned a lot about fabrics. I learned a lot about clothes in general. I learned a lot in Turkey, full stop, period. Fabrics in particular were very, 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 very eye-opening, and I've actually found something that for one of my ideas that I also wear a lot and love a lot, and you will probably already be able to guess what it is if you follow me on Instagram or watch my videos and vlogs. I'm always in either one thing or the other thing. The fabric would be perfect for like a really high quality and I'm a sucker for high quality of these. And I have a name, and it works so well with the name, and it excites me. The thought of it excites me, but I also don't want to make something for the sake of making something, or make a brand for the sake of saying, I'm running a brand. Like, I'm still coaching. I did get a few questions asking if I'm still coaching. I'm still coaching. I just don't share as much about it on my main page because I don't know if people are interested. But if you guys are interested in the coaching content and behind the scenes of being an online coach and what I do, please let me know, because I will like do some little vlog inserts. I will post more on my Instagram stories about it. I just don't know if you guys are interested. So many people were asking me about my thoughts on the girls' bathroom drama. I love the girls' bathroom. I'm actually on the Patreon, but I love those girls. I love Sophia and Cinzia, like me and someone I used to be really, 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 really good friends with. Watched all their videos, like loved those girls. Still love them, still watch all their vlogs now. However, they did a podcast episode recently where they basically spoke about basically people writing dilemmas, and someone had written in a dilemma about an influencer whose husband was cheating on said influencer with one of her friends, and they put all this information in the podcast, and people were saying they didn't know who it was. If you go back and watch the podcast, she said the person who sent in the dilemma sent in who it was, so they knew who it was. The internet are like FBI agents, especially Sophia and Chintzia fans. Like, they are literally like the FBI. So basically, they'd worked out who it was, and I can say this now because she's publicly put it out there, it was Lily Sabri. I'm not familiar with her content, to be honest. But yeah, it was her, and people were like posting about it, and they're like, oh my god, it must be her, it must be her, it must be her. She ended up putting out a statement saying, this podcast aired, the rumours are true, I've just found out they were engaged, and now they've split up, and she was basically just saying, please, like, give me some privacy, I need some time to heal. Sophia and Chintzia, and I love the girls' bathroom, it's such easy listening. I know that everyone's like, oh my god, thank god she found out, like, if it wasn't for the podcast, she wouldn't have found out. I feel like it was just public humiliation that didn't need to happen. I don't think they would have put the podcast out if they genuinely thought 100% people were going to fixate on this and they were going to work out who it was. I don't think they put it out thinking that was going to happen. I think it was just like, I don't know, I think it was just a bit of an oversight. However, I just feel like they knew who it was. They should have just not put that dilemma in the podcast, in my opinion. I think they should have just messaged her and sent all the evidence that this girl had sent in to her, direct. They've both got blue ticks, I'm pretty sure, so it would have gone straight into her main DMs. Or tried to get in touch with like her management or something. Tried to get in touch with someone rather than putting it on a podcast where now it became like a public spectacle and it was so public. And I do agree it's good that she found out, but I don't think she needed to find out in this way, and it sucks. I mean, it will blow over for them. I don't think people are particularly annoyed with them about it. But I do really feel said influencer like that is peak. Everyone was like speculating on that for a solid week. The TikToks were going viral. People were commenting under a post. That is rough, and it could have been avoided. I'm a Celebrity. Is anyone watching I'm a Celebrity? I'm watching I'm a Celebrity. I hate that they've put Nigel Farage in. I hate that they put Nigel Farage in. I don't like this trend of putting like nasty politicians on reality TV shows to like rehab their image. I don't like the fact that he's in that. I also really don't like the fact that he's being paid £1.5 million, and it's like apparently the most paid person in I'm a Celeb history, which is just insane. Like, he's not that interesting. But other than that, I'm actually really enjoying it this year. I feel like the casting for it has been good. It's been a good mix of like a little bit of drama but not too much, but like mainly light-hearted, which I feel like I like watching reality TV for drama. Love Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. Love watching that. But I do like light-hearted things, and I like that I'm a Celeb has been quite funny this year. Who do I want to win? If anyone else is watching, let me know who you want to win, but I think I want Sam Thompson to win, because he's just like a bundle of joy and energy and happiness. So I would personally love for Sam Thompson to win. Okay, so on the note of reality trash TV, I'm going to leave this reality trash life update Q&A video here. And I'm going to love you and leave you because it is 3:10 and I need to edit and upload this video for tonight because I'm starting VLOGMAS. I'm going to try and do this week Monday, Thursday, Sunday. And I was going to do Monday, Thursday, Sunday each week, but then it will mean 2 videos back to back, Sunday and Monday. And I know that you guys like the content, but I think you might get a little bit sick of me back to back. So from next week, I might do Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. Let me know. Do you want Monday, Thursday, Sunday, and you don't care that Sunday and Monday are next to each other? Or would you rather from next week we do Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday? And it's going to be a mix of like vlog content, mainly vlog content, but I just wanted to start it off with this life updates and Q&A video because I feel like some of the life updates might be spoken about in the vlog, and I don't want to have to include in the vlog the whole life updates. I'd rather it just be separate. Is my main life updates. I will be moving back home in April. Dan is moving to Dubai. I am not. We have not broken up. I've been very sad about it. He's also like, I don't want it to come off as though he doesn't care. He does care. But obviously I'm speaking from my point of view. I have been very sad about it. I am struggling with it. I'm still struggling with it. I will probably continue to struggle with it. But like I said, just because I'm struggling, it doesn't mean I've made the wrong decision. I'm very, 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 very confident that I've made the right decision, and I also hope that this can, in a weird way, inspire some of you who might be in relationships and you're currently, because obviously in relationships, I get it, compromise is a thing, you need to compromise in relationships, but to me there is such a big difference between compromising in the normal sense and the bigger things, which I don't always necessarily think. I think women are taught to compromise an awful lot more on the bigger things, and food for thought, maybe you will reconsider that after listening to this video. I don't know, maybe it'll give some of you the confidence to make some tough decisions that you need to make. Yeah, like I said, just because something feels difficult, it doesn't mean it's the wrong decision. There's a lot of right decisions you can make in life that will still be incredibly difficult. There's been a lot going on, and then we've just talked absolute twaddle for the rest of this video. But I hope you've enjoyed it. Let me know if you've got anything that you want to see in particular during Vlogmas. I am taking suggestions in the comments below. I hope you guys are good. If anyone has anything they would like to share on any of the topics I've spoken about in this video, let me know. If you're watching I'm Celeb, let me know who you want to win. And yeah, I will see you guys on Thursday for Vlogmas number 2.
Yeah, it should. That's the sad thing, sweetheart.
Highly supportive of Israel. The first of which being guys know this is Lex. Supportive of Russia. Yeah, I think Charlie Kirk was not the idea. I mean, let's not forget kind of that he spent his entire career enacting political violence.
Yep.
And who knows how much this stuff he has spent his entire career demonizing trans people and trying to remove absolutely
Hello, welcome to, I think this is going to be my second Vlogmas. This is going to be a cosy, spend the night with me, let's do my hair, I need to wash my hair. I'm going to do my tanning routine with you guys as well because I need to take tan. And let's just spend a cosy evening together. I want to make ramen, like a nice winter warmer weather. Like I hate how dark it gets so early, like it's not even 5 PM yet and it's like dark and it's been dark for a good hour. So if we can just spend the night together, let's romanticize the dark evenings. And I spoke about this in my last video, but just sort of almost leaning into what this time of year is about. So that obviously it's darker, you know, we can light some different candles, we can get all cozy. I want to watch a film, we can make some cozy food, like treat ourselves to a really nice cozy night. And if you guys are on your own or feeling sad down in the dumps, hopefully this can either entertain you or you can have a cozy night in with me, vlog style. So first things first is I've created a little bit of a mess because I've been doing my Alphalete package shenanigans today, so I'm going to tidy that up. I've already tidied up all my old colours, but I'm just going to tidy that up. I then need to nip to the shop to get some bits for my ramen, and then we're going to start this cozy night in. But step one is making sure that my space is tidy. We need to make sure the space is tidy. Can we just take a moment for how cute these colours are. This is going up tomorrow, so it's going to go up before my review, and my review will be the next video after this. It's going to take up a Vlogmas spot, but like, look at how cute all these new amplified colours are. We've got like a really pretty orangey shade, burgundy, a deep green, a nude. But yeah, I need to be working on my review, but I'm going to make sure that I take all this stuff out of the room, so I'm not thinking about it. Girly Pop wants to chill. Nothing groundbreaking, but we've put everything away just because I used to do this thing when I'd get my Alphalete stuff, and I'm sure that anyone with like any normal job and anything to do with work can relate, but like I just used to think, well, there's no point in tidying it up because I'm just going to make a mess again tomorrow, which is absolutely true, I am, but then on an evening I'd just be like so antsy. So yeah, I've put everything away so that I'm not looking at it, and I'm now just going to go and get some bits that I need for ramen, and then I'm going to come back and we will wash my hair and I'll show you my hair care routine. But yeah. Okay, so I've just got back from Tesco and getting the bits and bobs that I needed, so let's get into shower routine. I'm going to talk you through my hair care routine a little, because I do get a lot of questions about that, and I've never actually done it on YouTube. I've done it on Instagram, not on YouTube, so yeah. My hair has always been pretty good. I don't want to be a snake oil salesman and say this product has given me like amazing hair. I've always had pretty good hair. Like, if you've been following me since the start, you'll know Girly Pop used to be like silver. She used to be like silver, white, blonde. So the fact that my hair is like, I've got this much hair still, and it grows, and it looks healthy is nothing short of a miracle, quite frankly, because I went blonde from having like box dye black hair. So I definitely do have good hair genes. I don't know which side they come from, but shout out to mum or dad, whoever they come from. However, my hair health has definitely improved since I started doing certain things. And also, a little fun fact you might not know about me is I actually have a tuft on the back of my head, because on like a party holiday I had a really snatched ponytail in, and it actually left me with a bald patch on the back of my head. Please be careful. Like, honestly, it sounds really dramatic, but hair is such a big thing. Like, my hair has always been okay, so when my sister found the bald patch, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't cry. I was really worried about it. I was like looking up if I was gonna have to get like injections or something, and I've been so lucky that it's grown back. But please, like, I have a little tuft at the back. I don't know, you probably won't be able to see it because my hair's greasy, but you might be able to see it when I've like dried my hair. Please stop wearing your hair in such tight styles all the time, or if you have your hair done and it feels particularly tight, please, like, if your hair is hurting and you're ending up with like lumps on your head from how tight your styles have been, especially if you've got a similar hair type to me, like I'm white, like I don't have hair that can withstand like such strong styles, please be careful, because trust me, it's not worth it. And I've now got a little tuft in my head. I know I'm going to get asked about this because I used to do it a lot. I don't do it as much anymore, but I do still oil my hair with rosemary oil. I use the Miele one, but this oil isn't pure rosemary oil, it's got other stuff in it, and I've never had an issue with it. And I do notice a difference, in particular with like my scalp health, when I'm keeping up with oiling, and I did get quite a, over time, not straight away, I did get decent results from hair oiling, and it, like, my hair just felt healthier, because I would mainly use it on my scalp, but I would also bring it through my ends. But I'm not going to oil my hair today because I'm actually going to shower like imminently, and I like to leave my oil in for a while. But again, if you are oiling your hair, please consider not putting it in a slick back bun when you've oiled it, because again, like, your hair, it's sort of like, I mean, I know it's easy because your hair's like sort of greasy because you put all that oil in it, so it feels like it makes sense, but you are going to be pulling on your hairline, and some hair types can take it, others cannot. So I just wanted to give a little warning there about slick styles, especially when you've got like a lot of product in your hair. So yeah, before I wash my hair, I always brush it first, because I find it helps me when I am washing it, and when I come out, and I don't like, you know, properly ragging on my hair when it's wet, because your hair is going to be compromised when it's wet, so I don't like to have to brush loads of knots out. So the more I can minimise that, the better. And I like to do a bit of scalp massaging before I wash my hair. It's nothing to do for me. It's nothing to do with like blood stimulation or anything like that. It's because it's because my scalp is actually getting quite dry because it's getting very cold. Like all of a sudden in England, it's really cold. So my scalp has been quite dry. So this is going to sound so gross, but I'm essentially doing this to exfoliate my scalp, to lift anything that needs to come off my scalp off, so that when I wash my hair, it will just wash out, rather than washing my hair and still having a bunch of like dead skin on my scalp. So I've just finished massaging my scalp. I'm going to hop in the shower, but before I do, I just wanted to show you that I use this Aveeno body oil. Basically, when my tan needs to come off to help it break down, I cover myself in Aveeno oil, and I find when I get in the shower, all I need to do is lightly exfoliate my skin with a glove, and my tan comes off really, really easily, because I'm also going to exfoliate my body to get my tan off so that I can re-fake tan this evening. But yeah, this is what I'm going to put all over my body. This helps to lift my tan off beautifully, and it's not like harsh or anything, it's literally a body oil.
AK-47 clips for breakfast. Tell your niggas that you about to end up on that checklist. List that'll have your neighborhood on search watch. Bad bitches.
Okay, so I have got out of the shower now. I'm feeling all clean, feeling fun, feeling fresh. Whilst I'm in the shower, I like to either listen to podcasts or I watch YouTube. Well, I don't watch YouTube videos, but I listen to YouTube videos. So whilst I was in the shower, I was finishing off some of the girls' bathroom that I was listening to earlier, today's episode that came out. And right now, I'm just using my new vitamin C serum that I got in my Harvey Nichols advent calendar. I'm doing like daily unboxings on TikTok, but I'm also going to be including in like my normal vlogs what's in the doors that I'm doing. I'm just not doing it day by day, if that makes sense. I'm doing it like grouped at a time, but this was today's. It's the Rhodial vitamin C drops. And I just feel like, why not treat myself and use these? I wanted to speak to you about hair and everything I'm about to put on my hair and everything I've just used on my hair in the shower. So, I just caught my earring on my towel. So when I've showered, I always use like a microfiber towel on my hair afterwards. This is just a Coco and Eve one that came with a face mask, but you can get them like really cheap on Amazon. That actually smells a little bit, not gonna lie. That needs to go in the wash. In terms of post-shower products, I've been keeping it very simple recently because my hair actually really needs cutting, but I'm an idiot, and my hairdresser literally told me, about a month ago, he was like, Amy, you need to book in your Christmas appointment, and I was like, yeah, I will. I left it too late, and now I can't get in before Christmas, and my hair needs a cut, like my layers need redoing. My hair's getting very, like if I show you, it's very long, and it's getting very weighed down, so the less product I can put in it, to be honest, the better. So the only thing I'm putting in my hair at the moment after showering is Olaplex oil. That's the only thing I'm putting in, and sometimes I will let it air dry, sometimes I will put it in braids if I want to have like wavy hair. Sometimes I will air wrap it, which is what I'm going to do today because I've been asked so many times to show you guys how I air wrap my hair. So in terms of what I use on my hair in the shower, I rotate between these two shampoos. So I rotate between the Pureology Hydrate Purple one and the Way Detox shampoo. I don't use the Way Detox shampoo every single time I wash my hair. I was doing this before and I found, first of all, it wasn't like working as well on my hair. Second of all, it was stripping my colour like an idiot. So I rotate between these and I wash my hair like 2 or 3 times a week now. I used to be a 1 time a week girl, however I really don't think it was working for me anymore. My hair was getting greasy by like day 3, and then to only wash it once a week I'm then having to scrape it up 4 days a week, which is causing havoc on my hairline. That's not better for my hair than just washing it when it's greasy, and I also just feel so much cleaner washing it more frequently. That's not for me to say if you wash your hair once a week you're dirty. Everyone's hair type is different, but my hair was so greasy by like day 4. It was super greasy, and I just didn't feel clean. So I feel a lot better since doing that. So I wash my hair like 2-3 times a week. If I do it 3 times, it'll be 2 times this, 1 times this. If I do it 2 times, 1 time this, 1 time this. Some weeks I skip this if I don't feel like I need it, but I can tell when I need it because my hair will just like weigh down even more than usual. And when you use this for the first time, it's genuinely life-changing. My hair is like fluffy and light. I've not used it today, I used this one because this was my last wash, but my hair is like fluffy and light when I use it. It's insane. It's like one of the best hair products I have ever tried. And then in terms of conditioner at the moment, my 2 favourites are the Living Proof Perfect Hair Daily and the Briego, I don't know how you say it, Briego hair mask, the Don't Despair Repair. I will use this once a week, once every 2 weeks, and this I use as like my standard conditioner. I love them both. This doesn't have a super strong, like amazing, gorgeous scent, but my hair just feels clean and my hair does smell nice. It's just not a super strong and like overpowering scent. 2 things are not hair related, but I just thought I'd show you. My favourite cleanser pretty much of all time is the Inculus Salicylic Acid Cleanser. It gives me no issues. My skin feels great when I use it, and I have no issues with it, so it's why it's my favourite 40 hot minute now. And then my Sol de Janeiro Bomb Dia Bright body wash. This helps me a lot with my keratosis pilaris. I don't know how do you say it. I've basically got like strawberry skin on my arms, but I pick at it when I get anxious. And when I pick at it, it scars, and I end up like my arms are really bad sometimes, so this really helps me sort of try and keep it at bay a little bit more, so there's less for me to pick at, because it's got the AHA, BHAs in it, and it does actually help me. But I do want to try the Naturium body wash as well. But yeah, and then when I got out of the shower, I also put on a little bit of moisturiser on my elbows and knees and ankles for when I fake tan, but I'm not going to fake tan until later in the evening. And I also put on a bit of perfume. I know that some people might find it weird, but I really like smelling good when I go to bed, and with this being like a cosy night in vlog, I really wanted to use my Jo Malone Myrrh & Tonka because that scent to me is Christmas, and my mum got me it, so it reminds me of my mum. So yeah, shout out to Zebra. She's really always does the best when it comes to gifts, and it's just such a like Christmassy scent. The only time of year I wear it is Christmas because it screams Christmas to me, but also I want to keep it as like my Christmas scent. So let's get into the hair. We're going to Dyson Airwrap it. I'm going to take you through to my Dyson Airwrap, and I'm going to show you how I do it. Hey, hello, welcome to welcome to the cupboard. We're going to Dyson Airwrap my hair. So to start with, I do brush my hair through. I just make sure I'm doing it as gently as possible. I start at the bottom and then I work my way up. Do not like just brush your hair from the top down, especially when it's wet and it's got knots in it. But as you can see, I don't actually even have that many knots in it, and that is because I brushed it before I showered. If I hadn't done that, I would have had a lot more knots, but like look at how easy that was to do. And I always use Tangle Teasers for my hairbrushes now. I feel like this lighting's making me look like I've got no eyebrows. Okay, so I have just put in some heat protectant. It's just the VO5 one, it's nothing groundbreaking. And now I'm just going to go in with my Dyson Airwrap. I use the hairdryer attachment first to like blast through my hair and get it a little bit sort of more dry, and then I go in with the other attachments. But when I'm doing that, I will show you. Okay, so I've like blasted through my hair. I wouldn't say it's like quite 80% dry yet. I would say we're getting there, but it's not quite like as dry as it needs to be to go in with the curling tools. But I've mainly focused on drying my roots and top part, and to make sure that my hair doesn't go like hella frizzy, I'm actually going to use one of the straightening attachments now, and I really do love my hair wrap, to be honest. I don't. It was a present, again, from my mum. My mum got me my hair wrap. I just love how my hair looks when I hair wrap it, and it's so quick as well. Like, it's probably going to take me 25 minutes from how you saw me before. to my hair being finished, for like from wet to fully dry and also styled, is probably like 20-25 minutes with my hair wrap, which is invaluable when I'm in a rush. So yeah, I'm now going to go in with the straight attachment. We are now on the home stretch. I say the home stretch, but this bit actually does take the longest. So now we're going to move on to actually curling my hair using my air wrap. So there are two different curling attachments that come with a Dyson air wrap. When I'm doing my hair and I want it to be a little bit curlier, obviously I use a skinnier one. When I want it to give more blow dry straight away, I use the fat curling wand. However, even using the skinnier one, it will eventually sort of fade to look more like you've just blow dried it, but I don't mind that. That doesn't bother me. Does the air wrap work? I massively think it depends on your hair type. I think if you've got really fine hair that doesn't hold a style well anyway, then I don't think an air wrap will work particularly well. I do think it is very dependent on your hair type. I'm quite lucky. My hair has always held styles quite well. The air wrap still definitely does drop out quicker than if I use a curling one, but I use my air wrap when I want a different sort of look. I don't want it to look so like polished or like, I don't know, done almost. Sometimes I do it in big sections. I'm going to do it in like small to medium this time, just because I want to make sure that it's properly curling. But one of the main things is you want to make sure that you keep tension. When I first got my air wrap, I didn't at all. So you want to make sure that you're like pulling it, not like ragging on your root or like, you know, pulling your hair out, but keeping tension. So you can see like if I'm pulling that, like I'm pulling on my scalp, it's actually got tension to it. It's not just loosely wrapped around. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys how I air wrap. So I do hot for the majority, and then I push the button up to do it cold for the last portion, to try and cool it down, and then I like hold it for a bit and then I will drop it. So she's gone cold, she's gone cold. And then I'm going to turn off. I'm going to slide up. I'm just going to hold it for a second. Hold it, hold it, hold it. And then it's like that. And it looks weird, but I'm just going to pop it around the back and work my way around my head. Swap the barrel when I get to the other side of my hair. And yeah, and I always work back to front as well. I've just taken down, so I've just done the bottom part, and now I've taken down the top section of my hair. Same thing again. So I'm literally just going to do the exact same thing again, but this time, because I did this side first last time, I like to switch which side I do first. I don't know why, I just like doing it like that, because I feel like with an air wrap, obviously things drop out, so I'd rather have bottom bit maybe a bit looser, top bit tighter, bottom bit a bit tighter, top bit looser, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. I hope it makes sense, but that's sort of how I do it. But I'm just going to do the other half of my hair.
Cool cachet. In the 90s, early 2000s, started becoming more a cool cachet from clothing from y'all. Especially because people were also protesting. All the more clear, you're not excluded. Come on. And now, it's getting that tension, some of this tribalism that comes together. But do you see how the real essence, where there's proximity to weight?
I look like Mr. Tumnus right now, but we're on the final tiny little bit. So what I do with my front bits is I leave them separate. I don't do them with the rest of my hair, and then I'll either use a round brush, which I'm not going to use today because I feel like it's going to be a bit too much tension, or I go with the big fat juicy barrel and I basically curl it up and away from my hair. The air wrap actually wasn't grabbing my hair at all there, so I've done it like this instead. But to be fair, even when I use a round brush, it's the exact same thing. It's sort of pulling it away, bringing it up, bringing it back down, and trying to get a bit more volume in the front. And then you just unravel her, and she looks absolutely mental. because you've done both sides at the same time. Sometimes it comes out a little funky when I do this, but yeah, it's basically like super voluminous in the front there where I've done that, and then the rest of my hair is obviously like incredibly curly, so I would usually actually brush through it, but because I'm not going anywhere I might actually like just leave it. But my hair is like super voluminous, and yeah, in terms of like rejudging with an air wrap, you can actually rejudge it. So if I wanted to use it again in the morning, I actually could go over it with the curlers again, especially with the middle bit, like my front bits. I will often redo that with a round brush. So yeah, I will actually put you in some better lighting so you can see my hair a little bit better once. Yeah, this is a closer look at my hair. I'm sort of just going through it with my fingers so that you guys can see how it will look when I brush it out, because usually I would. The only reason I'm not going to brush it out properly is just because I have done it on an evening. I kind of want it to hold a little bit better, but not crazy. I'm not bothered if it's like just a little bit. To be honest, I mainly did this so I could show you guys, but also because with the seasonal saddies, which I definitely do suffer with. So by the way, this is my hair then when you do that. It's sort of like just like a very bouncy sort of like curly look. I really like it. I feel like it looks really good, and this is how it looks from the back. I feel like it looks really healthy, really shiny. Just yeah, I feel like it looks good. But yeah, with like the seasonal saddies, I feel like one of the worst things that I do, and I make this mistake every year, and I'm trying not to do it this year, is just completely neglect my appearance because I'm so down at this time of year. I just really struggle at this time of year, but I'm trying not to do that this year. So little things like putting a perfume on when I get out of the shower that's like really like nice and warm, trying to do different things with my hair, so like air wrapping it instead of just letting it naturally air dry, and then in the morning being like I can't be asked to do anything with it, and then it just rolls on, or like braiding my hair when it's wet so that it can be like crimped and like big and look cool. Fake tanning, trying to stay on top with that. Like, as silly as it sounds, it makes me feel better, and it makes me actually want to go and do stuff a bit more, a little extra incentive to go and do shit. It sounds silly, but it genuinely does really help me. So if you are in a similar sort of seasonal studies situation, it can help a little bit. It won't cure it, but it definitely does help, just putting a little bit of energy into yourself and like using the cozy nights to your advantage, basically. So now that my hair is done, I'm absolutely bloody starving, so let's make some ramen together. Let's get our chef hat on. We're going to make some ramen together. I'm going to show you how I do it. This is one of my favourite recipes to make when it's cold and miserable outside. It's quite spicy, but you can make it less spicy by using less of the hot red pepper paste or using a different paste, full stop. I put a lot of ginger in mine as well, which makes it very spicy. I'm going to make it for two, but I'm going to do Dan's steak, because I'm going to do a steak ramen. I'm going to do his steak later when he gets back from work so that it's nicer and fresher, but I'm going to make the actual ramen now. I don't know if this is like a traditional ramen, so please, if it's not, I am really sorry. Yeah, this is just how I've been making it for like the past couple of years, and it's one of my favourite things to make. And I much prefer using steak for ramen than chicken and stuff. I don't know why, I just do. This Korean hot red pepper paste, chopped garlic, chopped ginger. You also need a stock cube. If you're veggie, you could make a veggie version of this and use a vegetarian stock cube, but I'm going to use a beef one because I'm using steak. Spring onions, pak choy, brown sugar, noodles, and the steak, and also like salt and pepper, but that I feel like that's a given for any recipe. So I'm probably gonna do like a time lapse of this, but yeah, it's really quick, really easy to make, and it's so yummy. So I'm really excited to cook this. And whilst I am cooking, I'm gonna watch some YouTube videos. I'm obsessed with this woman at the moment. I think she's called Cassie. She does like fashion videos, but I'm obsessed with her YouTube channel. It's so interesting for fashion stuff. So yeah, she made a video today called Has Everyone Just Forgiven Balenciaga? So I'm going to watch that. And then I've got some video essay things I want to watch on YouTube. I really like watching video essays like on topical things. For example, someone I watch called Khadija has uploaded a video on the one drop rule, which obviously I'm not black, but I find it really interesting. It's basically hinged off the recent Beyonce situation, but stuff like that I always find really interesting. I like watching video essays, so yeah. Oh, Mia Green's just uploaded a new Vlogmas. I might watch that as well, but yeah, I'm going to watch some YouTube whilst I'm cooking, so let's just get into the cooking, 'cause I'm bloody starving. This is my ramen. She's finished, she's ready. Just a side note, the reason why I've done the noodles separate this time is because Dan won't be back from work for a little bit and I don't want his noodles to get soggy, so I didn't actually put them in the ramen. I did the noodles separate and then poured the sauce on top, but usually I would like stew the noodles in the soup. But yeah, I'm so excited to eat this. It's gonna be so yummy, so yummy. So I'm gonna eat this and light some candles. So I've just finished eating my food and now I'm about to put a film on. Like I mentioned about things like leaning into this time of year, a big thing for me is films. I love Christmas films. My favourite are Love Actually and The Grinch, but I don't want to watch The Grinch because I want to see if my mum wants to watch that this year, because when I was little, I was born and raised as a Freeview girly, okay? I didn't have Disney Channel, like, not because we couldn't afford it, like, let me be clear, we could afford it. My mum and dad have just never seen the point in paying for TV when you can get what you need for free, which pretty much just sums up my mum and dad in general. So we didn't have things like, you know, Sky Movies or like things on demand where you could go and watch things. So we'd go through the like TV guide and worked out when The Grinch was on every year, and then we'd like set like that we were going to watch it together, or that I was going to watch it at least. So I might see if my mum wants to do that this year, if it's going to be on TV, or obviously now I have the stick as we call it, so we can watch it whenever we want to watch it. But
that being said, I think I'm going to watch Love Actually. And again, like, I mean, I can watch Love Actually and I can watch The Grinch at any point of the year, but I feel like because I struggle so much with this time of year and the darker evenings and the colder weather, and for me personally, I'm just going to speak completely honestly, I really struggle with Christmas Day. I cry every single Christmas Day. If you cry every single Christmas Day, sister, I feel you. I think it's a lot more normal than we might think it is. I cry on my birthday too. I just cry. I just find this time of year very reflective, but also very reminiscent on everyone who's not here anymore, which I'm trying not to do. I'm trying to focus on people that are still here, whilst they're still here. But I definitely do miss like my grandparents and stuff at this time of year. So, which we all do. Like a lot of people my age have lost grandparents. It's not like a niche thing, but yeah. And then another part of that with sort of like leaning in is candles, which you will have seen I've lit some. So I'm going to actually show you the candles. So this is one of my favourite candles, and this one is super cheap. So this one is actually, my sister got me it from Sainsbury's. It was a birthday present, but this actually went viral on TikTok like way after she got me it. It's called Morning Coffee. However, it doesn't smell like coffee at all. It smells like cookies, basically. If you've ever had like a cookie Yankee candle, that's how it smells, but stronger. It's so strong and it's such a good winter scent. Like, I wouldn't want to burn this in like the height of summer, so I love this. And then these are my other two favourite candles. I really love the Refreshed candle from Neon, but I do think I'm going to blow this one out because I'm scared it's going to run out, and I want to keep it. And also it doesn't really go with the other two I'm burning, whereas this one does definitely go with the other one. This is Replicas by the Fireplace, and it's so good, like so good. And it sort of adds, when I burn this with the Morning Coffee one, it's sort of like a really good, yummy sort of grown cookie burn smell in the best possible way. So yeah, I really love this candle, but I think I'm actually going to blow this one out. 1 second. Bing. Bing, bing.
Make out that we live in a world of hatred and greed. But I don't see that. It seems to me that love is everywhere. Often it's not particularly dignified or newsworthy, but it's always there. Fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, husbands and wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, old friends. When the planes hit the Twin Towers, as far as I know, none of the phone calls from the people on board were messages of hate or revenge. They were all messages of love. If you look for it, I've got a sneaky feeling you'll find that love actually is all around.
I'm like, what will we watching? I know it's a
I love this film. Okay, I've decided I want a like sweet treat to end the evening in terms of food, and then before I go to bed I'm going to fake tan, just because it's not meant to be kept on like ages and ages and ages, because it really dries my skin out if I keep it on too long. So I try to do it right before bed so then I can sleep in it, because I don't like tanning through the day. It just doesn't really work well for me. I want to make a hot chocolate, so I recently actually bought something very exciting, like very exciting, and that is this. This is one of the best things I've ever bought, and I've got the normal hot cocoa Ghost. This is the peppermint one, but I've got a tub of the normal as well. It's limited edition, they don't sell it all the time, and this is the first year I've tried it. The girls in my Discord mentioned earlier this year how good it is, and when I saw that it had come out, Dan mentioned it to me because he was buying other things in the Cyber Monday sale, and he was like, oh, should we get this? And I was like, yes, the Discord girls said it's good. This is so fucking good, and I'm kind of over cold protein snacks. Like, all the Aldi Lidl ones are knocking me a bit sick at the moment. Protein shakes are knocking me sick at the moment. This is the only like protein snack I can tolerate at the moment, and at the end of the day it's like a nice warm hug. It's 20 grams of protein
and it doesn't feel like I actually want to drink this. It doesn't feel like I have to drink it for a macro topper. It's so nice, and it's such a nice thing to end the day with, or even like after you've been training on a morning when it's cold and you get back. I've sometimes been having it then as well, but I'm going to make it, and I'm going to show you how I make it because I've got a little knack to it, because the first time I made it, it had bits in it, so I'm going to show you how I make it. But if you only buy one protein product this winter, let this be it, and it's limited edition, so go and grab it if you can. I don't work with Ghost, by the way. I just fucking love this. It's so good, like, it honestly, so good. And that is basically how I make my Ghost Hot Cocoa. Like I said, there's a little bit of a knack to it. I'm sure if you had like a hand whisk you would be fine, but if you just put hot water straight on it, it goes really clumpy and it's quite hard to mix. So I've started mixing in a bit of cold water, mixing it in, and then adding the hot water, and it just blends a lot better. Like, there's no bits in this. It's like smooth chocolate. It's not like proteiny tasting. It's honestly probably one of the nicest protein supplements you could get. So I'm going to drink this, spend some time with Dan, and I will see you when it's time to fake tan just before bed. I'll show you what tan I use. But yeah, 10 out of 10 recommend. There he is.
Yeah, there's Daddy. There's Daddy.
I'm going to show you what I use to fake tan, because I'm about to tan, and then I'm going to hop into bed, so we're going to end this vlog here. But I'll show you what I use to tan, and I'll show you my tan when it's done, so you can see the before and after. Not an ad, not sponsored. I always pay for my own fake tan, and I've tried so many in previous years. Not recent previous years, but when I was a lot younger, I'm going to be honest, I would use sunbeds through winter, but it's really not worth it. My dad has had like multiple skin cancers cut out of him recently. He's had more cut out of him, and he's very lucky with like the one that's been cut out recently, that it's completely, you know, what's the right word, what's the word, benign. But it's something that I am really, really conscious of now, so I do not touch sunbeds anymore. And I used to feel so, like, I used to have a real thing against fake tanning when I was using sunbeds. I was like, it's not as good, you know, real tan is superior, you know. No stain in the sheets, but I found a tan that doesn't transfer too bad for me. On other people it might, but on me it really doesn't transfer that much, like, at all. So I'm going to show you what fake tan that is, but I just wanted to, like, I'm never going to judge people who use sunbeds. It's completely up to you what you want to do, but this winter I know it can be tempting, especially if you've got seasonal saddies, to try and get like a little bit of warmth, and I know that it can help a little bit mentally, but you also need to consider the risk for your actual health. And a lot of the time, yes, there's other reasons why people use sunbeds, but a lot of the time it is a vanity thing. And this is going to sound really harsh, but I feel like it's the only way that made me listen, which is ridiculous because I should care more about my health than I should how I look. But I was just under the mindset of it will never happen to me, these things just wouldn't happen to me, which is a really stupid mindset to have. But the only thing that helped me was, I can't remember whether it was a TikTok or a Facebook post or something, but it was basically talking about how it's ironic that people will use sunbeds for like vanity purposes, 'cause having a tan makes them feel better, but not considering the fact that, you know, you could end up like having to get rid of all your hair. You could end up with having massive like chunks of skin cut out everywhere, all over your body, scars everywhere. And they were like, you know, if the risk of the actual health complications can't put you off it, maybe that can. It's the fake tan I have been using recently. It's the 1 hour express tan, but I've never done it for an hour. I always leave it on for at least 5, if not more, but tonight I'm going to sleep in it for about 6-7 hours, which is longer than you meant to, but it gives a much better colour. I don't think after an hour it would give you much colour, but this colour is just so nice. I look brown in this colour, I don't look orange, I don't look green, I don't look a funky colour, I just look a really nice brown colour. It's the extra dark one. And yeah, I basically just put this all over my body. I re-moisturise my hands, my elbows, knees, ankles, so that it doesn't cling to any dry patches. So I'm going to fake tan my body, and then I'll come back and show you what I'm going to use on my face. But yeah, this is my current favourite fake tan. Other honourable mentions is the Bondi Sands Technicolor Magenta. Saint Tropez Express Ultra Dark one is also pretty good. Loving Tan is really good as well, but it's very expensive, like it's insanely expensive, so this is probably one of the cheaper ones out of the ones I've just mentioned, and I really like it. So I'm going to do this. I will see you when I'm brown, and I'm going to watch more Vlogmas whilst I'm doing it. I'm obsessed with Vlogmas. I'm going to watch Lydia, Chinzia's sister. I'm going to watch her new Vlogmas. Okay, tan is pretty much done. I just want to show you the two final things that I do, which is I do go over my hands with my fake tan, and then when I'm done with my whole body, I basically go in and add some moisturiser to my hands and just rub it in, and I find I don't really get like the weird like orange hands anymore. I've got a weird stain on my pinky finger though. I don't know what that's from, it's like a dark grey. And then the final thing I want to do is try my Tan Lux tanning water from my advent calendar on my face and just see how this goes. This is light to medium, but I'm not bothered about my face being a bit lighter than the rest of my body because it usually is anyway. I almost feel like it makes it look a bit more natural, so I think I just spray it. Rub it in. I'm not going to use the mat I've just used for my body. I'm going to use my Saint Tropez mat, which is dirty, but it's dry. Doesn't have like wet product on it. But yeah, that is my tanning routine, my hair routine, and my cosy night in with me. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for keeping me company. I hope I've been able to keep you some company as well. I hope some of the tips I've given in this video have been helpful. If anyone does struggle with this time of year with the seasonal saddies, if you will, seasonal affective disorder, if we're going to use a proper term, I massively struggle with it every year. I pretty much always have since I was like 16. So yeah, I'm with you if you are in the same boat. We're in this together. Hopefully even just like my Vlogmas or other people's Vlogmas gives you something to do on an evening, gives you a bit of distraction, makes you feel like you're not on your own. But yeah, I'm gonna leave this video here, so give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I will see you in my next video, which is probably going to be my Alphalete review, because my stuff came for that today, so I want to try and get that video up this weekend, and then we're back to normal Vlogmas next week. But yeah, I've really enjoyed doing this video. I've never done a nighttime routine before, so if you guys would be interested in a morning routine, let me know and I can definitely film one. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I will see you in my next video. I'm gonna go and cozy up on the sofa with Dan now, so bye.
There's rats in the building, you son of a bitch!
Meet me in the main corridor. Time to get to work. Robert, for the package.
It's like she just learned to talk yesterday. Alpha, there may be a rogue element in play here.
You get it? Title, the title of the movie. You get it? She referenced the title of the movie. Movie reference. Enter just the title of the movie. Rogue element. You get it? The name of the fucking movie that makes no sense is only a thing because he's a children and he's sucking Donald Trump's dick. He's white and all the characters are white. It's okay because all the characters are playing white actors. It's a white spy movie with a bunch of white motherfuckers. No, it's like, literally, that's what it is. Like,
A better idea.
it's a bunch of white motherfuckers. It's a white, bland, libertarian movie.
My family.
At least this guy has a personality. It's very one note.
Hello, welcome back to another video. So today's video is going to be a full review of Alphalete's drop that is coming on the 16th of December at 6 p.m. CST, 6 p.m. UK time, 12 p.m. CST. Straight away, yes, I'm getting deja vu. It feels very, 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 very close to my Black Friday content. So I do want to first of all start by acknowledging how soon after Black Friday this feels. I know that a lot of other activewear brands are now starting to do, you know, drops in December as well, and Alphalete has done one before when I've been with them, but it does feel, especially with it being an Amplify drop, and there was Amplify in the Black Friday sale, very close together. So I just want to say, you know, if you want to sit this one out, or you spent a lot on Black Friday, or you're like, oh my god, like I'm annoyed that this didn't drop for Black Friday or before, trust me, I get it. I get why you would feel frustrated. One thing I guess to mention would be the birthday sale in February. I'm not going to say that if you really, really want something from this drop, you should absolutely wait, because some of the contour stuff did sell out when it dropped or before Black Friday in certain sizes anyway. However, if you are on the fence about any of the items in this video, you could wait until February, because the gap between the contour first dropping and Black Friday was very similar to the gap between this drop and their birthday sale in February, which is always at the start of February. And there was a lot, not everything, but there was a decent amount of contours still in stock for the Black Friday sale, so you might be okay. But some of these colours are quite unique, very different. For example, the Times Square is very different to anything that Alphalete has actually done before. So yeah, if you really, really want something, as I always say, not worth waiting necessarily, because it could sell out. If you're on the fence about things, you could wait until the birthday sale. And yes, I have actually done a multiple sizes review for the contour range before, so I will leave that linked below so that you can see what it looks like on different body shapes and sizes. I have already done the contour drop on different bodies, which hopefully going to be a video of use to you, and I will leave that linked below. I did that a few months ago. And yeah, I do have a discount code with Alphalete. I nearly said support code then. I mean, it is still a support code. I do have a discount code with Alphalete, which will get you 10% off your order, but also it directly supports me. It lets Alphalete know you like what I'm doing, you like my content, and to put it bluntly, allows me to keep working with them. So yes, if you would like to use my code, it will get you 10% off, and it will help support me in many ways, but also help me to continue my relationship with Alphalete. So if you like my reviews, then it would mean a lot if you can use it, but of course it's completely up to you. And I will be doing vouchers this month for anyone who does shop with my code, but obviously if you're not planning on shopping, don't shop just to enter the giveaway. It's just for people who would already be shopping. And yeah, if you ever do use my code, or if you've ever got a question or anything like that, please let me know, message me on Instagram so I can thank you personally or get back to any questions that you do have. This drop is a relatively small drop, so with that being said, this could actually end up being one of my shortest hauls recently. I know I say this quite frequently, but I genuinely mean it, because there really isn't that much to go over, and things are very similar to the last contour drop, so there isn't too much to go over. If you want like a full, in-depth, the whole shebang, like comparison of like normal Amplify to this Amplify, like very much in depth, I will leave that linked below, but I'm going to focus on like the colours, any changes, fit, fabric, feel, squat tests and all that sort of stuff in this video. On this side of the screen, I'm going to pop everything that is launching. I'm going to drop the PDF on this side of the screen, and on this side of the screen I'm going to put my measurements here for you guys, so you know what my measurements are. And to like Alphalete spec, I should be a size small in everything, so use that in your mind when I'm going over sizing and stuff. If I'm a size small in something, it means it's true to size. If I'm a size extra small, it means you should probably size down. If I'm a medium, it means you should probably size up, because to their spec, especially for seamless, I am a size small. So here I am going to pop in my lookbook. It's always really, really important to me, especially with quite a few of these colours being well, say quite a few. A couple of them are a bit unique for Alphalete, so I really, really like to give you guys some lookbook inspiration, because especially like I said at the start of this video, it feels like this drop is very close to Black Friday, so people might not you know, you might really like a colour, but you might not have enough money for the full set right now, or you might just want to be sensible with money and only get like a bottom or a top. So I really like to show in my haul sort of different outfit combinations with previous products that Alphalete has done for each colourway, and also I've done the t-shirts as well that I've got. So yeah, I hope it's helpful, and I hope it shows you that you don't need to buy a full set, because especially with like the Times Square colour, which is really quite unique and bright, it can feel like you wouldn't need the full set, but there's actually a couple colours that it looks really, really cute with. So yeah, I will pop my lookbook clips in here.
It's lookbook time. We've got Skyscraper first with Mocha V2, because I feel like Mocha's got a silvery undertone somehow, so it really goes with it. Then I've got Stillwater, because it's sort of like bluey grey, and then of course Smoke goes well with Skyscraper as well. Moving on, Tartan Red with the new Manhattan. Shock, Gingerbread with Manhattan I really, really like as well. And then the Chestnut Pulse. I feel like Chestnut and Tartan Red go with a lot when it comes to neutrals. So Times Square with Chestnut if you want to do something a bit more toned down. And then I did two brights, so we've got Cheeky Coral if you want to go full orange, or Formula Red if you want to give Christmas. It's Christmas! And then back to Tartan Red with New Burgundy. I really, really, really like this outfit. And then I'm showing you here that it works with Dusty Rose and Cran. I don't like this brow with this shrug, but I just wanted to show you that both colours work with it. Yeah, so Cypress looks really, really good with Central Park. I like this if you've got any of those bras. Love chocolate with Central Park. We love looking like a tree. Climate change, you know. And then Sage, God, wow, the label is out, babe. The label is out. Sage, I really like it with Grand Central. I don't know, creamy vibes. Just showing you that Grand Central looks really, really good with the Overcast hoodies and joggers, and then Pink Sands. So you already know Pink Sands or Ivy was making it in, and this time it was Pink Sands. What am I doing there? Oh my god, wow, I didn't realise I'd done that. So the new Cement tee looks really good with Grand Central. It looks really good with the Overcast joggers, and it also looks really, really good with the Silver Earth Dye joggers if you've got those. So those would be some of my favourite pairings for that. And then with the green Ghost tee, again giving tree, going with a dark brown, so that's it with chocolate. And then I did it with Cypress, bit of green on green action, slightly different shades, but I still really, really like them together. And then with the new Central Park. Stunning. Absolutely love that. Bob's your uncle fan.
Okay, so we are going to actually get into the haul now. The first thing I'm going to go over is colours. I will then go over the two new bras that are dropping, and then I'll go over shorts and leggings, and then I will go over the heavy cotton pump covers right at the end. But for Amplify, there are 6 new colours dropping. These are colours that haven't dropped before. They are not restocks or anything like that, although some of them are very similar to some previous colours. And I just want to highlight as well that whilst I may have like every single colour from this drop in something, this is definitely not normal. Always remember when you're watching these sorts of videos that like it is not normal like to have every single colour. Like just buying 1 or 2 is perfectly fine. The only reason I get every single colour is because I do these for work, for review. Obviously I'm not paying for them, I'm getting them for free, which helps a lot as well. But yeah, don't look at this and be like, you need every single colour. You really, really don't. And I'm going to put in like colour wheels and stuff so that you can sort of see which colours you already have in your wardrobe, or what sort of tones and shades you already have that go with the new colours. You can pick the colours that are going to work best with the rest of your wardrobe, and you're not stuck with a colour that's like, it might be really beautiful, but does it go with much that you've already got? Maybe not. And I've also taken clips in daylight, because obviously I'm using a ring light now, it's very, very dark outside. I've also taken clips in daylight of each colour with colours they are most similar to, so that you can see. I was gonna like hold them up, Nicole and Liz asked me to do that, but when I'm doing it with a ring light it just feels a little bit redundant because the colours aren't necessarily super true to colour. So yeah, I'm filming with a ring light because it's very, very dark in the UK at the moment. But all my colour comparisons, colour wheels, the colour clips I'm putting in, and also all my try on clips is all done in broad daylight natural lighting. So to start, we've got Times Square, which is this like brick red orange It's like a reddy orange shade. It's not truly orange, it's also not truly red. When you put it next to something orange, it looks really red. When you put it next to something red, it looks more orange, but it's a very unique colour for Alphalete. They do not have another colour that is like this. Colours like Fireside and Copper, like I thought they would be similar to this. No, this is a very unique shade. And in terms of Mal, because I know that people always like to know about that, I feel like with most Amplify colours, if you look close enough, they're all mild pretty much. However, this one looks very, 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 very solid, like from afar, and you really have to look up close to see a mal on it. Like it's got a slight mal to it, but it's pretty much solid, and from a distance it's going to look solid. Up close you can see a bit of mal, but from a distance it looks pretty much solid. And yeah, this is that colour. This is definitely the most unique colour in this drop, and it's definitely probably one of the most unique colours Alphalete has done in a while in terms of Amplify, because I know that people always complain about how all the shades are just like, you know, different shades of different things. I really don't feel like this is a colour that we can say that about. It is different to anything that Alphalete currently has. So yeah, I know that this will please the people who love an orange, who love something really rich. It's a very rich colour and it's very bright. This colour is a chameleon. In pictures and in stuff like that, it can look very dark almost and not bright at all. I can promise you, in person, this is quite bright. So it's definitely not the easiest to wear. But yeah, this is Times Square. Next up, we have got Central Park, which is just showing up very, 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 very dark on camera right now. But it's this really dark green. I know that people are going to want to see it with Darkest Pine, but I actually don't have Darkest Pine, so I did Evergreen and Aura Cypress, and to me this colour is like Evergreen and Darkest Pine had a baby. It's basically a darker version of Darkest Pine. It's very much a forest green colour, like it's forest green. It's not as light as, for example, Sage from the last drop. It's a lot darker. It's probably one of the most easy to wear out of this drop. It doesn't really have too much mal to it, so if you're not a mal fan, you might like this colour. But yeah, that is Central Park, and these are all named after places in New York City. We are moving on to New Burgundy, which is, the clue is in the net. It's burgundy, and when I took this out, I was like, this is going to be like Bordeaux. Like in my mind, this is what Bordeaux looks like, but Bordeaux is actually a lot more red. This is basically if Sangria and Copper had a baby, this is what you would get. But again, it is actually different to all the other ones. Someone asked me the other day, if I've got Sangria, do I need this? The answer is, if those are your sorts of like colour shades and you really like those shades, it is different enough. It's not as brown as Sangria. It's definitely got more red in it. It is a true burgundy. But you know, to like the average person who doesn't like to have like loads of similar-ish shades, probably not worth having both. But again, it's not a dead match for anything that Alphalete have done before, but it is in the same sort of family of like Sangria, Copper and those sorts of colours. It's a very, 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 very slight mal, and I feel like you really have to look up close to see it. It's pretty much solid with a very slight mal to it. And again, probably one of the easier to pair in this drop. Then we have got Grand Central. When I saw this on the PDF, I was like, they just know me so well, because you guys know I was in a love affair with hazelnut, then it was linen, then I've really been enjoying sand, which to be fair is a very different colour, but I just love like creamy nudie tones are just right up my street. Chai, again, this is much lighter than chai, but I just love those sorts of colours. So this colour is pretty much the same as linen. Like, it's a touch darker than linen, but they're very, very, very similar colours. In terms of in comparison to hazelnut, hazelnut is a lot more yellow, this is a lot more neutral. It's not a sort of warm tone, this is much more neutral. If linen didn't suit you, this one probably won't either. It's a touch darker, but it's really not that different, and from a distance I would, obviously the fact it's contour, you're going to know the difference, but you would struggle to tell the difference from a distance. Honestly, if you've got linen just from a colour point of view, you definitely don't need this one. However, it is in contour, so if you like contour, maybe, you know, if you don't want to keep both, get rid of linen and buy this one instead. But yeah, it's like a neutral, creamy, nude tone, and also if you want to see what this looks like on a really deeper complexion, I did actually do my birthday sale haul with Gabby, and she put linen on in that, so I will leave that linked below for you guys as well, because it is pretty much the same colour. And in terms of marling, again, this one has a slight marl to it, but it's not very obvious at all. But yeah, if you look up close enough, it does have a marl to it. Moving on, you've then got Skyscraper, which is, like, I would say this is like a gunmetal grey. It's much more, when you put it next to titanium, it pulls a bit more blue. So I thought it was going to be like charcoal, but then when you put it next to charcoal, charcoal is much more green. It's lighter than colours like smoke, a lot lighter than shadow. It's honestly more similar to the Aura Pewter. So if you like that, you will like this, and obviously they're two different ranges, so they're definitely different enough. This is a true grey. Like, it definitely has bluish undertones, but it's not blue, it's a true grey. And to be honest, out of these sort of shades of grey, which I definitely think, again, if you've got colours like titanium and smoke, it's not the same. But unless you really love greys, you don't need like 6 different shades of, like, you know, a slight shade difference between the colours. Having said that, this is, there's always something missing for me with these sorts of shades of grey. When it gets into like the mid to dark greys, I'm very like I can sometimes feel a bit meh about them. This colour is one of my favourites in this drop. I really like this shade of grey. I feel like it looks really like clean and really sleek and like metally in a really weird way. I don't know, I really like this colour. And again, in terms of marl, this one is pretty solid. If you look up close, it does have a marl to it, but it's pretty solid. You know, it's not super heathered like powder grey, or I'm trying to think of another grey that's really heathered. If you are someone who wants something that's going to go with a lot of things, this would be a good option from this drop. Finally, we have got Manhattan, which is this very warm toned brown, rich brown. This is, in my opinion, what you would get if Rich Brown and Copper had a baby. I don't really like rich brown, unpopular opinion, but I just find it really hard to wear. And I do think I might find this one hard to wear as well, but I prefer it a lot. It's much richer, and it took me a while to work out why I prefer this colour, but this colour is much richer than rich brown. Like, it's a lot more interesting to look at. And this one also actually has quite a pretty marl to it, especially on the leggings. You can really tell it's got a marl to it, which is really pretty and sort of unique, and rich brown doesn't have that. Rich brown just looks a little bit like sickly to me. I don't know how to explain it, but considering like how similar this is to rich brown, similar-ish, but definitely not the same. It's a lot warmer and it's a lot richer, and it's got a marl to it, and it's much more interesting to look at, to be honest. I definitely prefer this. It kind of is neutrals. It's quite bright for a brown, but it definitely is in neutrals. So again, it's definitely going to be easier to wear than, for example, Times Square. Basically, Times Square might be quite difficult to wear for some of you, especially if you don't like brights. But those are the colours that are dropping. So we've got 6 new colours. However, not every single colour is coming in every single item. But the shorts are coming in every single colour. The leggings are coming in every single colour. The XL bras are coming in every single colour and white and black. However, the deep V bras are coming in every single colour and white and black, apart from Grand Central and Times Square. They are not coming in the deep V bra. So in the deep V bra, you've got Skyscraper, Central Park, New Burgundy, Manhattan and white and black, but you don't have Grand Central and Times Square in the deep V bra. So I hope that helps to clear that one up. So we'll go over the bras first, because we've got 2 new bra styles dropping, and I messed up so bad, you guys. The e-commerce pictures for this bra, this one, the deep V bra, do it no favours. Like, all the girls in my Discord were saying it. I felt like it. I felt like it looked so strange on the e-commerce pictures we were given. It just looked really, really wide and really, really, really deep, but like in a really unflattering way, and it looked like it did nothing on the chest. It looked so unflattering. So of that, I picked 2 deep V bras, and I got the XL bra in every single colour other than white and black. I messed up because I'm going to tell you now, I much prefer the deep V bra. So yeah, I want to go over the differences very, very quickly first, and then I'll go into the details of each bra. So I'm going to show you the differences here now, and then I will pop in some flat lay clips. So with the deep V bra, the clue is in the name. It's a deep V, although some of the girls in my Discord said it should be a U, because even though it looks like a V when it's off, although to be fair, it does actually kind of look like a U even when it's off. When it's on, it's like very like scooped. It's not sharp in the middle, it's very sort of scooped. It's like a really booby scoop neck once it's on, so I do get why they've said that, and I would actually probably agree. So shout out to the Discord queens for being like, that's a U bra, because it kind of is, but I still, like I said, spoiler alert, I do actually really like it. And then at the top, both of the bras do this thing where the straps from the back sort of come over the front of your shoulders a little bit. This one doesn't do it as bad as the XL bra one does, but yeah, you can sort of see these straps here when it's on from the front. So this one's got a really deep V and much sort of wider cut here. Like it doesn't sort of have a shape in, it's very much just sort of slanted up, like a true like halter neck bra. And this one is a true halter neck bra, like it naturally sits halter neck. And then at the back, this one has forever stitching at the back. It also has straps that are basically the exact same as the Revival bra, which I'll show you in a flat lay clip. However, the XL bra is a little bit different. The front is sort of similar to the contour bra, but not. It's actually a bit higher. It's got a little bit more sort of coverage. It doesn't dip down quite as much. And again, it's got a sort of V in the middle, so that is different to the contour bra as well. The contour bra is scooped. It doesn't have a middle sort of pinch in there in the middle, but again, it's more of a U shape when it's on. With this one, you've got much shorter straps. Like the straps are a lot shorter on this bra. Do keep that in mind. Side boob coverage is actually really good on this bra. It's just cut a little different to the halter neck, which is sort of like a big triangle. This one, can you see how this one's sort of straight cut and this one's sort of curved, but it's still got good side boob coverage. They both come with removable padding, which you can take in or out. And then this one, the logo isn't in forever stitching, it's actually a sticker on the back of the bra and a little square panel. Also, the band around the bottom is ½ an inch skinnier, and it's also a lot snugger in the XL bra. And then the straps at the back are different. They don't fit the same, and this one naturally doesn't sit halter neck. You can pull it to make it halter neck, but naturally it just wants to sit sort of straight over your shoulders. So those are the differences very, very quickly. I will pop in some clips here showing you the differences between the bras in terms of sizing and all that sort of stuff, compared to the Revival bra, comparing to the contour bra, and then we'll come back, we'll regroup, and we'll go over the bra one by one. Okay, I will pop measurements on the screen here, but just to show you, this is the new Deep V bra, and this is the new XL bra. These are both a size extra small. I just want to show you measurements-wise what the differences are. So the XL bras run shorter, like they are overall shorter. The strap length is shorter as well. You see a lot more of this at the front, and they are also tighter through the band. They also have more coverage here. As you can see, this is obviously much thicker than this is, and they also scoop slightly differently under the arm. So this one scoops like this one's more of a halter. This one sits more of a halter like naturally. This one you can make a halter, but it doesn't quite naturally sit like that. Branding differences, you've got the forever stitching on all the Deep V bras. On the XL bras, it's actually on a sticker, so this is a sticker, it's not stitched in. The Revival straps work pretty much the exact same, whereas this one is a little bit of a different design, which you'll see in the try on haul. But those are the bras, and then compared to the Revival bra, this is how the Revival bra looked. It had a much higher neckline. Like this one's obviously got like a V. This one was a much higher neckline. It had more coverage. It has a more similar armhole cut, underarm cut, to the XL bra than the halter bra, which is much sort of smoother, and I feel like this looks a lot better on me. whereas this one just doesn't flatter me as much, and this one also had a lot of my side boob out. But yeah, that's the Revival, the new Deep V, and then the XL bra. Show you them laid over each other so that you can see these are both an extra small. The XL bras are just smaller, and they're also much shorter. Like, you can see the difference there. That's like solidly over an inch in the difference there. So yeah, these are both an extra small. People will want me to compare it to the contour bra, so I just want to show you flat lay. Obviously, the new XL bra has more of like a V. Even though when it's on it looks scooped, it doesn't look so V. That is actually a V point on this one, whereas the contour is like round. The bra is also like very much similar in terms of like coverage, although this one does actually come a little bit higher than the contour bra one did by like that much, and this sort of space is very, very similar, like this height of the bra. However, the straps are shorter on this one. Again, they don't come up quite as long. So yeah, that's the contour bra and then the new XL bra. And then in terms of sizing, these are both a size small, and yeah, these are definitely running snugger than the contour bras. So we're going to do the Deep V bra first, because like I said, I prefer it, and I've just given you the details of this bra, so I'm sure you don't need me to go over them again. The only thing to note is on the white one, the logo is in black. I really don't like that they do black on white bras. I wish that they do like a grey or something. I know they can't do white because in seamless, like when it's stitched in, you really wouldn't be able to tell. Another thing to note is the bras. The XL bras actually came in different packaging to the Deep V bras. I don't know if that means that they're coming from a different place. Also, the fact that the logo is different makes me think maybe they are. But if you got Aura from the Black Friday drop and you got the different packaging, you'll know because the sticker on the bag is white. It doesn't have the colour on for the size, whereas the normal packaging does, and everything else in this drop did. One of the bras came in that packaging, the other one came in the normal. In terms of fabric on these bras, it's the exact same as the halter neck bras and the contour bras. So where the fabric is the exact same as Amplify, like the bottoms, it's not like the Amplify bra, which is more of a knitted fabric. This is the exact same as the leggings, so it's that like slick fabric. So that's something to keep in mind. It will pill. Let me show you my contour bra. When you have a gym bag over it, it will pill. This is what happened to my contour bra, and it's the exact same fabric. That's from having my gym bag against it. So that will also happen to these because they feel the exact same. It's the exact same fabric. So just be mindful of that and try not to put your gym bag directly on top of it. Oh, I forgot to say as well, in terms of sweatproof, no, it's the same seamless material as Amplify, so it is going to show sweat, so do keep that in mind. Obviously got piping all the way around the edges of the bra, like completely around the edges of the bra, and like I said, these straps sort of sit a little bit forward over your shoulders, and then you've got a nice crisscross at the back. This one's really dirty, by the way, because I trained legs in it this morning. And then you've got a bottom band that is ribbed. I wouldn't say this is like super compressive rib. I can size down in this bra, spoiler alert. And this part here is also like super skinny. So let's go over sizing first. I got this bra in a small and an extra small. Recently I've been going small and medium in bras to see if I need to size up. However, I always have noticed recently, especially with the halter bra and the contour bra, I feel like I should be trying small and extra small, because everyone always advises to size down, and two, my mediums literally never fit in seamless, so I don't know why I'm still trying. So I was like, let me do extra small this time, because with the halter bras, I genuinely think I could have done an extra small still. I think I could have got away with an extra small. I'll show you the difference between the extra small, which is white, and Skyscraper, which is a size small in the Deep V bra, and I will pop measurements here so you can see what the measurement differences are. It's small and extra small, and the extra small fits me a lot better, like a lot better. With the size small, I have bagging like under my armpit, and also these parts here that come up here are like loose and baggy, and like the material like wrinkles, if that makes sense. So I am 100% an extra small in this bra. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I'm an extra small in this bra, and I would strongly advise that you size down in this bra. Like I said, I'm a true size small in bras. an extra small is much better in this bra for me, especially if you've got a smaller chest, 100% size down in this bra. The thing that I really want to mention is the padding that Alphalete use in their bras, like, is awful, like actually awful, and it's been really, really bad with these bras and the halter neck bras in particular. So these bras are all double lined, they have 2 pieces of fabric, right? However, in the white one, like just a full heads up, the white one, you cannot keep the padding in the middle. You can fully see the padding through the bra. Like, you can fully see the whole shebang through the bra. You need to take it out and either try it against your skin, but as I will have shown you in the clip, even when you put it against your skin, the Alphalete padding, you can still tell it's there because the edges are like janky and it's really like bulky, and it's obvious in all the bras. Like the white one, you can see the colour of the pads, like you can literally see them, but in every single bra in this drop, I feel like the padding is like really chunky and you can see it, like you can see the texture of the pad in the bra. So personally, I would recommend taking it out and either leaving it out, which is what I do, I never wear padding with bras anyway because I don't like it, or replacing it with a better padding. Alphalete really need to work on the padding because it's a lot of pads there that are now just not going to get used because they're really shit. So I wish Alphalete would work on some better padding for the bras because a lot of people really love padding, and even though I don't care, I always take it out. I know how important it is for some people, so I don't want them to get rid of padding full stop, but they need to work on the padding because I cannot wear the padding in any of these bras because you can even in the darker colours, you can literally see the texture of the pad, like it just looks so chunky and clunky. So that's something to note. Yeah, I know that I'm going to be asked about the sheerness in the white. It's not awful, but it depends on the lighting. So once you've taken the pads out, in certain lighting, I feel like you really can see a bit too much detail from a nipple. It's not like you can see the stark colour, but you can really just see a bit too much detail. It's not like, oh, she's nipping. It's like, whoa, Areola has entered the chat. Like, it's a little bit much in the white, so I think I'm going to use nippies, which are basically like heat adhesive. They're not sticky, they're reusable. I really recommend them. I'll try and link them below. They basically work with sweat, and even like the sweatier you get and the wetter your tip get, they don't come off. Like, I've worn them on nights out, I've worn them with like latex dresses. They do not move, they stay in place. I've woken up with like, whoa, where have my nipples gone? And they're just covered with the nippies. In terms of the like straps and the strap length on these, I find the straps to be longer on this bra than the other bra, but not in a bad way. This is really, really comfortable. I wore this to training this morning and then I had it on for a few more hours in an extra small, which is a size down, and it didn't dig into my traps, especially with it being a halter. It didn't dig into my traps. It wasn't uncomfortable. Like, it's not uncomfortable at all, and the straps at the back have still got like a good amount of bounce to them, so it's honestly not bad. Even when you size down, it's not uncomfortable. And the bottom band, again, is also not uncomfortable. It's got a lot of stretch to it, so you can definitely get away with sizing down. And I am someone who has a little bit of a wider back, and I can get away with sizing down, so honestly you will be completely fine. In terms of support on these, Alphalete is saying low to medium. I'm going to say low, maybe medium if you've got like small boobs or fake boobs. I think I could probably get away with saying it's a medium in an extra small, but definitely for like naturally big boobs, this is not going to give you any support whatsoever. This is a low support bra, especially because like small boobs don't need support. I feel like saying medium support when it only really applies to small boobs doesn't make that much sense. It's a low support bra, like with a seamless bra anyway, because they've got so much stretch and so much give. Unless you're using a very compressive and supportive underband, you're not going to get high support. So yeah, it's like a low support bra in my opinion. I would do weights in this completely fine, and I did do weights in this completely fine. I actually have gym footage that I'm going to put in when I go over the bottoms of me training in this bra today, and also a pair of the shorts. I know I'm going to be asked because this is very booby, it's very low cut. I think if you've got naturally big boobs, like very blessed boobs, I don't think this bra is going to work for you. I think you're going to feel quite self-conscious and as though you could fall out of it when you're training in it. For like list cardio, you might be fine, but for anything where you're going to be bending over, you might feel uncomfortable. Weirdly, it's also going to depend where your nipples sit. My nipples sit in 20 different directions depending on how I've put my top on, so take from that what you will. I always have to rearrange my nipples, but I couldn't rearrange my nipples to be safe in this bra, and I didn't feel like I was going to have a nip slip. I did RDLs and I was completely fine. I didn't have to readjust the bra, and I'm shocked about that because it's very wide and very low, but for me it was fine. Again, I've got implants, so please take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I've seen this on smaller chests now, and at first I thought this will not look good on small chests because it's very sort of, it looks wide when you take it out of the bag, but I take back what I said because the small chest girlies look good, and especially with sizing down, it gives you a bit of like push and a bit of oomph. I really, really, really like this bra. If you've got naturally very, very, very blessed boobs, 100% skip on this bra. I don't think it's going to work. But if you've got a similar size to me, you've got implants, or you're smaller chested, I think you will absolutely love this bra, and I would definitely recommend it. Unpopular opinion, and I know it's going to be unpopular because it's got a bit more coverage than the halter neck bra, but I prefer this to the halter neck bra. It does more for my boobs, it's much more flattering on my boobs, and I still get that sort of like minimal look without feeling like very unsupported because it's got straps going across the back. I genuinely do, I'm not just saying that, I genuinely do prefer this to the halter neck bra, so take from that what you will, but I really love this bra. To round up, low support, size down, even if you're not between sizes, I would 100% recommend that you size down in this bra. You are highly likely going to need to put your own padding in. If you're getting the white, it is a little bit sheer, and be careful with gym bags because of the fabric. But yeah, that is the deep V bra, and out of the two, definitely my favourite bra in this drop, and I'm kicking myself that I didn't get more of these. It's so flattering on the chest, like I was saying to my Discord girls earlier, genuinely, might just cut my implants out, sell them on the black market. As Joanne said, there will be some weirdo that will 100% buy them and probably pay a pretty penny. I can save that money, just use these bras instead, because I'm telling you, like, even on small chest, it's really giving the girls an oomph. It's one of the most flattering. I think this is more flattering than the contour bra for the chest. I really, really like this bra a lot, and I thought I was going to hate it. Just being honest, I thought it was going to be really fucking ugly. It's not. It's cute. I like her. Moving on to the XL bra then, which I don't hate, but it's definitely not my favourite of the two, and I would probably pick like the halter bra and the contour bra even over this bra. So let's get into the details. Obviously I've already gone over them pretty much, but this one isn't a halter neck bra. It's very much sits sort of straight over your shoulders. It does have a bit of a V in the middle, but when you put it on, it rounds out to a very similar to the deep V in that way. Obviously this has got a lot more coverage here. And just a lot more coverage. It's not as widely cut. It's still got really, really good side boob coverage, which I'm happy about because the Revival bra, oh my god, like the whole of the side of my tit is out in like the updated fit of that, so I'm glad that they don't seem to be doing that anymore, and they're doing some better bras. But obviously this is lower cut than the Revival bra in the front, and then at the back you've obviously got the sticker logo. I'm not a huge fan of that. I wish that they'd done the stitched in one. I'd rather have that than the sticker, or just something more subtle like a little baby wolf. I really like the little wolf logo. And then the straps at the back are not the same as the Revival bra, so they're different to the deep V bra, and they sort of come like, hello, they sort of come like down, straight down, and then these ones cross over. And again, from the front you do get a little bit of the strap showing at the front. I find with this bra that these straps roll over each other an awful lot more, and weirdly I actually think this bra looks better when these two straps are sort of pinned together. I feel like I would have preferred this bra if it was one strap and then it went into straps over the back, because they just roll together anyway on this bra. I don't know why. Same padding issue as the bra I've just gone over, so keep that in mind, but I take padding out of all my bras. And the fabric and stuff, again, it's double lined and it's the exact same as the deep V, so you're going to have the same issue with the white bra, so keep that in mind. Yeah, in terms of sizing, I got this in a small and an extra small. As you will have seen in the comparisons, this bra overall runs like an inch smaller than the deep V bra, so I am a size small in this bra, and for like my sort of chest size, I would definitely I
I would definitely say to stay true to size. I don't think you need to size down in this bra. Extra small XL bra in Manhattan, the brown, and then Times Square is a size small, just to show you. So you get a little bit of extra room and also a little bit of extra length here, but only a tiny amount. And I will pop the measurements on the screen for you. These are all a size small, just to show you. There is like slight differences between colours, but I think this would be like within tolerance, to be honest. It looks like about half an inch difference on some of them. Yeah, but there's always discrepancies, so I don't want to say like, oh yeah, the nude colour and the green are running tighter. I think I've just got 2 smaller smalls and then 2 slightly bigger smalls, but just to show you that it can always be, especially with seamless, some discrepancies between colourways. It's too tight on me in the extra small, I don't like it, so definitely true to size for me for this bra. I think people with smaller chests are probably still going to size down in this bra. Everyone seems to, like the itty bitty titty committee, seems to love a size down in a seamless bra, but do be aware these run like overall pretty much everywhere an inch smaller than the other ones. Something else to note is these have a lot shorter straps, so this sort of area here is a lot shorter on this bra by about an inch, I believe. It's about an inch shorter, so I find that this isn't as comfortable on me. I wore my Times Square size small for like 5 hours yesterday and it was quite uncomfortable. I don't know, like the straps have still got like give to them, but these ones don't feel like they have as much give. They feel a bit more tense. Like if I show you up close, like there isn't much give on these straps. They just don't feel as comfortable. Now, it's not as bad as something like the Wonder Bra or something like that, but it's not as comfortable on me. Maybe I need a medium, I don't know, but then I do think it'd probably be a little bit loosey-goosey. So I would stay true to size, but I don't find it as comfortable as the Deep V bra, and I think that's because it has short straps. So if you are someone who doesn't like having longer straps and you've got really like short shoulders or something, you'll probably prefer this one. But if you are someone who tends to get trap pain from bras or find things uncomfortable, I would go with the other bra personally. I just find that with this sitting straight over my shoulders, it just sits a little funky on me. And another thing is, band is definitely more compressive on this one. And also, even flat lay, I feel like you can see even flat lay, the bra on this one, it hikes in the back. Now, I don't know if it's my chest, because I did learn whilst I was away that because of my implants, sometimes a bra can hike at the back because of my implants. So I don't know if it's my implants causing it, but the other bra doesn't do that. This one hikes up at the back. Like, it doesn't stay flat all the way around, it's hiking at the back and it looks really unflattering. I also just don't find the way that these straps sit on my back as flattering as the other ones. I think because the other ones are so sort of like this, it sort of helps to accentuate the hourglass sort of physique, whereas with this one, with these two straps here coming sort of straight down over, I feel like it just makes my back look a bit wider. And of course, with it having the 4 straps, you've got a lot more like attachment points, which you can see if you look up close as well. Again, like I said, I'm also not a fan of the sticker logo, so for me, I definitely do prefer the Deep V bra for pretty much all those reasons. It is still really flattering on the chest, and it is still definitely a more minimal bra. Like, you'll see the sort of boob space is very similar to the contour bra, so if that bra didn't work for you, this one will not work for you either. If it did work for you, this one will probably work for you as well, but do be aware, even compared to the contour, the straps are shorter on this one, so it does sort of sit a little like higher up almost. And yeah, I just don't find it as comfortable personally. Fabric is the same. I just find the other one a lot more flattering. In terms of support, again, Alphalete are saying this is low to medium. I would say this is definitely a bit more supportive. This is definitely giving more low to medium than the other one is, but I would still say it's definitely on the low side. Definitely more low to medium than the other one. Yeah, they seem to be making a lot more like minimal bras at the moment, which is obviously great for the itty bitty titty committee, but I would love to see Alphalete do like a proper, like lab tested, really supportive sports bra, because they just don't really do that many like big titty committee friendly bras. So yeah, I would love to see a bit more inclusion there from Alphalete, because we really don't have a high support bra at Alphalete. Like,
We really, really don't. And I don't doubt that that is going to get fixed because of the team that is now in charge of that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm excited to be able to report that there are some like medium to high or even high support bras. And some of those might start coming in next year, who knows? To summarise, the XL bra, not my favourite. I do prefer the deep V bra. Sizing wise, stay true to size or size down if you are particularly small in the chest, but it's definitely not like the deep V where I would say size down full stop. It does run about an inch smaller, bit more coverage than the deep V bra. The straps are different. It's just not my personal cup of tea. If you like it, you like it, and if you want a bit more coverage, you will definitely prefer this bra. I just prefer the other one. It's just giving a little bit more, and I wasn't expecting that, and you can literally tell, like you can quite frankly tell by the fact that I picked the other bra up in every single colour. I was like, there's no way the deep V bra is going to look good. I was like, I'll get an extra small and a small just for comparisons, but the XL bra is going to be better.
You know why?
And for me, it's not.
Because he's a mega supporter.
So, yeah.
He's a mega supporter.
Okay, it's time to go over the bottoms. Like I said, I will leave my full first contour review link down below, timestamps are everywhere you need to go. But yeah, we've got the 5-inch shorts again, and we've got the leggings. There are no longer shorts in contour, and this is something I wanted to mention. If you are a fan of Alphalete contour, I have something to tell you which may influence your buying decision, but I would rather you guys know if you really like this stuff, especially if you were going to wait until Black Friday. I'm not 100% sure on this. One thing I can tell you for certain is I don't think, well, I know there will not be any more Contour Amplify from April onwards. I know that there won't be any Contour Amplify from April onwards. However, I do believe, I was told that this is the last drop of Contour Amplify. There could be another one because I've seen certain colours and maybe they've just scrapped them and they're not coming anymore, but I have seen certain colours that were meant to be for spring. There could be one more drop, but I was told this is the last drop of contour. So if you like it, stock up on it. And also if you like it anyway and you're thinking, oh, maybe they'll do better contour fall colours next year, there won't be contour next fall. So keep that in mind, because the colours I saw for spring are the complete opposite to this. They're not similar, different to this. So even if there is another contour drop, it's not like this. You don't need to worry about, I'm going to end up with 7 different shades of nude or 18 different shades of brown or 30 different shades of blue with the contour, because Girly Pop's limited. Yes, I have, however, I would like to point out, contour leggings are not my favourite, but I love the shorts, and I do know that the main features that people absolutely love is, first of all, the band on the shorts. It's a little bit thicker than the normal Amplify, so I vouch for that, and I've also vouched for the glute contouring, because I really like it, and I know that you guys really like it as well, but quite frankly, down with the fucking waffle, okay? So, as I was saying, in this drop, you've got shorts and you've got leggings. The shorts are just covered in 5-inch, the leggings are just the normal leggings, and they are all coming in every single colour. So the shorts are coming in every single colour, the leggings are coming in every single colour, and there is no black in this drop. So in the shorts, I got Times Square, size small, Grand Central, size small, Central Park, size small, New Burgundy, size medium, because for shorts, I tend to go between a small and a medium. And then for my leggings, I got Manhattan in a size small, Times Square, size small. Scraper I got in a size extra small, because with leggings I tend to be either a small or an extra small. I'm never a medium in the leggings, but in the shorts I always tend to find that the shorts run tighter than the leggings do. Let me actually just show you what I mean for an example, because I haven't actually shown you, but for example, let me show you. So in the back you've got a size small legging, and in the front you've got a 5-inch short, size small short. And I find that across all the Amplify. Typically bikers run like the biggest in the waist, then well, they do now anyway when they've been doing bikers recently, then the leggings, then the 4.5 or the 5-inch shorts tend to
be the most snug. So yeah, I go between small and medium usually for Amplify shorts, extra small and small for the leggings, and in like all the OG Amplify, I'm a size extra small in the leggings, and they're really, really comfortable. Another thing to note before I start going over the shorts and the leggings is my preferences. I just want to line it out. I like compression, but I don't like to look like a busted kind of biscuit. And for me, I'm like narrow in the waist, but my waist and my midsection isn't shredded. I'm not super lean in that section, which means someone might have the same measurements, but for me, if I'm trying to do the same size, I'm gonna have the softness spilling out over, whereas they might not. So that's why I don't like a super snug fit, because Amplify can really, honestly, if you get the wrong size in Amplify, it can honestly make you look a way that you don't look, and not in a good way. So I like to make sure that I'm not getting sizes that are too small for me. Like for example, if I got an extra small in the 5-inch shorts, I look like a busted kind of biscuit. Like I said, it's not cute. It's really not cute. I'll run you through the details of the shorts first, because I'm going to do shorts first and then I will do leggings. So on the shorts, we have got 3-tier waistband. If you're new to Amplify, it moves low compression, medium compression, high compression. The idea being that you go like, and you like shape upwards like that. And then the front is super plain. There is no front seam. The rise on these is the new updated rise, but a little bit higher. So I find the updated rise, generally it's 8 inches. Sometimes it's 8.5. A lot of them are 8 inches, especially the first updated fit drop. All my contour stuff pretty much, other than leggings, they tend to sit lower, and I don't know why, is like 8.5 inches. I find these a little bit higher than the updated fit, which isn't a problem because I've got a long torso and I like my belly button being covered. But yeah, and then on the side, in fact, let me not show you this on this colour because you actually can't see. And then on the side, you've got this line. And on the side, you've got this print panel, which on the inside is like this. So you need to be careful with like nails and stuff because you can snag this when you're putting it on, but it's not the mesh jacquard that is on the Amplify shorts. And this runs sort of curves forward a little bit and then comes down, and then attached to that you have got a ribbed line here to separate, and then you start with the glute contour. So this is this like ribbed part here. You see this ribbing, and it's slightly raised. Like if I go from the normal pant up to here, it's slightly raised, but it's not compressive. So it's not like lazuli or something like that where it compresses you in and lifts your butt up, but it does really help to sort of shape your glutes quite nicely. It doesn't run, however, it doesn't run all the way along the bottom. It stops sort of like a quarter of the way, or maybe like a third of the way into your glutes, and that goes right down into the bottom seam, which is like 1/2 inch thicker than the normal Amplify bottom. And then of course you've got the iconic scrunch bum at the back, and this is like the shorter rise at the back. They're like 7 sort of inches. I'll pop measurements in when I'm going over things properly, but yeah, the new shorter scrunch and measurements, but there is a lot more discrepancies with the scrunch this time, which I will go over when I've gone over, you know, the shorts and the leggings. And then you've got a 5-inch inseam. So in terms of camel toe on these, you can get a little bit of a camel toe. It's not too bad. I tend to get more Barbie crotch more than anything with my contour stuff, but you can get a little bit of a camel toe. Personally, I find that wearing seamless underwear always makes things look worse, so I would recommend things like G-strings or like that Jiv activewear, like camel toe proof underwear. That could help as well. With the fabric being a little bit on the like thinner side, you definitely can get a little bit of a hoof going on, but I don't have like a huge issue with that. I also don't find that like the gusset comes too far forward on these. It's pretty much okay. In terms of sweat proof, I know everyone says that Amplify material is sweat wicking, and it is meant to be. However, the fabric on these is like the last V2 drop, so it's like the super soft, like fluffy, like spongy almost feel fabric where, you know, like if you bought the last contour drop, you'll know what I mean. You can leave like fingerprints on it that look almost shiny. It's so weird, like it's so strange, but that's sort of what happens. It's like velvety. It's very strange. I've never had that with other Amplify until the contour, and then it happened with the contour, and then it happened with the last amplify drop as well. I don't know if it's like where my finger is picking up on like the fluffy texture of it. They're not sweat proof, which they're not sweat proof anyway, but I really don't find this fabric dries quick at all. Like, it's very sort of insulating because it's fluffy. It doesn't dry quick at all. And when I go for a wee in the gym, when I've like sweated all over my crotch, because I'm a sweaty girl, okay? I'm a sweaty lady, it's like just a damp hammock for my legs and buttocks that I'm pulling back up, and it's just not the best, to be honest. So I wish that it was a lot more sweat wicking like it used to be. And then in terms of squat proofness, I will pop all my squat tests in here, but just to explain really quickly, because I've changed it for this video. Basically, I wanted to be able to get this done a little bit quicker, not rush it, but I wanted to be able to get it done a little bit quicker. And essentially, when I was in Turkey, we didn't have anything to like use for squat tests on like fabrics of stuff. So Melissa actually handed me a tea bag, so that was her genius idea. So for my squat test, I've literally got a tea bag here. I used this tea bag instead of using the black brief, just because it's quicker, because then I can do it all in one go and I'm not having to take them off, switch my underwear and then do it again. So we've now got like 3 gradings. So we've got nude thong, and I will label which one's which. We've got just nude thong, we've got with this in, and then I've also done it where I've got the tea bag in, but I've pulled at the fabric to sort of give you an idea of what might happen if you size down, because with sizing, if you size down in Amplify, the sheerness is going to be a lot worse. And yeah, the reason why I was doing the black brief and the reason why I do this is because 1, people with tattoos, 2, people with like different skin tones. Obviously no one's purple, but it's a much deeper colour than the colour of my skin. She's Caucasian, she's white. And thirdly, honestly, I was getting tired of people telling me on my reviews that what I thought was sheerness was just sheen, which yeah, Amplify can be sheeny, and all this Amplify is quite sheeny. It's got a bit of a shine to it. But I know when something's my skin, so I did that to basically stop people saying that it's sheen when I know it's my skin. So yeah, we've got the tea bag test. Let me know what you think of this. If you prefer the black brief, I'll go back to it, but this was easier and it was quicker, so let me know if it's helpful. But yeah, shout out to Melissa, product developer at Alphalete, for this idea. For me, all the colours in the shorts, on a leg day, I would wear completely fine. I do think with Grand Central, because it is pretty sheer, I do think if you've got a deeper skin tone, you might want to be a little bit careful with this one. I just feel like it is very, very sheer, and I do think a lot of the reason why I can get away with it is because of my skin tone, because I'm obviously a lot lighter. But with the other ones, they're a little bit sheer, but it's nothing to the point where I wouldn't wear them on leg day. And as you're going to see in this video, I trained in Times Square in my gym today. I did RDLs and stuff, and in my gym's lighting, it's completely fine. So personally, I would actually train in all of these in the shorts. The leggings is a very different story. But yeah, none of them are 100% squat proof, and it's going to massively depend on your sizing. Of course, if you're sizing down, it will be a lot worse. But yeah, I've been finding ever since I've not been going like extra small in shorts, the sheerness isn't as bad, and going up to a medium definitely helps as well. And shorts always do better than leggings. In terms of the leggings, the Manhattan colour I would absolutely not wear on a leg day, or anything where I'm doing anything bent over. Like, these are just too sheer on me, even in a size small, so I'm not sizing down. For me, these are too sheer. They're very sheeny. You can like see my thigh in these when I like sit down. The same with Skyscraper, you can literally see my thigh through them when I sit down. So yeah, definitely a pass for me for anything where I'm bending over. Erin's only sort of legging, or like this cardio, I wouldn't want to be squatting or doing anything bent over in these. Personally, I just wouldn't. It's too it looks like I've got brown tights on. The exact same with Skyscraper, but again, please keep in mind these are an extra small, so the stretching and stuff is a lot worse in these. In a size small, it might not be as bad, but They feel very similar to my Manhattan, so I do think I'd have similar issues, and for that reason I'd probably keep this to a day where I'm not doing anything bent over, no bendy wendy, sort of like list cardio or errands, and obviously it's a very good errands colour. And then Times Square in the leggings was actually completely fine on me. However, I do want to make it very clear, my size small is basically a medium, like to spec. It's a medium, so keep that in mind. I don't know if that's playing a role, because it does fit big. This is completely fine. I would actually wear this on a leg day or anything. I have no issues with it, but this is very much giving medium in terms of sizing, so I think that's the only reason why. But yeah, squat proofness is highly individual. It will massively depend on if you're sizing down or not, your skin tone. The bigger the contrast between your skin tone and the colour, the worse the squat proofness is going to be. So for example, someone with deeper skin tones might get on better with colours like New Burgundy. Manhattan might be fine on those people. Central Park would be a lot better. However, people with lighter skin tones are going to struggle a bit more with those darker shades, so just keep that in mind. And in terms of stand-up proof, they're all stand-up proof other than Grand Central. I did wear this with a black thong yesterday and you could see it like from the front, so do be aware of that. Nude underwear only, but you can't really see it when it's nude underwear unless I really pull at the fabric, which I'm not going to be doing anyway. So yeah, the shorts I would train in all of them, the leggings none other than Times Square. However, like I said, they fit more like a medium. I'm going to pop in some clips here comparing these two, comparing the shorts to the last contour drop, so that you can see in terms of like sizing and all that sort of stuff how these are running, and sort of in terms of like rise and all that good stuff, so you can see that there. Show you all my shorts lined up. So Central Park, Times Square and Grand Central are all a size small, so these three are a size small, and then my New Burgundy are a size medium. So my Grand Central are about, I'll put the measurements here so you can see, but my Grand Central ones are 9.25 inches on the waist, so they're actually more like an extra small to spec. I believe an extra small is 9 inches, a small should be 10. These two are on spec, and my size medium just under 10.5 inches. So that's actually a little bit small for a medium to spec, because that should be 11 inches and they've got like a ½ inch tolerance, and with it being just under 10.5 it's technically a little small. But yeah, these two colours for me are the most like true to size. This one's running tight, and I'd say for a medium this is a little bit small for a medium, but obviously it fits me well because I go between a small and a medium, but I am a size small. But yeah, these are the shorts. Show you compared to the last contour drop. Again, my Grand Central are running really tight. These are both a size small, whereas my Times Square size small shorts look pretty normal. Yeah, my sand ones are a little bit bigger, but this is probably just them stretching out a little bit from wear. Yeah, the Grand Central ones are pretty small. To show you my New Burgundy medium shorts to my pewter medium shorts, again you can see that these are just, they fit more similar to like a slightly bigger small than they do a medium in my opinion. But again, this could just be a fluke. I'm just showing in case anyone else has inconsistencies with theirs. Girl, I do too. I want to show you as well that like the fit is the exact same as the last contour drop. The rise and stuff, everything is the same, and I will pop measurements and stuff on the screen so you can see the numbers, but it is the exact same. So it's the new updated fit, and the scrunch is also the exact same, like the exact same as the contour drop, so they still both have the new shorter scrunch on them, 5-inch inseam, it's all the same. Did also get asked, which I didn't do a flat lay clip for, so I'm just going to do it now, to compare these to the Black Friday Alphalete drop in terms of sizing. So I'm going to compare my medium, my medium Sage shorts to my medium border. So this is my medium Sage from the Black Friday drop compared to my medium contour in New Burgundy. they're very, very, very similar. A tiny little bit more snug, but very, very, very similar. There isn't really a difference there. The reason why I'm not doing still water is because mine came in like really small, like an inch smaller than they should have been, and they were really, really stiff and tight. So that's the reason why I'm not doing my still water. But as you can see, my small Central Park and my small Dove are pretty much the exact same. Like, there really isn't a difference there. I do, however, want to know, which you'll have already seen, and I've hinted at when I've compared sizing and stuff and comparing to the contour drop. This is my Grand Central size small compared to my Dove size small. My Grand Central reminds me in terms of like how small it is. It's definitely stretchier than my still water, but in terms of like small it is, like flat laying how small it feels on my body, it does remind me of still water, to be honest. It's just not as stiff, it's got more stretch to it. So yeah, that's just something to be aware of. My Grand Central came in really small in my shorts. Don't know why, but yeah, it's like almost like an extra small in terms of the measurements. I think it is actually pretty much an extra small in terms of measurement. So sizing wise for these, like I said, I got smalls and I got a medium. Like I mentioned, my Grand Central came in running really, really small, but I just want to disclaim so quickly, Amplify is inherently inconsistent. Like, seamless is hard to get consistent anyway, but Alphalete seem to really, really struggle and have struggled for a while. Honestly, especially with my leggings, it's probably one of the most inconsistent drops I've had in a while of Amplify for me, for sizing. I've just got a really inconsistent batch of them. So when I'm talking about colours and I'm saying mine are small, I mean mine. I don't want to, I can't sit and lie and say that they're all the same, because they're not. But I'm also not saying this colour is inherently small, because fabric wise you could get something that feels different. Fit wise you could get something that's measuring bigger or smaller. I literally know people who have ordered 2 mediums and they've come looking like an inch difference in the waist. So please take everything I say, everything anyone says about different colours and stuff with a pinch of salt, but the girls want the details, and so I'm going to give it to them. Central Park and my Times Square came in like a bang on small, like measurements wise they're a small, and I'm really, really happy with them, to be honest. They're not overly snug on me, they fit me really, really nicely, and I'm happy with a size small in these. I was happy with a size small in the last contour drop. The medium, honestly, again, as you'll have seen, there really isn't much difference between a small and a medium, so the medium fits me quite well as well, and I don't notice a ton of extra fabric either. There really isn't much difference between these 2 smalls and this medium. Now, this small and a medium, there is a big difference, but I'm going with the majority, and these 2 smalls, there isn't a big difference between these and the medium. So in the burgundy, I can definitely do a medium as well, it doesn't matter. But I do think across the board, smalls work completely fine for me. So yeah, I don't know if maybe new burgundy is just running a little bit snugger, so maybe I should be a medium in this, but these 2 are completely fine in a size small, and the sizing and stuff is so similar to the last contour drop. Whatever size worked in the last contour drop, or even the last Amplify drop for the shorts anyway, I would recommend going with the same size again. Now, I did get asked about this band pinching. Someone asked me if it was any looser than the last drop. It's not looser than the last drop. If anything, the bottom band is actually a tiny little bit tighter, like a tiny little bit tighter. So yeah, the bottom band is a little bit more snug. It doesn't cut into me, but these do roll, and these roll quite badly. Like, even small, medium, it doesn't matter, these do roll on me, even though they're a 5-inch inseam. Like when I went to the gym today, I tried to pull them down, but they just kept coming back up as I move around. So they don't roll up to be quite as short as how the 4.5 ones do, but they still do roll up. Sizing up can help a tiny bit, but if you've got quads, girly pop, they're just gonna roll. So do keep that in mind, these do roll, but honestly when they roll, it makes the glutes look really, really, really good anyway, so I'm not super mad at it. But it is a little bit bulky looking at the front when it rolls. It just makes the glutes look really good, but it does look a little bit funky from the front. It's quite thick, especially because of how thick this band is. When it like rolls up, it's quite thick looking, so these do roll. and the bottom band is the exact same as last time, so if you had issues with it last time, you will have issues with it again. Yeah, in terms of the rise, these fit me very, very, very similar to the last contour drop, which I also found last time. The shorts hit me a bit higher than the leggings, and they actually measure a little bit longer in the front rise than the leggings. And the same thing happened with this drop. And keep that in mind, the leggings tend to sit a little bit lower than the shorts do, but with the shorts, I can cover my belly button. They do naturally want to sit about mid belly button height on me, but because this amplifier is so stretchy, I can pull it up no problem, and it's really not an issue. It's not like, for example, my Stillwater size small 4.5 shorts, my belly button is like out, and it's really hard to like keep it covered. These sit about ½ an inch higher than those shorts did on me, so these are somewhere between the updated fit and the old fit, but they're definitely more similar to the updated fit than the old, because that was a lot higher. Let's get into fabric. I'm going to pop in my punch free test here. Fabric is literally like the last V2 drop, so where it's basically like tights, super like thin, super soft. 1 second. Super thin, super soft, literally like tights. It's like the last V2 drop. To be honest, my last standard amplifier drop was like this, other than my Stillwater, which was a lot stiffer. But yeah, all of these are quite literally like tights. They're super, super thin, super stretchy. That Skyscraper, the first one was Grand Central. I've just realised I didn't say the names. This is Manhattan. Again, they're all pretty much the same as well in terms of like how sort of thin they feel. None of them really feel any thicker. This one is Times Square. I would just say that my New Burgundy and my Central Park feel slightly less fluffy, but they're also still incredibly thin. Like, they literally are like tights, and when you're putting them on your body, it feels like you're putting tights on or pantyhose. If you are American, because I know that Americans just call leggings tights, I think anyway, but yeah. If I had to pick, I'd say New Burgundy's like the thickest, but she's still not thick, she's still thin. But yeah, that is my punch free test. Yeah, so that's obviously not a replacement for squat test or anything like that. It's just to show you how thin the fabric is, and this fabric is, honestly, it's the exact same as the last time for me. They feel the same. The only two colours that feel slightly less fluffy are my Central Park and my New Burgundy. These ones feel a tiny bit less fluffy, but it's not like my Stillwater, which was like stiff and like a little bit closer to the OG, to be honest. It's not like that, it's just a tiny little bit softer and a tiny little bit less fluffy, but I still think this fabric will pill. This fabric is the super like soft, stretchy. Honestly, when you're putting the leggings on in particular, it feels like tights. Like, it feels like you're about to put tights on your body. Like, that is how it feels when you put these on. If you've never bought Amplify before, that's how this feels. And I said this when the contour came out. To me, this fabric isn't anything new. It just reminds me of a really soft, fluffy, silky feel batch of Amplify, which has been happening for like months. Like, my rich brown, my chocolate were like that, like tights, like a fluffy, like low denier tight. That is literally how a lot of my Amplify has been for a while. So for me personally, it's nothing new, but they are incredibly stretchy, incredibly soft, and as a result, incredibly delicate. Now, something that I do want to note, which I have noticed, and this is why I wish we got these pieces for a little bit longer, is when I was pulling out my contour to like compare, obviously I've worn my sand shorts to death because I'm obsessed with the colour sand. However, when I felt that, I was like, oh, this doesn't feel as soft as I remember. But then when I felt my mocha, when I felt my clay, my pewter, the colours that I haven't worn as much, so I haven't washed as much, they felt the exact same as this, like silky, fluffy, soft. So I personally believe with Amplify, Contour, other Amplifiers, because these do feel like how like the last Amplify drop felt as well for me. Like, they leave the fingerprints like Sage did. Like, you could literally see it in my haul. It leaves like fingerprint marks. It's like shiny, silky. Personally believe that they are not using the same fabric that they were using to make the OG, and I don't think they've been using the same fabric for a while. If you want my honest opinion, I don't think they've used it since the 2021 birthday sale drop. I noticed changes from June onwards, and it's never been the same since. Like, there's been the odd colour that's been okay, but it's never been the same since. And I personally don't feel like they're using the same stuff that they were using before fabric-wise. But also, something that I did learn when I was away was about silicone washes. I think these have got a very intense silicone wash on them. Now, what happens when you put a silicone wash on something is it does actually impact the yarn that's being used as well. It makes it a bit more delicate. It makes it a little bit more, it makes it a lot softer to touch, and it gives it that really soft, silky feel. But it does make it a lot more delicate, and it does make it a lot more prone to things like pilling and snagging. It might feel really like nice and soft, but a little bit more delicate because the oil in the silicone breaks down like the structures of the yarn. However, like I said, my sand that I've washed a lot don't feel like that anymore. They don't feel like they did when I got them. So I do think when you wash these, that feel does come off a little bit, and they do become a little bit tougher and actually a little bit more compressive as well as that wash comes off, which I'm not mad at. I honestly really don't mind it, but just something to be aware of. I do think the same thing will happen again, where it sort of washes off after a few washes in the washing machine. I just wanted to mention that. But like, out of the packet, they're like silky, fluffy, spongy feeling fabric. And with that being said, roll the tape. We're going to roll the tape now of me in the gym in my timeless shorts, not my timeless shorts, in my Times Square, not my timeless shorts, wrong brand girl, wrong brand baby girl. I firmly believe in a performance legging, you should be able to sit on the gym floor. Unpopular opinion, and I can sit on the gym floor in my OGs. I'm not saying I could scooch me cooch across the turf. I'm not saying I could drag myself across the turf in my OGs with no repercussions, or like sandpaper myself against the floor. I'm not saying they were pill proof, I'm just saying they didn't pill quite as easily as this. So roll the tapes and I will
Okay, here are my road testing clips for the DV bra and the shorts in Times Square. So I did hip thrust first, and straight away when you sit down I feel like you can tell even on this clip, like the shorts have rolled already. They do roll quickly. Like, some people complain that I roll my shorts up all the time. The shorts just roll up, like I can't help it. And this happens even in a medium. So yeah, sizing up, it helps a bit, but it's still not perfect. So this was how they looked when I went to go do RDLs after. And then this is me pulling them down. We're resetting, we're starting again. This is how they look fully pulled down. But you can tell even like when I walk the bar back, in that second, it's rolled. And I personally believe, because when I was away, I tried 2 shorts, the exact same short, the exact same inseam, exact same style, but one of them had fabric similar to this, really slippy, really soft, really silky, and the other one was more sturdy, like the OG sort of fabric sort of feel. And the OG one stayed in place a little bit better. The other ones, half my arse was out, like the bottom of my arse cheeks was literally out. So yeah, I definitely think it's a combination of the length but also the fabric as well, because even the newer bikers roll a lot more. I know they're a bit shorter, but I do think it's the fabric as well. And yeah, this was then my second set of RDLs. I didn't readjust, and this is sort of how the shortest they roll up to. Basically, this is how they will look throughout your workout, essentially, unless you rejig them. There's no avoiding it. So then I reset them to go and do lunges, reset, and then between legs I sat down, and you'll see when I go to do the other leg that they've rolled again. And by this point I'd already pilled them from sitting on the floor for hip thrusts, but sitting on the turf definitely added to it as well. So definitely do not sit on your gym's floor or on turf or on any non-smooth surface, because as you will see, God, they make the glutes look good. As you will see, the rolling is like this, but the pilling, she's got a hairy booty, like that is bad for one wear.
So yeah, now one thing to note is snagging as well. I have snagged my Times Square shorts, but that was my ring when I was doing my punch through test, so low-key ignore that a little bit. But also I've snagged some of the waffle parts as well, like on the bottom of my Manhattan leggings. I've snagged that as well. I've also made another little snag there. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it?
You can see where I've made a little snag there. Can you see it? Hopefully you can see it.
I've snagged like the ribbed part of the Manhattan legging. I've snagged that as well, so it's very light snaggable because it's very, very soft. And then in terms of pilling, this had already happened, to be fair, just from sitting on the floor. It had happened before I got onto the turf, but you can, hopefully you can see. If you can't see, I'm going to grab a picture and put it in over because my ring light sort of blows things out. But Girly Pop looks like she's got a hairy booty. Like, it's pilled just as bad as my sand did the first time I wore them. So this will pill very easily. It's very delicate. Please be careful. No gym bags brushing against this fabric. No rough terry pump covers over this fabric. It will brush against the fabric and it will pill it. No sitting on the turf. Wouldn't recommend sitting on the turf. Wouldn't recommend doing turf workouts in general in Amplify now. It's way too delicate for it. And no sitting on the gym floor to do hip thrusts. You need to have a mat underneath you. I wouldn't recommend sitting on the floor between sets either. I know that some people find that a really strange concept. I don't know if it's a UK thing, but like, there isn't always a bench to sit on. Sometimes you've just got a raw dog on the floor. But yeah, they are incredibly delicate. Now, for some people, they love the super soft fabric, and if you loved the last contour drop and how it fell, you will love this again. It's just not my personal favourite. It's not durable. It doesn't stay looking very fresh for long. Yes, you can fabric shave it, but that's not really the point. You know, it's not really the point. You shouldn't have to be doing that with like a £54 pair of leggings that are meant to be performance leggings. These are not marketed as like low performance leggings. These are like their hammer, balls to the wall, all that sort of stuff. This is their legging for that. It's their performance legging. So for me personally, it just doesn't make sense to have such a delicate fabric on a performance legging. I know some people love it. I'm just not the biggest fan of it. I'm not the biggest fan of the fabric, and I don't think it feels really nice to touch. It's really soft, it's really stretchy, but it's not durable and like cosy lives, babes. Do you know what I mean? Like £54 for a pair of leggings that isn't going to stay looking brand new for long. I don't know. I don't feel like whatever they're using for Amplify now is what should be being used for that price point, personally. And again, it's personal preference, because some people prefer this fabric to the sturdier one. I just prefer the sturdier one. It's more durable, and also it really lifts your glutes a lot better. Like, the shorts actually do a really good job because of that bottom band, but it really lifts your glutes a lot better when it's a bit more compressive, you know, it just sits on them a little bit better. So yeah, I'm like a little bit pissed about the fabric. And look, I'm not saying I expect my shit to be bulletproof. Like I said, I'm not saying I need to scooch my cooch all across the turf like a little snail going up and down. I'm not saying you know, it's my God-given right to be able to do that in these leggings, but like for a performance legging, it shouldn't be so easy to pill, like a gym bag brushing against it that doesn't have Velcro on it. Why is that pilling my legging, please? Why? And then when it gets dirty, like all the dirt gets stuck in the pilling and it looks really, really bad. That happened with my utility grey leggings. That was not a good time. But yeah, those are my instructions for these, because they will pill, and they will pill really quickly, and they will pill really quite badly. And like I said, it's that fabric as well, where it has a shine to it, it does have a sheen, and it's also got that sort of, I don't know, it's like you leave fingerprint marks on it. If you've had Amplify fabric that's like that, you will know exactly what I mean. But yeah, they're all very thin, all very soft, and all have that fluffy texture. But like I said, New Burgundy and Central Park for me feels slightly less soft and slightly less fluffy. But Times Square and Grand Central for my shorts, Girly Pop, they're feeling the exact same. Plus that I got in leggings, because I'm going to like slowly transition into talking about the leggings in a second, but I may as well go over the fabric of every single colour. Manhattan is super soft, like Grand Central, like super soft, high stretch, like there is no compression through the leg on these. Like they're very, 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 very stretchy. It feels like you're putting tights on when you're putting this on. And Skyscraper is the exact same. It literally feels like you're putting on a low denier tight when you're putting this on. It feels the exact same as these two, so you're going to run into the same issues. That super soft, silky, fluffy feel that feels like tights and leaves those sort of fingerprint marks. Will pill, will snag. You really, 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 really need to be careful with these. I just want to talk about scrunch inconsistencies as well, because it's across the leggings and the shorts. So I'm going to pop a clip in here so I can show you exactly what I mean. The scrunchies this time around, guys, are a little bit of a hot mess. Not gonna lie. They range anywhere between 3 inches. Some are 3 inches, some are 3.5 inches, some are 3.75 inches. Like, some of them are, like, this one is a lot longer than this one, isn't quite as long. Like, this one's longer than this one, and they're both a legging. There's even differences between the shorts. Like, this one's 3 inches, and I'm pretty sure the rest are 3.5. So, just a heads up, I think it's going to be like the lottery with how big this space is going to be this time, and especially if you've got short glutes, it does actually make a difference in how the scrunch looks. So I just wanted to show you, and I will pop on the screen like the measurements of my specific colours and what the scrunch space is. So this bit here to the top of the waistband, but honestly, like, take that with a pinch of salt, because I don't think it's that these colours have these scrunchies and these colours have these. I think it's just, it is literally going to be luck of the draw. So yeah, with the new scrunchies, they're like 3 inches for that scrunch space, or 3.5 inches when they've been worn a bit and stretched out a bit. And Alphalete tend to have like a ½ inch tolerance across their seamless stuff, so it's probably like still within tolerance. However, the scrunchies this time, and it's not just like, I've always found the legging scrunchies to be longer than the shorts. I just always have with all my Amplify. However, this time it's like between shorts and leggings. Like, some of my scrunchies are 3 inches, some of them are 3.5, and some of them are 3.75, which is quite long for a scrunch, and I'll have obviously shown you which ones are the longest ones and put the measurements and stuff in. But yeah, my scrunchies are really inconsistent this time. Also, it is that like shinier looking scrunch. It has quite a shine to it. I find in the shorts I don't really get the lower back scrunch, but in the leggings I do a little bit more. It's not awful, but it's definitely more noticeable on me in the leggings than it is on the shorts. Again, I don't know why. But yeah, just wanted to mention my scrunchies. It's the new thicker scrunch, and it has that like shine to it, but it's not, they're not all as short this time. There's like a bit of an inconsistency floating around, and I don't really know why. It's very, very strange. Some of them are like quite a bit longer. The final thing I just want to mention about the shorts, which I love these shorts. I know I've just absolutely roasted the fabric on these. However, and you can tell like when I'm training in them, these do something to my glutes. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the bottom band. I don't know if it's the glute contour. These make my glutes look so good. Like, these make my glutes look way better than the 4.5 inch shorts do. I way prefer these, and nasty little confession for you all, but I've actually been wearing these on my bikers recently. I never thought I'd see the day. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe if these came in a biker, I'd probably still prefer the biker, but like, these are really, 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 really glute flattering. Like, way more glute flattering than the 4.5. The bottom band really does something to push the glutes up, I'm convinced. Like, it really does something to lift those cheeks up, make them sit hoity-toity, you know, make them really look good. The scrunch is really flattering on these, generally speaking, and I just think these are a lot more flattering than the 4.5 inch shorts. A mixture of the glute contour and the bottom band, which is like my favourite two features of this. In terms of like the side panel, it doesn't really bother me as much as the waffle does. It's just sort of like there. I don't really notice it. I can't really feel it when it's on, even though it's got that different texture on the inside. I can't feel it when it's on, but I also don't think it really adds anything. It's just sort of there. Whereas the glute contour, I feel like it's really adding a nice little bit of shape in. Obviously it's not pushing up or anything like that, but it does add a nice little bit of shape in, and my glutes look so good in these. Even rolled down, my glutes look really good in these. Rolled up, my glutes look really good in these. This is quickly becoming, like the contour shorts, are quickly becoming one of my most worn Alphalete bottoms products. Like, they're catching up to the bikers. The amount of times I've worn my sand shorts is
embarrassing, quite frankly. Like, I wear them all the time, and with these new colours in particular, especially these two, like these colours in the shorts, and also if I had skyscraper in the shorts, that would be so flattering as well. Do make me feel really, really, really confident, like a lot more confident than my 4.5 inch shorts can. So I really, really like these. So in terms of would I recommend these, last time I said no because of the fabric, but I really didn't realise how good these made my glutes look. And even with them being a super stretchy, like non-compressive through the leg fabric, because of that bottom band and the glute contour, they still make your glutes sit really nice. Like, they sit really, really nice. So I actually do recommend these. Proceed with extreme caution. They're not going to be the most durable. However, like I said about the silicone wash, if you wash them a few times before you wear them, it might help a little bit, just to take that like initial like softness off. But yeah, I really, really like these. So to summarise in terms of sizing, really with the shorts, I think stay true to size or size up if you are between sizes. And if I'm going to break it down into colours, based on what I received, I'm a small in Times Square and I'm a small in Central Park, and I would go medium in the new burgundy because the medium fits me completely fine and it's really no different, to be honest. And I would go medium in Grand Central as well, like mine are quite snug, and I would probably feel a bit more comfortable in a medium. A medium in these, based off what I received, would probably fit very similar to these, but I do think there's a lot of inconsistencies with the sizing this time. Like, even for me, I've been like, like the sizing has really confused me this time because I've had a lot of inconsistencies with it, and it's really hard to give advice when things are inconsistent because I know that there's going to be some people that have a Grand Central that's huge, or there's going to be some people that have a new burgundy that's huge, or there's going to be some people that have a Central Park that's tiny. So it's really, really difficult. Watch as many sort of reviews as you can and go with like the general consensus. I'm just going off what I have received. So to move on to the leggings, there won't be too much to go over because I've gone over like pretty much everything with the shorts. We've done fabric and stuff, but just to show you details really, really quickly, 3-tier waistband. Again, these do sit a little bit lower than the shorts do on me. They're about ½ an inch shorter in the front rise, just something to be aware of. Alphalete in further stitching at the back. Booty scrunch there, and then you've got all these sort of details down the side. I've decided to show you the details flatly because the clip of me trying to show you them sat down when they're like in my hands was not it. So you basically got the waffle detail that runs sort of down the side front, for a little bit of front contouring, but nothing crazy. Oh no. I've snagged these ones as well, and then it sort of connects via, it's like the shorts basically. You've got a little ribbed panel as well that runs next to the waffle, and then you've got a ribbed seam that separates, and this sort of brings you into the glute contour, which is the exact same as it is on the shorts. So it's slightly raised and it's like ribbed, but it's not compressive at all. Like, I don't think it actually like lifts, it's just sort of like a very subtle sort of shaping, and again it comes like 1/3 of the way in, and that runs sort of down the back of your leg, like down your hamstring. Again, you've got this like raised rib seam all along there, and then where that ends, the waffle starts sort of here, and then it sweeps round the back of your knee and then comes down onto the calf basically. And then at the front you've got the sort of ribbed detail here that sort of cuffs around at the bottom. Hi, sorry, I'm just inserting this clip because I've just realised I forgot to compare the Black Friday drop of Amplify to these for you guys. Whatever size you got in the Black Friday drop, you can go the same size again. So this is an extra small Dusty Rose to the extra small Skyscraper. Again, they are very, 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 very similar. Sage is like like an incy-wincy little bit bigger, but whatever size you got in the leggings in the Black Friday drop, if you've not tried contour before, you can go with that size again. Whilst I'm here, let me just compare. Someone asked me if the ankle part is still bigger than normal Amplify, and the answer to that is yes, because these are both a size small. So in front I've got Sage and in the back I've got my Manhattan. So if you found these baggy on your ankles last time, you'll find them baggy on your ankles again. But yeah, those are the details. You don't have the mesh jacquard like you do on the standard Amplify. Yeah, those are pretty much the details. So I only got 3 leggings because one is fucking freezing in England and I need to get content for Alphalete and I need to cover my legs because it's so cold. But so that's why I got 3. Honestly, otherwise I would have probably got less. I would have probably literally got 1 pair of leggings. I would have much preferred to have these colours in the shorts, like especially Skyscraper. I'm kind of sad I didn't do that. That's because I don't like the leggings. A lot of people have been able to get over the waffle. I personally can't, and I have ripped my pewter leggings and my sand leggings, and I'm not an idiot. I know how to put leggings on. I even said in my last contour drop review, I was like, be careful when you're putting these on, like the waffle's going to be delicate. You know, please be careful when you're putting these on. And I was careful, but with my, I don't know how it actually happened with my pewter. With my sand ones, I had my knee sleeves on over them in the gym, and I went to readjust the top of my legging and I was trying to pull carefully, but I think because my knee sleeves were so tight and it was pulling my legging back down, where I've pulled it, it like ripped and put a hole through the waffle print. So durability for me, not great, but I mentioned this in my Discord the other day, and a lot of people prefer the contour leggings to standard Amplify. I just personally don't. It's a personal preference, and for me, I haven't had a great experience with the waffle. Like, it's been very, very delicate. I've snagged it, I've ripped it. These didn't have the waffle print on, but they kept the glute contour, and maybe even they kept the little quad waffle contour. I would prefer these to normal Amplify because I love the glute contour and I think they look really, 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 really good on, and they're really flattering on the glutes, but I don't like the waffle print. It's right behind my knees and I just don't like it. So with that being said, I did actually want to let you guys know which colours I think the waffle print will be least noticeable on for anyone who was thinking about buying, and the answer to that is Manhattan, the brown, it will be less noticeable on, and also I don't have them but these are much darker colours. Central Park is 100% going to be the least obvious, and then I would say New Burgundy will also not be super obvious in terms of the waffle, but the rest of them, obviously Times Square is very bright, you can see the waffle. Skyscraper is like not a super dark grey, it's a lot lighter than pewter, so you can see it a lot more. And obviously, you know, with a colour like Grand Central, you're going to be able to see that waffle print. So yeah, I just don't like the waffle print. It's quite dated to me. And also another thing that plays into it is I train in shorts. I don't train in leggings, and the waffle print adds like a real performance feeling look to the legging. So for me, I tend to wear leggings for errands, and I don't really want like panels of things that look very like performance-y when I'm out running errands. I'd prefer something a little bit more plain, especially around like the knee region. So that's another thing that factors into it. Obviously if you're wearing these to the gym, you won't mind that more performance look, but because they're an errand thing for me with leggings, that also plays into it a little bit as well. Ties in on these, roller tapes, I'll put some clips in here. To show you the leggings, the Skyscraper, the grey, is an extra small. These two are a size small. My Times Square waistband, and again I'll pop the measurements here, but my Times Square waistband is 11 inches, which is like that's the waistband of a medium, not a small. But I've checked the label, it says size small, but they're running big. I've honestly not had discrepancies like this with Amplify in quite a while, to be honest. They've been tight recently, but at least they've been like consistently tight. These ones are running like really, really big. I'd say these are pretty normal for a size small. They're 10 inches, so they are to spec. And then the extra small are, again, normal for an extra small. To show you a size small mocha legging from the last contour drop to my size small Manhattan. I've not done Times Square because that is just like way off spec. But even the Manhattan ones, I don't know, my waistbands just aren't as tapered this time on my size smalls on the leggings. So something to keep in mind. I'd still wear a size small, but I just wanted to show you. My extra small, however, compared to my extra small sand are pretty much the same. My extra small Skyscraper is actually a little bit smaller, but again, this is probably just stretched out a little bit from doing shoots and stuff in the sand colour, and I've trained in them as well. But yeah, the extra smalls are a bit more consistent. To show you guys what I mean, like with porcelain last time, I found that this was like the loosest fitting, and this is
the new Times Square colour. These are both a size small. My extra small are fine, like they are to spec for an extra small. They're a little bit snug, but to be honest, because this colour is so stretchy, it's actually not too bad on me. I'm definitely spilling out a little bit in it, like when I breathe out I'm definitely spilling out, and I do prefer my Manhattan small, but these are not awful. These sort of remind me of how like Mocha was last time, in terms of like I can kind of get away with an extra small in the leggings because they're not super, like they've got a lot of give to them basically, especially with that silicone wash. I feel like it's on the waistband too, and it just makes the waistband very like slippy and stretchy. But yeah, for an extra small they are to spec, because an extra small should be 9 inches for seamless. A size small should be 10 inches, so my Manhattan are to spec as well. Like I've mentioned already in this video, Alphalete have a 1/2 inch tolerance currently. I don't know if that's going to change. So if something is a size small but it's 9.5 or it's 10.5, even though it might seem like a big difference, technically it's not like a faulty size. My Times Square are fucking huge. I say huge, take that with a pinch of salt, they're just huge for a small. They're 11 inches, which means by like Alphalete standards, these are technically like faulty in sizing, because that's 1/2 inch over the tolerance. This is a medium. A medium should be 11 inches. My Times Square small are basically a medium, and I've checked the label, they're a size small. What's happened, but they are huge. Like based off this, I would need an extra small in Times Square, and I know that someone put in my Discord earlier that Bailey's Times Square leggings are big as well, so that's something to keep in mind as well. It's not just me who has experienced this, and generally people are saying the lighter colours aren't as snug. I would agree with Times Square, but like my Grand Central is very like small in terms of measurements and is actually snugger than my Times Square and my Central Park. So for me that wasn't true for the shorts, but the leggings, I know that Bailey had this issue as well. Mine are like, yeah, they're not in tolerance for a size small spec for seamless. They're actually running really, really big. Based off this, if they're all like this, I need an extra small in this size because it's too big. My Manhattan size small are perfect. Like this is sort of like my ideal fit for Amplify. It's a little bit compressive in the waist, but it's not too much, and then I don't really have a ton of excess fabric in the leg, and I do think most of the other size smalls are going to be like this. So for me, for leggings, I would say to stay true to size. If you go between sizes, definitely go with your size up. Go with your size up, and I'm basing this off the contour feedback I got last time, because this feels very, very, very similar. A lot of people said that didn't go with the size up if they go between. They said that they had wished that they'd gone with the size up. So especially if you don't like a really compressive fit, if you are between, definitely do go with a size up. But for me, true to size is fine, and my size small Manhattan fits me perfectly. My Times Square is just huge, like it's out of spec. I would need an extra small in this, and my Skyscraper extra small isn't bad, but the size small is like my ideal fit. Skyscraper isn't too snug either, but I'm not bothered about sizing down, especially for sheerness in the leggings. I prefer a size small. True to size in the leggings, if between, go with your size up. These are not compressive in the leg at all. The waistband is compressive, but the leg on these is not compressive. Like it's got stretch, like it goes for days. Like same with the leggings, like these have got infinite stretch. Like they are so stretchy in the leg, like immensely stretchy. So yeah, super, super stretchy. To note, which I went over in the last one, is just that how the waffle print looks on the inside, just so that no one gets scared when we get them. If it's got all these, or like some of them are pulled, don't worry about it. It doesn't impact like the actual waffle on the outside, apparently, and it didn't last time because some of mine were broken, but the waffle still looked normal. So if yours arrive with a couple like not attached, or you break it, it's not impacting the waffle on the outside, because mine are fine and some of them are broken on the inside. But do be careful when you're putting them on. You know, nails, rings, bracelets can get caught to this. Be careful with the waffle print. Do not pull on the waffle, do not pull around the waffle. If you get in the leggings and you've got knee sleeves on, don't fanny around with the fit of the top of your leggings. Like,
the tension of your knee sleeve pulling the legging down is going to cause issues when you're pulling it back up. Trust me, I learned the hard way. And in terms of the inseam on these, I think it's like 26, I think it's like 27 inches. It's like the same as normal Amplify, but Amplify is so stretchy that like it's kind of irrelevant because you can just pull it up and down. So these suit taller girls, these also suit shorter girls. Just be aware the ankle is bigger on these, so if you had that issue last time or you've never bought before and you've got really skinny ankles, that ankle might be a little bit baggy. I don't know why it is like that. Yeah, to round up on sizing, true to size, if between sizes, size up. It really is that simple. I always find leggings a lot more simple. And in terms of the fit and everything, like I said, these sit a little bit lower than the shorts on me. My belly button is a little bit more out. They're super stretchy, so I can pull it up to cover it again, but just be aware these do sit slightly lower than the shorts, and again it's the like updated fit, so like everything sits a little bit lower, so it's great for short people, but if you're a little bit taller you might have issues. But these are so stretchy, you could probably pull them up to like cover your boobs. Like, they're incredibly stretchy. They've got a lot of give. They've got a lot of give. For me, these are a hard pass. I would 100% pick the shorts over these for a lot of reasons. First of all, I fucking hate the waffle. I'm not gonna dance around it. I really don't like the waffle print. I know some people think it's dramatic. That's okay. I just really don't like the waffle print, and I don't want it on my leggings. I don't like it. However, just to be aware, you can't like feel it when it's on. I don't really feel it when it's on. I don't really feel any sort of weird texture going on behind my knees. That is one good thing, but I'm just not a huge fan of the waffle. And also with the fabric being so sheer, the leggings are always a lot worse, which is another reason why for leggings I do more errands, and I don't want a performance look with waffle print and shit for errands. That's another reason. And lastly would just be the fabric. You are much less like, there's much less to catch this on because there's less of it than there is with a legging. I feel like with a legging it can end up looking busted a lot quicker because there's a lot more of it to catch on. So with the shorts it just feels like it makes more sense for me. But yeah, the leggings are a pass from me. If you like them, if you like the design, if you like this sort of fabric, you will love them. Okay, finally moving on, they're dropping a bunch of heavy cotton pump covers. So I'm going to pop in every single pump cover that they are dropping here. But I picked 3 up. I picked up my 3 favourites. I'm a fucking idiot. Actually, I'm not an idiot. Alphalete cruelly called this the crest tee, so I'm thinking brush crest tee. The brushed crest tees that they did, which are a different fabric, and they're super soft and loungy, and I love that fabric. So that's why I was really excited about them. And I do like the heavy cotton, like there's nothing wrong with it. However, I do really like the brushed ones, and I've been really enjoying them recently for comfort. It's cold, like I want to be cozy, snug as a bug in a rug. So however, it's just called a crest tee, but it's actually the heavy cotton pump cover. Every single t-shirt that I've just put on the screen is the heavy cotton pump cover, and there really isn't much to report, so I'm just going to show you the designs and we'll go over sizing again. So this is the cement colour in one of the designs. This is another brand's thing. Is it Palace? Is that the brand I'm thinking of? What brand does this triangle thing? I'm really blanking on it with like the logo underneath. Is it something to do with camping? Is it Go Outdoors? It can't be Go Outdoors. They wouldn't possibly do that. Although they did do the Lonsdale looking logo. A little triangle and then an orange wolf head in the middle. And I just really like this. It also ties in really nicely with Times Square, and I really like the colour of this. It's like a creamy grey colour, and I just really like it. It's really light as well, and then it's got the logo massive on the back. The only thing to note is the orange wolf head is completely matte. However, the grey stuff is almost like shiny. It's like it's got glitter in it. Yeah, so I got this one in a medium. That's one of the designs. I then got this one in a large. The reason I got this one in a medium, not a large, was because I thought it was a crest tee, which I wear a medium in. That's the only reason. And then, again, I got these in a large because I realised these were the heavy cotton pump cover tees. So this one just says Alphalete on the front, and it's sort of printed on. And then in the back, and this is the vintage black colour, it's got every single logo that the brand has ever done. And in 2025, Feb 2020, Feb 2020, am I alright? Feb 2025, the brand is actually going to be turning 10 years old, so they've really burned through a lot of logos, but I just think this is really, really cool. And I've been buying Alphalete for a long time, so all of these are very familiar to me. I don't want to hear anything about a certain brand being like, they copied us, because I distinctly remember Christian posted this t-shirt a long time ago on his stories. Yeah, for the record, he posted this months ago, and I remember when he posted it, I was like, please put this online. I was just thinking, please put this online, and he did. So this is coming in 2 colorways, and then I got the ghost tee as well. This one, the logo on this reminds me of like the Trap Star logo. So it says Alphalete, and then in the middle it says athletics in like a sort of yellowy gold cursive font. But yeah, I think it's called the Ghost Tee because this sort of looks gothic. But I got this in the green shade, and again I got this one in a large because I clocked that it was a heavy cotton pump cover. If you've never bought one of the heavy cotton pump covers before, they're manufactured in the USA. They've got a really high neckline, they've got a dropped shoulder, they're really like loose fitted, very like sort of oversized boyish fit. Very drop shoulder, very oversized. The fabric is heavy cotton, as you would imagine. One thing to note is these do shrink in the wash, and I would recommend that you factor that into your sizing, because I used to get mediums, and then over time I noticed that my mediums were getting like shorter and shorter, and I was finding that they were shrinking. And they also, when they come, they're a bit softer. They're not super soft, they're definitely like a heavy cotton feel. But when you wash them, they do get stiffer, so keep that in mind as well. So that's why I do larges now, because it factors in a little bit of shrinkage and also it getting a bit stiffer. And if something's just like not quite oversized enough when it's stiff, it just looks a little off, in my opinion. So that's why I do a large in the t-shirts, and a large also looks better for tucking into the back of the t-shirts. I find that that looks a lot better as well, whereas a medium is definitely better for wanting to wear it out for me. You know, if I wanted to wear an oversized t-shirt with leggings, this one doesn't look like overly big, but the larges work better for tucking into the back. And also I would do medium if I wanted to tuck it all the way around. If I do that with a large, it's way too much fabric and it makes my bra look really bulky. That's also what I use the larges for. So for like a really oversized look or for tucking into the back, the larges work better for me. And I've also factored in the fact that it's going to shrink down a little bit. Something to be aware of is sweatproofness. These are not sweatproof, and they are also heavy cotton. So for some people, they're too heavy to train in. So do keep that in mind. If you prefer something really lightweight, you're not going to like these. Or you like something really brushed and soft, you're not going to like these. If you prefer more heavyweight t-shirt pump covers, you will really, really, really like these. And in terms of sizing, like I said, I can do medium or large for different purposes. I would recommend that you go, to be honest, it really depends how you want this to fit, because I'm a size small. If I got a size small, it's not going to not fit, it's just not going to be oversized enough for me. I would say a size small would be like a relaxed fit on me. This is like oversized, and the large is like oversized. So it just depends how you want it to fit. Generally speaking, go at least one size up from your usual size for an actual oversized fit, but it depends what you want it for. And if you're stuck, you can just message me on Instagram and I'll let you know. Yeah, the only other thing to note is obviously if you are tucking these, this one works quite well. The Ghost one works quite well because you can tuck it so that this is at the bottom of the back. If you're going to tuck the logo one, be aware that you're going to be tucking like half the logos out at the back. And if you are tucking the crest one, do be aware you will end up tucking like part of the Alphalete logo underneath. Which to be honest actually doesn't look bad when you've just got the triangle out, but just be aware of that. You will be tucking away like part of the design on the back for this one, just because it is so big. But yeah, those are the t-shirts, and I do really like them. They're up there with my favourites for pump covers, but recently I have been preferring a more brushed fabric, but I'm sure I'll get back into my heavy cotton over winter now that it is Baltically cold. And I wore this one to the gym today and I really enjoyed it. So yeah, that is everything for this haul. My top picks for this haul would be the deep V bras. I'm like obsessed. I think I really shouldn't buy more, to be honest. Like I really shouldn't. I've got so many bras now with the strappy bras. in particular I've got like every single colour, but I just really like these bras. I might get the brown one. I think I'll get the brown one and maybe a black one as well. I really like the deep V bras. That would be a top pick out of this drop for me personally. In terms of the shorts, I would 100% snag a pair of shorts. Like I said, I've been wearing these more than bikers recently, so take from that what you will. The glutes are gluting in these. The bunder is bundering, if you will. You know, the bunder is truly bundering in these shorts. I love them. And if I had to pick two colours only, I'd probably go with these two. Although, to be fair, honourable mentions to Skyscraper and Manhattan. I like Manhattan a lot more than I thought I would because I don't like rich brown much, but this is a much nicer colour. Something about it's just richer, it's giving more of what it needs to give. Top picks, and then I feel like as much as I love this t-shirt, I just feel like this is so cool, and I feel like this is such like a collector's item almost. I really like that they've done this, and I think it's sick. So for that reason, if I had to pick one t-shirt, I'd go with this one. I just think it's really cool, and it's vintage black, do you know what I mean? It goes with literally anything. It's very wearable, and it also comes in white. I do really like this colour though. Like, I do really like it, but if you could only get one, I'd probably go with this, just because one, it's more wearable, and two, it's like a real collector's piece. Those would be my top picks for this drop. If you've got any questions whatsoever, comment them down below, message me on Instagram, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. And if you are using my code on the 16th for the drop, please message me so I can say thank you. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to work with Alphalete if it wasn't for you guys, so I really do appreciate it. I also just want to say as well, a massive thank you for your support on Black Friday. It means a lot to me. You know, it was my 4th Black Friday with Alphalete, and every single year I get just as anxious, I get just as nervous, I get just as worried, I get just as excited at the same time. And I really, like, this time of year is just very full of gratitude and unicorns and rainbows and all that good stuff. But genuinely, I am actually really grateful for anyone who used my code on Black Friday, who used my code this year, who didn't shop Black Friday because you don't have the funds to, or you just don't want to, but you like watching my content, you support me. Like I said this on Instagram, like I did not, like, the thing I least expected to come from starting all of this was going to be the community that we've ended up with. Like, it blows my mind, and I appreciate you all so much. Like, you guys have never made me feel like I need to be anything but myself, and for me that's really special. I've just always sort of struggled to be myself in a lot of situations because I get really shy and anxious, but I never feel like with you guys. There's been a few people that I've met this year, and I just felt like instantly I feel like we have a connection and I can just be myself. People have come up to me and said hi this year, which to me is like the craziest thing ever, but I absolutely, and especially now, like I feel like I've come a long way with my social anxiety, so I love speaking to you guys and like having a proper conversation and learning more about you. Like, I absolutely love it, and again, I never feel uncomfortable. I always feel 100% comfortable, and that is because of you guys, and I always feel like myself because of you guys. Like, the community that you guys have created for me, that we've created together, is truly something special, and I just wanted to say massive thank you. But yeah, this is going to be my last Alphalete video of the year, so thank you for everything this year. I hope you guys have an amazing Christmas. If you hate this time of year, I feel you. My DMs are always open if you want to speak to anyone about it. Always open. Just hope that you are all doing okay and doing what you can in this festive season to enjoy it in a way that works for you. Have an amazing Christmas if you're celebrating it. If you don't, have an amazing festive period. Have an amazing new year, and I will see you guys in January in terms of Alphalete hauls. Thank you for everything. You guys are the best. Appreciate you so much. Bye guys, happy shopping. Like I said, any questions, message me on Instagram or comment them below. Sizing help, message me on Instagram or comment them below, and I will help you out. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I will see you in my next video. Bye.
I don't care nothing about you. First chance you get, you ought to ride out of here.
Eventually, during this montage, which I'm not counting as a horse montage because they did talk, Wichita Slim is like, you know what? Can we go back and get my Bible? I really want that. And they're like, no! I'll buy you a different Bible later! But it turns out they actually had the Bible with them, and they threw it in the sand!
I'm going back to camp. I lost my Bible. Slim, forget the Bible. You can't go back to camp. Some posse's probably already found it. You get shot. I want my Bible. Okay. I'll buy you 10 Bibles when we get to the next town. Now come on, let's go.
Oh man, I spoke too soon. Check out this horse riding montage. It's extra boring because it's kind of giving riding through the desert on a horse with no name. Then a random...
On this night, the silent night, this holy night, we'll be together.
Hello and welcome to my first ever Vlogmas. I've already posted episode 1. I actually think this might, I don't know when things are going up, so I'm not even going to try to allude to it, but this is like the first time I'm starting vlogging for Vlogmas, so I'm super excited. I'm going to do this over like a few days, just because that way you'll probably get more interesting content and it takes the pressure off trying to like cram everything into one day. So welcome to Vlogmas episode 1. Yeah, I have got therapy this morning, which I'm I say excited for. It just helps me a lot, so I don't want to say excited because it is quite difficult, but looking forward to going. I always, even when it's been a really hard session, I always feel better coming out of it. But yeah, I've had my coffee, I've been drinking some water. I feel like I look like a Victorian child right now, but how nice are these pyjamas? Nicole got me these. She's just the cutest. She really shouldn't have sent me these. When I opened them, I was like, these are bloody lovely, but also I feel so bad, like, I just felt so bad. I feel like, please, this was unnecessary, but they're from the Nat Company, and I've obviously had pyjamas before, but I've never had, like, all my pyjamas, like, real pyjamas, are at my mum and dad's house, and it's, like, unicorn pants. I've never had, like, proper adult pyjamas, but they're, like, buttoned down and, like, really, like, long. Don't know why I just did that. Really long and just so soft and so cozy. I'm really enjoying them. So shout out to Nicole for the PJs. But I actually wanted to give you a little, let me just zoom you out a little bit. I actually wanted to show you my advent calendar. First of all, I just want to say shout out to Deborah. She really outdoes herself with advent calendars. A few years ago, she's not always done this, but a few years ago she started getting me and my sister like beauty advent calendars or different advent calendars each year. And each year she always tries to find something different, and it's so sweet, so adorable. She really does deserve the earth. But this year she got us Harvey Nichols, which I've never had before. I didn't even know that they did an advent calendar, but it's been so good. If you want to see my daily unboxings, I'm actually doing those on TikTok. Let me show you what it looks like on the inside. It's actually this is probably like the best done. It's probably the best advent calendar I've ever had in terms of product so far, but in terms of how it's done. So when you pull like a drawer out, let me not look at what's in it because I don't think I've opened this day yet. What day is that? Actually, I think that's number 3. I think I have. You take the drawers out or you take the boxes out and the other things sort of fall down, and by the like day 10 it's just a bit of a mess and it's all sort of floating around, but these are like properly structured. In day one, we had the Molecules 01 perfume. I've had samples of this before. This is insanely good. I really like it. I know that some people don't like it. It's meant to be one of those things that sort of reacts with your skin, but it's actually a really good size as well, like a sample size, but not a sample size at the same time. I don't know, it doesn't say how many. It's 30ml, like that's a good amount, and it's so good. It's very different to anything else I own. A lot of my perfumes are quite sweet or like heavy. This one's a very fresh scent. It smells like a gin and tonic sort of in the best way, and it's a very like grown up clean scent, but I really like it. I've had testers of this before and I very nearly bought it, so this was super exciting. This started off strong on day one, and then day two was a Charlotte Tilbury lipstick. I'm keeping everything in here until I've opened everything, just because otherwise I'm going to make a mess. And on face value, not a colour I would usually go for, but I actually think this, and I've tried it on, it's really nice on me when I've got a fresh tan, which I need at the moment. I'm very pale. It's actually really quite nice, and I don't like a bold red lip on me, so I feel like it's sort of a more muted red. I don't know, it really surprised me like how much I liked it when I put it on. And then door number 3 was Sunday Riley Good Genes Glycolic Acid Treatment. I've never tried this, but I've heard amazing things about Sunday Riley, so I'm very excited to try her. Number 4 was the Augustinus Bader, I don't know how you say that, this cream. It's the rich cream with THC 8. It's the 5th today. We've got a mini bum cream, which I've actually got the bigger mini version of this, and I literally had just used it before I opened this, so that was very exciting. And then we've got the Tan Luxe Tanning Water, which I've never tried before, but Nicole said it's really good, so I'm excited to try it. I might try it out on my face. I know it's not for your face, but every single face tan I've ever tried breaks me out. Such a nice start to the day, every day in December. It's like a little treat for myself every day. But yeah, so I've got therapy today. I need to stock up on coffee, because as you will have seen from when I was making my coffee this morning, I've got like 2 pods left, so I want to do like a Christmas coffee bar. I want to do Christmas decorations today. So yeah, welcome to VLOGMAS. I'm gonna get ready for therapy and I will speak to you later. I have a teeny tiny confession to make. It may or may not now be Wednesday. Basically yesterday after therapy, did a big fat tidy up. We went to the gym. I am gonna put like workout footage and stuff in these vlogmases, because I want them to be like Fitmas vlogmas. However, I filmed that session like literally last week, so I was like, there's no point in me putting that in the vlog. It's not very interesting. I basically posted that last week, so it was very similar, so that's why I didn't film. And then we did a food shop, and then we went to a pub quiz, and I ended up not actually having time to do the Christmas decorations yesterday. However, sticking with the Christmas theme, my coffee tray, as you will have seen, is in dire need of some more coffee. It's actually empty, like I've actually emptied her out for once. So I went to Nespresso and I thought we could do like a Christmas coffee pod setup. Some of them are Christmas pods, some of them are just some of my favourites, and I always get asked which coffee pods I like. So just for reference, the machine I've got has the Virtuo pods. So the pods that I bought is Peppermint Pinwheel. I've never tried this before. I got this because I do actually quite like minty sort of things. Like I've been really enjoying the Ghost Peppermint Hot Cocoa. So that sort of sparked it. But also I do feel like they're just going to look cute in the tray, and it's a Christmassy flavour. If you just want like a coffee, Melosio is a really good pod for that. And then I got double espresso, Chiaro, I'm not sure how you say it. These are just like normal pods that I tend to rebuy quite frequently. Half caffeinated. I got these mainly for Dan because he doesn't like having loads of caffeine, but also for me for days where I might want another coffee, but I don't want the caffeine again, because I do actually like warm coffee at the moment. Like it's sort of like comforting, but I don't always want the full caffeine, and these still taste really good. I've had them before. And then the final one, I did go with a festive one. This is festive black. So yeah, we're gonna unpackage all this and redo the coffee bar, my loves. Let's get into it.
That's also the plot of the works. So this is coming out in 1994, and in this movie, it's about the bad guy is now Gospel Bill's nephew.
I'm actually obsessed. How good does this look? So this is my festive coffee bar that we have going on, and I just need to like clean underneath, and I'm gonna pop my milk frother on here all sort of together. But I love this. I feel like hopefully the coffees are nice because this looks good. It's appealing to my eyes, and this drawer is just great. The bigger pods don't sit like back as much as, for example, these ones do, but I don't think it looks bad. Like when it's tucked in, I feel like it looks so good. But yeah, today's agenda, I have got my Alphalete parcel coming today, I think, and I've also got client check-ins. Wednesday is like one of my busiest days for client check-ins now. I've pretty much got most of my client check-ins on a Wednesday. I've massively downsized my coaching group as well, just so I can give everyone more time and make sure I'm firing on all cylinders. And since I did that, I enjoy it so much more. Like, I've always loved my coaching, but having a smaller group, I just really love it. So I'm really loving work at the moment. And yeah, my Alphalete package is meant to be coming today, so if it comes during daylight hours, I'm gonna have all my colour comparisons and stuff to do. I might show you a little bit of like the behind the scenes of that, because it gets very messy, but the tidy up process is so appealing. But yeah, that's pretty much today's agenda. I might try and do the Christmas tree today, but if I don't have time, I'm gonna do it tomorrow, because tonight I'm filming for Vlogmas, which is gonna go up tomorrow, so it's gonna go up before this vlog. I'm gonna do like my cozy evening routine, so I'm gonna do my hair care routine, my tan routine, because girly pop is looking very pale, I need to redo, and all that good stuff. So I'm not going to film that in this vlog. I'm going to have that as a separate video, which is going to go up tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going to actually probably make another coffee now and crack on with some client check-ins. So yeah, I'm excited for today. It's going to be a good gorgeous day, and the sun is shining, which helps so much. The sun is bloody shining. I am just, yeah, it's going to be a good day. He came. Got my Alphalete package. I'm gonna do a TikTok unbagging because that's what I do, but I'm gonna set my camera up so that you guys can see it as well. Although, to be fair, I might do like a time lapse of it, because I think by the time this vlog goes up, you guys are gonna have seen my haul anyway. I think this might end up going up after my haul, but yeah, I'll pop you on like a little cutesy time lapse. I'm so excited, so excited. If you want shorts that are going to make your glutes bark at people at the gym, they're going to demand attention, these are the shorts that you need in your life. Thursday, it is so miserable outside today, guys. Like, I woke up at 8 AM ready to film like my Alphalete stuff, and I was just waiting for it to get light, and just waiting and just waiting and just waiting, and it's like, I even feel like this camera is not showing you how dark it is. Like, it is dark grey outside and it's 2 PM, so love that for us. But yesterday, obviously, you'll have seen my Alphalete package came, so I was just working on that, and then I filmed my cosy evening routine, which you guys will have seen if you've not checked that out. It's got like my hair care routine, full shower routine, and some tips. But yeah, oh my god, you will have seen me do my coffee bar yesterday. The peppermint pinwheel is so good. I kind of bought it on a whim, and like I said, I was kind of just like the packaging. It's green, it's giving Christmas, Merry Chrysler. However, it's not strong at all, it's really subtle. I find with a lot of the flavoured pods from Nespresso, other than the pumpkin spice one, which was actually really good as well, they can be really overbearing and really, really strong in flavour and quite sickly. Love this, and that's what I've got in here. I've got a coffee, but I thought we could show you some more of what's in my advent calendar doors from the past couple of days that I've not already shown you. So let me grab. Yesterday's I got the Rodeo vitamin C drops, which I've never tried before until now. Like, I used these last night and I'm really excited to try these out. If anyone's got any tips for when to use vitamin C, I do use a retinol. Should I be using these? I don't think I should be using both at the same time. So today was basically a hair draw. I've got these slip bobbles, which are ridiculously expensive, I know, because I've seen them before, but my sister actually got some on sale, and she was literally telling me on Sunday how good they are, so I'm super excited about that. I got a Colour Wow extra large bombshell mousse, which will be really good for blow drying my hair, and then a Larry King hair serum for like shine and smoothing and texture and stuff. I've never heard of this brand, but I'm excited to try. I'm a little bit embarrassed that I'm doing this now and I've not been able to do it yet, but I've still actually not finished putting up some little Christmas decorations. So we did fairy lights, and I love warm toned lights. Unfortunately, I think the stuff that my mum's given me, which is what we're going to do together now, I think that's cool toned. So if it is cool toned, I might just swap the lights, but I might just order some off Amazon instead, because I don't know, I prefer warm lights for Christmas decorations. I feel like cool tone, I really don't like it. But yeah, I've literally got the tiniest Christmas tree that my mum gave me to use. She said you could use it, and she gave me some mini silver baubles, because we don't have a ton of space to put a Christmas tree, and I do really miss having one, because my mum and dad have got a big one. Me and my sister actually decorated that at the weekend. I'll pop in a picture here. Let me know what you guys think about tinsel, because I rallied against the tinsel and I feel like it looks better because we didn't put tinsel on it, but my sister was like, no, we need tinsel, but we didn't do tinsel, and we went for like a silver and pink theme and gold, but it's like, I don't know, it just looked really good. So yeah, my mum has given me, am I opening? No, I'm opening it the right way. My mum's given me like a mini Christmas tree. Ooh. Shit. Okay. God, come on, girl. Get out of the box. I mean, she's mini, but she's fucking mighty. I can't get her out of the box. Okay. Okay. And then I'm assuming the bottom bit is in here, so that I've got a sticker in. Let's build the bottom. I'm assuming these just sort of go in like this. I've never had a real Christmas tree. A lot of my friends get real ones, but we've never had one. My mum's never had one. I don't know if my dad's ever had one, but I've never had one, but I feel like they look so cool, but my mum's always said that like the shedding is really, really bad and annoying, and that's the reason why she won't get one. Actually, to be fair, I'm lying. Me and Dan got a mini real one and put it up there last year, but honestly, it wasn't a tree. It was a glorified, oversized plant. Like, it was tiny. And it was actually very messy, to be honest. I can see Deborah's point for sure. So this is the tree. She's super small, but I don't have room. This is the most depressing Christmas decoration ever, but we keep it real. We keep it real here, and I don't have a big tree, so I can't pretend that I do. So you've always got to start at the bottom and just spread out those branches, girl. I actually saw a TikTok the other day, and someone had a hanging Christmas tree, and oh my god, it looked so cool. Like, I would love to do that when I have a house. I'm trying to keep these vlogs to like Christmassy stuff, but do let me know if there's anything you want to see in these vlogs that I'm not including yet. The only reason I'm not including training is because I actually didn't train yesterday. Jeez Louise, what is that? Okay, I think that was folded down for a reason, because why would you want it like that? That looks sus, not gonna lie. So let's fold that. Let me know what you want to see. I've not actually trained since Tuesday, so I was going to train today, but I've decided to do the Christmas decorations with you guys for the vlog. I've got a lot of coaching work to do. I need to do my payments. My accountant is on my ass because I've not done my accounts yet. I'm going to try and really jam-pack my day tomorrow, which means I might not actually end up vlogging tomorrow because my day is going to be like super jam-packed. Okay, these are battery operated, which is perfect because it means that we don't have to deal with oh, she's got like purple ones, perfect. This is like the theme that we went with. Is it gonna focus? This is like the theme that we went with at my mum and dad's house. Let me see if I've got batteries because these are going to run out. Baby girl's got batteries. Update and vlogs, what you don't enjoy. But no creepy men saying Dan, by the way, that's happened before. And yeah, have an amazing week. I will speak to you soon. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe if you want to and haven't already, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye.
So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that one. I'm out.
What?